Chapter 1. Crossing over. You are not a member of the Du family. Leave at once. You are not a member of the Du family. Leave at once. Du Shiyan, or rather, Xiao Shiyan, you belong to the Xiao family. Your parents are about to be sent to the farm. You should hurry along. Xiao Shiyan opened his eyes, gazing at the strange yet familiar scene before him. Strange because he had never set foot in this place. Familiar, as this locale had manifested repeatedly in his dreams, and on occasion, he could even perceive it with his own eyes during the day. He found it peculiar as a child. He had mentioned this phenomenon a few times, only to be intimidated by others who claimed he had opened his yin-yang eyes and would be sent to a laboratory for dissection. Thus, he ceased to speak of it. Later, when the apocalypse erupted, he began his struggle for survival amidst the chaos. After numerous trials, he awakened dual abilities of space and water manipulation. Yet ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of a zombie tyrant while rescuing a medical ability user. The reason he risked everything to save that individual was that they possessed a crucial artifact for the completeness of his soul. Indeed, the medical ability user treated him and discovered that his soul was incomplete, containing only 2 souls and 4 souls fragments, with the remaining soul and 3 fragments absent from his body. The individual was quite curious about how Xiao Shiyan managed to survive with such an incomplete soul, which had even catalyzed his abilities, turning him into a formidable ability user. However, all had come to an end with his death. Wait, I'm not dead? Xiao Shiyan realized the truth, and then memories of this body flooded his mind, from birth, mistaken for another, to the 16 years spent in the Du family. But this was not the end. He even witnessed this Buddhist tireless servitude to the Du family, eventually being sent to the countryside. Following the college entrance examination, he returned to the city, graduated, and was assigned a job. In pursuit of benefits for several brothers of the Du family, he was dismissed from his position. Subsequently, he ventured into business, enduring a lifetime of exploitation by the Du family, culminating in a tragic death. However, within these memories, the individual before him did not appear, nor did he recall this person during the time he was drained by the Du family, ultimately sacrificing a kidney and half a liver, only to perish in despair. That individual had surfaced then. At that time, he seemed to be named Du Jianyo. All the sons of the Du family bore names starting with Jian. When it came to Xiao Shiyan, he and the youngest daughter, Du Shizhu, were twins, thus both received names starting with Shi. At that moment, the entire Du family was jovial, uttering a statement that left Xiao Shiyan utterly astonished. He has finally died. I can return to the Du family without pretense. Indeed, brother, you have also persevered through the clouds to see the moonlight. However, over the years, you have not refrained from utilizing the wealth acquired from him. Our parents have given you much due to your inability to return home openly. Boom. The myriad images before Xiao Shiyan vanished, his soul returned to its rightful place, and he felt a bit faint from the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, nearly toppling over. To Chen Shuxia's eyes, this was merely a manifestation of Xiao Shiyan's reluctance to depart from the Du family. She hesitated for a moment, glanced at her biological son, and, steeling her resolve, uttered, Shiyan, it is not that your mother does not care for you. Indeed, many years ago at the hospital, 2 children were mistakenly exchanged. Now, Jinyang has returned, and he finds it difficult to accept your existence. Furthermore, regarding your parents, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. In any case, you should promptly return to the Xiao family. While your parents have not yet been sent away, you ought to seize the opportunity to meet them. After all, they're your biological parents. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan's mental prowess swept through the house, revealing that Du Jincheng, the patriarch of the Du family, was indeed present, albeit unwilling to make an appearance. Perhaps he harbored other intentions. He remained silent, and Xiao Shiyan began to comprehend that certain events diverged from the future he had previously witnessed. It seemed a glitch had occurred. Could it possibly be him? A time travel? Xiao Shiyan recalled a phrase. Wasn't the ocean's soul jade in the hands of that healer capable of rectifying my spiritual deficiencies? How could it also transport me across time? Uncertain of what had transpired, Xiao Shiyan had, however, discerned Du Jinyang's identity. His gaze shifted downward, landing on a rattan box. Du Jinyang hastily shielded the box with his leg and urged, Xiao Shiyan, you must return immediately. From memories of the future, Xiao Shiyan was aware that the Xiao family's parents seemed to have encountered trouble. Presently, it was 1973, a time when the movement of sending youth to the countryside was at its peak, coinciding with a period of hardship for the older generation. The parents of the Xiao family were professors at Peking University, and during this time, they were wrongfully implicated, leading to their being dispatched to a cattle shed. Fortunately, before their departure, they had severed ties with their children by publicly announcing it. So, is this the reason Du Jianyang could return? No. How could Du Jianyang possibly know he was of the Du family? Who divulged this information to him? In the memories of the future, it was known that Du Jianyang had returned long ago, yet the specifics of his return remained unclear. Logically speaking, the Xiao family's parents should have been sent to the cattle shed in the past few days. They had not yet departed. If Du Jianyang had been aware of Xiao Shiyan's identity as a child of the Du family, he would have surely reclaimed a significant portion of his Xiao family's wealth by now, rather than waiting until today. In the future memories, there was no scene depicting Du Jianyang expelling him from the house. Does that imply that Du Jianyang was originally unaware? What unforeseen incident had occurred? Had Du Jianyang been reborn? This notion of his own time travel led Xiao Shiyan to ponder the possibility. Thus, within that rattan box, one could surely find the wealth of the Xiao family. What are you doing? You have already usurped my identity for 16 years. Do you intend to linger here indefinitely? Du Jianyang frowned and scolded. The Xiao family hails from a landowning background, while the Chai family represents capitalists. They're destined to be sent to the cattle shed and down to the fields. By remaining in my home, do you not fear implicating us? At the very least, my parents have raised you for 16 years. How can you have the audacity? Upon hearing Du Jianyang's words, Chen Shuxiao lost any lingering reluctance she had previously harbored. Her reluctance stemmed from the impending departure of the family's housekeeper, Xiao Shiyan. Now, with Xiao Shiyan potentially jeopardizing her own family's position, it was possible that old Du's standing was at stake. If the repercussions extended to her own children, who might be sent to the farm, that would indeed be disastrous. Chen Shuxia immediately remarked, Xiao Shiyan, you are well aware that you are not a child of the Du family. We have sheltered you for 16 years, allowing you to assume my son's identity during that time. It is now time to return to reality. You should leave promptly. Do not wait until the tail-cutting crew comes to apprehend you, for then it will be too late. This revealed Chen Shuxia's true character. Du Jincheng appeared to be no better, embodying the traits of smiling tiger, a hypocrite. Xiao Shiyan cast a scornful glance at Du Jianyang and retorted, You needn't worry, I would not cling to this place any longer. The Du family is hardly a desirable home, and you think I would wish to remain here? Chapter 2. Du Jianyang seizes the lucky pendant. I gathered my belongings and departed. Du Jianyang frowned and urged, If this place is so undesirable, why do you linger? As he spoke, he kicked the wooden box behind him, ensuring that Xiao Shiyan would not notice it. Yet, this action only served to emphasize one point. The box contained valuable treasures. Xiao Shiyan retorted, There's no rush. I must first gather my belongings. What? Chen Shuxia exclaimed sharply, You aren't even a member of the Du family. What belongings do you have to pack? Du Jianyang echoed, Indeed. You are not a member of the Du family. Those possessions do not belong to you. At that moment, Du Jianyang's gaze fell upon the lucky pendant around Xiao Shiyan's neck, partially exposed from beneath his clothing. This sight triggered a memory from his previous life. Xiao Shiyan was exceptionally fortunate, destined to become the wealthiest person in Dongwang. Many speculated that this prosperity stemmed from the blessings of the pendant. Moreover, that pendant around your neck belongs to the Du family. Hand it over, Du Jianyang declared, disregarding the wooden box as he rose to snatch the pendant from Xiao Shiyan. In Du Jianyang's eyes, the pendant symbolized immense wealth. If he acquired it, he need not worry about financial troubles in the future. Xiao Shiyan took a step back and deftly brushed Du Jianyang aside, causing him to collide with Chen Shuxiao, who had not been paying attention. Ouch! Chen Shuxiao exclaimed as she fell to the ground. Xiao Shiyan felt a twinge of regret, wishing for a romantic twist akin to a melodrama where the leads would have shared a kiss. Simultaneously, a flood of memories surged back. Ah, the lucky pendant. In the future, it seemed to possess its own space. Originally, Xiao Shiyan's remarkable achievements were attributed to this pendant. He dedicated his life to the Du family. Driven by a longing for familial affection, he had kept this secret concealed, partly because the space was bound and could not be transferred, and partly due to the fear that revealing it would cause them to withhold their affection. Xiao Shiyan found it peculiar that the original owner craved love so desperately. It seemed plausible. During his 16 years with the Xiao family, as the youngest son, he was meant to be cherished. However, due to the overwhelming number of children, he had been sent to be raised by Du Jinsheng's mother in the countryside, returning home only at the age of 6. Thereafter, he was thrust into relentless labor for the Du family. Chen Shuxia, having acquired assistance, gradually abandoned her domestic duties, enjoying the life of a lady of leisure over the years. The pendant absolutely could not fall into Du Jianyang's hands. He might uncover certain truths. Yet, it also could not be retained, for Du Jianyang would undoubtedly continue to monitor him closely. In this era, without a letter of introduction, one could not travel far. Nor could one even secure accommodation at an inn. The Xiao family had been relegated to a cowshed, with no current support, and Du Jinsheng merely a deputy camp leader, dealing with Du Jianyang, although he had confidence in his ability to resolve matters, would still be a considerable hassle. He could discreetly create trouble for Du Jianyang without wanting to be discovered. Fortunately, as long as the peace charm recognized its master, the space within would detach from the charm itself, leading to its shattering. This had been witnessed in the memories of the future. Xiao Shiyan sensed that his supernatural abilities remained intact. With a wince, he activated his spatial powers and made a small incision on his hand, pressing it against the peace charm. At that moment, Du Jianyang had already risen, disregarding Chen Shuxia, who still struggled to get up, and lunged to snatch Xiao Shiyan's peace charm. Xiao Shiyan feigned a semblance of chaos and did not evade, allowing Du Jianyang to seize him, causing him to topple. As he reached out, his hand landed upon a rattan wooden box. The spatial powers activated, granting him a fleeting glimpse of the contents inside. There lay some garments, either of fine cotton or silk, rare fabrics from this era and quite costly. The craftsmanship was exquisite, handcrafted, obviously the work of a renowned artisan. Du Jianyang had indeed enjoyed a comfortable life at the Xiao household in previous years. Inside the box, bundled in clothing, was a large mass of currency. 10 pieces for a bundle. Surprisingly, it was the elusive Heir. Additionally, there were various tickets and certificates. In this era of scarcity, one needed tickets to purchase goods. Furthermore, there was another collection of various jade and emerald artifacts, all small yet of excellent quality and great value. These items had been taken from the Xiao family. Xiao Shiyan understood that since Du Jianyang appeared to have been reborn, he would have carefully prepared and concealed some inconspicuous items from the Xiao household to bring along. Moreover, there were 5 large yellow fish and 10 small yellow fish. Xiao Shiyan scoffed internally. Still wanting to abscond with the Xiao family's possessions? Not a chance. In an instant, his spatial powers activated, seizing all the items from the rattan wooden box and placing them into his own spatial realm. Then, he retrieved the currency, tickets, jade artifacts, and the yellow fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he retracted his mental energy, hastily stuffing the remaining clothing back into the rattan wooden box, and then pushed Du Jianyang aside. At that moment, Du Jianyang had managed to grasp the peace charm and was reveling in his triumph. Suddenly, he was shoved aside by Xiao Shiyan, his body propelled backwards. Yet he stubbornly clung to the peace charm. Thud. Du Jianyang collided with a nearby 5-cornered cabinet, his grip on the peace charm unwavering. He then fell, his fist crashing down onto the ground in frustration. Only then did Xiao Shiyan rise, rubbing the red marks on his neck, and shouted, "What are you doing? Stealing my belongings?" Du Jianyang's face broke into a smile, though it was short-lived. He opened his palm to reveal the peace charm, which had cracked, startling him. Cracked? How could that be? In his previous life, he had clearly seen Xiao Shiyan wearing that peace charm at all times. How could it possibly shatter? Although jade is not particularly hard, it shouldn't simply break with a mere squeeze, should it? Before he could ponder further, Chen Shuxia had just managed to get up, rubbing her sore back from the fall. Xiao Shiyan coldly remarked, "The Du family certainly upholds a remarkable ethos, resorting to theft right from the outset. It seems their upbringing is commendable indeed." Chen Shuxia frowned and replied, "He did not grow up in the Du household." Although she hastily fell silent, the implication of her words was unmistakable. She insinuated that Du Jianyang's lack of manners stemmed from his upbringing in the Xiao family. Xiao Shiyan clicked his tongue. "That is not necessarily the case. I too was born in the Du family, yet lacked the nurturing of a mother and the guidance of parents. My upbringing, however, is not so deficient." When Du Jianyang finally stood up, his expression soured. He was acutely aware that the two were insinuating he had no upbringing, and indeed, he lacked proper guidance. Yet, he was unwilling to be derided by others. A fissure had begun to form within Du Jianyang's psyche. Xiao Shiyan nearly chuckled aloud. Did Du Jianyang truly believe returning to the Du family was a wise choice? Just wait, for now was the perfect time for the rural re-education movement. And the Du family had plenty of children, including several idle individuals. When the time came to address the rural relocation issue, Du Jianyang would understand the treachery he faced. However, Du Jianyang, now exceedingly irate, retorted, "What theft? This was originally the Du family's property. You are no longer a member of the Du family. On what grounds do you think you can take their belongings?" Chapter 3. A Clash of Wits. The hypocrisy of Du Jinsheng, the Du family's property? Xiao Shiyan scoffed, glancing at Chen Shuxia with a smirk. "Ask your mother, Chen Shuxia, if this truly belongs to your Du family." Chen Shuxia bit her lip, inwardly cursing. After all, she had nurtured him for 16 years, raising him to adulthood, and now he dared to address her by her given name. It was utterly uncouth. Xiao Shiyan paid no heed to her disdain, continuing to address Chen Shuxia. "For the first 6 years of my life, I was raised in the countryside. I have endured countless seasons of toil. Even if I was cared for, it was by my grandmother. You know well what life in the countryside entails, feast or famine, and I was never properly fed. I suspect that your treatment of me may stem from your awareness of the circumstances surrounding our mistaken identities. Perhaps this situation was orchestrated by you." It is important to note that the Xiao family had already fallen into decline, concealing numerous assets in secret, even as they appeared to have lost everything on the surface. Consequently, they had escaped scrutiny. The Chai family, on the other hand, was affluent and had supported the revolution, donating considerable sums in goods. After the establishment of the nation, they willingly surrendered their factories, thus evading retribution. Both families were undoubtedly prosperous and lived well. It is difficult to ascertain whether Chen Shuxia and her kin had intentionally manipulated the situation during the time of production. As Xiao Shiyan spoke, he noticed a flicker of panic in Chen Shuxia's eyes. "Nonsense. How could we have done such a thing? How could we have known we would give birth on the same day as Chai Jing?" Her tone, while vehemently denying the accusation, betrayed an underlying guilt. Even if Chen Shuxia was initially unaware, she later became privy to the truth, perhaps even having masterminded it. It is worth noting that her mother, Hao Taohua, was notoriously materialistic. Despite Hao Taohua's apparent kindness towards her children, it is evidently driven by ulterior motives. However, when it comes to Xiao Shiyan, there are moments when Hao Taohua exhibits a slight twinge of guilt. In the past, when the truth about the switch was unknown, she felt no qualms. Now that she is aware, Xiao Shiyan harbors suspicions that this matter may have been orchestrated by Hao Taohua, potentially under the guidance of Chen Shuxia. Nevertheless, there is currently no means to ascertain the truth. Regardless, Du Jianyang has cleared out all his belongings from the Xiao household. I possess little at the Du residence. Merely a few tattered garments. Otherwise, would I be left to slumber on the streets? Moreover, I must address the issue of my household registration. It is untenable for my registration to remain at the Du family as that would leave me destitute and resorting to begging on the streets. In truth, Chen Shuxia aims to buy some time. Next month is fast approaching, and she plans to utilize Xiao Shiyan's rations and other tickets then, seizing any advantage she can. Although she has married Du Jinsheng and assumed the role of the deputy battalion commander's wife, her avaricious nature is a trait she shares with Hao Taohua, perhaps even surpassing it. Xiao Shiyan coughed lightly and remarked, "I presume that Commander Du would not wish for me to seek justice from the law enforcement team, would he?" Upon hearing this, Du Jinsheng, who had been upstairs, could no longer remain composed. He had aspirations to advance further, and any interference from this matter would surely infuriate him. Clearing his throat, Du Jinsheng emerged from the room. Xiao Shiyan looked up at him, who was gazing down from above, displaying a smirk. Despite Du Jinsheng's elevated position, he felt as though Xiao Shiyan, standing below, was the one mocking him, which incited a flicker of anger within Du Jinsheng. Without allowing Du Jinsheng the opportunity to speak further, Xiao Shiyan continued, "Furthermore, this safety pendant was obtained through my own labor, exchange with others. Du Jianyang has taken it upon himself to seize my belongings and even shattered it. Is this how the Du family operates, bullying the weak? I trust that your superiors would not wish to be informed of such matters." Mr. Du Jinsheng's fury escalated. The formality of being called Mr. Du by Xiao Shiyan felt like a clear severance. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Shiyan, being barefoot, felt no fear of those who were shot. Du Jinsheng did not desire a public disturbance, nor did he wish for the neighbors to overhear, which is why he had refrained from confronting Xiao Shiyan earlier. He valued his reputation and standing. "Shiyan," Du Jinsheng called out gently, as if laced with concern, "after all, we have shared over a decade as father and son. Do you truly wish to cut ties so resolutely? He even contemplated the possibility of sending Xiao Shiyan to the countryside, hoping to cultivate a positive reputation through such an initiative, which could potentially enhance his own standing and lead to further opportunities. At his age, if he did not ascend the ranks soon, he might face the prospect of retirement. Xiao Shiyan scoffed, "Your sentiment of fatherhood is indeed heartfelt. However, perhaps you should venture outside and observe. Who in this compound is unaware of the Du family's bias, particularly in their harsh treatment of the youngest son?" After digging at his ear, Xiao Shiyan taunted, "Do be careful not to recite your lines verbatim. What fate awaits those entrusted with great responsibilities? Your previous sons have not acted in such a manner. In life, one must adhere to one's conscience." This scathing mockery effectively stripped Du Jinsheng of his dignity, leaving it discarded upon the ground. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Prior to the revelation of the truth about his adopted son, he could have justified his actions in any manner he wished. The adage holds true: a dutiful son emerges from the rod. Outsiders have no say in the matter. However, with the return of his biological son, robust and healthy, in the stark contrast to his frail adopted son clad in inferior garments, the disparity was glaring. If a scene were to erupt today, Du Jinsheng would be utterly humiliated. "What do you desire?" Du Jinsheng's tone had softened, signaling both submission and concession. Xiao Shiyan had no intention of prolonging this encounter. Armed with his spatial abilities, he was determined not to allow the Du family any advantage. Yet, action could not be taken just yet. "I have but a few requests. Rest assured, I possess my own dignity. I want to be like your family, leaving the Xiao household while absconding with its wealth. I shall only take a few articles of clothing. Secondly, I require my household registration to be transferred. Thirdly, I need the street office to be informed so that my grain relationship can be moved as well. Just these 3 conditions, and perhaps one more. I would appreciate it. Mr. Du, if you could draft a severance letter. From henceforth, we shall part ways, living separate lives without further interaction." "You." Du Jinsheng was taken aback by Xiao Shiyan's resolute demeanor. "Are you truly this unyielding? If you create such a ruckus, you may find yourself without any assistance in times of need." Du Jinsheng's threats fell upon deaf ears. Xiao Shiyan merely inspected his nails, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Do you truly believe you would aid me, Mr. Du? If not, then perhaps you could provide me with a sum of 1,000 or 800. Even if I leave, I could manage." "Have you lost your mind?" Du Jianyang shouted incredulously. 1,000 or 800? Do you think you are worthy?" Chen Shuxiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are undeserving. Be gone." As she spoke, she attempted to usher Xiao Shiyan away, fearing that he might linger to claim some advantage. Xiao Shiyan stepped aside leisurely, causing Chen Shuxiao to stumble slightly, and he added, "If you are so reluctant, then do not feign such heartfelt sentiment. Words alone are insufficient. Is it truly so burdensome to be practical? By the way, do remember to compensate me for my safety pendant." Chapter 4. Demanding Compensation. Ant Fat Du Jinsheng felt his face burn with humiliation from Xiao Shiyan's remarks. With a grim expression, he regarded Xiao Shiyan, realizing he could no longer deceive him. This young man, who had previously appeared so devoted to home and so honest for the past 16 years, was no longer the naive child he had thought to manipulate. "Go fetch the household registration and also take 100 yuan for him. Consider it our apology. After all, Jianyang certainly has fared better with the Xiao family than with us." At this moment, Xiao Shiyan chose not to elaborate further. Speaking to the Du family was futile. Their brazen entitlement would lead them to believe such treatment was deserved. Chen Shuxiao was still reluctant and wanted to say something. "Old Du, I'll go get it." Du Jinsheng snorted coldly, glaring as he spoke. "You're so petty. Can't bear to part with that 100 yuan? If this matter gets out, what will happen to your reputation?" Although Chen Shuxiao was greedy, she dared not defy Du Jinsheng's orders and could only dawdle her way up. Xiao Shiyan made no effort to hurry her, while Du Jianyang had calmed down. He had just returned and did not dare openly contravene Du Jinsheng's command. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder why the Xiao Shiyan he encountered in that dream appeared so strange, almost different from his recollection. After all, in the dream, he hadn't returned directly, but had spent years in the countryside before being brought back by Du Jinsheng. The whole family had deceived Xiao Shiyan into making sacrifices for the Du family. For some reason, Du Jianyang felt a twinge of guilt. Could it be that his arrival had altered Xiao Shiyan's fate? It seemed plausible, in the dream. The fury on Xiao Shiyan's face upon discovering he was not a son of the Du family had frightened him. It was then that Xiao Shiyan's health deteriorated. Otherwise, they would not have dared to reveal the truth. Suddenly, Du Jianyang felt an uneasy conscience. Fearing that his presence might lead to the Du family losing their bloodline connection to Xiao Shiyan, thus deteriorating their future. His eyes flickered. Xiao Shiyan, oblivious to his thoughts, was certain that Du Jianyang was feeling guilty. He did not dwell on it. After all, the contents of that wooden box would not be left for him. How could the possessions of the Xiao family be given to him? After some hesitation, Chen Shuxiao finally came down, clutching 10 large black bills, unwilling to part with them. Xiao Shiyan made no attempt to seize them, but looked to Du Jincheng instead. How shall we resolve this? You decide. Du Jincheng sometimes truly despised Chen Shuxiao's demeanor. While it was acceptable to take advantage of others, if it brought misfortune to the Du family, then it needed to be cut off decisively. Xiao Shiyan had to admit that Du Jincheng's character was indeed suited for great undertakings. While he might indulge in greed normally, when the moment called for a decision, he would act without hesitation. He snatched the 100 yuan from Chen Shuxiao and handed it to Xiao Shiyan. Xiao Shiyan accepted it, counted it in plain sight, then nodded, only to look up and see Du Jincheng's stern expression. Let us also draft the severance agreement. Oh, and you all need to sign it and leave your fingerprints. I have no intention of being entangled with you in the future. Du Jianyang scoffed. Your Xiao family and the Chai family are both being sent away. What more is there to be entangled with? In his dreams, he recalled that both the Xiao and Chai families had vanished without a trace. Thus, any thoughts of vindication were futile. This urgency to return to the Du family stemmed from his dream, where he discerned the future's trajectory. With a likeness to both Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia, he easily gained their acceptance. At this juncture, Du Jincheng also wished to sever ties with Xiao Shiyan without further ado. The inability to directly arrange for his relocation to the countryside was simply due to Du Jianyang's hasty return, leaving no time for him to maneuver. The Xiao family is facing a transfer, and associating with them poses a threat to the Du family. Consequently, a severance letter was swiftly drafted. He affixed his signature first, followed promptly by Chen Shuxia. After obtaining the severance letter, Xiao Shiyan proceeded to the adjacent room, retrieved his crossbody bag, and packed 2 worn vests and 2 pairs of underwear. As he passed by the desk, he utilized his spatial abilities to discreetly collect a bag hidden beneath it. This bag contained the modest savings he had accumulated, originally intended for gifts for Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia. But now? Not a single cent would he part with. He chose not to touch the remaining belongings, lest they be exploited by Du Jincheng. Observing Xiao Shiyan emerge with merely a crossbody bag, Du Jincheng's eyes flickered. Aren't you going to pack a bit more? That was certainly not an option. Xiao Shiyan dismissively waved his hand. I possess little here at the Du household. There is no need to gather more. Let us sever ties cleanly. We have the household registration. Let us proceed to the police station and neighborhood office to finalize matters. Du Jincheng opened his mouth, but upon seeing Xiao Shiyan's resolute demeanor, he could only sigh inwardly, taking the household registration and leading the way outside. Du Jianyang followed suit, prompting Du Jincheng to frown. You should stay at home. Yet Du Jianyang cheerfully replied, I have my household page with me. I might as well transfer it back too, Dad. Du Jincheng intended to say more, but at that moment, someone passing by greeted them. Old Du, have relatives visiting? Du Jincheng smiled faintly, vaguely responding, yes, a relative has come. How could Xiao Shiyan allow him to brush it off so lightly? He had refrained from mentioning it earlier, believing it futile to discuss with the Du family. But now, addressing this aunt was tantamount to broadcasting it. Auntie, this is no mere relative. This is Mr. Du's biological son. Indeed, Du Jianyang is the true son of Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia, and he just returned today, only to drive me away. Shiyan. Upon hearing this, Du Jincheng's heart sank. Desperate to intervene, but Xiao Shiyan was as slippery as an eel, evading his grasp. The plump aunt, initially indifferent, who doesn't have relatives, began to take interest, perceiving them as affluent relatives. If they were poor, she would have avoided mingling, fearing they would borrow things without returning them. However, she was intrigued by the gossip surrounding the Du family, which might elevate her status within the local gossip circle. Moreover, if her memory served her right, her husband was in competition with Du Jincheng for a promotion. What is going on? Old Du, you must not make foolish decisions. I don't mean to speak ill of you, but that child, Shiyan, has suffered greatly in your household. The latter part of her statement trailed off. Yet it was sufficiently clear, resonating with unspoken implications. Xiao Shiyan and the aunt spoke loudly enough that neighbors, who had previously overheard tensions within the Du family, began to emerge, eager to ascertain the situation. Xiao Shiyan cleared his throat, seizing the opportunity to step forward and declare, the matter is as follows. Chapter 5, Transferring the Household Registration, Future plans, Xiao Shiyan remarked. I find myself rather perplexed. Early this morning, Xiao insisted that I clean the entire house. After several hours of diligent effort, I managed to tidy up every corner. Just as I settled down on the sofa to catch my breath, Xiao entered with a man, declaring him to be her son, while I was merely a child of another family. I was uncertain of the truth, as no authorities had come to investigate. However, the man's attire was quite luxurious, rivaling the expensive brands worn by Du Shizhu, suggesting a considerable price tag. My concern was not merely the situation at hand, but rather the fact that they had not sought the police's verification regarding whether our families had indeed swapped children. They handed me 100 yuan as compensation for my precious safety pendant, which I had been wearing proudly until Du Jianyong attempted to seize it, ultimately shattering it in the process. Subsequently, they insisted that I leave the Du household, while I intended to report to the police station and the local administrative office. Xiao Shiyan succinctly articulated the matter, revealing the sordid intentions of the Du family within just a few sentences. Aunt Fat stared wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaiming, "Xiao, could it be true? Knowing your greed, I never imagined you would go so far as to expel someone while demanding a thorough cleaning of your household." Indeed. 100 yuan? I observed that the young man, presumably Du Jianyong, was dressed in garments worth far more than that. Xiao Shiyan interjected at the opportune moment, mentioning that Du Jianyong had also brought back a wooden box, the contents of which remained a mystery. He had expressed a desire to see it, yet was denied the opportunity. Du Jianyong was infuriated, having not anticipated Xiao Shiyan's ruthless demeanor. He had been on the verge of revealing Xiao Shiyan's prestigious lineage, a combination of landowners and capitalists, yet the revelation of the wooden box could turn the tables. Should Xiao Shiyan encounter trouble, Du Jianyong would not fare well either. Others might speculate about the wealth he had allegedly brought back from the Xiao family. Aunt Fat, ever the eager accomplice, covered her mouth, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. Xiao Shiyan could not help but admire her talent for gossip. With a wounded gaze, he turned to Du Jincheng, suggesting, "Mr. Du, we ought to expedite the process of transferring the household registration, lest we encounter complications once the office closes." Du Jincheng was nearly beside himself with rage. It seemed Xiao Shiyan was intent on dragging the Du family down to the ground, wishing for their demise. Must you crumble to dust and still wish for others to suffer? Yet, at that moment, he could not voice further objections. Having finally emerged from the confines of the courtyard, Du Jincheng's expression was utterly stormy. "Xiao Shiyan, do you truly resent the Du family so deeply? I have cared for you for 16 years. Enough, Mr. Du, there is no need for such theatrics. I merely spoke the truth to prevent your manipulation. As for whether the Xiao family or the Chai family is mine, I remain uncertain. I have no desire for any news to leak from the compound, for the truth of the matter remains unknown to all. Should information surface, I would have no choice but to report it to the authorities and let them uncover the reality." "Are you threatening me?" Du Jincheng's gaze was stern as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Shiyan, a dangerous glint flickering in the depths of his expression. Yet, Xiao Shiyan appeared unfazed. "Mr. Do not forget that I returned from the countryside at the age of 6. And it was I who maintained the household cleanliness. Cooking and doing the laundry were also my responsibilities." Xiao Shiyan abruptly mentioned something seemingly unrelated. Du Jianyong felt indifferent. But Du Jincheng was taken aback. Having spent considerable time in this foreign enterprise, he had indeed engaged in some questionable activities. There were matters that simply could not be disclosed. Although he had been discreet, he occasionally conversed with Xiao, whether in monologue or by entrusting her with tasks. It was entirely possible that Xiao Shiyan had overheard something. If such information were to spread, it would also affect Du Jincheng. "Very well," he replied, suppressing further comments, his face darkening as he led Xiao Shiyan to the street office, where he initially presented a letter of introduction. The street office had not anticipated such a situation. However, they would not obstruct the process. With the parties present, what could they possibly say? After receiving the letter and certificate, they proceeded to the local police station's household registration department to obtain the necessary proof, successfully registering Xiao Shiyan's household. For the time being, his residence was established at the street office. Observing the street office's matron, Xiao Shiyan displayed a pained yet feigned resilient expression, saying, "Sister, I am unsure if I have been misplaced with Du Jianyong. Perhaps others have also been misidentified. May I temporarily remain at the street office? I shall endeavor to find employment swiftly and transfer my registration accordingly. Du Jincheng wished to offer further assistance if you lack a place for your household registration. You may stay at home for now. Once you secure a position, you can relocate your registration." Du Jianyong appeared somewhat flustered. Dad, how can you? Du Jincheng turned back, casting a fierce glare at Du Jianyong, a look brimming with exasperation. Xiao Shiyan was well aware that Du Jincheng's words were merely a tactic to delay him. In the future, he might resort to underhanded maneuvers. As long as there was a household registration book, he merely shook his head. Never mind. The street office is perfectly acceptable. It saves me from having to enter the compound again. I am no longer a son of the Du family. I cannot access such an esteemed residence. This cold sarcasm drew the staff's attention, causing them to cast sidelong glances at Du Jincheng. Although they were not from the same unit, there were still familiar faces among them. The matron, charmed by Xiao Shiyan's appeal and his poignant demeanor, immediately softened, readily agreeing. It's fine. If you do not have a unit to accept your registration, you may keep it at the street office for now. Du Jincheng's expression darkened instantly. After completing the matters at hand, he said not a word more and left with Du Jianyong. Xiao Shiyan remained unconcerned. After expressing gratitude to the staff at the street office and assuring them that he would soon be relocating his household registration, Xiao Shiyan turned to leave. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, it was inevitable that he would return to the countryside. The circumstances of the Xiao and Chai families were not solely derived from Du Jianyong's words. They resided vividly in my memory as well. Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing, the original parents, were both esteemed professors at Peking University. They had been sent down, and the family had not fared well. My prior threats merely provided a temporary respite for Du Jincheng. The Du family would not necessarily allow me to remain in the capital, particularly given the current situation. Aunt Fat would surely spread the tale after hearing it today. It was not solely for gossip. It also concerned Aunt Fat's husband, who seemed to be in competition with Du Jincheng. In my recollections, his assignment to the countryside had benefited Du Jincheng, allowing him to excel in this promotion. However, this time, the outcome was uncertain. Should Du Jincheng fail in his advancement, he would undoubtedly react with rage and seek retribution. Naturally, Xiao Shiyan had no intention of staying in the city. His identity as a landlord-s and capitalist-s offspring was akin to a ticking time bomb. It was wiser to hasten his departure to the countryside for safety. In a couple of years, all would be well. Furthermore, he needed to visit the Xiao family to uncover the truth about his origins and address a matter that required urgent attention. Chapter 6. Dining at the state-owned restaurant. Golden opportunity. Happy little town Xiao Shiyan withdrew an envelope from his messenger bag and opened it, revealing a paper within. A registration certificate from a match factory-s accountant was unveiled. With a sigh, Xiao Shiyan remarked that the job was indeed commendable, a position within an office. Yet, given his current identity, remaining in the city was not a prudent choice. It would have to be sold. A rumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. And feeling slightly embarrassed, he glanced around to ensure no one was paying him any mind. Soon, he spotted a state-owned restaurant ahead, a place he had only encountered in memories. After patting his belly, he quickened his pace and arrived at the entrance of the establishment. Looking up, he noticed a sign prominently displayed, stating that customers must not be assaulted without cause. Beside it was another large board detailing the day's offerings. Peking shredded pork, 1. 3 yuan, half a gene of meat ticket kung pao chicken, 1. 1 yuan, half a gene of meat ticket. Xiao Shiyan's gaze was drawn to these two meaty dishes. As for the vegetables, he paid little attention. While he recognized the necessity of a balanced diet, he viewed vegetables merely as flavor and color enhancers, essential for vitamins, but not particularly enjoyable on their own. The staple foods available included rice, 0, 5 gene, without grain ticket 0, 6 gene pork and scallion dumplings, 1. 1 yuan, half a gene of meat ticket. Additionally, there were options for rice that Xiao Shiyan chose to overlook. Before his arrival in this realm, he too had possessed extraordinary abilities, which ensured a basic sustenance of meals. He ordered a serving of Peking shredded pork, followed by kung pao chicken, and casually selected a vegetable dish, requesting half a gene of rice. After a moment's reflection, he decided to increase his order to a full gene. Additionally, he ordered half a pound of dumplings. Upon hearing Xiao Shiyan's order, the waitress scrutinized him, noticing his gaunt visage, and nodded in understanding of his substantial appetite. However, the skepticism in her gaze was unmistakable. Before she could speak, Xiao Shiyan produced 5 yuan along with a stack of tickets. The cash was his own, while the tickets had been retrieved from Du Jianyong's rattan box. Seeing this, the waitress promptly fell silent. He appeared affluent and genuinely famished, and any further remarks could only lead to unnecessary complications. The total amounted to 3 yuan 90, alongside 1.5 meat tickets. Xiao Shiyan quickly presented the corresponding tickets and a 5 yuan note. The waitress refrained from further comments, accepted the payment. In return, change consisting of 1 yuan and an additional 10 cents. To be honest, Xiao Shiyan had never encountered 10-cent tickets in his previous life. The prices in this era were reasonable, with even 1 and 2-cent tickets in circulation. He himself did not find the cost exorbitant, as in his former life. A meal featuring 3 dishes would easily amount to 100 yuan. Furthermore, having recently traversed into this world and discovered a significant sum in Du Jianyang's Rat-10 box, he had not meticulously counted, but estimated the stack to be at least 20,000 yuan. The Xiao family and the Chai family were indeed formidable. This was still after Du Jianyang had taken his share. Xiao Shiyan found it hard to believe that Du Jianyang could have seized all of the Xiao family's wealth. Those waiting outside for a chance to seize assets would not permit it. The Xiao family certainly had much more wealth awaiting them. Xiao Shiyan intended to investigate the situation and planned to retrieve the belongings once the Xiao couple had departed. He would not allow those asset-seizing individuals to profit. Table 7. Your meal, the waitress called, interrupting his thoughts. Xiao Shiyan quickly rose to collect his dishes, only to realize that in this era, waitstaff possessed little sense of service. The notion of serving food directly to the table was utterly foreign. One must be prepared to eat immediately upon collection. The sign overhead, which prohibited the unwarranted assault of customers, served as a constant reminder to all. Once he settled down with the meal, a pound of rice and half a pound of dumplings, Xiao Shiyan began to eat. It was indeed a generous portion. Given his hunger, he dove into the meal, yet he found that he had only consumed half a pound of rice and half the dumplings, leaving a considerable amount of food remaining. His stomach, however, was already signaling that he could consume no more. Xiao Shiyan smirked at himself, realizing he had overestimated both his appetite and digestive capacity. In the apocalyptic era, those with abilities had a remarkably high metabolism, necessitating larger quantities of food. Yet this body had only just awakened its powers and remained quite frail. While he could force himself to eat more, he feared the repercussions of an upset stomach. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Xiao Shiyan continued to eat slowly. To onlookers, his earlier haste would appear to stem from a deep hunger, but now that he was at least partially satiated, he could afford to display a degree of decorum. He pondered how to address the remaining food. In this day and age, many individuals bring their own lunchboxes to meals, often taking leftovers home. This resonates with memories from the past. However, in his haste to leave, and knowing that the Du family would certainly not provide him with a lunchbox, Xiao Shiyan swiftly packed a couple of outfits and departed. He intended to visit the Du residence that evening to clear out his belongings, confident that by then he would have everything he needed. Yet, that was a matter for the night. At present, he found himself in a predicament akin to a cook unable to prepare a meal due to a lack of ingredients. The space he had previously activated. Xiao Shiyan realized he had yet to explore his newfound realm and was uncertain of its contents, particularly if it held anything that could accommodate his meals. From his recollections, he knew the activated space contained a villa, stocked with various dining utensils. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The villa from his memories bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had inhabited during the apocalypse. Could it be? Xiao Shiyan delved into his consciousness, seeking to immerse himself in the space. However, what greeted him was a thatched cottage, enveloped in a shroud of white mist that obscured his vision entirely. He attempted to probe the mist with his mental energy, yet it dissipated upon contact, leaving no trace of disturbance. Wait, why had the villa from his memories vanished, replaced instead by a thatched cottage? A sense of peculiarity washed over him. Was this perhaps the result of a butterfly effect stemming from his crossing into this realm? Despite the continuity of the vessel, why had this activation yielded such an outcome? Was it a matter of unworthiness? Or perhaps he had activated it incorrectly? This situation felt strikingly reminiscent of the game Happy Little City that he had played during the apocalypse. A game designed for base development in that world. It had been immensely popular for alleviating stress. It commenced with a thatched cottage, gradually evolving based on one's creativity, incorporating an element of randomness. Was this the interface of that very game? Indeed, it felt as though he had regressed to a previous state. However, there did appear to be a set of dining utensils within this realm. Outside the thatched cottage, a well stood, providing water for cleansing, suitable for immediate use. Chapter 7. The Watchers Outside the Xiao Residence, by Yue Guang and Jiang Xinyan. Xiao Shiyan remained unperturbed as he experimented, discovering that his mental energy could manipulate the objects within Happy Little City, with the exception of the mist-shrouded areas. The thatched cottage comprised 2 rooms, one bedroom furnished with a wooden bed, a thin quilt, a buckwheat pillow, and a straw mat beneath. It was indeed austere, and Xiao Shiyan could not help but comment on its simplicity. Yet, he reassured himself that this was merely temporary. He would explore how to upgrade this space. Though he was unsure how the game's template had crossed over with him, he was certain that upgrades would follow. The living area adjacent to the bedroom contained nothing but a bare wooden table surrounded by 2 long benches. On the table rested a simple tea set, complete with a teapot and 2 cups, alongside a modest assortment of dishes, 4 plates, 2 bowls, and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Aside from this, there exists nothing else. Outside the thatched cottage lies a courtyard, enclosed by a fence, covering an area of approximately 10 square meters. In one corner of the yard, there is a well, devoid of even a bucket. Adjacent to it stands a trellis. This constitutes the entirety of the possessions in this quaint little town. Additionally, the money and jewelry that were previously retrieved from Du Jianyang's wooden box are displayed in the living room. Thankfully, there is nothing edible within. Otherwise, it would be laid directly on the ground, rendering it inedible. After surveying the situation, Xiao Shiyan contemplated his need to venture into the countryside. Recognizing the potential utility of this charming town, cultivating crops within the 10-square-meter yard is certainly impractical. Thus, he considers planting some fruits and medicinal herbs. However, the herbs can wait, as they take too long to yield results. A selection of fruits and vegetables would suffice. Perhaps he could also raise a few chickens and ducks. If feasible, he might even keep some rabbits. In this era of scarce meat supply, the eggs from chickens and ducks would be among the few sources of protein available. Rabbits breed quickly and could also be raised. His personal space is relatively clean, alleviating concerns about the rabbits contracting diarrhea, thus ensuring safety. As this game translates into reality, Xiao Shiyan is uncertain whether raising animals in this little town would provide any advantages, so he can only plan accordingly for now. He must first visit the Agricultural Technology Station or the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to ascertain the availability of seeds. While seeds for grains are not urgent, it would be prudent to inquire. Vegetables and fruits, on the other hand, can be checked on. It is now 1973, and the situation has indeed eased considerably. Xiao Shiyan finds it peculiar. Despite the impending conclusion of this tumultuous period, the Xiao couple had not encountered misfortune during the earlier years of tension. Yet here they are, in 1973, when conditions have relaxed, and they find themselves sent down to the countryside. Xiao Shiyan can only remark that when fortune frowns, even drinking water can be fraught with difficulty. With a preliminary plan established, he quietly, when unnoticed, placed the remaining food and dumplings into a plate in the living room of the charming little town. There was no need to collect the bowls and chopsticks. He simply rose and departed. Had he truly finished everything? What a glutton! Consuming so much yet remaining so slender. Who could afford to feed such an appetite? Such remarks trailed behind him. Xiao Shiyan paid them no mind. Had he been concerned with others' perceptions and judgments, he would have long succumbed in the apocalyptic world. Exiting the state-run restaurant, Xiao Shiyan intended to visit the Xiao residence. The Du family's compound is located on the outskirts, towards the urban-rural fringe. In contrast, the Xiao household resides in the Xiqing district, near the quadrangle courtyard along Chang'an Street. The eastern district is affluent, while the western district is esteemed. The Xiao family possesses a 3-entry courtyard here, a testament to their wealth. This is merely one of the several courtyards left by the Xiao family, according to memory. It seems they have surrendered numerous courtyards, lands, and factories. In the recollections of the original self, many classmates discuss this matter, with some expressing envy, others jealousy, and some relishing the misfortune of others, an array of sentiments indeed. I never anticipated that one day I would become an object of envy and jealousy in the eyes of others. It is truly unfortunate that he could not partake in the wealth of the Xiao family. However, now that the Xiao family is in distress, he is bound to share in their hardships. Xiao Shiyan finds himself at a loss for words. After all, he owes them a debt of gratitude. The Xiao couple did not exploit him as Du Jiancheng did. Moreover, the circumstances of the Xiao family are significantly more favorable than those of the Du family, which only began to gain prominence in recent years. In earlier times, the Du household faced considerable financial strain. The Xiao family certainly did not send their son to Du Jiancheng out of foresight regarding his potential, especially considering the vast wealth and elevated status they possessed compared to him. At that time, Du Jiancheng was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Xiao family. Upon arriving at the bus stop, Xiao Shiyan had a stroke of good fortune and was greeted by an oncoming bus. Yet, his luck was short-lived as he was soon confronted with the notorious congestion of the capital's public transportation system, an issue beyond mere chance. After a bumpy ride, He reached the vicinity of Chang'an Avenue. Guided by his recollections and the descriptions from others, he approached the courtyard of the Xiao family. Indeed, there were guards stationed outside. It was likely that the Xiao couple had been restricted in their movements. Gaining entry would not be a simple task. Fortunately, with his spatial abilities, traversing short distances through walls was not a challenge. However, entering during daylight posed its own difficulties. Observing the guards, he noted that they appeared to be military personnel, rather than members of any local gang. This peculiar situation stirred a sense of unease within Xiao Shiyan. It was still early, just past noon, and he resolved to seek out a few of his scarce friends first. He needed to secure an alibi to ensure the smooth execution of his plans for the evening, free from suspicion. Additionally, he would soon be departing, and some farewells ought to be made promptly. Perhaps he could also resolve some work-related matters in the process. Making his way to the entrance of a courtyard in the Dongqing district, Xiao Shiyan navigated through the familiar procedure of registering with the gatekeeper, who granted him access. In the capital, he had 3 close friends, 2 of whom resided in this very compound. A few years prior, Gu Xiqing had guided him through the registration process here, ensuring that he could enter without difficulty. Additionally, Jiang Xichao also lived in this courtyard. Among their group of 4, or rather, their quartet of companions, was another friend, Lu Xiaowei, who lived in a nearby compound. Ironically, the Du family, to which he originally belonged, was the least esteemed among them. Nevertheless, Xiao Shiyan was not one to engage in sycophancy. He maintained a pleasant demeanor, and the 4 enjoyed each other's company well. Just as he was about to enter, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Du Shiyan? Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow momentarily, but quickly replaced it with a bright smile. What brings you here? Are you looking for me? Her smile was wide, yet her gaze scanned him up and down, as if searching for something. Chapter 8. The True Face of Jiang Xinyan. I have been expelled from the courtyard. Xiao Shiyan wore a wry smile, inwardly mocking himself. The original owner was indeed naively innocent. The Du family treated him with palpable indifference. The only time they showed him a modicum of kindness was when they needed something from him. Thus, when he encountered Jiang Xinyan, who showered him with affection and opened her heart to him, the original owner yearned to offer her his very essence. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xinyan was merely a confidant, one who spoke sweetly but had never taken any substantial action for him over the years. It was a case of benefit without cost. With this realization, a sardonic smile crept onto Xiao Shiyan's lips as he grimaced and addressed Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan, I have been cast out by my family. What? Jiang Xinyan was still searching for the treasures Xiao Shiyan might have brought her. Truth be told, she was not favored in her household, despite residing in this grand courtyard. Her family occupied the lowest echelon. Jiang Xinyan was not the daughter of any high-ranking official. Her mother was merely a maidservant to a certain official within the courtyard. Even during these tumultuous times, some privileged officials were permitted to retain domestic help, living amidst opulence. Jiang Xinyan had no desire to return to the countryside and fade into obscurity. Although she possessed an appealing appearance, capable of achieving an admirable beauty with the right adornments, her family status was rather dismal. Everyone in the courtyard was aware of Jiang Xinyan's circumstances, thus she found herself unable to attract suitors. Despite her commendable skills in tea art, fate intervened when she crossed paths with Xiao Shiyan, a friend of Gu Xiqing, and learned of his lineage. Yet he too was not held in high regard. This led her to adopt the role of a supportive sister, dispensing platitudes such as, "Your parents do love you." Their expectations stem from their deep affection, and great responsibilities are bestowed upon those destined to endure hardship. From that moment on, Jiang Xinyan became the original owner's guiding light, demanding unwavering devotion. The earnings he managed to secure and the treasures he acquired were largely funneled into her hands. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan's gaze flitted around, perhaps expecting Xiao Shiyan to present her with yet another delightful gift. Little did she know, he came not bearing offerings, but with grave news. You've been expelled? Have you angered your parents? Jiang Xinyan's tone was laced with urgency and a hint of reproach, as if Xiao Shiyan had committed an unforgivable act that jeopardized her own comfort. How could he not support her? Without his help, how could she enjoy her current leisurely existence? It must be said that the original owner was indeed remarkable. Although the Du family held little affection for him, he still toiled tirelessly within their household. He excelled academically, took on odd jobs, and even dabbled in translation, accumulating a modest fortune. He had saved up a decent sum, which he often used to purchase gifts for Jiang Xinyan. Xiao Shiyan's expression darkened instantly. Original owner, have you been too submissive? In the end, a sycophant is left with nothing, my friend. Moreover, most of the money he earned was handed over to Jiang Xinyan. From the outset, Jiang Xinyan was compelled to assist her mother with numerous household chores, but now, she finds herself free from such obligations. Each day, she adorns herself beautifully, meandering throughout the courtyard. Her delicate hands, smooth and pristine, bear the traces of countless applications of clam oil and whitening cream. All of this, indeed, comes at the cost borne by her original self. Perhaps sensing the shifting emotions on Xiao Shiyan's face, Jiang Xinyan felt a pang in her heart. As if something precious had slipped away from her grasp, she hurriedly composed her expression and stepped forward, attempting to grasp Xiao Shiyan's hand, only to be met with his withdrawal. Faced with the green tea bitch before him, Xiao Shiyan had no inclination to engage in any form of entanglement. The notion of a bad girl was irrelevant in this era. Should he dare to delve deeper, Jiang Xinyan would undoubtedly cling to him. If he were truly cast out from the courtyard, she might even have the audacity to send him packing. The dynamics between men and women were indeed serious matters. Xiao Shiyan took a step back, allowing Jiang Xinyan to miss her chance, and the astonishment that flashed across her face was unmistakable. The change in Jiang Xinyan's expression was akin to the rapid and diverse transformations of the Sichuan opera, even more swift and intricate. Though her heart simmered with anger, Jiang Xinyan maintained her facade as the warm-hearted sister, offering words of comfort. "Shiyan, please do not be upset. Did I not tell you? The deeper the love, the harsher the expectations. Your parents undoubtedly wish to cultivate you. It is said that emperors favor their eldest sons while commoners cherish their youngest. And as the youngest son of the Du family, how could they not adore you? All of this is intended to temper you, to foster your growth. Look, have you not performed admirably over the years?" Performed admirably indeed, Xiao Shiyan thought bitterly, having served as a caretaker at home, toiling tirelessly for the family. When he ventured out to earn some money, aside from tuition and a meager living allowance, everything else was given to them. Meanwhile, the original self languished in malnutrition. A mere shadow of a person, shockingly thin. "Forget about you. I too desire such a devoted admirer," he mused internally. Xiao Shiyan scoffed silently, yet outwardly remained composed. Anger would not resolve his dilemmas. Fortunately, Jiang Xinyan, in her quest to embody the role of a confidant, meticulously recorded promissory notes every time Xiao Shiyan lent her money. These notes were preserved as tokens of their connection and sentiment, kept securely within her crossbody bag. With a troubled expression, Xiao Shi then remarked, "It's not what you've said that I fail to comprehend. The Du family has always known I am not their biological son, which is why they have never favored me. By the way, I have been expelled from the courtyard, with nowhere to reside and not even a penny for food. Could you possibly return the money you borrowed from me?" "What? Repay the money? That is utterly impossible. I could never repay you in this lifetime." Jiang Xinyan's countenance shifted dramatically. "You are not the biological son of the Du family? No wonder." She too found it perplexing. The members of the Du family were all rather average in appearance, certainly not unattractive, but hardly remarkable. How could such a striking figure as Xiao Shiyan emerge from them? A true paragon of handsomeness within the capital, coupled with exceptional abilities? The Du family's lack of affection and support, even outright suppression, suddenly made sense. How peculiar indeed. Yet, with Xiao Shiyan cast out, it appeared he had lost any value for their utilization. Xiao Shiyan is indeed handsome, and Jiang Xinyan has contemplated whether marrying him would be a good idea, for he is quite pleasing to the eye. Living together, aesthetic appeal holds significant importance. Xiao Shiyan possesses commendable abilities, ensuring a comfortable life post-marriage. However, since he is not a son of the Du family and has been expelled from the estate, his value diminishes considerably. Although Xiao Shiyan was not favored before, the title of being a son of the Du family still held weight, as he was part of the elite circle. Now, having been cast out, he is reduced to the status of a commoner, perhaps even less than that. While Jiang Xinyan is drawn to attractive appearances, her heart yearns more for wealth and grandeur. "Xiao Shiyan, we share no bond. We have merely crossed paths a few times. Yet, you have given me an IOU. Look, Chapter 9. At least it's not a complete failure. Do not worry, I have a job." Jiang Xinyan's voice abruptly ceased. Upon seeing the IOU that Xiao Shiyan was waving, she hurriedly stepped forward, intent on reclaiming the document she had written. She wished she could traverse back in time and slap her past self for writing that IOU. Clearly, Xiao Shiyan had already settled the matter, requiring no such promise from her. Still, she had taken the initiative to draft one to maintain the facade. If Xiao Shiyan approached her with that IOU, repayment would be unavoidable. Jiang Xinyan's attempt was doomed from the outset. Xiao Shiyan merely stepped back, allowing her to rush past him. Her inertia propelling her forward to the brink of a fall, nearly landing in a most undignified manner. "What are you doing?" A man rushed over to assist Xiao Shiyan, glaring at Xiao Shiyan with indignation. "Du Zhong?" Xiao Shiyan was rendered speechless. He recognized yet another one of Jiang Xinyan's sycophants. His background was hardly distinguished, not even qualifying him as a member of the elite. His parents worked as cleaners in the estate, residing in a row of temporary houses behind it. Previously, Du Zhong had looked down upon Xiao Shiyan, questioning the merit of his noble lineage, for his life was not superior to his own. He too was enamored with Jiang Xinyan, often seething with jealousy when he observed her growing closer to Xiao Shiyan. Now, witnessing their discord, he eagerly rushed in, ready to play the gallant protector. Xiao Shiyan regarded him with amusement. Are today's young men truly this foolish? Perhaps their experiences are simply too limited. Unlike those in later generations, where various platforms expose every type of character, leaving no room for deceitful pretenses. As Du Zhong swung a punch, Xiao Shiyan evaded it, waving the IOU. "This is the document Jiang Xinyan wrote when borrowing money. I now wish to reclaim the loan. Otherwise, will you settle it for her? Perhaps she will find your display of masculinity appealing and develop feelings for you." Jiang Xinyan frowned. Ever since earlier, Xiao Shiyan's behavior had been peculiar. He had once been infatuated with her, and with just a few casual words of encouragement, he would eagerly assist her. Whenever he came into money, he would find ways to shower her with gifts, including the exquisite dress she wore, which cost over 100, a sum she could never afford. Regrettably, these precious items, which she sought to showcase her character of being unready and as pure as a flower, were always accompanied by her written promissory notes. In the past, Xiao Shiyan would certainly not have demanded repayment from her. Thus, these notes were essentially futile. She believed that Xiao Shiyan, being so earnest towards her, would never hold such leverage against her. Little did she know, Xiao Shiyan, for reasons unbeknownst to her, had inexplicably retained the promissory note. Wasn't that amount close to 1,000 yuan? How could she possibly repay it? Jiang Xinyan could hardly believe that Xiao Shiyan had lost his affection for her. Moreover, she mused that if Du Zhong could assist her in repaying the debt, she would reward him with a few more smiles. Marrying Du Zhong was out of the question. He was merely the son of a cleaner, unworthy of her. Jiang Xinyan was destined to become a cadre's wife. A mere glance confirmed for both Jiang Xinyan and Du Zhong that it was indeed Jiang Xinyan's handwriting, complete with her fingerprint. Du Zhong beheld the note with an amount inscribed, 130 yuan and 75 cents. Such a precise sum. Could it possibly be the price of the blouse Jiang Xinyan was wearing? Du Zhong recalled that this blouse had been purchased just a few days prior, and the promissory note had also been written around the same time, aligning perfectly with the figures. In that moment, Du Zhong was at a loss for how to proceed. He could only blush and say, Du Shiyan. After all, you share the surname Du. How could you have the heart to reclaim a gift intended for a girl? Jiang Xinyan nodded in agreement with this sentiment. It was clear that the items had been willingly given to her. Why should she feel obligated to repay? Xiao Shiyan retorted. But Jiang Xinyan herself insisted on repaying me. Look, this promissory note was written at her own volition. That signifies her intention to repay. I am now in dire straits. Without money for food or shelter, if I do not inquire of her, to whom shall I turn? If you are so capable, why don't you help her repay? I have dozens of her promissory notes from over the years. Which one do you intend to help her with? Or do you plan to clear all of them? Du Zhong was rendered speechless by the inquiry. Where would he find the means to settle any debts? His parents were merely ordinary cleaners, earning a meager sum each month. Beyond providing for his basic needs, he also had to support his hometown, leaving him with little to spare. Some of what he had earned was spent on himself, while a portion had been devoted to Jiang Xinyan. His pockets were emptier than his face. Jiang Xinyan's hopes morphed into disappointment. Yet she was resolute in her desire not to repay. Just as Jiang Xinyan found herself in a quandary, uncertain of her next move, a voice rang out, Shiyan. What brings you here? Turning around, Xiao Shiyan saw Gu Xiqing approaching from a distance. As Xiao Shiyan turned, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Xinyan quietly slipping away. He understood that retrieving the debt from Jiang Xinyan was not feasible at the moment, given the good relations between Jiang Xinyan's mother and the esteemed elder. Approaching them directly would yield no results, and he might even risk having the promissory notes taken from him. Without evidence, who could substantiate that Jiang Xinyan had borrowed money from him? This matter would require careful consideration over time. Thankfully, with my extraordinary abilities at hand, reclaiming what is owed would not pose a considerable challenge. It is not appropriate to retrieve it openly, yet the promissory note remains, destined to be of use one day. At this moment, Gu Xiqing approached, puzzled. What is wrong with Jiang Xinyan? Xiao Shiyan shook his head, dismissing the concern. It's nothing. Regardless, I am here to seek you out. I have matters to discuss with you. Very well, let us return to my home first. On the way, Xiao Shiyan casually revealed his situation. I am not the biological son of the Du family. What? Gu Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by that? It's nothing significant. Xiao Shiyan appeared rather indifferent, as if it were a trivial matter. It may very well be that 16 years ago, during childbirth, the two mothers were mistakenly swapped in the hospital. He genuinely did not seem to care much about this, thus speaking of it without the slightest burden. Yet, Gu Xiqing listened with rapt attention, as if engrossed in a narrative, repeatedly asking, "You're not jesting with me, are you?" Xiao Shiyan replied, somewhat exasperated. "Do you think I would joke about something so serious? The matter is indeed true." Gu Xiqing sighed, his gaze toward Xiao Shiyan shifting to one of resignation. "So, what do you intend to do? You've been cast out, with nowhere to stay, correct? Come to my home. I would never allow you to be homeless. At the very least, you should have a place to reside and food to eat. That is what friends are for." Xiao Shiyan felt a sense of gratitude. After all, the original persona was not a total failure. Although his family turned out to be ungrateful and his beloved was untrustworthy, this friend was sincere. "I merely need a place to stay for a couple of days. But you need not worry about me. The job we applied for earlier, I have secured it." Chapter 10. Are you out of your mind? Planning to go to the countryside? Xiao Shiyan noticed that upon hearing he had landed a job, Gu Xiqing visibly relaxed. This was not due to Gu Xiqing's lack of desire for his previous words to materialize. After all, he was merely a child yet to enter the workforce. The Gu family, after all, was led by Gu Xiqing's parents, and his identity was somewhat sensitive. Xiao Shiyan continued, "However, I do not intend to report for duty. I wish to sell the position." "What? Sell it?" Gu Xiqing's voice suddenly rose before he quickly covered his mouth, glancing around. Seizing the moment while others were unaware, he hurriedly pulled Xiao Shiyan away. However, halfway, Xiao Shiyan turned Gu Xiqing toward a pavilion by the lake. Xiao Shiyan recounted his situation, although the truth remains uncertain. "Du Jianyang mentioned that I bear some resemblance to both Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. Most likely, my origins are not commendable." Xiao Shiyan let out a wry smile. "Given this, coming to your home seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Xiao Shiyan had alternatives, although he lacked a formal introduction letter. He could find a place to rest in the happy little town. Yet, he sought an alibi to facilitate certain matters he needed to address. He had to visit the Xiao family, and he also needed to vacate the Du residence. Moreover, he could not simply let matters concerning Jiang Xinyan rest. Gu Xiqing quickly interjected, "Do not say such things. Just stay comfortably at my home." After a brief pause, Gu Xiqing expressed his concern to Xiao Shiyan, saying, "But what will you do in the future? Perhaps you should keep your job. After all, you did not grow up in the Xiao family, so it should not matter. Right? You earned your place through your own merit." In truth, Gu Xiqing had also taken that examination. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew that there was no way he could succeed alongside others. Xiao Shiyan had indeed checked the list early that morning and received his admission notice, but before he could share the good news with the Du family, this unfortunate incident occurred. Xiao Shiyan shook his head. "It doesn't matter. My background is something I cannot deny. With the Xiao family's parents being sent away, do you think I can remain safely in the city? The Du family would never allow it. Moreover, Du Jianyang will undoubtedly target my position. You must understand. Some individuals would rather destroy what they cannot possess than allow it to remain with others." Gu Xiqing fell silent for a moment. Had it been in their childhood, he would not have thought this way. Yet, over the years, the dynamics between fathers and sons, mentors and students, had unfolded repeatedly. In their compound, such occurrences were no longer rare. Xiao Shiyan smiled and remarked, "Since you are currently unemployed, why not consider purchasing my position? It would save me the trouble of seeking an outside buyer. Don't overthink it. You are my friend, and I would rather give you the opportunity than someone else. If it makes you uncomfortable, just prepare some essentials for me. I plan to register for the countryside tomorrow." "What? No way," Gu Xiqing exclaimed in a hushed tone. "Have you lost your mind? Even at this juncture, you still don't comprehend the situation in the countryside? Those who have gone from our compound are not few, and anyone with the means would wish to return. Just look at how emaciated those who cannot return have become." Xiao Shiyan was well aware that going to the countryside was no blessing. Yet, for him, it provided a means to evade the turmoil in the capital. Furthermore, he possessed extraordinary abilities and considerable strength, making the countryside a feasible option. Besides, he envisioned a life in a blissful little town, raising chickens, ducks, and rabbits, cultivating fruits, and growing sweet potatoes. Life would not be unbearable. With some funds, he could stockpile rice and flour. He was skilled in the kitchen, so life in the countryside would not be difficult for him. You need not say more. My situation in the capital poses an inherent danger. Leaving would ensure my safety. The troubles in the countryside are certainly less severe than those in the capital. Especially in recent years, the four-member group is not as reckless as before. Or perhaps they are even more reckless, but they no longer hold the advantage they once did. The turmoil has diminished considerably. However, remaining in the capital still invites significant risk. I refuse to take that chance. Gu Xiqing contemplated for a moment and ultimately conceded that Xiao Shiyan's considerations were indeed more comprehensive than his own. Let us go home first. For the next few days, before you head to the countryside, stay at my place. I will think of a way to talk to my parents about your job. I will certainly strive to secure you more funds and tickets. I will also arrange for some military tickets, which are universally accepted. When you go down to serve as an educated youth, tickets will surely be in short supply. Do not worry. We shall all lend you our support. Though Gu Xiqing tends to ramble, Xiao Shiyan finds him to be a rather commendable friend. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. Although he has yet to see the tangible form of their bond, Xiao Shiyan understands Gu Xiqing's character well. Upon meeting Gu Xiqing, he perceives the sincerity behind his words. Arriving at the house, Gu Xiqing's mother greets Xiao Shiyan with familiarity. Shiyan, come in and make yourself comfortable, she invites. Xiao Shiyan smiles, feeling no embarrassment. After all, he does not intend to stay long, just a couple of days before heading to the countryside. Gu Xiqing, however, appears somewhat peculiar, prompting Gu's mother to express her curiosity. Once Xiao Shiyan is seated, Gu Xiqing retreats to the kitchen and exchanges a few words with his mother. Xiao Shiyan can hear the exclamations and urgent tones emerging from the kitchen, but refrains from eavesdropping on their conversation. Before long, Gu's mother emerges with a bowl of brown sugar eggs, addressing Xiao Shiyan. Shiyan, do not overthink things. Your situation is somewhat known to me. Your desire to go to the countryside is a wise choice. It is not that I look down upon you or fear for your safety, but rather an acknowledgement of your circumstances. Rest assured, you shall stay here before your departure to the countryside. As Gu Xiqing mentioned, you are his friend, and we shall ensure you are well cared for. My husband and I will provide you with extra money and tickets. Should you encounter any difficulties or require assistance once you are in the countryside, feel free to ask. Remember, you and Gu Xiqing are the best of friends. At this moment, Gu's mother reflects on the nature of the youth from their compound. They are all too familiar with the reputation of these boys, charming when spoken of kindly. Yet when described less favorably, they resemble ruffians wandering the streets without purpose. It is thanks to the friendship with Xiao Shiyan that Gu Xiqing and his companions have gradually improved, even if they have yet to find employment. Their academic performances have notably increased. At the very least, they have ceased engaging in fights, which is what Gu's mother fears most. Such altercations are common among these rascals. And should a serious incident arise, there would be no room for regret. Xiao Shiyan sincerely expresses his gratitude, even though he may not particularly need such assistance. Nonetheless, he graciously accepts their kindness, intending to reciprocate in the future. Thank you, Auntie, he says. No need to mention it. Just settle in comfortably. Chapter 11. Preparing supplies and purchasing power after consuming the brown sugar eggs. Xiao Shiyan cannot help but find them excessively sweet. He enjoys desserts but prefers them to be moderately sweet and in moderation. Yet, this body seems to relish the flavor, leaving him in a state of contradiction. It must be that the body lacks certain nutrients, as he simultaneously feels overwhelmed yet delighted by the dish. The bowl contained 2 eggs, with a generous amount of brown sugar. This indicates that Gu's mother harbors no prejudice against him, and perhaps even holds a fondness for him. Xiao Shiyan recognizes that this warmth stems from the past when Gu Xiqing and his friends would loiter aimlessly and engage in brawls. It was through their friendship with him that they gradually began to turn their lives around. Gu's mother undoubtedly felt a sense of gratitude. At an opportune moment, Xiao Shiyan expressed a request. Let us register for the countryside tomorrow. I will first procure some supplies for the trip. He added, by the way, Auntie, I have secured a position as the accountant for the match factory. Mentioning work seemed to invigorate Gu's mother, her eyes reflecting a newfound relaxation. Xiao Shiyan understood her sentiment. Despite his intention to leave for the countryside the following day, lingering at home was not an option. His background, after all, posed certain complications. It was only natural for Gu's mother to harbor such thoughts. The fact that she had not turned him away indicated her belief in his good intentions. Allowing him to stay for a few days was already a generous act, considering he was merely a friend of her son, not a relative. All right, Xiqing. Accompany Shiyan to purchase the necessary items. There is much to acquire. By the way, Shiyan, which area do you intend to visit? I will ask your uncle to assist with the arrangements. She continued, moreover, regarding your job, do not fret. Xiqing has just informed me about it. I will discuss it with your uncle, ensuring that we allocate extra funds and tickets for you, along with the supplies for your trip. Do not worry, my child. Xiao Shiyan expressed his gratitude, but was soon pulled outside by Gu Xiqing. Once outside, Xiqing remarked with a hint of annoyance, enough with the thanks. I can hardly bear it. Aren't we supposed to go shopping? Come on, I'll accompany you to the supply cooperative. But do you have the tickets? Xiao Shiyan produced a handful of tickets, waving them slightly as he replied, as you know, I occasionally take on translation work. Although the pay is modest, I have earned some money in tickets. Speaking of translation, Xiao Shiyan had previously learned Russian from an elderly Russian man and could handle some translation assignments. He was also proficient in English and Japanese, and perhaps in the future, he could pursue work in this field as a legitimate source of income. Reflecting on the post-reform era, he pondered whether he should open a supermarket, as it would allow him to procure goods freely from the happy small town. Yet, how would this town upgrade? Without upgrades, where would he source his supplies? In the game of happy small town, one needed to earn coins to level up. However, at present, he was confined to a thatched hut, lacking even the most basic breakfast stall. In fact, he could not even step outside. He had tried before, but the surroundings were shrouded in mist, and his mental fortitude could not penetrate it. How could one amass coins within just that thatched hut? Moreover, he had yet to discover any options for recycling. Now was not the time to contemplate acquiring special abilities. With a cross-body bag slung over his shoulder, Xiao Shiyan followed Gu Xiqing outward. When the topic of translation arose, Gu Xiqing fell silent for a moment. He had always believed that it was due to his introduction of Jiang Xinyan to Xiao Shiyan that the latter's already troubled life had become even more difficult. Although Xiao Shiyan seemed to accept it willingly, Gu Xiqing felt a lingering sense of guilt. Shiyan, there is something I'm uncertain about expressing. He hesitated, then resolutely continued. Even if it angers you, I must say this. Jiang Xinyan is not a good person. Xiao Shiyan looked at Gu Xiqing with amusement, responding, Then why did you introduce her to me? In truth, as Xiao Shiyan reflected on the matter, he realized that Jiang Xinyan was likely the one orchestrating everything. A woman seeking to connect with a man who has faced setbacks can effortlessly display her warm-hearted nature and embody the role of a confidant. Even in the absence of Gu Xiqing, Jiang Xinyan could easily accomplish this. Gu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Shiyan burst into laughter, exclaiming, It's nothing, in truth. I don't harbor that many feelings for her. I merely believe that life ought to have a goal. However, it cannot be Jiang Xinyan that I pursue as a target. Before I introduced her to you, I thought she was quite admirable, resilient, and self-sufficient, but upon presenting her to you, I have come to see her true character. She is not a good person. Gu Xiqing's upbringing only allowed him to utter a single disparaging remark. She is not a good person. Xiao Shiyan was reluctant to acknowledge the servile demeanor of his former self, as admitting it would tarnish his own reputation. The remnants of that past self lingered, leaving an ingrained impression upon him. Thus, Xiao Shiyan resorted to a feeble defense. I never regarded her as a goal. I merely view her as a source of motivation to inspire my own learning. You see, it was only after that incident that I took up Russian and achieved the requisite proficiency in translation. Although Gu Xiqing sensed something amiss, he was swayed by the sincerity reflected in Xiao Shiyan's demeanor. Come now, do not doubt me. I once had a place to stay and was not lacking in funds. So I lent her a bit. Today, having been expelled from the courtyard, I brought her IOU to demand repayment. You see, when you previously encountered me, I was just about to inquire with her. Really? Observing Gu Xiqing's earnestness and palpable relief, Xiao Shiyan recognized that this was indeed a true friend. A true friend contemplates your well-being rather than merely observing indifferently, or worse, exacerbating your troubles. Of course it is true, though regrettably, I did not receive anything in return. It seems rather difficult to obtain. Why? While I find it unremarkable that her mother works as a housekeeper for others, it strikes me as peculiar that she also brought her daughter along. Xiao Shiyan did not elaborate further, and Gu Xiqing remained perplexed. Xiao Shiyan chose to withhold additional commentary, wishing not to taint Gu Xiqing's perspective. As the two arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, they were inclined to purchase various items. Let us acquire a porcelain cup. Whether for drinking water or brushing teeth, it is essential. 2 bars of soap, necessary for both bathing and laundry. What about scented soap? Perhaps we should economize and stick with regular soap. Towels? Do you possess a towel? Should we buy one? As they passed through the aisles, Gu Xiqing felt that Xiao Shiyan needed these items, yet he deliberated carefully, ultimately deciding to purchase 2 bars of soap while foregoing the scented variety. Xiao Shiyan wished to suggest that bathing and laundry should ideally be kept separate, but Gu Xiqing's remarks led him off track. Consequently, after their shopping excursion, Xiao Shiyan found his hands laden with numerous items, having spent over 20 coins. However, considering the abundance of goods acquired, he felt that money still held considerable purchasing power in this era. Are there any defective fabrics available? Cotton cloth, 70 cents per foot, no tickets required. Chapter 12, Big Brother, let us go to the northeast. The moment the salesperson uttered those words, Gu Xiqing immediately sprang into action, rushing inside. Meanwhile, numerous women bustling about, engaged in their shopping, swiftly converged from all directions, racing towards that particular spot. Shiyan, hurry up, Gu Xiqing's voice echoed, having already dashed several meters ahead. At this moment, Xiao Shiyan was somewhat delayed in his approach. He hastily grasped his belongings, eager to follow, yet the weight of his items hindered him. Ultimately, he could only stand there with a wry smile, awaiting Gu Xiqing's return. Before long, Gu Xiqing reappeared, triumphantly displaying his spoils. You were far too slow. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, that entire roll of fabric would have slipped away. Quick reflexes? Do you even hear yourself? Xiao Shiyan chuckled, yet felt touched as Gu Xiqing stuffed the fabric into his arms. No need for that. I have enough. Once you emerged, how many garments did you truly possess? You hardly had any clothes to begin with. And where do you plan to go for your rural experience? We must consider your destination when purchasing supplies. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Shiyan replied, let's head to the northeast. You must think this through. Weren't you always terrified of the cold? The northeast is far chillier than our region. Perhaps the south would be a better choice? I've heard winters there are quite mild, requiring no heavy coats. Gu Xiqing's heart raced at the thought, as if he himself yearned for the countryside experience. Don't act impulsively. The rural life is not as idyllic as it seems. Xiao Shiyan cautioned, quickly adding, I know the northeast is cold, but I've heard that winter there can last up to 6 months, which is less exhausting than the south. And do you really believe that all of the south is warm? Some areas, like western Hunan and western Jiangxi, are brutally cold in winter. It's a damp cold, often described as a magical assault, far worse than the dry chill of the north. Xiao Shiyan glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before daring to utter the word magic. Gu Xiqing was startled, checking his surroundings as well. And once assured of their privacy, he sighed in relief, saying, in that case, let us proceed to the northeast. We are both inexperienced in field work, and it remains uncertain if you can handle such labor. However, fret not, I shall send you money. Xiao Shiyan, however, held no illusions. There is no need. You've just begun working as an apprentice. You'll only earn a meager 18 yuan a month. Better to save it for yourself. I have sold my work and can also take on translation jobs. Although my translation fees have decreased, I have been granted additional tickets. I will surely manage well. There is no need for you to worry about me. While he was uncertain about how to upgrade his happiness in the small town, he figured it might take a considerable amount of time to discover it. Yet, with that one courtyard and a house to serve as his warehouse, he could earn money both simply and swiftly. This evening, he planned to visit the Du family. The Xiao family must have something as well. He would also make a trip to Jiang Xinyan's place. There was no way he would leave empty-handed. Moreover, there were the directors from the Tail-Cutting Association. Rather than letting them benefit, he preferred to profit himself. Just then, Xiao Shiyan felt a subtle shift, as if the happiness in the small town had stirred. A question arose. Could resources be consumed to unlock functional buildings? Xiao Shiyan was momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively agreed in his mind. Then, before his eyes, the mist dissipated, at least partially. The gate to his small courtyard now stood ajar. Outside, there was a modest stall adorned with a sign, Wu Dalan sesame cake stand. Xiao Shiyan had not anticipated that this blissful little town would upgrade in such a manner. He searched meticulously and soon realized that 2 of the golden ornaments he had brought back from Du Jianyong had vanished. It seemed that gold was required for upgrades. But where would he procure such an abundance of gold? This was merely a small stall, yet it had already consumed 2 golden ornaments. What about the entire street? And the need to upgrade housing and storefronts? To transform this into a true small town would require an unimaginable amount of gold. Fortunately, at that moment, another message echoed in his mind. Each sesame cake sold for 5 gold coins, accompanied by a tax of 1 gold coin per cake sold. Xiao Shiyan breathed a sigh of relief but was soon apprehensive again. Wait, with only myself as a customer, do I need to purchase sesame cakes first? Only for the stall to pay taxes? How many cakes would I have to eat? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cartoon character materialized, emerging from the mist. After lingering for a moment, it purchased 2 sesame cakes. Xiao Shiyan then noticed a panel had appeared in the upper right corner of the happy little town. Balance, 2 gold coins. Phew. This was indeed beginning to resemble a game. However, it alleviated some of his troubles. As long as this gold coin could be sourced from elsewhere, without requiring him to recharge from outside, it would greatly simplify matters. Just in this brief moment, 2 gold coins had been credited to his account. The issue of his meals was thus resolved. Surely, he would earn enough gold coins for 3 meals a day? And he wouldn't even need to operate it himself. He mused, in a game, must I truly manage everything on my own every day? This was indeed a golden finger. Otherwise, he would have thought he would be toiling endlessly for this golden finger. In that instant, another individual arrived, and yet another gold coin was credited. Xiao Shiyan nodded, regaining his composure, only to find Gu Xiqing staring at him in astonishment. What is wrong with you? What could possibly be wrong with me? Gu Xiqing replied. You seemed to zone out when you were speaking. I thought something was amiss. Nothing at all. Xiao Shiyan casually fabricated an excuse, brushing it off. Gu Xiqing then remarked, You're heading to the northeast countryside. It's quite cold there. Although it's still summer now, it's said to turn chilly early. You should prepare blankets and winter clothing. By the way, do you have cotton tickets? If so, we can inquire about purchasing cotton and find someone to help you make the winter clothing and blankets. Did Gu Xiqing seem to have matured suddenly? Why are you standing there in a daze? It's nothing, just the feeling that my big brother has suddenly grown up. Xiao Shiyan jested, only to be met with a few playful reprimands from Gu Xiqing. I worry about you because you know nothing. What do you understand? Among boys, it seems there is an innate inclination to play the role of a father figure to one another. There is no malice in this, merely a sense of playful camaraderie. As for the cotton tickets, I happen to possess several pounds myself. Let me check. Oh, to my surprise, I have as many as 50 pounds of cotton tickets. I had completely forgotten when I acquired them. Gu Xiqing wore an expression as if he could not survive without his dear friend, shaking his head in resignation. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Come with me. I shall take you to my aunt. She should be able to procure some cotton. Xiao Shiyan was aware that Gu Xiqing's aunt worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, which meant she could likely obtain some resources from within. He promptly followed suit. Seeking to further explore his own golden finger, he realized that he needed to delve deeper into this unique ability. There might still be undiscovered facets. As for those tickets, they were retrieved from Du Jinyang's box. It appeared that the Xiao couple had foreseen the impending troubles, thus preparing their son with ample provisions. However, all of it ultimately benefited Du Jinyang. Chapter 13. Aunt Gu. The Sesame Cake. Gu Xiqing's aunt served as the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, ensuring that the family rarely lacked essentials. However, acquiring cotton at this juncture proved to be quite a challenge. Cotton was already a scarce commodity, and even with tickets, it was nearly impossible to purchase. Furthermore, this year's cotton had yet to be harvested, and Gu Xiqing was mindful that Xiao Shiyan would soon be heading to the northeast for rural work. If they did not secure cotton now, it would be too late. Upon their arrival, Gu Xiqing instructed, Please wait here while I go inside to speak with my aunt and inquire on your behalf. Xiao Shiyan had no objections. As Gu Xiqing entered, Xiao Shiyan stood outside, burdened with a plethora of items, yet unfazed. Thankfully, he had purchased an enamel basin into which he had tossed many of his belongings. Otherwise, it would have been quite cumbersome to manage. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xiao Shiyan immersed himself in the realm of Happiness Town. He glanced at the interface and noted that he had accrued 8 gold coins. He pondered whether he should produce 2 Wu Dalong sesame cakes. Presently, the only option for Wu Dalong sesame cakes was the plain flour variety, devoid of any meat filling. Such a disappointment. Once he upgraded, a variety of fillings would be available for selection. Lately, there had been no cartoon figures coming to purchase. He wondered whether those animated characters were mere figments of a game or actual people. Surely, there could not be this many time travelers? Or perhaps they hailed from other worlds. It seemed implausible that they were merely game constructs. Xiao Shiyan mused whether it was possible to inject real money into the game. He needed 2 more gold coins to purchase the sesame cakes. He checked the cash-to-coin exchange rate. If feasible, he could level up even further. He searched for any other stalls, but, after an exhaustive search, found no possibility for cash transactions. Regrettably, Happiness Town did not accept cash. He had hoped to buy a couple of sesame cakes, but with no means to recharge his cash, he would have to wait for the next customer. Otherwise, would he not be indulging alone? Gu Xiqing was his good friend, and given the opportunity, Xiao Shiyan did not wish to partake in solitary enjoyment. Moreover, he would soon meet Gu Xiqing's aunt. Surely, he ought to purchase a few items for her as well. Gu Xiqing's aunt serves as the director at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so she certainly lacks for nothing. However, this is merely a matter of courtesy. Shiyan, come up quickly. At that moment, Gu Xiqing waved from the second floor. Xiao Shiyan nodded and, as he entered, noticed that the Wudalang pancake stall in the Happy Town had unexpectedly attracted a large customer who purchased 10 pancakes at once. His coins increased by 10. Xiao Shiyan, not one to be stingy, promptly bought 3 Wudalang pancakes, all neatly packaged in paper bags. A thought crossed his mind, and he took the oil paper from the previous purchases to replace the packaging of the Wudalang pancakes. At this time, such paper bags were not available in the outside world. Just as he finished, he ascended the stairs, only to hear Gu Xiqing calling out, "Why are you so slow? Hurry up, my aunt is here." He did not vocalize the rest of his thought. It was better not to mention the backdoor arrangement lest someone overhear and become envious. Xiao Shiyan hastily took a couple of steps, and Gu Xiqing's nose twitched. What is that smell? So fragrant. Indeed, it was fragrant, the flour pancakes. Generously seasoned and pan-fried in oil. In these times, each person's monthly oil ration was merely a few liang, and one would hardly dare to use it for cooking. Usually, they would just wipe a cloth in the oil before tossing it into the pan. A bowl of vegetables would have only a hint of oil. But these pancakes were entirely fried in oil, and the aroma of soybean oil was delightful. I just encountered someone selling oil pancakes. I bought 3. I'll give one to my aunt. Gu Xiqing waved his hand, eager to decline, but after some thought, he realized that such a delicacy was rare and decided to present one to his aunt after all, especially since he was asking for a favor. Upon entering the office, it was just the two of them, so there was no need for introductions. Of course, Xiao Shiyan had seen Gu Xiqing's aunt before, albeit they were not well acquainted. Shiyan, you arrived just in time. Our cooperative just received a batch of cotton, also in preparation for the winter. It's not much, but I'll allocate 4 jean for you so you can make yourself a cotton coat. Are you going to the Northeast for rural work? That's quite unfortunate. Gu aunt had inquired earlier and had a rough understanding of Xiao Shiyan's situation. She held no ulterior motives. While she did consider family background when her nephew made friends, it was not the sole criterion. Xiao Shiyan was a capable young man, having learned Russian on his own and being able to earn money. Her nephew indeed needed a few trustworthy friends, and Xiao Shiyan was someone who understood boundaries and would not cling to Gu Xiqing, demanding constant favors. As she spoke, Gu aunt seemed poised to ask more, but Xiao Shiyan produced the oil pancakes, saying, I encountered someone selling oil pancakes downstairs, so I bought 3. Have one, aunt. This was a thoughtful gesture, demonstrating that one does not simply ask for favors without offering something in return. Gu aunt accepted the warm pancake, still hot to the touch. It looked delicious, and the aroma was irresistible. She took a bite, and the flavor lingered delightfully on her palate. Gu Xiqing was equally unreserved. As they were close friends, and he had already purchased 3, there was enough for everyone. Well, Lao Xiao, you are quite fortunate to have been able to buy this delicacy. As Gu Xiqing finished speaking, he was met with a sharp glare from his aunt, who understood that he could not disclose the source of their provisions. In this era, private transactions were forbidden. What delectable treat are you enjoying, Director Gu? He inquired. Gu Xiqing promptly fell silent. His aunt chuckled and replied, It's merely some oil cakes that my sister-in-law made for me, which I asked my nephew to deliver. The observer noted that there were only 3 cakes, and since they were already being consumed, he took his leave without further inquiry. His aunt shot Gu Xiqing a stern look, admonishing, You must learn to keep your lips sealed, child. You cannot speak so freely. If someone were to overhear, it would lead to undesirable consequences. Gu Xiqing playfully stuck out his tongue and replied, Auntie, I was merely being candid. She shook her head in exasperation, pointing at him. At your age, still behaving so childishly, are you not concerned about your friend's ridicule? Gu Xiqing smiled, dismissing her concerns. For they were all brothers who understood each other's circumstances and would not mock one another. While savoring her pastry, his aunt led Gu Yuyang and Gu Xiqing to the warehouse. Come, I shall take you to fetch supplies. By the way, do you need flawed fabric? Can you sew cotton clothes? Would you like me to find a skilled tailor to craft your cotton garments? She extolled the virtues of the oil cakes, emphasizing the importance of reciprocity in relationships. One cannot expect others to give endlessly without growing weary or reluctant. Upon reaching the warehouse, his aunt instructed someone to open the doors. Inside, various goods adorned the shelves. She guided Xiao Shiyan and Gu Xiqing to select several pounds of cotton. Turning to Xiao Shiyan, who nodded in agreement, he remarked, "I am unfamiliar with tailoring and will need to rely on my aunt's assistance. How much will it cost?" "I shall pay directly to avoid complications." "Thank you, Aunt." Chapter 14. Having connections in the court facilitates matters. Gu Xiqing asked and paid no heed to Xiao Shiyan's request. She merely needed to find someone to assist with the clothing. She possessed numerous such connections, and besides, it was not a pro bono service. Cotton is priced at 2 yuan per pound. The acquisition cost last year was 1 yuan and 35 cents per pound, plus transportation. Thus, the finished product is priced at 2 yuan per pound. For 4 pounds, that totals 8 yuan. You have cotton tickets, correct? Indeed. I have 20 pounds of cotton tickets. Additionally, I will require your assistance in purchasing 16 pounds of cotton to make 2 quilts, one weighing 10 pounds and the other 6. Xiao Shiyan explained, producing the tickets along with 40 yuan. His aunt regarded him with curiosity, having heard from her nephew that Xiao Shiyan had been cast out. Sensing her unspoken question, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled. "This is the payment I received for translating a manuscript last time. I haven't had the chance to use it yet." This last comment was directed at Gu Xiqing, as he was aware that any funds he possessed would likely be given to Jiang Xinyan. Currently, he had received a considerable sum from Du Jianyang. Though he had yet to fully count it, the bundle was substantial, amounting to several thousand yuan at the very least. Regardless, Xiao Shiyan is undoubtedly not lacking in funds. Yet he must ascertain a legitimate source for this money. Aunt Gu did not elaborate further and led Xiao Shiyan to the defective fabric section, stating, "This khaki fabric is quite suitable for the youth of your generation. A cotton coat, judging by your stature, should suffice at around 7 feet. I shall tailor it a bit larger for you, as you are still growing, albeit a bit too slender. I will make it slightly bigger. You should eat more, grow taller, and become sturdier." Xiao Shiyan nodded in acknowledgement of Aunt Gu's goodwill and contemplated before saying, "Then please make me 2 sets. It would be good to have a spare." Aunt Gu wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "You are absolutely correct. A single cotton coat typically requires a little over a pound of cotton. However, winter in the Northeast is quite frigid, so I will add a bit more, using 2 pounds of cotton to ensure it keeps you warm. I had already prepared 2 sets for you. One must always have a change. A coat requires 7 feet of fabric, and Aunt Gu measured out 15 feet to allow for some excess. The defects in this fabric are minimal, merely a slight inconsistency in dyeing, which I shall ensure is placed on the lining, rendering it inconspicuous on the exterior. This defective fabric does not require a ticket, yet it still costs 4 dimes per foot. For 15 feet, that amounts to 6 yuan, Aunt Gu explained. Not everyone can purchase this defective fabric. It is primarily reserved for the employees of the supply and marketing cooperative. As the director, she herself has a portion. However, it cannot simply be given away. Aunt Gu would not do such a thing, nor would Xiao Shiyan agree to it. Purchasing the fabric for him is a form of assistance. If it were to be given freely, how would they explain it to the other relatives? Xiao Shiyan said little more and promptly produced 6 yuan, handing it over. Aunt Gu had been observing him closely and noted that he harbored no ulterior motives, which caused her to nod slightly in approval. If he wished to obtain something for nothing, she would not acquiesce. She would still need to inform her brother and sister-in-law. This person is not suitable for her nephew to befriend. Xiao Shiyan possesses his own wealth and does not need to covet the money of his brother's family. He merely seeks to assist within appropriate boundaries. This is acceptable. Moreover, her share of the defective fabric, once taken home, would also need to be sold. It is fortuitous that Xiao Shiyan is in need, making it a fitting transaction. After concluding these arrangements, Aunt Gu added, "By the way, you are soon heading to the countryside. There is some milk powder here. Would you like to take some?" Naturally, Xiao Shiyan welcomed the offer. Having just acquired several thousand yuan, it would be remiss not to buy a little more for himself. He, after all, had no shortage of money. So he nodded in agreement. He then took another round, purchasing numerous peach crisps, osmanthus pastries, and dried fruits. He intended to bring a share back for Gu Xiqing's family. After all, they had graciously accommodated him for a few days, and he needed to ask Gu Xiqing's father for assistance in securing a position in the northeast countryside. In recent years, the opportunities for rural assignments have dwindled significantly. Most are now allocated to farms and military corps. The rural placement initiative has been ongoing for over a decade, saturating the villages. Sending another individual there would likely meet with resistance. Yet, there are still some spots available, though they are challenging to secure. The southern regions are somewhat easier to navigate, but one must toil in the fields year-round, particularly in the regions of Ganshi and Xiangxi. Winter life is not much better than in the northeast. In the northeast, during winter, one can hibernate indoors, as long as one remains inside with the Kong heated. It is far more comfortable than in the southern regions. In Ganshi, however, winter is damp and cold, with the chill seeming to penetrate to the very bones. That cold is exceedingly difficult to endure. Xiao Shiyan feels that if he returns to the south, he will have to huddle by the stove to survive the winter. In his past life, he was indeed a southerner and suffered greatly because of it. He does not lack for labor. Why would he choose the south? As for the cold, as long as one dresses warmly, stays indoors, and lounges on the Kong, what is there to fear? Eventually, Xiao Shiyan paid 3 yuan for the labor fee, gathered his belongings, and returned to the courtyard with Gu Xiqing. Gu Mama was somewhat surprised to see the two return with such a large load. Did they prepare all this for just one outing? Wasn't Xiao Shiyan driven away? Where did he find the money? She could hardly believe that the Du family would provide him with funds. Nevertheless, she did not inquire further, as it surely was not from Gu Xiqing. Gu Xiqing, when he had money, would spend it quickly. Being a young lad, he often depleted his father's resources. Children of this age seem to have insatiable appetites. After a brief outing, they become ravenous, and with a little money in hand, they spend it all. If they cannot finish their food, they have brothers to share it with. Children at this age are quite loyal and do not indulge alone. Fortunately, Gu Xiqing's friends are not impoverished. Xiao Shiyan also translates and earns his own income. In fact, Xiao Shiyan's earnings might even surpass those of the workers. Gu Xiqing had mentioned this to them before, and they were greatly astonished upon hearing it. Once they had tidied up their belongings, Gu Xiqing suggested that Xiao Shiyan stay in the adjacent room. This was my elder brother's room, but he is serving in the military and seldom returns home. You can stay here for the next few days. I know your temperament. Under normal circumstances, you prefer to have your own space. Otherwise, witnessing Gu Xiqing's eager gaze made Xiao Shiyan shiver. He thought it best to avoid sleeping closely with others. He was neither Cao Cao nor Liu Bei, and had no need to share a bed with anyone else. Xiao Shiyan nodded and playfully nudged Gu Xiqing's shoulder. Thanks, brother. It's nothing. We are brothers for life. As he stepped out of the room, Xiao Shiyan saw Gu Mama already preparing dinner and offered to assist. Auntie, let me help you. Gu Mama quickly declined. No. You two just sit and chat. I can manage the cooking on my own. Do you young ones know how to cook? Xiao Shiyan chuckled. I am quite adept in the kitchen as well. Let me showcase my skills tonight. Ultimately, he could not resist Gu Mama's enthusiasm. Upon mentioning his culinary skills, Gu Mama felt even more pity for him. How could such a young child endure such hardship? That Du family truly does not treat him well. Chapter 15. The evening's undertaking, Jiang Xinyan's room in the evening, at the dining table. Xiao Shiyan gazed at a dish of Peking-style shredded pork, accompanied by a stir-fried chicken, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a serving of greens. For individuals, for dishes. Shiyan. Please don't stand on ceremony, called Gu Mama. Gu Qifeng, glancing at the nearby Xiao Shiyan, said, Shiyan, you may stay comfortably at our home for these few days. As for your rural assignment, just hand me your household registration book, and I shall assist you with the arrangements. I have an old class leader from northeast China. I will reach out to him, and you can join his brigade for your rural service. Having acquaintances will certainly facilitate matters. Although Xiao Shiyan did not intend to take advantage of this, the presence of Gu Qingfeng's old class leader would ensure he was looked after and not subjected to mistreatment. Despite Xiao Shiyan's own resilient demeanor, then I shall entrust everything to Uncle Gu. Thank you, Uncle. Xiao Shiyan graciously accepted, earning a nod of approval from Gu Qifeng. In the past, Xiao Shiyan would have been reluctant to accept such assistance from his own family. Even the help from Gu Xiqing was always reciprocated. Gu Qifeng had previously worried that his offer might be declined, but it seemed that being cast out by the Du family had matured Xiao Shiyan. Accepting small favors was preferable. He could always return the kindness later. Come, eat well. You young ones need to nourish your bodies with plenty of meat, Gu Qifeng said, serving Xiao Shiyan a generous portion. With both hands, Xiao Shiyan accepted the food, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle. You and Annie should eat as well. After the meal, Xiao Shiyan retrieved the items he had purchased that afternoon from the supply and marketing cooperative. Uncle and Auntie, here are some treats I bought for you to try. Gu Mama's eyes lit up as she saw the variety in Xiao Shiyan's hands: peach crisps, osmanthus cakes, and even a bag of milk powder. What a delightful surprise. You've only been here for a few days, and yet you are so thoughtful, she remarked, her lips curling into a slight smile. It was not greed that prompted her gratitude, but rather the understanding that Xiao Shiyan would remember kindness and reciprocate accordingly. Avoiding those who would take advantage. Gu Qifeng furrowed his brow. What is all this for? You're only staying a few days. There is no need for such formality. Yet, Xiao Shiyan replied with a smile, that simply cannot be. Uncle Gu, you still have to worry about arrangements for me. Besides, I didn't even bring any provisions. And Annie has so kindly prepared such a wonderful meal for me. I must show my appreciation, or I won't feel at ease. Xiao Shiyan was, in essence, demonstrating his character. He was not one to forget favors. The tides of fortune may turn, and he could very well find success in the future. Although this felt somewhat transactional, it also assured Gu Qifeng. While he had not expected anything in return from Xiao Shiyan, the latter's demeanor brought him comfort, knowing he had not helped an ingrate. As for the future, it remained uncertain, yet Xiao Shiyan had indeed shown considerable growth in how he conducted himself. Come, Shiyan. Let me tell you about my old class leader, Gu Qifeng said, continuing the conversation until around 8 in the evening, when he finally suggested they retire for the night. In this era, there are hardly any programs to watch. Gu Jia possesses a black and white television set, yet by this time, the broadcast stations have ceased to air any shows. When one turns on the television, it merely displays a blank screen, devoid of any channels. How unlike the future, where programs are available 24 hours a day. During the quiet hours of the night, people invariably retire to bed early. Xiao Shiyan, too, shuts his eyes to rest. He dares not drift into slumber. For without an alarm clock, oversleeping would render his day futile. He intends to pay a visit to the Du family today. Uncertain whether Du Jianyang has opened the rattan box and discovered that his belongings have been stolen. Regardless, he feels compelled to confront them tonight. Xiao Shiyan is not one to simply endure humiliation without resistance. He will not allow his past self to dictate his actions any longer. He also plans to visit the Xiao family to meet his parents and gauge the situation. From what he has observed regarding his parents' arrangements for Du Jianyang, it appears they still hold affection for their children. However, he wonders if their feelings for him, their true son whom they have never met, will pale in comparison to their adoration for the false young master, Du Jianyang. These thoughts remain uncertain for Xiao Shiyan, who can only proceed step by step. At 10:30, Xiao Shiyan opens his eyes promptly and quietly rises. The sound of snoring from the adjacent room likely belongs to Gu Qifeng. There are also two other, softer breaths, indicating that they are fast asleep. This is the perfect moment for him to act. Exiting his room, he is fortunate to reside on the ground floor, allowing him to bypass the need for a door and instead utilize his spatial abilities to traverse through the wall. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself standing on the soil behind the building. The outside is shrouded in darkness, but thankfully, he has purchased a flashlight. At this moment, however, he can only rely on the moonlight to acclimate to the outside conditions. He dares not switch on the flashlight for fear of being discovered. Fortunately, industrial pollution is not as severe as in later times. The atmospheric dust is minimal, and tonight's moon shines brightly, providing sufficient light for navigation. Ahead, a few trees rustle softly in the breeze, and at first glance, one might mistake the sounds for someone moving about erratically in the night. After a brief detour, Xiao Shiyan recalls the location of the courtyard belonging to the official associated with Jiang Xinyan. He contemplates the necessity of this visit, as it provides an opportunity to assign Jiang Xinyan a task. As for an alibi, the ability to traverse multiple locations in a single night would suffice to prove his innocence. Stealthily approaching the wall, he activates his abilities and slips into the house. He strains to listen, detecting breathing sounds from 2 rooms. Additionally, there is a slight breath emanating from a room outside. Curiously, there appears to be another room established in the courtyard, presumably to accommodate a guard. Xiao Shiyan shakes his head slightly, suddenly realizing something. He first approaches the room occupied by an individual, effortlessly entering using his spatial powers. A faint fragrance of a woman lingered in the air. A woman living alone. This suggests that the 2 individuals in the other room are indeed a woman and that elderly official. Quite the accurate deduction. Xiao Shiyan did not dwell on this further and activated his spatial abilities to scan the surroundings. The figure on the bed was none other than Jiang Xinyan. There were items stashed within the crevices of the desk and wardrobe. He decided to take everything. A stack of money, oh my, over 200. Reflecting on the translations he had done, he realized he had never earned so much. Yet, here was a wardrobe full of clothing, including several winter coats. This one, hardly worn, must have been purchased by me last year. Of course, I will take it. There's no reason to leave it behind. Chapter 16. Scavenging the Du family. Gas canisters. Even if Xiao Shiyan had no need for these items himself, he could easily sell them on the black market. The garments were still relatively new, well maintained by Xiao Shiyan. They could fetch a high price. After all, some clothing could sell for hundreds. The others would still command a decent price, likely around 20. He could simply set a price and the black market would eagerly accept them. As for the winter coats, even if they couldn't be sold, they could serve as cleaning rags at home. Without even needing to open the wardrobe, Xiao Shiyan collected everything. He then moved to the desk, gathering the books and money, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xiao Shiyan had hidden away some meat and oil tickets, as well as industrial vouchers. If there were enough, could he buy a bicycle? In this era, few had the privilege of owning a small car. The best mode of transport was indeed a bicycle. The Yongio and Phoenix brands were the finest in the country. Bicycle tickets were scarce, each requiring a significant sum to exchange. Alternatively, industrial vouchers could be used, though acquiring a bicycle necessitated 40 of them. The issuance rules for industrial vouchers dictated that one voucher was granted for every 20 yuan in wages. Essential household items such as radios, alarm clocks, thermoses, enamel cups, raincoats, and other necessities required industrial vouchers for purchase. Everyday items like towels, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, iron pans, and aluminum basins also depended on these vouchers. Essentially, all industrial products necessitated industrial vouchers. It was nearly impossible to accumulate them at home. To his astonishment, Xiao Shiyan had 17 industrial vouchers. What was her intention? Was she saving to purchase a bicycle? These vouchers had an expiration date. If he waited too long, they might very well become worthless. After gathering the industrial vouchers, Xiao Shiyan planned to investigate the Du residence. If there were any receipts, they would undoubtedly be swept clean as well. Upon scanning once more, Xiao Shiyan discovered that Xiao Shiyan had indeed secured multiple hiding spots. Beneath the bed lay a concealed mechanism containing numerous items. He extended his hand towards the mechanism and collected its contents. 300 yuan. Xiao Shiyan was quite the little wealthy woman, perhaps having extracted this wealth over the years from the original owner. There was also a savings book. This posed a bit of a challenge. However, it was not insurmountable. He could easily find someone to assist him in withdrawing funds tomorrow. Presently, savings books were bound by geographical restrictions, permitting withdrawals only at the branch where they were issued. In this age, real-time updates without internet connectivity render remote withdrawals quite challenging, if not entirely impossible. It seems that Xiao Shiyan is indeed a woman of considerable means. Adorned with 2 jade bracelets and a gold necklace, one cannot help but wonder about the source of her wealth, or whether she has other admirers catering to her needs. The former admirer, Xiao Shiyan, let out a bitter smile, ultimately deciding to accept the situation with some reluctance. After searching the room, Xiao Shiyan proceeded to the adjacent one, which appeared uninhabited yet bore faint signs of life. It was likely the room belonging to Xiao Shiyan's mother, perhaps utilized to maintain a faade. After a thorough inspection, he uncovered a substantial sum of 800 yuan, deeming it a compensation for his emotional distress. After all, what could justify a mother allowing her daughter to exploit the original host, as if she were merely a blood bank? Subsequently, Xiao Shiyan visited the room of the elderly official. A faint, unpleasant odor met his senses, not the typical scent of old age, but rather one that suggested post-activity. Indeed, age does not necessarily dull the spirit. In these times, numerous individuals have leveraged that particular movement, occupying positions without merit. Xiao Shiyan refrained from taking the elderly man's possessions. Instead, he made a brief sweep, relocating some money and valuables to the rooms of Xiao Shiyan and her mother. As the saying goes, debt should be settled with their rightful owners. Thus, he chose to leave their belongings untouched, opting for a slight reprimand instead. Upon completing his tasks, Xiao Shiyan erased all traces of his presence and exited through the wall discreetly. The entire process was executed in utmost silence, aided by a cloth wrapped around his shoes to ensure no footprints were left behind. Even so, he meticulously worked to eliminate any evidence of his visit. Gliding through the wall, he emerged into a nearby park adjacent to the compound. Although there was a gate leading directly out, Xiao Shiyan, engaged in clandestine activities, preferred to remain unseen, opting to pass through the wall instead. Once outside, he removed the cloth from his shoes, stretched his limbs, and began to run. The tasks awaiting him that night were quite demanding, necessitating an increase in his pace. As he ran, he mused that a bicycle would greatly enhance his comfort at this moment, utilizing his water-based abilities. He enveloped his lungs to alleviate the discomfort from running while increasing his respiratory rate. It was crucial to manage the lactic acid in his bloodstream. He could not afford to engage in anaerobic exercise due to insufficient oxygen, as it would lead to soreness in his limbs the following day, betraying his endeavors. Purchasing a bicycle was imperative, otherwise, traversing distances would prove excessively taxing. With no public transport available at night, he was grateful that the distance was not overly long. After an hour of running, he finally arrived at his destination. Having resided there for over a decade and inherited the original host's memories, he navigated the familiar terrain with ease, reaching the wall of the compound, particularly near the Du family section. He seamlessly passed through the wall, finding the Du residence enveloped in silence. Starting from the ground floor, he began in the kitchen, collecting the stored grains and transferring them into the thatched cottage of the happy little town. The living room still retained ample space, sufficient for him to collect his belongings. The cabinet was locked, yet that posed no challenge for Xiao Shiyan. After all, once he entered the happy little city, he could dispose of things as he pleased. Inside, there were rice, flour, cornmeal, and sorghum, among other staples. Having once lacked love, he yearned for the affection of the Du family's elders, enduring any hardship for the sake of their approval. However, I could not endure such difficulties. It would serve as a form of retribution. Xiao Shiyan swiftly cleared the kitchen, taking with him the liquefied gas tank along with the stove, 2 iron pots, some coal balls, bowls, and plates, as well as a coal stove. In this era, the capital provided gas tank services. A single gas tank cost 30 yuan, but its convenience and robust flame made cooking effortless, thus many families with means opted for it. Additionally, the gas tank itself was priced at 35 yuan. The Du family had a spare gas tank, filled to the brim, providing at least 6 months' worth of use. Naturally, as a cadre family, they benefited from subsidized gas prices, with the tank costing merely 15 yuan, a price afforded to those in leadership. Yet, the Du family predominantly used the coal stove, as it was more economical. Beside it lay hundreds of coal balls, which Xiao Shiyan collected entirely. He placed these coal balls in the yard of the happy little city, albeit they were somewhat soiled. After thoroughly ravaging the kitchen, Xiao Shiyan prepared to explore the Du family's storage room. This space contained an assortment of items scavenged by Du Jinxing from various places, many of which were quite valuable. Chapter 17. A Bountiful Harvest. The favoritism towards his own son Du Jinxing, being a deputy battalion commander and employed in the law enforcement team, had accumulated many fine goods through his position. Having lived here for many years, Xiao Shiyan was so familiar with the layout of the Du household that he could navigate without needing to glance at the path. Along the way, he nonchalantly collected items from the Du family's living room, sofa, dining table, and teapot, leaving nothing behind for them. He passed through walls and entered the storage room. The first sight that met his eyes was several bags of grain. There were 3 bags of rice, each weighing 100 jin, totaling 300 jin. Was this 30 flour? Quite a luxury indeed. This storage room was off limits to Xiao Shiyan. Typically, it was Chun Shuxia who retrieved provisions from here, placing them in the kitchen pantry. Even then, it was often locked, containing lard, a sugar jar, eggs, and other necessities, secured until it was time to cook, when the key would be provided to Xiao Shiyan to retrieve what was needed, only to be locked away again. The reasons for such precautions were all too clear. Irritated, Xiao Shiyan took all the 30 flour he found. This flour was categorized based on its quality. 30 flour indicated that from 100 jin of wheat, 30 jin of flour was produced, while 40 flour yielded 40 jin from the same amount. This was the finest flour, classified as top grade. There were 5 bags of 30 flour, each 100 jin, amounting to 500 jin in total. As the Du family hailed from the north, they were accustomed to consuming white flour, hence the abundance of it. In addition to 30 bags of fine flour, there are 5 bags of high-quality 60 flour, totaling 500 pounds. Furthermore, there are 10 bags of 70 flour, which in this era is colloquially known as prosperous flour. This flour represents the finest quality available to the common populace. Additionally, there exists some inferior flour, specifically 80 flour, which may contain some bran. Then there is the so-called two-combined flour, a mixture of 2 types of flour, such as wheat flour and corn flour blended together. Xiao Shiyan unexpectedly discovered some cornmeal, approximately 500 pounds, intended specifically for him. This cornmeal is not merely corn flour. True corn flour is derived from grinding corn kernels, and if ground finely, can be labeled as fine grain. This cornmeal is ground from both corn and corn cobs, classifying it as coarse grain, which had constituted Xiao Shiyan's staple diet in the past. Fortunately, the Du family still possesses some sense of dignity. There is also bran flour and alternative grains, the latter being produced from wild plants such as elm leaves, acorns, taro, konjac, stone lily, earth yam, lily, wild amaranth, and various other plant stalks, roots, leaves, stems, peels, and fruits. During the severe famine 3 years ago, many households relied on such sustenance. Xiao Shiyan's memories of the original self have faded completely. Yet he has assimilated those memories and recalls having consumed these alternative grains for a period during his childhood. Although the other members of the Du family primarily consumed two combined flour, they mostly relied on prosperous flour. Du Jincheng, despite his capabilities, lacks social grace. Xiao Shiyan senses that the mix-up with Du Jianyong was likely intentional. Even if a mistake was made, such differential treatment is unwarranted. Therefore, one cannot blame him for his actions. All grains and cereals have been collected by Xiao Shiyan. Inside, he also finds a variety of traditional snacks such as jingba snacks, candied fruits, almond pastries, and peach pastries, the quantity of which is quite substantial. It appears that Du Jincheng has indeed engaged in numerous undertakings. Clearly, he is not an honest individual. Were there sufficient evidence, Xiao Shiyan would not hesitate to report him. After years of mistreating the original self, how could the Du family expect to live in tranquility? Did Jianyong enjoy 16 years of comfort only to return and attempt to expel him? How could they aspire to peace? Further inside, there are several wooden boxes. Upon inspection, Xiao Shiyan exclaims in astonishment. There is an entire box of silver dollars and another filled with large yellow croakers. They are evidently unafraid of being searched. Indeed, families in the courtyard are generally immune to such scrutiny in these times. Additionally, there are several boxes containing porcelain and various jade ornaments, including statues of deities. It remains uncertain whether these items were left behind in haste or for other reasons. Xiao Shiyan observes that these boxes appear to have been recently placed here, suggesting that Du Jincheng may have alternative hiding spots elsewhere. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It is unlikely that someone as shrewd as Du Jincheng would confine his treasures to a single location. His memories hint that Du Jincheng had indeed stealthily taken items away in the past. In my memories, the original self had visited these 2 places twice. And it seems I must venture there tonight. Being a little busy is inconsequential. However, these items must never be entrusted to Du Jincheng, nor should they remain with the Du family. After all, the Du family would not dare to make a fuss. I gathered everything and, with Xiao Shiyan, cleared out the other areas on the first floor. Goodness, if it weren't for the fact that the living room in the happy little town can accommodate stacking, we would truly struggle to find space. After completing the search of the first floor, I proceeded to the second and third floors, which are the residences of the Du family members. Xiao Shiyan first visited several unoccupied rooms on the 3rd floor, collecting furniture along with the beds. Even if I have no use for them, I would rather burn them as firewood than leave anything for the Du family. After clearing the 3rd floor, Xiao Shiyan moved on to the 2nd floor, starting with a few uninhabited rooms to gather their contents. Remarkably, Du Jiangwo's room had been vacant for years, hence it contained little of value. However, in the rooms of Du Jiansheng and Du Jianing, there were some private savings. Du Jiansheng had 120 yuan, while Du Jianing had 90 yuan. Du Jiansheng worked as a laborer at the match factory and was reportedly a team leader. Recently, Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia had been planning to help him secure a promotion to deputy director. As for Du Jianing, he was a temporary worker at the machinery factory, often returning late and residing in the factory dormitory, thus their money remained at home. Du Jianlin was unemployed, as was Du Shiling and Du Shishu. Having just graduated from junior high, had yet to find work. Thus, 3 of them were without jobs. In due time, the youth office would certainly not overlook their situation. Xiao Shiyan resolved to report them. Why should only one child be allowed to remain at home in other families? Aside from Qin Jiangwo, who had enlisted in the military, all other Du family children were present. Even having jobs didn't exempt them from scrutiny. Moreover, with the recent return of Du Jianyong, there were 4 unemployed individuals in total. With a disdainful smile, Xiao Shiyan stepped into the room he had previously occupied, noting the numerous changes that had taken place. It had been cleaned and furnished with various new items. The wardrobe was brand new. The Du family certainly worked quickly. The treatment of a biological son is indeed incomparable to that of an adopted child. This wardrobe was made of mahogany, and the bed was constructed from yellow pearwood. How absurd. Without a doubt, everything would be collected. Chapter 18. Upgrades, the sewing machine. In removal, Xiao Shiyan understood that any excessive movement could awaken others. However, he had his own methods. He first built a fire within Happy Little Town, restricting oxygen to produce carbon monoxide. He then employed his spatial abilities to contain the carbon monoxide near Du Jianyang. In truth, if he maintained this control, it could lead to Du Jianyang suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning and potentially dying. Xiao Shiyan harbored no intentions of murder. He would not easily cross that line. Stealing a few items was acceptable to him, especially from those who had wronged him. He considered it a form of compensation. However, the absolute boundary of taking a life is one that Xiao Shiyan felt compelled to uphold. Gu Yunyang's insistence on this principle stems from a desire to avoid becoming a person who kills without remorse. Moreover, Gu Yunyang is acutely aware that his subsequent actions could embroil the Du family in turmoil. Death brings liberation. It is only through living that one can truly experience suffering. Soon, Du Jianyang inhaled a significant amount of carbon monoxide and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Shiyan promptly retracted his spatial abilities, allowing oxygen to fill the room once more. His body would not suffer greatly. At worst, he would awaken the following morning feeling a bit unwell and excessively drowsy. These were trivial matters. He directly moved Du Jianyang and placed him on the ground. Xiao Shiyan then proceeded to clear out the remaining items in the room, including a Wang Wali bed. Could this have been acquired by Du Jincheng? It was indeed remarkable. Du Jincheng had amassed quite a collection due to his advantageous position. Over the years, he may have toned down his activities, but in earlier years, he had undoubtedly acquired a great deal. Xiao Shiyan was unaware of the extent of Du Jincheng's acquisitions, yet he intended to visit the places where Du Jincheng had frequented. Du Jianyang's rattan box was stored in the wardrobe, which Xiao Shiyan took along with the wardrobe itself. It appeared that Du Jianyang had yet to open the rattan box. After all, the Du family had several siblings who were idlers, each of them, driven by greed, would inevitably be tempted by the items Du Jianyang brought home. Xiao Shiyan understood Du Jianyang's selfish nature and knew he would never share with his family. Otherwise, upon his rebirth, he could have warned Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing, potentially sparing them from a demotion. Instead, Du Jianyang secretly packed away the wealth of the Xiao family, never considering to alert them. This selfishness is evident. The Du family's hopes of reaping benefits from Du Jianyang were nothing more than a daydream. Yet, Du Jincheng had evidently acquired so many valuable items, and yet his life did not appear to be particularly prosperous. He kept everything hidden away, much like characters from some dramatic television show. It was no surprise. Xiao Shiyan moved swiftly, clearing the entire room. Musing that the children of the Du family were not living poorly, yet compared to the life Du Jianyang once enjoyed in the Xiao household, theirs was undoubtedly less favorable. Hence, feelings of envy and resentment were surely present. After a while, when the youth office comes knocking, the children of the Du family will likely turn against each other, uniting only to cast Du Jianyang aside. At that moment, it would be intriguing to see how Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxiao would choose to respond. Furthermore, Du Jianyang's self-serving nature meant he would not obediently heed the words of Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxiao. Even under financial coercion, Du Jianyang would struggle with rural hardships, needing the support of Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxiao, yet he would not be compliant. He would inevitably retaliate. That would certainly be entertaining. Xiao Shiyan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. After clearing out the room, she proceeded to the quarters of Du Shizhu and her companions. Their allowance had significantly increased, and the furnishings within their abode were quite ample. Indeed, they had nearly everything one could desire. For instance, both Du Shiling and Du Shizhu possessed a dresser and a vanity. To her astonishment, each of them had over 200 in pocket money. It was a stark contrast to the times when Xiao Shiyan would return home with earnings, only to be subtly pressured by them for a share. In the past, she often acquiesced to their requests. This made Xiao Shiyan almost consider leaving them something as a parting gift. Their audacity was remarkable. If only she could etch a few marks upon their faces to serve as a reminder. Resisting the urge to act upon her thoughts, Xiao Shiyan contemplated sweeping away the Du family's possessions entirely. By the dawn of the following day, the sorrow etched upon the faces of the Du family would serve as their most fitting punishment. Following her usual methods, she moved on to the other rooms. Eventually, she arrived at the quarters of Du Jinchen and Chen Shuxiao. Upon entering, she was met with the thunderous sound of Du Jinchen's snoring. Perhaps he was simply exhausted from the day's events, or perhaps for other reasons. He had always been prone to such loud snores. Following her established routine, she employed carbon monoxide to render both of them drowsy. Xiao Shiyan then proceeded to collect the bed, along with the dresser beside it. However, as she gathered a few items, she awkwardly realized that her humble abode had no remaining space. Even stacked, they could not fit. It appeared that an upgrade was necessary. Fortunately, she had just collected a few small yellow fish from the storage room, which would serve perfectly for the upgrade. Xiao Shiyan couldn't help but grumble. Why must upgrading require gold? Wasn't it enough to collect items? It was quite an extravagant expense, considering that an upgrade was inevitable. The effects of using coins versus gold bars seemed to be identical. More importantly, she wished to leave no wealth behind for the Du family. Thus, she decided to upgrade. After spending one small yellow fish, her thatched cottage was elevated, though it remained a thatched cottage. However, it now included a bathroom. Yet, why was it still an outhouse? It felt quite unfamiliar. Perhaps another upgrade was in order. With reluctance, Xiao Shiyan used another small yellow fish for yet another upgrade. This time, it should provide more space. Right? To her surprise, it transformed into a bathroom. Well, at least it offered some temporary storage. She could upgrade once more. This time, she received a storage room. After 3 upgrades, she finally acquired a storage space of approximately 8 square meters, which was quite substantial. As she walked to the corner, she decided to remove a bedside table beside Xiao. Even if it would not be used, it could always be chopped up for firewood later. She could not leave anything behind for Xiao. Having spent over a decade in the Du household, Xiao Shiyan reminisced about her earlier years with her grandmother in the countryside, a time filled with hardship. While the old woman may not have been excessively cruel to Xiao Shiyan, her life was hardly one of comfort. How pleasant could life in the countryside truly be? Later, when he was brought back, Xiao Shiyan's life was far from pleasant. Although Xiao did not resort to overt violence or scolding, her cold indifference and demands for Xiao Shiyan to serve the entire family were quite oppressive. This was all orchestrated by Xiao. Anything that could evoke displeasure in her, Xiao Shiyan was willing to undertake. Taking a few of your belongings is truly a bargain for you. Indeed, this sewing machine is a significant item. Take it away. In Chapter 19, the conversation between Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing astonished Xiao Shiyan. He first collected the bed, and upon scanning the area, he noticed that one of the bricks at the head of the bed was peculiar. Du Jincheng was indeed rather cautious. Some items were stored in the cluttered room downstairs. Yet this room concealed them so discreetly. Regardless, Du Jincheng had already inhaled a considerable amount of carbon monoxide. Although it was not lethal, he would not regain consciousness in the short term. Xiao Shiyan did not need to be overly cautious. Carefully removing that unusual brick, he discovered a square box hidden within. He promptly took the box, deciding to examine its contents later. Time was of the essence, as he still needed to visit the Xiao family. Xiao Shiyan replaced the brick, erasing any evidence of his tampering. Next, he dismantled the wardrobe. Unsurprisingly, he found another peculiar area behind it. However, he was too lazy to extract it. Using his spatial abilities to scan, he discovered another box concealed behind. It was a tin cookie box, likely repurposed for storage after the cookies had been consumed. Given its meticulous concealment, it surely contained valuable items. Without hesitation, Xiao Shiyan retrieved the contents from a distance. As he turned around, he noticed that the stone slab beneath the bed where the two had slept appeared somewhat unusual. Xiao Shiyan was at a loss for words. This small room had 3 hidden compartments. Naturally, he approached to investigate, and without surprise, he uncovered an account book beneath. To be honest, without the spatial scanning ability, one might never find such a hidden treasure, as the surface of the slab bore no distinguishing features. He collected the account book, pondering what records it contained. However, there was no rush to examine it. He would revisit it later, as time was of the essence. He still needed to explore several locations previously visited by Du Jincheng, where he anticipated discovering many treasures. Xiao Shiyan was determined not to leave Du Jincheng with even a trace. Having secured the account book, the Du family residence was thoroughly cleared by Xiao Shiyan, leaving no possessions behind. He initially intended to leave immediately, but suddenly recalled the several bicycles at Du Jincheng's home. He halted, turned back, and entered the courtyard, where he spotted 4 bicycles parked. Indeed, just one bicycle would already evoke envy and jealousy among many. Yet the Du family possessed 4. Externally, Du Jincheng claimed that their family had several employees who were frugal, saving money to purchase them. In reality, however, the Du family was anything but thrifty. Could it be that the only potential savings lie with Xiao Shiyan? He directly approached and collected all 4 bicycles, then turned and retraced his steps. Upon reaching the street once more, Xiao Shiyan swiftly located the key to lock the bicycles among the items he had gathered earlier. Mounting one of the bicycles, he significantly increased his speed and pedaled straight toward the Xiao residence. At this hour, it was nearing midnight. Were Mr. and Mrs. Xiao already asleep? Regardless of their slumber, Xiao Shiyan felt compelled to pay them a visit. The soldiers stationed outside were likely to be resting now, exhibiting far less vigilance than during the day. This was the opportune moment for Xiao Shiyan to approach. By the time Xiao Shiyan arrived near the Xiao residence, it was past midnight. After securing the bicycles, he stealthily approached the main gate of the courtyard, only to find two soldiers still on guard. Xiao Shiyan felt a twinge of confusion. With guards present, why had they not simply been released? Why were they still stationed here for several more days? According to Du Jianyang, they would remain for 5 days before being sent away, yet the reason behind this remained elusive. The two soldiers leaned against the wall, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. In this era, with impending exile, who would still pay attention to the Xiao couple? Those with connections were likely eager to sever ties. Indeed, in Xiao Shiyan's recollections, the Xiao couple had severed relations with several of their children, voluntarily choosing to do so. He pondered what Du Jianyang was thinking. If he did not wish to be sent to the countryside, having already cut ties, he could simply find work and avoid exile. Why then did he choose to return with such a substantial bounty, thereby making their connection all too clear? Du Jianyang, having been reborn, should have been aware of Xiao Shiyan's capabilities. Had he not considered that expelling Xiao Shiyan now would make it impossible to rely on him in the future? Did Du Jianyang think that upon his return to life, he could thrive independently? Or perhaps he believed that the Du family was already affluent enough and no longer required Xiao Shiyan. Xiao Shiyan shook his head slightly, uncertain of Du Jianyang's thoughts. He moved to the side wall, listening intently for any sounds from within. His heightened senses allowed him to faintly hear some noise emanating from the house. Though indistinct, it was indeed a sound. Were they still awake? Xiao Shiyan passed through the wall and stood quietly beneath it, observing and finding no one inside. This was rather peculiar. How could there be no one keeping watch? Typically, a household facing exile would be under scrutiny. Not to mention, a wealthy family like the Xiaos would undoubtedly attract attention for their riches. Xiao Shiyan cautiously stepped out. He did not venture into the front yard. This was a 3-courtyard arrangement, and having surveyed both the front and middle courtyards, he found no one watching, and surprisingly, everything inside remained untouched. How could nothing have been taken? Passing through the archway adorned with hanging flowers, Xiao Shiyan arrived at the backyard. His curiosity piqued upon discovering a room still illuminated. As he approached, he discerned the voices of a man and a woman. Was it possible that Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing had yet to retire for the night? With intentions to eavesdrop on their conversation, Xiao Shiyan pondered the nature of their feelings towards him. Should they harbor indifference or even aversion? He might reconsider the necessity of reclaiming his familial ties. He was acutely aware that in a few years, there would be a wave of vindications. And if he were to acknowledge his lineage, he could enjoy a few prosperous years. Eventually, this would yield considerable wealth. Nevertheless, Xiao Shiyan harbored no intentions of reclamation. He was not in want of money. Rather, it was the Xiao family who would benefit from acknowledging him, receiving care in the interim and future advantages from his presence. The existence of the blissful town ensured he would never be the one requiring assistance from others. Why do you suppose the child is not our own? A man's voice resonated, tinged with anger. Did you not hear Commander Lu? That child himself reported us, even going so far as to bring forth the wealth he had long acquired from home before returning to the Du family today. A woman sighed softly. I wonder how Shiyan is faring? Do you think we might reach out to Commander Lu? Chapter 20, A Father and Son's Meeting. Was he the one who reported us? What? I heard that correctly? Xiao Shiyan was taken aback. It appeared that Xiao Wenrui and his wife had been reported by none other than Du Jianyang himself. Should this information come to light, Du Jianyang would face severe backlash. Although many would distance themselves from those implicated in scandal, the repercussions would be dire for anyone whose offspring dared to report them. Such a person would never enjoy a favorable reputation. Who could trust that they wouldn't turn on others? If they could betray their own parents, what would stop them from betraying others? Du Jianyang's situation was particularly lamentable. Despite being swapped at birth, he had enjoyed a privileged life within the Xiao household, akin to that of a young master, indulging in a lifestyle that few could fathom. Yet upon discovering his true origins, he retaliated by reporting his own parents. Was this not a grave act of ingratitude? Xiao Shiyan scoffed softly. This matter would inevitably come back to haunt them. Xiao Wenrui shook his head. Let it be. Commander Lu has been rather gracious towards us. Initially, we had intended to be sent there as part of a plan, seeking an excuse to extricate ourselves from the situation. Now it seems that our plans have materialized. Though it is unfortunate for that child, our identities no longer permit us to depart. We should proceed there first, and later, I will ask the leaders at the Research Institute to inquire and gather information. What is going on? Xiao Shiyan was perplexed. Did it imply that Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing were not originally meant to be reported? What were their intentions? Wait, a secret unit? It dawned on him. He had suspected that the likelihood of Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing facing reporting in previous years had been high. However, after 73 years, the situation had ceased to be so dire. The landowner status of the Xiao family has remarkably persisted until today without any repercussions, undoubtedly due to the substantial offerings made by Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. As he traversed the area, Xiao Shiyan observed that, on the surface, the Xiao family appeared devoid of any blatant improprieties. The retention of this three-courtyard residence might indeed be the sole remnant of their ancestral home. Throughout the day, Xiao Shiyan pondered ways in which he could assist Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. In the afternoon, he even took the time to compile a document. The thought of that very document still lying in the bedroom within the happy little city brought a smile to his face. Nonetheless, the couple exhibited genuine concern for him. Their reluctance to venture outside was rooted in the fact that they had been reported by Du Jianyang. Xiao Shiyan began to comprehend why, upon his arrival today, the two guards stationed at the entrance appeared less than vigilant. Initially, he presumed that they were at ease during the evening, but it became evident that their watchfulness was directed not inward, but outward. Their purpose was to prevent any external interference with Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. Consequently, they were not particularly attentive. As Xiao Shiyan moved a bit further away, he leapt and landed, producing a sound intended to alert the couple within without drawing the attention of the guards at the front. Upon his approach, he sensed a palpable tension within the couple, who remained indoors, though their breaths were quickened. Professor Xiao Wenrui and Professor Chai Jing, I am Xiao Shiyan. I wonder if you have heard of me. He spoke softly, ensuring only those inside could hear. A sudden clatter echoed from within, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open. Xiao Shiyan glanced back towards the flower-adorned entrance. Surely, the guards would not hear him, and since they were monitoring the outside, they would likely not approach. The light from within cast a shadow of Xiao Shiyan against the courtyard wall, elongating his figure. Professor Xiao Wenrui regarded the young boy before him, clad in patched clothing and carrying a messenger bag, standing there as if he had traveled overnight. It was evident that he had just received news from Officer Lu earlier that day, and with guards posted at the door, they were unable to leave freely. Du Jianyang had swiftly departed, absconding with much of their wealth. It seemed he had only recently visited the Lu family, forcing Xiao Shiyan to flee. They harbored no doubts about Xiao Shiyan's identity. While his features were not entirely clear, they bore a striking resemblance to their own. Child, come inside, Chai Jing urged, rushing forward to grasp Xiao Shiyan's hand, eager to meet the child she had never seen before. How had such a mix-up occurred? They had not yet had the chance to investigate this matter, and now opportunities were slipping away. Although Officer Lu had promised assistance in the future, the urgency of the moment weighed heavily upon them. On this day, when Chai Jing laid eyes on Xiao Shiyan, she felt an immediate connection, a profound sense of familiarity. Yes, dear, come in quickly, she urged. Xiao Wenrui echoed her sentiment, inviting them in as he closed the door behind them. Meanwhile, Chai Jing had already led Xiao Shiyan to the sofa, where they settled down. As the two parents scrutinized Xiao Shiyan's appearance, they noted that, although he appeared frail, he bore a striking resemblance to both of them. Coupled with the warmth in their hearts, they instinctively recognized him as their child, undoubtedly. Child, have you suffered at the Du household? Chai Jing trembled as she spoke, her gaze falling upon the slender youth before her. The thought of Du Jianyang enjoying a comfortable life in their home, where, despite not being overly indulgent, they provided everything necessary, contrasted sharply with the harsh reality their son faced. The Du family had even gone so far as to report them. Any lingering affection for Du Jianyang shattered in that moment, leaving no room for sympathy. Xiao Shiyan shook his head, responding with a calm demeanor, not quite. Although I was sent to the countryside shortly after birth to live with the elderly matriarch of the Du family, meals were often scarce. Upon returning at 6, I found myself burdened with all the household chores. However, by my teenage years, I had learned Russian from an elderly expert and took on translation work, earning enough to live comfortably. My current slenderness is merely a sign of my impending growth spurt. He offered a concise account of his circumstances, deliberately omitting the complexities tied to his previous life as Jian Xian Yan. After all, those were the actions of a former self, not his own. Despite a nagging suspicion that his former identity was more intricately linked to his current self than he cared to admit, Xiao Shiyan refrained from embellishing the truth for the Du family. There was no point in misleading Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. especially as he wished to preserve a modicum of goodwill towards Du Jianyong and the Du family for the future. Upon hearing Xiao Shiyan's words, Chai Jing and Xiao Wanrui exchanged startled glances, their hearts swelling with resentment towards the Du family. Xiao Wanrui even furrowed his brow, questioning. The Du family is certainly not impoverished. How could they treat our son thus? Was it possible they knew all along that the child had been switched? Did they intentionally subject him to such hardship? My dear child, you have indeed endured much, he lamented. Chapter 21, Engine Improvement Diagram. We have received it. Xiao Shiyan was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Yet, at this moment, he wished to spare the Xiao couple from further sorrow. Considering the preparations he had made, he resolved it was best to present them. Under the curious gazes of Xiao Wanrui and Chai Jing, he retrieved a document from his messenger bag and handed it over, explaining, I am uncertain of your situation. Regardless, there are individuals monitoring us, and I am unable to do much else. This is an improvement diagram I devised after studying numerous mechanical texts. Please see if it proves useful. Perhaps submitting this could absolve you of your troubles and spare you from laboring on the farm. Xiao Wanrui and Chai Jing were momentarily stunned, contemplating the significance of the document before them. However, the sincerity behind Xiao Shiyan's intentions was undeniable. This child, whom they had neither met nor raised for a single day, had not benefited from the Xiao family's wealth. Yet, upon discovering his lineage, he had earnestly sought ways to assist them. Such devotion was indeed invaluable. This was their child, unlike that ungrateful Du Jianyong, a wolf that could not be nurtured. Although the Xiao family had contributed significantly to the nation, even surrendering their factories, both the Xiao and Chai families had retained considerable wealth, the locations of which were not disclosed to Du Jianyong. While he had never known hardship, enjoying meat frequently, even indulging in the roasted duck of the capital, the Xiao family had attempted to encourage him to lose weight, but to no avail. Moreover, Du Jianyong was not one to obey. He was a headstrong child, resistant to guidance. The couple hesitated. Yet as they gazed upon the child who bore a striking resemblance to them, Xiao Wanrui made a decision. Clearing his throat, he addressed the child. Do not worry about us. In truth, we had an inkling of this before. Pausing, they exchanged glances at Xiao Shiyan's expression, which seemed to convey a silent understanding. Xiao Shiyan, somewhat speechless, realized that revealing his thoughts was not the intention. It was their first encounter, and had he not overheard the couple's conversation, he might have struggled to believe them. Xiao Wanrui continued, We have already taken steps to secure our position. You must have heard that the Xiao family was once composed of landlords. Although we fell into decline during your great-grandfather's generation, we still possess considerable assets and resources. On your mother's side, your grandfather was a red capitalist with substantial holdings, much of which has been surrendered. However, we have retained some through public-private partnerships, yielding significant dividends. Thus, we have already made arrangements. As you can see, the guards outside are not the sort to cause trouble. To lend weight to his words, Xiao Wanrui engaged in a brief moment of reflection. Xiao Shiyan nodded, suppressing a smile, aware of the conversation he had overheard. He had already surmised part of the truth. The lack of emotional connection between them made the situation precarious, especially in these turbulent times when trust was hard to come by. Xiao Shiyan reaffirmed, If not, perhaps you should reconsider. I believe there is value in this. If it can secure your freedom, that would be quite beneficial. However, we must remain incognito in our research endeavors. Your sudden actions leave me at a loss for words. Xiao Wanrui found himself momentarily speechless. Chai Jing, with a smile, took the document and began to read, her expression sharpening with newfound clarity. Xiao Wanrui initially paid little attention, but he soon became aware of his wife, Chai Jing's, actions. The couple had been engaged in research together for a considerable time. In fact, they had met while studying abroad. United by shared aspirations, they returned to teach. And through their collaborative efforts in academia, love blossomed, leading to their union and the birth of several children. Consequently, they were deeply familiar with one another. Chai Jing's demeanor was not merely an act put on for the sake of their child. Her seriousness was genuine. Intrigued, Xiao Wanrui approached to observe. His first thought was, an engine? Could it be? A child who has neither attended university nor studied abroad is claiming to innovate an engine? Numerous researchers in the country had yet to achieve breakthroughs, yet this child asserted improvements. However, Xiao Wanrui quickly realized that this was a two-cylinder engine, and in terms of power and various other aspects, it appeared to be more advanced than anything currently available domestically. The underlying principles were theoretically sound. As a professor at Peking University, Xiao Wanrui swiftly comprehended the schematic of the proposed improvements and the accompanying documentation. Upon careful consideration, he discovered that this concept indeed possessed feasibility. Determining its viability would only require experimentation. He felt a surge of excitement. In fact, their covert research included projects related to engines, though they were engaged in numerous other initiatives. If this project were to be pursued, it could potentially yield results in a short time. Xiao Shiyan perceived Xiao Wenrui's burgeoning interest. After all, the information was derived from knowledge he had gathered from the future. Should he desire, he could present even more of such material. A tinge of regret lingered within him regarding the absence of the future base's technological advancements that could have been brought back. If only he could have. The scientific knowledge contained within that base was a century ahead of what existed here. Despite this, he found joy in the small town's blessings, relishing the absence of worries about sustenance. If you find this useful, please take it, he offered. I had intended to deliver this today, especially after hearing from Xiao Jianyang. Or was it Du Jianyang, that you would soon be departing? I pondered what I could do for you, and after much consideration, I felt this schematic of improvements might assist you, as it aligns with your work and would be easier to explain. Xiao Wenrui cast a deep glance at Xiao Shiyan, harboring a flicker of concern. Easier to explain? This item had an ambiguous origin. Yet, observing the worried expression on Xiao Shiyan's face, who had just encountered a sentinel earlier that day, made him wonder if it could be someone from abroad. Just as Chai Jing was about to speak, Xiao Wenrui interjected. Enough, Chai Jing. We shall accept the child's heartfelt offering. Please retrieve the items we prepared for him, since he is here. Let us present them now to avoid any further complications in delivering them. Additionally, there is a treasure map designated for him, which is meant to be his. In the other instances, we shall devise a means to reserve them for the other children. Chapter 22. The compensation offered by Chai Jing includes a treasure map, a property deed, and a savings book. Prepared items? A treasure map? Xiao Shiyan promptly declined, saying, I did not come here to claim anything. Indeed, he had no intention of seeking possessions. His original thought was that if Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing were truly reported, the belongings at home were destined to be lost. Once Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing were taken away, he would collect the items. After all, it was hardly worth clinging to such unworthy individuals. However, upon arrival, he learned that the report was indeed true. Yet, it was evident that the Xiao couple had also exploited this situation to conceal their identities and pursue research. Perhaps they were genuinely envious and targeted by others, and there were influential figures seeking to protect them, hence resorting to such measures. Their wealth could thus be preserved. Xiao Shiyan, possessing experience from a future era, believed that as long as reforms were implemented, success would come swiftly. Coupled with his extraordinary abilities in the prosperous small town, earning money would be a matter of moments. Thus, despite the Xiao family's landowner background, he harbored no intention to seize their possessions. He sincerely wished to present this improved map, hoping it would exempt the Xiao couple from exile, as a means of repaying their kindness. Who would have known that Xiao Wenrui would wave his hand and say, do not refuse. My wife and I have raised 5 children in total. These items were meant to be divided into 5 shares, 1 for each. However, due to Jianyang's previous lack of prudence, our plan was to entrust these items to you and send him a portion of money each month to prevent any inadvertent disclosures that might lead to future troubles. Speaking of Du Jianyang, Xiao Wenrui felt a pang of sorrow. After years of careful nurturing, they had failed to educate him properly. Ultimately, he had even reported them. Who would not feel heartbroken in such a situation? Xiao Shiyan found it difficult to speak, but Xiao Wenrui had already consoled himself. He looked up at Xiao Shiyan and said, it is all right now. He has returned to the Du family. You have also returned, haven't you? I always believed that my son, Xiao Wenrui, and Chai Jing could not possibly turn out that way. Indeed, because he was mistakenly swapped at birth, the root was flawed, making it impossible to cultivate him well, no matter how hard we tried. At this moment, Chai Jing returned, rolling her eyes at Xiao Wenrui. As a mother, she felt a tinge of reluctance towards the child she had raised for so many years. Yet, her biological son had just returned and was considering so much for them. Chai Jing felt she should not express too much sentimentality for Du Jianyang in front of Xiao Shiyan. She emerged holding a box and placed it before Xiao Shiyan. At a loss for how to respond, Xiao Shiyan watched as Chai Jing smiled and opened the box, revealing a collection of items. She took out a property deed and stated, this is the deed for a Sihiyuan in the Xiqing district. There are hardly any left now. I have prepared one for each of you 5 children. This one is yours. Additionally, this is a treasure map, left to us by your grandfather and my father. I have divided everything into 5 portions, and this one is for you. You may choose to retrieve it at your convenience or wait for a clearer situation in the future. Either option is acceptable. All of this has been evenly divided into 5 shares. By the way, you have 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. However, both your father and I do not adhere to the notion of favoring sons over daughters. We believe in gender equality. Therefore, our children will each receive an equal share. Xiao Shiyan, on the other hand, did not harbor many other thoughts regarding this matter. He had never considered obtaining anything from Xiao Wenrui and Cai Jing, as he was not particularly familiar with them, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Upon witnessing this, Cai Jing found it amusing, letting out a chuckle before putting the items down. She continued, "Additionally, these are savings accumulated from our regular wages. They are all outside of the capital, so this money, totaling over 2,500, is for you. Your older siblings are also not in this area, so it has been left for you as well." This indeed amounted to a substantial sum, and Xiao Shiyan felt that the money he received from Du Jianyang paled in comparison to this. He wondered if Du Jianyang would be infuriated upon realizing what he had missed by reporting Xiao Wenrui and his wife. Why had Du Jianyang not obtained these funds in his previous life? This remained a mystery. Cai Jing seemed oblivious to Xiao Shiyan's confusion and picked up 2 passbooks, saying, "These 2 passbooks are from the factory our family previously contributed to under a public-private partnership. Although they have now been nationalized and interest payments have ceased, the funds within remain untouched. Despite us being reported, we have made the necessary arrangements. There should be no issues with these passbooks. We have not withdrawn any money since they were issued. We only recently organized them. One belongs to your father's family, and the other to your grandfather's. My dear child." Cai Jing's eyes reddened, her voice thick with emotion. "You have endured hardships since childhood. These 2 passbooks are our way of acknowledging and compensating for the debt your father and I owe you. Take them. This will bring us some solace." She thought of the other children who had grown up alongside, never lacking for anything, raised in comfort and provided with opportunities. Du Jianyang, if only he had been more ambitious, might have pursued higher education. He had not even managed to complete high school. Arranging opportunities for him had proven difficult. Initially, they had intended to help Du Jianyang find a job, but his betrayal had come too swiftly. Cai Jing, without hesitation, placed the passbooks into a small box and then thrust it into Xiao Shiyan's hands, assisting him in stowing it into a well-worn crossbody bag, which even bore a patch. This indicated the hardships Xiao Shiyan had endured while living with the Du family, and resentment towards them bubbled within her. Cai Jing added, "Your father and I have issued a statement severing our relationship with you. Since you did not grow up in the household, you should not be implicated. However, it seems that our efforts to secure you a job may prove quite challenging." Xiao Shiyan waved his hand, stating, "I have no intention of remaining in the capital. I plan to register for rural work tomorrow. By the way, where will you 2 be assigned? I aim to go there as well, so I can take care of you. After all, living in a cow shed and concerns regarding food and clothing are substantial issues. Not to mention the labor in the fields. You 2 have never worked in the fields, have you?" One hails from a landowner family, while the other is from a capitalist background, later becoming a university professor. Where would they possibly toil in the fields? Cai Jing paused, exchanging a glance with Xiao Wenrui. Their assignment was merely a FAA. Of course, there would be a process to follow, spending a few days there before being transferred. Yet, in playing this charade, they had begun to believe it themselves. Now, with Xiao Shiyan's reminder, they found themselves at a loss as to how to proceed with this act. Xiao Wenrui swiftly diverted the conversation, bypassing the awkward topic. "What made you decide to go to the countryside?" Xiao Shiyan shrugged, estimating that these 2 would not remain in the cow shed for long. He decided not to worry about that. "No worries, I have a fair idea of your destination. As for myself, it is certain that I cannot linger in the capital. I have nearly turned against the Du family and have been expelled by them. They will not allow me to stay here. It would be better to register for rural work and await the opportune moment. Who knows when the college entrance examination will resume? Perhaps I can return for the exams then." Chapter 23. Leaving the Xiao family, making amends. You guessed? What did you deduce? Xiao Wenrui asked, taken aback. Xiao Shiyan sighed. These 2 were indeed astute, yet they had left too many openings. He had previously refrained from mentioning specifics, only stating that arrangements had been made. But how had those arrangements been made? How could such wealth be preserved? To merely produce it upon demand? Xiao Shiyan pointed at the box and remarked, "If someone were to report you, how much wealth would you need to produce to retain these items? So, you 2 are still concealing things from me?" Xiao Wenrui was taken aback before offering a wry smile. This younger son seemed overly perceptive. Such minor clues, and they merely sought to express their apologies and make amends. Yet, he had caught them in their web, seeing through their plans. Xiao Shiyan continued, I suspect you are just like many individuals from confidential units. Suddenly disappearing to some location, correct? I want to pry into those matters. Even if you were to be sent for re-education, it is likely to be just a formality. You will undoubtedly be transferred afterward. I shall refrain from asking further. As for me, I will certainly be going to the countryside. You need not worry. Since you have provided me with such generous funds and support, I will be able to procure various necessities. I have several good friends residing in the compound who will offer assistance. Moreover, your transfer to a confidential unit indicates that our nation cannot indefinitely stagnate. However, the current researchers cannot persist indefinitely. Our country faces external adversaries, thus it is destined to reinitiate talent cultivation. Therefore, the college entrance examination will undoubtedly resume. I will take my high school textbooks to the countryside, review diligently, and continue learning. When the time comes, I shall return through the college entrance examination. Is that acceptable? Chai Jing was equally astonished. This youngest son was indeed not like Du Jianyang. Such intelligence truly reflected their lineage. As a couple of remarkable intellect, their past attempts to nurture and educate Du Jianyang had been a strenuous endeavor, leading them to question their suitability as educators. The boy, while not lacking in wit, displayed a disconcerting lack of aptitude in his studies. At the age of 10, he was still incapable of performing multiplication and division with two-digit numbers. Xiao Shiyan, unaware of their sentiments, would undoubtedly inquire if you were privy to their thoughts. Is it customary for a 10-year-old to grasp two-digit arithmetic? Do you harbor some misconceptions regarding your child's intellect? Naturally, those of high intelligence often presume their offspring to be equally gifted. Such skills were effortlessly acquired by them at a tender age, often before they had even embarked on their formal education, merely through the guidance of a private tutor. For a moment, an unexpected silence enveloped both parties. Xiao Shiyan calculated that he had lingered there for half an hour. He still intended to visit the location of Du Jinsheng's hidden treasures and, if time permitted, seek out a few members of the tail-cutting society for some house raids. Thus, he resolved to take his leave. Well, it is time for me to depart, he announced. Though the outside world likely suspects that you are not genuinely being exiled, there remains an element of risk. I will leave the engine improvement diagrams with you. My identity is not one I can publicly reveal. Once you have stabilized your situation and can make contact, please send me a letter. As for how to convey this letter, if it seems inappropriate, we can defer until a more opportune moment. Xiao Wenrui pondered for a moment, then wrote down the addresses of his children on a piece of paper. You may write to your older siblings. It is essential to inform them of family matters. Although Du Jianyang may not be particularly astute, he possesses a plethora of cunning tricks. Since he has reported us, it is difficult to ascertain whether he might take action against your siblings. Therefore, when you write to them, clarify the situation. My wife and I will also write to inform them of your circumstances. If we find stability, we shall correspond with them to inquire about your whereabouts. However, I suspect that any correspondence will require intermediary handling, and the addresses will certainly not be genuine. Nevertheless, these details are inconsequential. I understand, and I shall write to them. Xiao Shiyan accepted the addresses, though he had never interacted with them and remained uncertain of their sentiments. He contemplated whether blood relations held greater significance than the bonds forged over years of shared experience. He would simply convey the necessary information to them, harboring no further expectations. With that, Xiao Shiyan prepared to depart, as Xiao Wenrui and his wife escorted him to the courtyard. He glanced back at them, waved his hand, and with a sudden burst of energy, propelled himself forward. Using one foot to push against the wall for leverage, he ascended once more, scaling the barrier with ease. With a single leap, he had traversed the wall. Xiao Wenrui heard the faint sound of his landing, signaling that he had successfully made his exit. Continuing on, Xiao Wenrui heard the sound of stones striking the wall from the other side, realizing it was a farewell from them. Clearing his throat, he indicated his understanding. The footsteps of Xiao Shiyan were nearly imperceptible. After a considerable amount of time, they had not heard anything further and could only accept that Xiao Shiyan had indeed departed. Upon returning to their room, Chai Jing inquired, Rui Go, do you believe he is undoubtedly our son? That is certain. As for the modified blueprint, it's hard to say. But no one is aware of the mix-up with the children, and surely no one would invest so much time plotting against us, right? After some deliberation, they found themselves lacking clarity. Ultimately, they could only conclude that Xiao Shiyan was indeed a remarkably intelligent child. It was reasonable for him to have improved the engine. As for potential dangers, they were minimal. After all, they were conducting secret research at the Institute, and any communication with the outside world required organizational scrutiny. By that time, even the addresses would be fabricated, alleviating their fears of malicious individuals tracing their whereabouts. They decided to keep an eye on Zhongwen and Zhongwu, ensuring they remained discreet. For they had indeed owed him much over the years. 2 bankbooks containing but a few thousand yuan could hardly compensate for the absence of paternal and maternal love. You are right, they mused. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan had already left, unaware of the conversation between Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have questioned, "Are you truly suggesting that a few thousand yuan could suffice as compensation?" After emerging, Xiao Shiyan treaded carefully, wary of being discovered. At this time, there was a curfew in the capital, even as the black market thrived. Should he be captured, he would indeed be sent to a labor farm. The construction corps was far preferable to a farm. At least there, one maintained the identity of a sent-down youth and was free. Being sent to a farm signified a fate of hard labor. Xiao Shiyan retrieved his bicycle and promptly navigated to a dilapidated courtyard in the suburbs, guided by memory. From the outside, it appeared quite run down. Who would have imagined that the Du family would choose this location for a hidden treasure? This place was seldom visited. I shall investigate what secrets lie concealed here, he resolved. Chapter 24. Reaping abundant wealth. Yet remarkably cautious, an outsider would never suspect that Du Jinsheng would conceal items here. This was an abandoned cabin nestled against the mountains in the suburbs, overrun with wild grasses and moss. As Xiao Shiyan entered, he treaded carefully to avoid slipping on the moss and ensured that he did not leave any footprints. At this time, there were indeed technologies capable of analyzing footprints to identify suspects. He changed into a pair of larger shoes so that should he inadvertently leave a trace, it would not be easily linked to his smaller feet. It could be considered a clever ruse. However, it was best to avoid leaving any prints altogether. Xiao Shiyan thought to himself, simultaneously employing spatial abilities to begin scanning. Unfortunately, his spatial powers had been reset, now limited to a mere 0-level proficiency, allowing him to scan only within a 2 to 3 meter radius. The path he traversed was level and unremarkable. Xiao Shiyan remained undeterred. If the treasures concealed by Du Jinsheng were so easily discovered, they would not have remained hidden for so long. Although this location was remote, it was not entirely devoid of passers-by. Even items buried in one's ancestral grave could be exposed due to unexpected occurrences such as landslides. This place was no different. While Xiao Shiyan exercised caution, he did not believe that not a single trace would be revealed. The items had evidently been stolen, indicating that someone had indeed been here. This was beyond dispute. However, Xiao Shiyan felt it prudent to be wary and avoid leaving excessive traces. After surveying the area, doubts began to creep in. Had he miscalculated? Was this truly the location? Had the original owner, who had followed Du Jinsheng here, not come to hide treasures? Perhaps. It was the ancestral grave of the Du family. Many individuals prefer to conceal their valuables within ancestral graves, and in this country, such practices are often met with a degree of superstition. While there is discourse against propagating feudal superstitions, most people refrain from disturbing ancestral graves. They may abstain from burning incense or offering prayers at home, but the graves themselves remain intact. He believed there must be something hidden here. This site appeared to be a structure, the origin of which was unknown. If he was not mistaken, the direction indicated a kitchen. Xiao Shiyan pondered that many affluent families favored digging cellars beneath their kitchens to store items. Perhaps he would find something there. Approaching the kitchen, he soon discovered an abandoned stove, upon which rested a dilapidated pot. Upon scanning it, he noticed several holes in the pot, which had been plastered with dirt on the stove. Removing it would not be a simple task. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that beneath the stove lay a hidden realm. The upper part appeared to be an ordinary stove, yet there was a movable brick beneath it. And upon extracting this brick, he found a downward passage. Xiao Shiyan cursed under his breath. Indeed, it was concealed here. Had he not been meticulous, he might have overlooked it. This pot served as a formidable obstacle for anyone seeking to uncover the treasures below. Du Jinsheng was quite cautious, likely checking only to see if the pot had been disturbed during his visits. As long as the pot remained undisturbed, the items below would likely be safe. Utilizing his spatial abilities, Xiao Shiyan effortlessly removed the movable brick and placed it in the courtyard of his happy town, where he intended to cultivate vegetables and fruits. After leveling up 3 times, the courtyard had expanded significantly to about 40 square meters, providing ample space for planting. He decided to wait a couple of minutes to allow the air to circulate. The lower area had not been ventilated for quite some time. and he was uncertain whether there was any ventilation system. Entering suddenly without oxygen could lead to asphyxiation. After approximately 5 minutes, he took this opportunity to categorize the items within Happy Town and rearrange their placements. It was no wonder that in later generations, there were organizers. Such tidying up freed up considerable space for additional belongings. The space in the small town of happiness is temporarily limited. He cannot afford to carelessly leave items outside his dwelling. Those individuals parading down the street with cartoonish avatars may not necessarily be characters from the game. What if they were to spot his belongings and take them away? Only within the confines of his own home does he find a sense of security. All of his possessions must be meticulously organized. After waiting 5 minutes, Xiao Shiyan assessed that the air had circulated sufficiently before utilizing his spatial abilities to traverse downward. He retrieved the flashlight he had discovered at the Du residence earlier that day, switched it on, and proceeded downwards. How intriguing. He wondered if this was a setup orchestrated by Du Jincheng. It certainly seemed calculated. Did Du Jincheng not claim to hail from a peasant background? How could a peasant family afford such arrangements? Xiao Shiyan could not help but express his skepticism as he swiftly turned a corner and arrived in a lower chamber. He had to comment on the sight before him, 8 large chests. Even if they were filled with silver dollars, that would amount to a considerable fortune. Upon closer inspection, utilizing his spatial scanning ability, he discovered that indeed 2 of the chests contained silver dollars, specifically the yuan de 2. The remaining chests held small yellow fish and large yellow fish. He pondered from which household Du Jincheng might have pilfered these items. The wealth contained within these chests could sustain him for a lifetime. Finally, one chest was filled with porcelain. Could it be yuan blue and white? Xiao Shiyan had limited knowledge of porcelain, but it bore a resemblance to yuan blue and white. Regardless, as they were all antiques, he naturally decided to collect all 8 chests. Should he wish to upgrade the small town of happiness, he would not lack for gold in the near future. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Not dwelling on it further, Xiao Shiyan gathered his belongings and scanned the area, only to discover a pit had been excavated below. Cursing under his breath, he acknowledged Du Jincheng's extreme caution. This could be deemed excessive. There was even a stone slab, beneath which lay several more chests. He collected them from a distance. In total, there were 5 chests. One contained large black $10 bills, this chest being smaller yet still holding a substantial 50,000. The black $10 bills, each worth 10, amounted to 5,000 notes. Another chest housed small yellow fish. One contained large yellow fish, another held raw jadeite, and the last was filled with jade Buddha statues and ornaments. All valuable items were concealed below. The treasures above were already quite opulent. Perhaps Du Jincheng feared that the items above might be discovered. The stone slab was indistinguishable from the rest. Who would suspect that more chests lay beneath it? This crafty individual truly was meticulous in his planning. After collecting the items, Xiao Shiyan hurriedly retraced his steps, taking care to erase his footprints. Upon exiting, he replaced the stone tile in the stove and meticulously removed all traces of his presence. It was time to move on. He needed to return swiftly, ensuring that the Gu family did not catch on. Chapter 25, Revealing Secrets, Running Together. He mounted his bicycle and hastily continued on his way. The 2 locations were situated far apart, one to the east and the other to the west. Xiao Shiyan seemed on the verge of burning the wheels of his bicycle as he pedaled furiously for over an hour, finally arriving at the second location that Du Jincheng had once visited in his recollection. The setting was nearly identical, save for the presence of a concealed entrance nestled beside a surrounding wall, where wild grasses flourished and a pile of stones lay in the corner. Yet, this posed no challenge for Xiao Shiyan, who executed the same maneuver as before. After a mere 10 minutes, he successfully extracted 10 boxes once more, 2 containing small yellow croakers, 3 filled with larger yellow croakers, and 1 each of emeralds, amber, and various gemstones. Additionally, there was a box brimming with antique books, including rare, precious, and unique editions, culminating in another box stuffed with an impressive 70,000 large black tens. The treasures amassed from the Du family had netted Xiao Shiyan a staggering cash sum of 120,000. Such wealth, he mused, would be difficult to expend in the short term. With no possibility of purchasing a car or a courtyard, and large items requiring tickets, while luxury goods could only be procured from friendship stores using foreign exchange coupons, he found himself contemplating the absurdity of having money yet no means to spend it. However, it wasn't long before a chuckle escaped him, as he chastised himself for the folly of such thoughts. After all, he reasoned, wealth would always find its way to be spent in due time. Xiao Shiyan had his own aspirations regarding this newfound fortune. though he kept them to himself for the moment. As he rode his bicycle, he soon arrived at the park behind the Gu family residence. After stowing his bicycle, he stealthily approached the wall, passing through it and retracing his steps back to the Gu household. He took great care to remain silent. Fully aware of the formidable capabilities of Gu Xiqing's father, a military officer of considerable skill, had Xiao Shiyan not possessed his unique abilities, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. It was only when he lay upon his bed that he finally exhaled in relief, unbeknownst to him that Gu Qifeng, in the adjacent room, seemed to flutter his eyelids upon his return, as if on the brink of awakening. Fortunately, Gu Qifeng soon drifted back into slumber, murmuring indistinctly in his haze. Oblivious to these events, Xiao Shiyan returned home, exhilarated and momentarily unable to find rest. His gaze fell upon the towering stacks of boxes within his cherished little happy town, further igniting his enthusiasm. He also recalled the treasure map bestowed upon him by his parents, resolving to retrieve it at the earliest opportunity. Concealed in some secret location, it felt far safer than anything hidden within his own little happy town, were it not for the necessity of keeping such secrets. Xiao Shiyan would have eagerly proclaimed that all treasures belonging to his siblings should be entrusted to him, assuring them of their safety and promising to reveal them when circumstances improved. Of course, it was merely their first meeting, despite Xiao Shiyan's prior preparations regarding engine modifications. Neither Xiao Wenrui nor Chai Jing could be entirely certain of his intentions, had it not been for his striking resemblance to both of them. Coupled with their own predicament of being reported, they would not have readily yielded their cash and treasure map to him. Driven by guilt, they had done so. Yet Xiao Shiyan understood that earning their trust would not be an effortless endeavor. Both individuals are of exceptionally high intelligence and not easily deceived. In fact, Xiao Shiyan even suspects that the treasure map in his possession may not hold much value, as the Xiao couple might not have revealed everything. Although Xiao Shiyan harbors these thoughts, he does not intend to press the Xiao couple for any material possessions. Instead, he contemplates that tomorrow morning, when he has some leisure time, he will thoughtfully consider the upgrades for Happy Town. Other matters can wait. He needs to pinpoint either a pharmacy or a health clinic. Both establishments can dispense medicine, but the health clinic would be preferable, as it also offers massage services and seems to have a highly skilled physician on staff. Comparatively, the pharmacy falls short, though it appears to have the capacity to recycle herbs, which could yield some gold coins, making it a viable option as well. Lost in his thoughts, Xiao Shiyan soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Xiao Shiyan woke up quite early. At 6:30, he had only managed 3 hours of sleep. Yet he no longer felt overly fatigued. During the apocalypse, he had learned the art of deep sleep, and combined with his ability to meditate, a mere 3 hours was sufficient to restore his energy. After a brief half-hour rest at noon, he would remain invigorated for the entire day. However, this was during regular times. If he needed to participate in farm work, he would require an additional hour and a half of sleep. As Xiao Shiyan emerged from his room, Gu Xiqing's mother was already awake. Upon seeing Xiao Shiyan, she expressed curiosity. "Shiyan, why are you up so early?" Gu Qifeng also exited his room, dressed in casual shorts and a tank top, and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Shiyan. Xiao Shiyan smiled, responding, "I'm accustomed to it. Early to bed and early to rise, I go for a run in the morning. It energizes me for the day." This was indeed a habit of his original self, but Xiao Shiyan had maintained it for additional reasons. He knew that Gu Qifeng also had a running routine. By jogging in the morning alongside Gu Qifeng, his own condition would be evident to him, serving as his best alibi. After all, who could possess such vitality after a night of minimal sleep? As expected, Gu Qifeng was momentarily startled by Xiao Shiyan's presence, then remarked, "What a commendable habit. Early to bed, early to rise, and running in the morning is beneficial for one's health. I too intend to run. Why not join me?" As he spoke, Gu Qifeng shook his head, glancing toward Gu Xiqing's room, and sighed. "If Xiqing had even a fraction of your discipline, his mother and I would have far fewer worries." This remark created a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xiao Shiyan found it difficult to respond, managing only a smile as he said, "Xiqing is still young and unaware of his uncle's intentions. In a couple of years, when he matures, he will come to understand the concerns of his uncle." Humph. Gu Qifeng scoffed, not directed at Xiao Shiyan, but rather in frustration at Gu Xiqing. He has been spoiled by his mother. Even now, he remains oblivious to right and wrong. "Unlike you," Gu Qifeng began, but then hesitated. He wished to convey that children from impoverished families learn responsibility early on. Having no one to indulge them, they must grow up quickly. Yet, he recalled that Xiao Shiyan had been cast out from the Du family and had not lived well there. Devoid of parental affection, he exhibits a remarkable maturity, one that is poignantly heart-wrenching. However, such words undoubtedly unveil the scars of Xiao Shiyan. Just yesterday, he was heartbroken, seeking refuge in their home. Now, to reopen old wounds seems unnecessarily cruel. Enough of this, let us go for a run. Gu Mama's intentions were stifled by Gu Qingfeng's remarks. To speak further would only exacerbate the pain, making it difficult for her to voice her thoughts. Consequently, she shot a glance at her husband and instructed, "On your way back, please stop by the market to see if there is any meat, or fish will suffice." Gu Qingfeng acquiesced, adding, "What fish should I buy? Today I have the day off. I plan to take my fishing rod to the lake and see if I can catch anything." "Humph. You always claim you will go fishing, yet you never bring any back." Xiao Shiyan, standing nearby, nearly succumbed to laughter. "A true fisherman never returns empty-handed," Gu Qingfeng retorted. "When have I ever come back without fish? You have such a poor memory. How can you forget so easily at your age?" Chapter 26. Gu Qingfeng's thoughts on a burglary at home. Xiao Shiyan accompanied Gu Qingfeng for a run while Gu Mama, when Siki, remained at home to prepare breakfast. In these times, few venture out for breakfast. Most prefer to cook at home. The housewives are quite adept, capable of preparing congee, pancakes, gruel, steamed buns, and dumplings without fail. Aside from food, clothing is typically made from fabric purchased and crafted at home. In this era, self-sufficiency is highly valued. As Xiao Shiyan followed Gu Qingfeng outside, Gu Qingfeng observed Xiao Shiyan's slender frame and initially assumed he might struggle to keep pace. At first, he intended to run slower to accommodate him. However, it soon became evident that Xiao Shiyan required no such leniency. Gu Qingfeng ran ahead. Yet Xiao Shiyan kept stride beside him, never lagging even slightly. Gu Qingfeng privately marveled, contemplating, this lad, though seemingly frail and malnourished, does not appear to be exaggerating about his daily running. His speed is surprisingly commendable, keeping up with my eased pace. Encouraged, Gu Qingfeng quickened his pace slightly, only to discover that Xiao Shiyan still managed to keep up. This piqued Gu Qingfeng's interest. If Xiao Shiyan's physical condition could support such endurance, perhaps he could assist him in joining the military. In this era, enlisting is a highly regarded opportunity, whether in rural or urban settings. It offers a promising path for the youth. Unbeknownst to Xiao Shiyan, Gu Qingfeng's intentions were shifting, yet he gradually noted Gu Qingfeng's increasing speed. Initially, he matched his pace, but soon felt that he had already showcased sufficient speed. Had it been his former self, prior to yesterday, he would not have been able to keep up at all. Gu Qingfeng was not running particularly fast, but the original body had maintained a jogging habit at a slow pace. Given the malnourishment, such vigorous exercise was beyond what he could endure. Jogging had become his utmost limit. Currently, Xiao Shiyan possesses extraordinary abilities, yet he gradually begins to exhibit signs of physical fatigue. Gu Qingfeng feels a twinge of regret. Although he surpasses the average individual, he falls short compared to the young men in the military. To send him directly would be ill-advised. Gu Qingfeng's thoughts remain unbeknownst to Xiao Shiyan, who, if aware, would certainly decline at the first opportunity. In 4 years, the college entrance examination will resume. Xiao Shiyan does not harbor a dislike for the military. Rather, he is inherently carefree and cherishes his freedom. Having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, he now yearns for the leisurely life of the city. Alternatively, purchasing a plot of farmland to establish a farm is also a lifestyle he deeply admires. At this moment, Du Jinsheng opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through him. Even before opening his eyes, he felt an unexpected chill beneath him. What could this mean? Autumn was approaching, and the nights and early mornings still held a slight chill. Yet, how could his bed feel so cold? Upon reaching down, he discovered the frigid floor beneath him. Had he fallen from the bed? Surely not. He typically sleeps soundly and does not move about excessively. How could this happen? As he opened his eyes and sat up, he was confronted with a terrifying reality. He was sitting on the floor. Beside him lay Chen Shuxia, appearing somewhat aged with disheveled hair. "Ah!" she shrieked. "Where's the bed? What happened to everything in the room? Where's the money?" Before Du Jinsheng could respond, screams erupted from several adjacent rooms. Those were his children, including Du Jianyang, whom he had only recently recognized. Du Jinsheng held a certain dissatisfaction towards Du Jianyang. The boy was somewhat overweight, clearly having been raised in comfort and indulgence within the Xiao family. Just yesterday, Du Jinsheng had tested him and discovered that he hadn't even completed middle school. Yet, the Xiao couple were both professors at Peking University. Was their method of raising children truly so unrefined? It seemed even less competent than that of two rough men and a rural woman. Indeed, Chen Shuxiao was merely a countrywoman with little exposure to the world. Having followed Du Jincheng into the city, she fancied herself a lady of high status, adhering to numerous customs that she likely did not fully comprehend. Du Jincheng hastily rose and rushed outside. He had briefly surveyed the furniture in his room, including the desk, dresser, wardrobe, and bed, as well as a sewing machine, all of which were now missing. Undoubtedly, the items that had been placed under the bed and within the wardrobe had vanished. Yet, those were not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was that he had checked the floor and found nothing significant missing. Now, he needed to see his children. As he approached, he noticed the shock on their faces. His two daughters screamed, interspersing their cries with references to jewelry, leading Du Jincheng to realize that the trinkets he had brought for them were also gone. While these losses were not paramount, he was increasingly concerned about who possessed such skill to infiltrate their residence unnoticed and remove their bed. At last, Du Jincheng arrived at the threshold of Du Jianyang's room and beheld his son, pallid and murmuring to himself, "The items I took from the Xiao family have inexplicably vanished." Du Jincheng furrowed his brow. He too was curious about what treasures Du Jianyang had brought back from the Xiao household. However, he refrained from inquiring yesterday, as it would seem rather unbecoming for a father to ask his son about his possessions. Chen Shuxia had broached the subject, along with their two daughters. Yet Du Jianyang had brushed them off, claiming they would discuss it once everything was settled. Now, even that rattan chest had disappeared, leaving no opportunity for further discussion. Disappointment welled within Du Jincheng. He believed the Xiao family possessed a wealth of fine items, coming from a prominent landowning family coupled with a capitalist wife. Their assets must surely be considerable. Alas, it was regrettable that due to a report, those treasures would undoubtedly be lost to them. He felt powerless to intervene, as he had to remain cognizant of the public perception. The fact that his son had been raised in the Xiao family was something he could conceal from others, but not from his colleagues or the members of the local community. He was also aware that it was Du Jianyang who had reported the Xiao family. Although everyone advised maintaining distance from such individuals, the act of betraying one's adoptive parents, who had treated him with kindness, would surely lead to societal scorn. He would find it difficult to secure a respectable marriage for his son, as potential suitors would likely be of a similar temperament, cold-hearted and devoid of conscience. In fact, even the wicked prefer the company of the virtuous. Du Jincheng shared this sentiment. He hoped his children would forge alliances with good-hearted individuals. What now? Has everything truly been lost? Du Jincheng's words shattered the awkward silence, leaving Du Jianyang on the verge of tears. In the courtyard of the Gu family, the elderly cadre had risen early, his sleep having been light. He had not misplaced his bed, but all of his clothing was mysteriously absent. Did you wake up quickly? We have been robbed. Chapter 27. The incident, it was his doing. Jiang Xinyan's mother, named Qin Deju, bore a simple and unadorned name. It seemed reminiscent of the saying from the legend of the White Snake, where the sister quipped that her brother-in-law could not name things well. If Li Gongfu were to name them, they would either be lotus or chrysanthemum. Qin Deju's parents were somewhat similar in this regard. Qin Deju was assigned to serve as a maid for the elderly cadre, yet she was unwilling to remain in that role indefinitely. Thus, she proposed herself as a potential bride for him. However, such matters were not easily resolved. Although the cadre accepted her close care, he still valued his dignity and had not married her, nor could he. His children would never consent to it. Qin Deju had envisioned that marrying the elderly cadre would secure her future, and perhaps she could bring her daughter along to eventually be registered in his household. Yet, for now, success eluded her. At the elder's call, Qin Deju awakened and inquired, "What is the matter?" The elderly cadre replied, "Look, where are my clothes?" "Clothes? Aren't they by the bed? I'll fetch them for you." Qin Deju felt a bit bewildered. She opened her mouth to speak and, at the same time, got out of bed to fetch some clothes for the elderly gentleman. Internally, she couldn't help but grumble about having to attend to such trivial matters. However, as she approached, she realized the clothes that had been on the chair were missing. This startled her. "I took them off for you last night and left them right here." Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyan was awakened by the noise, feeling somewhat irritable. Yet, she dared not raise her voice too much, knowing the elderly gentleman did not hold her in high regard. Were it not for her mother's attentive care, she would never have been allowed to stay. The elderly gentleman's children disdained both her and her mother. If things escalated, he would simply replace the caregiver, leaving them to be cast out. It was truly frustrating. After all these years, she couldn't even win over an old man. If she could just get her name on his household registry, with her beauty, Securing a wealthy husband from a prominent family would be a simple endeavor. Xiao Shiyan felt exasperated. If only her mother were more capable, she wouldn't have to be entangled with Xiao Shiyan. Little did she know, he was the son of a capitalist. Had she realized this sooner, she would have returned home earlier, avoiding the current predicament where she gained nothing and was instead expelled. Yesterday, Xiao Shiyan had inquired about Xiao Shiyan and stumbled upon a significant secret. Xiao Shiyan was not the biological son of the Du family. The real heir was Du Jianyang, a plump little boy. Interestingly, Du Jianyang had proven to be astute, leaving the Xiao family with a substantial fortune and a large wooden chest. Xiao Shiyan believed that someone like Du Jianyang was truly clever, unlike Xiao Shiyan, who foolishly lavished his attention on the Du family, only to find that no one in the family genuinely cared for him. Xiao Shiyan mused that it was fortunate Xiao Shiyan was such a person, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manipulate him. The other residents of the Grand Estate were exceedingly selfish, making it impossible for her to win them over. Du Xiqing was a prime example of this. Initially, her intentions had been directed towards him, but throughout, he had never offered her a kind word. Eventually, it was through Du Xiqing that she met Xiao Shiyan, managing to charm a devoted admirer, which made her circumstances somewhat more bearable. However, she could no longer afford to be associated with Xiao Shiyan. He had been cast out by the Du family, although he still worked and earned a little money. Who knew how long that would last? Reflecting on how he had asked her to repay him yesterday, Xiao Shiyan seethed. You claimed to be sincere with me, and this is your sincerity? You initially insisted it was a gift, yet now you shamelessly come to me with a promissory note demanding repayment. The very thought of Xiao Shiyan's demeanor infuriated her. Had she known, she would never have written that note. Xiao Shiyan had merely intended to establish a strong persona, portraying herself as noble and not one to be swayed by money. Who could have anticipated that she had misjudged? Xiao Shiyan was no virtuous individual. Little did she know he had already changed. As she listened to the ongoing conversation between her mother and the elderly gentleman, her anger reached a boiling point. As she turned her head, intending to don her clothing, she felt the morning chill. Wait, where are my clothes? Xiao Shiyan was momentarily bewildered before erupting into a loud scream. Shortly thereafter, the attendant stationed outside rushed in, inquiring loudly, Leader, what has happened? At that moment, Xiao Shiyan and Gu Qifeng happened to be jogging past, and already a crowd had gathered outside. Even in this courtyard, which housed prominent individuals, there were also family members and gatekeepers present, all of whom were equally curious, eager to learn what transpired within. Xiao Shiyan, having eavesdropped, quickly grasped that the events of the previous night had come to light. The attendant had entered, and several senior officials and their families had also ventured inside, allowing details of the incident to seep out, rendering any attempt at concealment futile. I heard that Chindeju had even moved into old Qin's quarters, someone proclaimed fervently, as though revealing a great secret. Yet, it was clear that the news was already common knowledge, not a recent rumor, but something that had circulated long before. While others remained oblivious, Xiao Shiyan was aware that such information likely originated from Chindeju and Xiao Shiyan themselves, intending to leverage public opinion to persuade the old Qin official to marry Chindeju. Xiao Shiyan aspired to have her name on the household register and to change her surname. Unfortunately, the old Qin official was not easily deceived, nor would his children allow it. Although their circumstances, a widower and a widow, were quite justifiable, for the sake of inheritance, the offspring of old Qin would not consent. I have also heard that all of old Qin's belongings, including clothing, have been moved into Chindeju's daughter's room. This revelation was even more sensational, eliciting peculiar expressions from the listeners, who wished to laugh but hesitated. A slight smirk played on Xiao Shiyan's lips, for this was precisely the effect he sought. Xiao Shiyan had treated the original owner as a pawn, utilizing her funds without offering any benefit in return. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan was undoubtedly contemplating how to rid herself of Xiao Shiyan's entanglement, refusing to repay the debts documented in the promissory notes, hoping to kick them away. But where was there such good fortune? Xiao Shiyan wished to remain in the courtyard, yet Xiao Shiyan would not grant her that desire. It was likely that old Qin's children would soon arrive. Xiao Shiyan and Chindeju would likely be expelled from the courtyard, leaving them with no choice but to return to their rural home. Xiao Shiyan felt no guilt. He was not one to unjustly harm others. He merely believed in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. His modus operandi was to repay grievances in kind. Du Qifeng furrowed his brow, stating, Shiyan, let us return. He had no desire to partake in the commotion, yet it was evident that departing was not an option. It was undoubtedly him. It had to be him. Xiao Shiyan burst forth, angrily pointing at Xiao Shiyan. declaring, "You did this." Chapter 28, Jiang Xinyan's Schemes. Refusing to bear blame, Xiao Shiyan had not anticipated Jiang Xinyan's swift reaction. Should it be said that her intuition was remarkably keen? Yet, Xiao Shiyan maintained an impassive gaze upon Jiang Xinyan, devoid of any semblance of guilt. With a hint of bewilderment, he questioned her, "What on earth are you talking about? I have only just arrived here, and I am utterly unaware of what has transpired at the Qin residence. Your accusations seem rather peculiar, do they not?" At that moment, the complexity of emotions in Jiang Xinyan's eyes was palpable. Her gaze conveyed a multitude of sentiments, both confusion and a silent plea. This was a tactic she often employed, presenting herself in a manner that evoked sympathy, compelling others to assist her willingly, be it in the form of gifts, financial aid, or labor. In the past, Xiao Shiyan had fallen prey to her stratagems numerous times. He had once believed his feelings for Jiang Xinyan were merely born of compassion, oblivious to the fact that he had been ensnared in her web. At present, Jiang Xinyan harbored similar intentions. Should Xiao Shiyan concede to the accusations, neither she nor her mother would be expelled. She still aspired to leverage her status within the compound to secure a prosperous marriage. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Xinyan vociferously inquired, perplexed by Xiao Shiyan's apparent transformation. Was it possible that his expulsion from the Du family had rendered him devoid of support, prompting him to cling to her? Yet, if he did not assume the burden of blame, she too would face expulsion from the compound. In that event, he would be unable to grasp even the hem of her skirt. Of course, should he take the blame, he would similarly find himself distanced from her. Jiang Xinyan feigned vulnerability. Her appearance was not particularly striking, yet her demeanor was artfully crafted. She presented herself as a caring elder sister, seemingly considering the needs of others. In truth, she had contributed not of tangible benefit, merely uttering a few flattering words in hopes that others would perform her bidding. This had been her modus operandi in the past, and she had often succeeded. Regrettably, today would not yield the same fortune. Xiao Shiyan, observing her feigned distress, remained unmoved. Shaking his head as he replied, "I do not comprehend your words. By the way, what has transpired here?" We remained somewhat bewildered. Could someone elucidate the situation for us? Feigning confusion, Xiao Shiyan elicited sympathy from those around him, who regarded him as innocent. "Indeed, Jiang Xinyan, you cannot indiscriminately slander others. He has only just arrived. Look at him, so spirited and vibrant. Does he truly resemble a thief from last night? This lad is so frail. Do you genuinely believe he could stealthily infiltrate the Qin residence?" While some maintained clarity, others were ensnared in confusion. "Wait, I have seen this boy before. He was always orbiting around Jiang Xinyan, was he not? How odd that they are at odds today. Could it be that they are quarreling over the spoils? I had expected him to take the fall for Jiang Xinyan, as he had done previously." Xiao Shiyan mused that these onlookers were not entirely oblivious. They were, in fact, rather astute. The words they spoke were precisely what should have been conveyed to his former self. The fawning gestures and words were clearly observed by the bystanders. In the past, he had borne the brunt of Jiang Xinyan's misdeeds time and again. Old Qin likely felt that Xiao Shiyan could not possibly commit such acts. He shook his head at Jiang Xinyan and said, "Enough, my dear Jiang. There is no need for further explanation. The evidence was found in your room. What else is there to say?" Before Jiang Xinyan could respond, Old Qin continued, "Moreover, despite my limited insight, I instructed the guard to set up a resting area outside. His professional judgment is beyond reproach. Could he have not heard someone entering through the door? There is but one conclusion." An ant nearby inquired, "What is it?" She played the role of a foil, and although Old Qin was furious about losing money, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. It is evident that the items were taken by someone within the household. Only in this manner could the guard perceive these individuals as family rather than intruders, thus refraining from intervening. "Indeed, your keen perception, Old Qin, has unveiled Jiang's true character," another ant chimed in. "This Jiang girl has a history of petty thefts in our compound. It was only after this young man began providing for her that her misdeeds lessened. However, she still occasionally succumbs to temptation. Indeed, had it not been for your standing, Old Qin, we would have expelled her long ago." The group of ants clearly had grievances against Jiang Xinyan, harboring dissatisfaction that had long been kept under wraps. Yet, given Old Qin's amicable relationship with Chen Daijiu, they felt shielded from repercussions. Who could deny that Chen Daijiu was adept at influencing Old Qin? Otherwise, how could they all reside in this grand compound? Xiao Shiyan was aware of Jiang Xinyan's past transgressions. Their family's poverty had led Old Qin to allow them to stay. yet he remained miserly when it came to finances. This, however, was not solely old Qin's fault. His children would not permit him to share his meager allowance, which was regularly taken by them. What little old Qin retained would not be distributed to Chen Daijiu or Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan had a penchant for ostentatious items. Drawn to the superficial allure of extravagant clothing, such as those flashy skirts. When funds were scarce, what choice did she have but to pilfer? It was only with Xiao Shiyan's support that she gradually refrained from such actions. Yet, for one accustomed to thievery, the temptation could prove overwhelming. Thus, on occasion, Jiang Xinyan would still steal a trinket, not for monetary gain, but to satisfy an inner craving. Feeling increasingly anxious, Jiang Xinyan wondered why the ants of the compound were so relentless. "What does it have to do with you?" she retorted, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Shiyan. At this moment, he must have been aware of the unfolding situation, and surely he should shoulder the blame on her behalf. Regrettably, Xiao Shiyan had awakened. He was no longer the person he once was. Transformed in spirit, he would not act as Jiang Xinyan's sycophant, willing to bear the weight of her accusations. Taking on such blame was not a trivial matter to be dismissed with a mere reprimand. It could lead to a police station and confinement in a holding cell. Xiao Shiyan had witnessed countless dramas portraying the grim reality of prison life, its lack of safety and freedom, let alone the inability to pursue one's own affairs. He would not willingly court such suffering. No matter the hardship, Xiao Shiyan would never engage in anything beneath his dignity. "Why do you gaze at me so? I merely rested at Gu Xiqing's residence yesterday, and that is the truth. However, I did not step outside, correct, Uncle Gu?" Gu Qingfeng had already grasped the situation from earlier, yet he remained uncertain whether Xiao Shiyan had fully comprehended it. Gu Qingfeng was aware of Xiao Shiyan's past demeanor and refrained from rushing to his defense if Xiao Shiyan were to act irrationally and willingly accept blame. His own words would invite skepticism. Upon hearing Xiao Shiyan's statement, Gu Qingfeng's perspective shifted, and he nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Xiao Shiyan did stay at my home last night. I did not hear him leave. He was asleep the entire night." Chapter 29. Interrogation. Could the fool be referring to me? "Impossible," Jiang Xinyan exclaimed loudly. "He came to steal things from my house last night. Did you witness this?" Gu Qingfeng retorted. Jiang Xinyan fell silent, unable to admit the truth. For to do so would implicate her as an accomplice. Yet, if she remained mute, she could not refute Gu Qingfeng's counterargument. Xiao Shiyan was aware of the events that transpired. He had taken everything from last night, except for Elder Qin's belongings. Although Xiao Shiyan was not particularly fond of Elder Qin's methods, the latter had not wronged him. Thus he refrained from taking anything that belonged to him. Nevertheless, Xiao Shiyan had discreetly relocated Elder Qin's possessions to Jiang Xinyan's room, concealing them quite thoroughly. Should this information surface, Jiang Xinyan would have to admit that she and Xiao Shiyan had shared a room late at night. Given the conservative societal norms of the time, such news would compel her to marry Xiao Shiyan, leaving her with no escape from the situation. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan was likely in a state of great anxiety, her gaze frequently darting toward Xiao Shiyan, tinged with a hint of grievance. Previously, his flattery had irked her, but now she wondered why he had suddenly ceased. "Do help me out of this predicament, or else do not expect a glance from me." Xiao Shiyan deciphered the meaning behind Jiang Xinyan's eyes. He had no intention of shielding her from blame. Otherwise, last night's actions would have been futile. He was no sycophant, and certainly would not play the fool. Jiang Xinyan was not some rare beauty, merely an ordinary girl with decent looks, perhaps an 8 out of 10. Yet, she possessed a flair for aesthetics, and her feigned personality had garnered the affection of the original owner of this body. The truth was that the original had endured a troubled childhood, having been mistreated and deprived of love. Otherwise, one could ponder why Gu Xiqing did not fawn over Jiang Xinyan. After waiting in vain, Jiang Xinyan's patience waned as Xiao Shiyan remained unresponsive. How could he be so cruel? Could he not revert to his previous demeanor? Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat. Fully aware of the situation, Xiao Shiyan seemed genuinely awakened now. He certainly could not allow Jiang Xinyan to manipulate him. What exactly transpired? "Elder Qin, how much has been lost from your household?" Elder Qin appeared somewhat embarrassed, as he had not intended for matters to escalate publicly. He merely felt that, given the circumstances, Chen Deju and Jiang Xinyan were no longer suitable to remain. As soon as he uttered those words, Jiang Xinyan burst into tears, as though she had been violated. Then, upon catching sight of Xiao Shiyan outside, her eyes lit up, and she dashed out. Consequently, the family's shame was laid bare. Xiao Shiyan seemed to have discerned the intentions of old Qin. He held no regard for Chen Deju. It is likely he perceived her as an inadequate caretaker, thus offering her a grand illusion, leading her to believe she might marry old Qin and become his confidant. This was precisely what Xiao Shiyan had always desired, prompting her to urge Chen Deju on. Chen Deju, likely unwilling to remain merely a caretaker, aspired to be the wife of a prominent figure, hence her continuous self-recommendation. Old Qin, recognizing this ambition, accepted her, thinking that her desire would inspire her to be more devoted. In truth, Chen Deju indeed harbored such aspirations. Thus she attended to old Qin with great diligence. However, while old Qin could weave dreams, he would never bring them to fruition, unless he were to forsake his own children. Yet, upon realizing that Chen Deju and Xiao Shiyan might not possess clean hands, he deemed it unwise to keep them around. His fortune was certainly intended for his progeny. Otherwise, why would he merely spin fantasies without fulfilling them? When Gu Qifeng posed a question, old Qin found himself at a loss, as it struck at a matter he wished to avoid. Gu Qifeng turned to the attendant, who was equally reluctant to speak on matters pertaining to the leader's household, especially since he could not voice the issue that weighed heavily on him. The attendant glanced at old Qin, who pondered for a moment, then turned away, feigning ignorance. This gesture implied that he would neither speak nor intervene. The attendant then stated, "The situation is as follows. Last night, everything was still in place. However, upon rising this morning, old Qin discovered that items in the room were missing. After a prolonged search, he eventually found them in Miss Zhang's room." The attendant merely recounted the events without elaborating that old Qin had summoned him to assist in searching for traces the moment he noticed the items were gone. Subsequently, the attendant discovered a few clues that led him to outside Xiao Shiyan's room. At that time, Xiao Shiyan vehemently refused to allow the attendant or old Qin to enter and search, while Chen Deju interjected, saying, "My daughter is a young lady. Do you intend to ruin her reputation by entering?" Ultimately, it was old Qin who, unwilling to concede defeat, insisted that the attendant enter to investigate, which led to the recovery of the missing items, thoroughly concealed. Gu Qifeng perceptibly recognized something amiss and probed further, upon entering. "Did you find the items laid out in the room?" The attendant hesitated to respond, as the matter concerned Xiao Shiyan's reputation. At that moment, a nearby figure scoffed, "Surely, they were not simply lying in plain sight in that room? They must have been hidden in various places, perhaps even very secretly. Otherwise, Chen Deju would have claimed it was a simple case of mistaken possession." Gu Qifeng paused, asking Sister Ji, "Why do you say that?" Sister Ji pouted, responding, "This is not the first time such a thing has occurred. It has happened several times before, and I have heard it all from next door. Otherwise, why do you think old Qin insisted on driving her and her daughter away? This unsavory conduct has not been a recent development." "What?" The onlookers began to turn their attention, chattering with lively commentary. "No, I did not," Xiao Shiyan shouted defiantly. An elderly woman tugged at Xiao Shiyan's blouse, remarking, "Did you say no? Then how did you acquire this blouse? Don't tell me your mother, working as a nanny, managed to buy you such an expensive garment. I believe it hails from the Shanghai market. I remember seeing it at the department store, priced at around 120. Indeed, I recall Xiao Shiyan possessing more than just this one. Altogether, wouldn't that amount to several hundred? I suspect it exceeds that. It may well be over 1,000. Xiao Shiyan, enlighten us. If you Haven-tea pilfered from old Qin's household, how did you amass the funds for such lavish attire? And your mother still needs to send money back home to support her family, not to mention your unambitious brother. You wouldn't claim that all this was gifted to you, would you? In this world, where can one find such a generous benefactor? It seems that the community looks down upon Xiao Shiyan, perceiving her as a seductive siren, always flirting with the men of the estate. The aunts, fearing for their husbands and children, are eager to see Xiao Shiyan expelled." Gu Qifeng cast a curious glance at Xiao Shiyan beside him. To his knowledge, Xiao was indeed a fool for love. Clearing his throat, Xiao shyly admitted, "Auntie, perhaps that fool is me?" A chorus of puzzled expressions met him. While Xiao Shiyan's eyes sparkled with delight, Xiao Shiyan truly remained her devoted admirer, the most cheerful yet least valuable fish in her pond. "Hurry, help me shoulder this blame. I will pay you a visit later." Gu Qifeng furrowed his brow, uncertain why Xiao Shiyan would make such a statement. Could it be that he regretted his actions and wished to continue as her admirer? Xiao Shiyan cleared his throat, disregarding the astonished and scornful glances from the aunts, as well as old Qin's newfound understanding, and ignored the pleading looks from Xiao Shiyan and Chen Deju. He stated, "The situation is rather straightforward. To label me as a fool would be inaccurate." Chapter 30. Your mother intends to marry your father and become your stepmother, while your brother must lend his assistance." Upon hearing Xiao Shiyan speak, Jiang Xinyan felt a jolt of anticipation. She thought perhaps Xiao Shiyan was finally ready to take the blame for her. "Yes, you are indeed that fool." Jiang Xinyan felt confident in her allure, adept at analyzing circumstances and employing the right approach for each individual. For Xiao Shiyan, being the understanding older sister was undoubtedly the most effective strategy. She was confident in her charm and her complete dominion over the fish in her pond. Yet, why was he now denying it? Suddenly, Jiang Xinyan felt a pang of anxiety. She hoped Xiao Shiyan wouldn't commit any foolishness. Then, she saw him smile at her. But to Jiang Xinyan, that smile seemed the height of irony. He was about to betray me. Jiang Xinyan wished to speak, to prevent Xiao Shiyan from proceeding. However, Xiao Shiyan was quicker than her. Before she could utter a word, he interjected, stating, "The funds used by Comrade Jiang Xinyan to purchase these items of Bragi all originated from me." A group of onlookers gazed at Xiao Shiyan with expressions of bewilderment. Unfazed, he continued, "Jiang Xinyan mentioned that her mother is in a relationship with old Cadre Qin, who promised her mother that he would marry her in due time. Her mother advised her to present herself attractively, as old Cadre Qin has a penchant for that. However, lacking the means, she sought a loan from me, assuring that once her mother wed old Cadre Qin, he would repay me." As he spoke, Xiao Shiyan reached into his pocket and produced a slip of paper, declaring, "Behold, this is the promissory note Jiang Xinyan wrote when borrowing the money. She has signed and affixed her thumbprint." A plump ant leaned in, eager to scrutinize the note. She even sought to discern the signature below. Indeed, while the handwriting was somewhat hasty, it undoubtedly bore the name Jiang Xinyan. The thumbprint confirmed its authenticity. Others examined it in turn before passing it to old Cadre Qin. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xinyan attempted to snatch it away to tear it up. Xiao Shiyan stepped forward just in time, causing the plump ant to retreat, effectively blocking Jiang Xinyan's path. Xiao Shiyan then remarked, "Jiang Xinyan, this is merely one of the notes. You have penned more than just this one. I have preserved no fewer than 40 such promissory notes." The plump ant gasped in astonishment. "Surely not. If this one amounts to 100 yuan, you haven't lent Jiang Xinyan 4,000 yuan, have you?" The expression on the plump ant's face resembled that of a person who had just encountered an extraordinary fool. Countless gazes turned towards him, their sentiments echoing the same disbelief. Xiao Shiyan rubbed his nose, acknowledging that, although he had not personally engaged in these transactions, he was the one standing before the crowd, shouldering the weight of this discourse. The embarrassment of the situation rested squarely on his shoulders. Yet, that was not entirely the case. The amounts varied, with some being merely 30 or 50. Even so, those would still total at least 1,000. In the year of 73, a laborer's wage was a mere 20-some yuan. 1,000 yuan would require 4 to 5 decades of labor to accumulate, essentially 4 years without sustenance. Did this young man truly possess such wealth? Disregarding their scrutinizing stares, Xiao Shiyan fixed his intent gaze upon old Cadre Qin, asking, "Old Cadre Qin, might you assist in repaying this sum?" This was the implication of Xiao Shiyan's words. Old Cadre Qin's eyes wandered, aware of the reality of the situation. Indeed, many rumors circulated within the courtyard. However, he could not acquiesce. Firstly, this was a substantial amount of money. While he possessed it, he was reluctant to part with it, for it was meant for his children. Secondly, if he were to repay this debt, would it not imply an acknowledgement of his relationship with Chen Daijiu? His intention in maintaining a connection with Chen Daijiu was solely to ensure her attentive care. He had no genuine desire to wed her. His child could hardly agree. But what if he were to refuse? Old Qin turned his gaze towards Xiao Shiyan, who looked back at him with a bewildered expression. Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Shiyan anxiously inquired, "Aren't you going to help, old Qin? Jiang Xinyan mentioned that you are about to marry her mother. Shouldn't you clear the family's debts?" Old Qin's sharp eyes scrutinized Xiao Shiyan before shifting to Gu Qingfeng. It was evident that he hoped Gu Qingfeng would intervene and take Xiao Shiyan away. Although many were aware of his affair with Chen Daijiu, it was not something to be publicly discussed. However, Gu Qingfeng merely turned his head slightly, casting his gaze aside. Ignoring Old Qin's imploring look, Old Qin felt a surge of anger and a twinge of sorrow within him. How fleeting is the warmth of camaraderie. Over such a trivial matter, Gu Qingfeng was unwilling to offer assistance. Gu Qingfeng had just learned that Xiao Shiyan had borrowed such a substantial sum from Jiang Xinyan. He was astonished to discover that Xiao Shiyan had amassed such wealth. Given his standing and status within the Du family, it was unlikely they would have lent him such an amount. Thus, it was clear that the money was indeed earned by Xiao Shiyan. Yet how had he acquired so much? The notion of unscrupulous dealings flickered through Gu Qingfeng's mind, but he dismissed it. Xiao Shiyan was no fool, and it was improbable that he would reveal such a blatant flaw at this juncture. Gu Qifeng pondered how best to handle the situation, recognizing that direct intervention was not feasible at this moment. Observing Gu Qingfeng's reluctance to assist, old Qin became increasingly agitated. Feeling the weight of scorn from onlookers who reveled in his predicament, he sighed inwardly, lamenting his long-standing retreat from the forefront, now merely a subject of ridicule. With no other recourse, old Qin spoke firmly to Xiao Shiyan. Whoever borrowed the money must repay it. I have no ties to her mother. However, Xiao Shiyan urgently retorted, aren't you marrying Chen Daijiu? How can you disregard her daughter? Who is marrying Chen Daijiu? Those words did not come from old Qin. At this moment, he fixed a penetrating stare on Xiao Shiyan, hoping his authoritative demeanor would intimidate him into retreat. Yet Xiao Shiyan appeared utterly perplexed, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of old Qin's presence, as if he had merely been momentarily chastised. Neither Chen Daiji nor Jiang Xinyan dared to interject. Was this man truly oblivious? Just then, a man entered the scene, pushing through the crowd. Ah, it's Xiao Qin, chortled the plump ant. She had never been on good terms with Chen Daijiu, and old Qin had previously reprimanded her due to the latter's influence. Therefore, she relished the unfolding drama, even wishing for a touch more chaos. Xiao Qin? A thought struck Xiao Shiyan, realizing that this must be old Qin's son. Xiao Qin, a man in his 40s, likely employed in a governmental position and bearing the air of authority that ordinary individuals found intimidating. Yet Xiao Shiyan remained confused, curiously asking, if old Qin refuses to repay, does Xiao Qin, Officer Qin, intend to assist in settling the debt? Jiang Xinyan told me that her mother is set to marry your father and become your stepmother. She shall henceforth be your sister, and as the elder brother, it seems you could lend a hand? Chapter 31. With everyone gathered, the grand performance unfolds. Does she dare assume the role of my mother? Xiao Qin rolled her eyes, exclaiming with irritation, ask her if I call her mother. Would she dare to agree? Chen Daijiu's expression darkened as she glared at Xiao Qin, wishing to retort, go ahead and call. I would dare to agree. Yet she was acutely aware of Qin Lao's temperament and refrained from speaking. At that moment, Chen Daijiu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Shiyan for divulging such matters. How could he have revealed this? She had previously been the devoted servant to her own daughter. Why not continue in that role? Was it merely a matter of pilfering a few items? Agreeing to serve a brief term in prison was nothing significant, yet he insisted on complicating matters. The atmosphere had reached an impasse until the arrival of a man and two women. Who wishes to become my stepmother? I shall inquire directly if she dares to utter such a thing, one woman vociferously condemned. Fear flickered across Chen Daijiu's face, for she had long held a deep-seated dread of this woman. This was not the first encounter. Previously, this woman had visited their home, and Chen Daijiu had been scolded to the point of disorientation. One moment she demanded hot water, the next, it was deemed too scalding. The incessant torment was unbearable. Chen Daijiu aspired to share her life with Qin Lao, perhaps not entirely devoid of ulterior motives, yet her primary desire was to live comfortably and enjoy a bountiful life. Xiao Shiyan wore a smile, reflecting, at last, all are present. It is time for this affair to reach a resolution. Observing the woman relentlessly berating Chen Daijiu, even resorting to physical confrontation, Xiao Shiyan mused, indeed, it takes a villain to contend with another villain. Clearing his throat, he declared, by the way, I happen to possess the loan agreement stamped with Qin Lao's seal. It is precisely due to this that I am convinced you intend to marry Chen Daijiu and adopt her daughter. What? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Xiao Shiyan produced the loan document and handed it to the plump ant, saying, Auntie, please take a look. Is this not the case? This document had indeed been presented by Jiang Xinyan, who had secretly affixed her seal. This was her inaugural loan agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Xinyan had attempted to reclaim it several times, but Xiao Shiyan had deceitfully claimed it was lost, denying her request. Of course, this was not the original's cunning attempt at preserving evidence. The original had been sincere towards Jiang Xinyan. Feeling unloved, she regarded this as a significant memento. Being Jiang Xinyan's first loan agreement, complete with her signature, rendering it sentimental in value. Although the amount was modest, merely 30 yuan, relative to other loans, it was indeed substantial. The original wished to keep it as a keepsake. Xiao Shiyan felt fortunate. It was this very document that facilitated his scheme, rendering it feasible. Oh, it truly bears your seal, Qin Lao. Indeed, Qin Lao, take a look for yourself, is it not so? The plump ant took it and immediately recognized its authenticity. Instantly, she was overjoyed, brandishing the loan agreement and pointing out the seal to those around her. Let me see. Qin Lao's youngest daughter attempted to snatch it away for a closer inspection. Regardless of the authenticity of this seal, it must not remain. It could tarnish the reputation of Elder Qin. These offspring are eager to leverage their father's standing for personal gain. Though their careers may be secured, their children remain unemployed. In the current climate, those without work must be sent to the countryside, a fate they cannot bear for their children. Xiao Shiyan, quick-witted and nimble, seized the promissory note first. The woman's intention to obliterate it was glaringly apparent. She did not genuinely wish to assist Xiao Shiyan, who also sought to destroy the note but was under the watchful eye of Aunt Fat. Chindeju, who had a conflict with Aunt Fat, often enlisted Xiao Shiyan's help in vexing her. Aunt Fat relished the opportunity to agitate both Chindeju and Xiao Shiyan. However, she was unwary of Elder Qin's daughter. But fortunately, Xiao Shiyan had been vigilant. In truth, should he have been pressed for time, he could have employed his spatial abilities to make the note vanish in short distances. However, under public scrutiny, such actions would easily invite suspicion. Frustrated by Xiao Shiyan's disruption of her scheme, the woman seethed with anger. Xiao Shiyan, undaunted by her ire, was unperturbed. He was destined for the countryside and harbored no fear of her. Instead of directly antagonizing her, he turned to Elder Qin. Elder Qin, what do you think? This document bears your private seal. Otherwise, I would not have believed Xiao Shiyan's claim that you intend to marry her mother, making her your daughter. It seems your funds are currently managed by your daughter due to financial constraints. Only after her mother weds you can she, as your wife, legitimately claim your salary and subsequently repay me. That is what convinced me. Xiao Shiyan. Xiao Shiyan gazed at him in disbelief, incredulous at his audacity. Was he attempting to ruin her? Xiao Shiyan turned, feigning innocence, and queried, But Xiao Shiyan, you told me so, did you not? Have you forgotten? Furthermore, you mentioned that this seal was given to you by Elder Qin to substantiate this claim. Indeed, it was Xiao Shiyan's own words, intended to deceive her original self. Later, Xiao Shiyan sought numerous excuses to reclaim the promissory note, all of which were deftly evaded by the original self. Furious, Xiao Shiyan exclaimed, Did you not say this promissory note was lost? Why are you doing this? Do you wish to destroy me? Enraged, Xiao Shiyan was beside herself, her words spilling forth in a torrent. Yet, she suddenly noticed Xiao Shiyan subtly smiling, causing her heart to sink. She realized she had misspoken. Had he incited her anger solely to elicit this remark? Before she could continue, Xiao Shiyan interrupted, addressing Elder Qin. You see, she has confessed it herself. This promissory note was given to me by her. As for the authenticity of the seal, I cannot ascertain. Should we summon a specialist from the police to verify it? Lest it be a counterfeit she secretly crafted herself, for I am not sufficiently knowledgeable to discern its genuineness. Elder Qin's expression darkened. Xiao Shiyan's words were a compulsion for him to acknowledge the debt and prepare for compensation. The seal he had just glimpsed appeared remarkably authentic. It seemed that Xiao Shiyan had indeed surreptitiously employed a seal. Fortunately, she had not utilized it for any more egregious purposes. The mere thought of such consequences startled old Qin. A personal seal held considerable weight. Could he really be held accountable for a few thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan in promissory notes? Moreover, there was the possibility of his name being used to engage with various institutions. And now, Xiao Shiyan mentioned seeking the expertise of professional authorities to authenticate the seal. Wouldn't this news inevitably circulate? Old Qin's mind raced, and he finally asserted, Let us assume that this seal is undeniably a forgery. Xiao Shiyan's eyes flickered, shedding the earlier naivete. Old Qin inwardly chastised himself, but then he continued, However, since this promissory note bears my seal, I shall take responsibility for its repayment. After all, it is my seal that has caused this trouble. Xiao Shiyan grasped the implications of old Qin's words, understanding that he would only be liable for this particular note. Naturally, Xiao Shiyan would not acquiesce. Xiao Shiyan and Chindeju, despite their wealth, could not possibly cover such an amount. Thus, old Qin appeared to be the sole individual capable of aiding in the settlement of the debt. Of course, Xiao Shiyan did not view old Qin as a complete fool, one who would shoulder the burden of all expenses. After today's events, it was highly likely that Xiao Shiyan would no longer remain here. As for Chindeju, witnessing old Qin's child, she would probably also be expelled today. Xiao Shiyan interjected, Old Qin, I have dozens of promissory notes here, all borrowed in your name by Xiao Shiyan. I too have worked hard to earn them. We ordinary folks. Old Qin's expression darkened, and his gaze toward Xiao Shiyan sharpened. Yet, Xiao Shiyan seemed oblivious, unabashedly continuing his discourse. Old Qin then turned his attention to Gu Qingfeng, who had already averted his gaze elsewhere. Old Qin looked back at Jiang Xinyan and Chen Deju. Chen Deju shrank back, too intimidated to speak. Had he not been aware of Chen Deju's intentions, Old Qin would scarcely believe that such a person dared to harbor aspirations of sharing a household with him, wishing to govern his finances and draw his salary. In contrast, although Jiang Xinyan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, they darted about, suggesting she was contemplating some scheme. Old Qin felt he had misjudged her. He had underestimated this young woman. Despite her humble origins, she possessed an audacity that enabled her to engage in such actions. He dared not escalate matters, for after all, Chen Deju had shared his bed for many years. Otherwise, regardless of the truth behind the seal, Jiang Xinyan would surely be apprehended and sent to a reformatory. But what right did Xiao Shiyan have? Was he to be treated as a fool? Unfortunately, Xiao Shiyan was undeterred by his gaze. Old Qin could only sigh, recognizing that he too bore some responsibility in this affair. Very well, I shall assist in repaying half. After some contemplation, Xiao Shiyan surmised that any more might provoke Old Qin to turn against him. He had no need for the money, but insisted on this course to sever Jiang Xinyan's escape routes. Had this incident not occurred? It was merely last night that he moved Old Qin's belongings into Jiang Xinyan's room. It was hardly sufficient grounds to expel her from the estate. Those who dare to deceive the affections of the original must be prepared for the backlash. As for Old Qin, he was not entirely blameless. The seal indeed belonged to him. In times past, Old Qin had defended Chen Deju and Jiang Xinyan, chastising many, including Aunt Pang. Otherwise, Aunt Pang would not have been so eager today. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Xiao Shiyan, who gave a slight nod, and Gu Qingfeng understood what to do next. This lad was discerning enough. Any further demands might provoke Old Qin to retaliate, though he did not comprehend why Xiao Shiyan insisted on having Old Qin repay the debt. Gu Qingfeng decided to lend a hand. Clearing his throat, he took the initiative. This child is also a friend of my son. I shall take it upon myself to mediate. Then, after all, this child is in a difficult position. What say you, Old Qin? Old Qin had ample funds. Yet for a past mistake, it was necessary to part with some of his wealth. Moreover, he had already stepped back, while Gu Qifeng was in the prime of his life, on the rise. Since Gu Qifeng had broached the subject, Old Qin was inclined to show him respect. Very well. Let us discuss this inside. Old Qin was also wary of Aunt Pang spreading rumors outside. Had terms not been agreed upon, Xiao Shiyan would not have followed him in. Previously, Old Qin had preferred to avoid public discourse. Once inside, only the Qin family remained, alongside Chen Deju and her daughter Jiang Xinyan, as well as Xiao Shiyan and Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng discreetly observed Xiao Shiyan, questioning whether he had foreseen this development. How else could he have carried the IOU with him? Yet how could he have known that such matters would arise in Old Qin's household? Enveloped in uncertainty, Gu Qingfeng resolved to focus on the immediate issue at hand, treating this as a repayment for Xiao Shiyan's past assistance in steering his son away from a path of violence. Old Qin's countenance darkened. His youngest daughter, with a harsh demeanor, glared at Chen Deju, as if poised to mar her beauty. Xiao Shiyan sensed the animosity directed towards him. To extract concessions from Old Qin was to exact a toll on his children. Xiao Shiyan was not oblivious to this reality. However, these are also obligations that the other party should fulfill. Xiao Shiyan requires a visible source of income. The money originally earned by the original self through translation was largely given to Jiang Xinyan. Whether it was dining with Jiang Xinyan or bestowing gifts upon her, it was all squandered away. This money is not akin to what Xiao Shiyan obtained yesterday, which can be offset. In the future, Xiao Shiyan will undoubtedly demand tenfold or even 100-fold repayment from Jiang Xinyan. Those who deceive others' affections are the most detestable and despicable. Primarily, they have swindled the original self's money, which rightfully belongs to him. Old Qin coldly stated, "Bring out the IOUs. It seems you have been preparing for a long time. Now that we have arrived at this point, there is no need for concealment." An astute elder, Gu Qifeng, could discern matters that Old Qin certainly could not overlook. Xiao Shiyan chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent, yet as he reached into his pocket for the IOUs, he remarked, "In fact, I saw Jiang Xinyan yesterday and inquired about repaying her debts. Thus, for the past few days, I have intended to hold on to these." ready to demand payment from Xiao Shiyan at any moment. After all, I plan to head to the countryside, and I must retain some funds for emergencies. Xiao Shiyan had contemplated concealing his intention to go to the countryside, but upon reflection, he realized that if old Qin truly sought revenge, he would find it impossible to hide that. Moreover, informing the other party of his departure would prevent them from employing many of their tactics. With Gu Qifeng observing nearby, the other party would also need to show some respect. After all, the county official is not as powerful as the current administrator. Old Qin had already retreated to the sidelines, while Gu Qifeng was in the prime of his life. Old Qin's children had not amounted to much. Even his son was merely a minor official in an agency. Though he could complicate things for Xiao Shiyan, he could not contend with Gu Qifeng. However, he would still have to apologize to Gu Qifeng afterwards, as he had indeed taken advantage of him today. Here are the IOUs, scattered, ranging from 30 to 50, with some exceeding 100. In total, there are 47 notes, amounting to 3,273 yuan. Chapter 33. Do you still consider me a brother? Upon hearing the sum of 3,273 yuan, everyone in the room gasped in disbelief. Even Xiao Shiyan herself was bewildered. Had she borrowed so much? Had she known, she would not have drafted the IOUs. At that time, Xiao Shiyan had stated it was unnecessary. Yet, she insisted on establishing her credibility, claiming she would certainly repay. Regrettably, she never anticipated such a scene would unfold today. Xiao Shiyan, Jiang Xinyan attempted to call out to him, urging him to relinquish the demand for repayment. However, Xiao Shiyan paid her no heed, his gaze fixed intently on old Qin. He had made a promise. Repayment was imperative today. Otherwise, he would not return these IOUs. After all, he certainly was not innocent. Moreover, old Qin, who had risen through the ranks by severing ties, could hardly claim to be blameless. Old Qin pondered for a moment, ultimately letting out a sigh. Go fetch the money. His finances were hidden away. Even his devoted servant Chendeju had not managed to locate them. However, old Qin's children still knew where the money was concealed. Father. Several offspring evidently harbored no intention of repaying the debt, yet old Qin's gaze remained firmly fixed upon the promissory note. The youngest daughter yearned to snatch the note away. But alas, Xiao Shiyan clutched it tightly, leaving no opportunity for anyone else. Stamping her foot in frustration, she had no choice but to retrieve the money. This belonged to all her siblings. She produced an iron box, and upon opening it, revealed a substantial bundle of 10 yuan bills, along with assorted loose change. Chendejiu and Jiang Xinyan's breaths quickened. A cursory glance at the bundle suggested it contained no less than 2,000 yuan. The youngest daughter meticulously counted the notes, ultimately presenting 163 10 yuan bills, alongside one 5 yuan note, one 1 yuan note, and 5 10-cent coins. Xiao Shiyan reached out to accept the money, yet she clung to it tenaciously. With some effort, he managed to wrest it from her grasp. He counted it on the spot, and the faces of old Qin's family turned ashen. Surely, the promissory note could be surrendered now? He referred specifically to the one stamped with his private seal. This concern stemmed from the fear that Xiao Shiyan might exploit it to tarnish his reputation and undermine his interests. Thus, he had agreed to repay half of the amount. Xiao Shiyan had no intention of leveraging this situation against him. However, after today, should he face any obstruction when he registered for the countryside assignment, he would not hesitate to return at night and reclaim the wealth that old Qin had concealed elsewhere. After all, those who cut ties seldom emerged unscathed. Once the matter was concluded, Gu Qifeng stepped forward, offering a gentle smile. This incident arose from a misunderstanding. Now that it has been amicably resolved, let us put it to rest. Old Qin let out a cold huff, yet eventually nodded, tacitly acknowledging Gu Qifeng's suggestion to cease further pursuit of the matter. Each party chose not to delve deeper into their thoughts, which remained known only to themselves. Xiao Shiyan did not cast a glance at Jiang Xinyan, yet he could sense her inner turmoil and trepidation. The theft of the private seal, coupled with the discovery of the valuables in her room that morning, weighed heavily on her. Unbeknownst to others, a considerable amount remained hidden within a secret compartment beneath her bed, an ingenious hiding spot she had stumbled upon at a recycling station. One that even her mother, Chendejiu, was unaware of. How had it gone unnoticed? And how had it been discovered by the diligent attendant today? She, of course, was oblivious to the fact that the cleverly concealed mechanism had been slightly tampered with by Xiao Shiyan the previous night, exposing telltale signs that led to its discovery that morning. Each element of this situation was intricately linked. Xiao Shiyan would not embark upon a battle unprepared. As Xiao Shiyan followed Gu Qifeng outside, He noted that although Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, his eyes had shifted subtly. He understood that this morning, he had indeed taken advantage of the situation. Yet, without such measures, he could not have expelled Jiang Xinyan and Chun Daijiu from the estate. The inability to articulate his thoughts would inevitably leave a lingering sense of regret within him. Xiao Shiyan sincerely apologized, Uncle Gu, regarding this morning's incident. Although it was a coincidence, I indeed seized an opportunity and invoked your esteemed reputation and status. I am truly sorry. The words bore a mixture of truth and falsehood. Yet, Gu Qingfeng discerned Xiao Shiyan's sincerity. However, being the one used, he undoubtedly felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Xiao Shiyan's heart stirred. He was determined to find a way to compensate the other party. Suddenly, several ideas crossed his mind. Yet, having just taken advantage of someone, to immediately turn around and seek a favor appeared somewhat mercenary and opportunistic. He decided to suppress his thoughts for the moment, intending to gather information after they stepped outside before discussing the matter as a means of making amends. Upon returning to the Gu residence, Gu Mama, when Siki welcomed them to dinner. Xiao Shiyan exhibited no noticeable change, but when Siki, well acquainted with her husband, could clearly perceive something amiss. During dinner, both adults remained rather subdued. Gu Xiqing, puzzled, inquired, Mom, Dad, what's wrong? When Siki playfully struck Gu Xiqing on the head, saying, every day, you just know how to sleep in. Your dad and Shiyan just returned from their run. Hurry up and eat. Gu Xiqing mumbled a few words but refrained from saying more. After finishing their meal, Xiao Shiyan expressed his intention to go out and continue gathering supplies. When Siki did not dissuade him, only after they departed did she ask, Old Gu, what happened this morning? Gu Qingfeng briefly recounted the events, and when Siki reflected, exclaiming, they say that poor children mature early. This child wasn't so pragmatic before, was he? Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and replied, it's not that serious. He couldn't have anticipated what would transpire with the Qin family. He merely seized an opportunity. After all, he is a good friend of our son and had assisted him in the past. Let's observe how things unfold. It wouldn't be right to forbid our son from being friends with him. When Siki shook her head, helping each other is acceptable among friends. Let us wait and see if he engages in such actions again. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing and Xiao Shiyan exited the courtyard, and Gu Xiqing solemnly asked, what happened this morning? Xiao Shiyan let out a wry smile, knowing that this matter could not be concealed. Unexpectedly, his good friend was quite perceptive. He recounted the events of the morning. I merely saw a timely opportunity and borrowed your father's influence. Not informing you beforehand was indeed my fault. Gu Xiqing threw a punch, which Xiao Shiyan did not evade. He accepted the blow. The punch landed on his shoulder, delivering only a mild impact. Xiao Shiyan looked on in surprise, while Gu Xiqing, with a playful scolding, said, what? Do you think I, Gu Xiqing, am someone you can share prosperity with, but not hardship? Even if it was by chance or if you orchestrated it. As long as you had communicated beforehand or explained it properly afterward, I wouldn't hold it against you. Would I? Do you still consider me a brother? Chapter 34. Withdrawing money from Jiang Xinyan's savings book in the treasure room prepared by Chai Jing, Xiao Shiyan suddenly burst into laughter. Just as Gu Xiqing was about to speak again, he embraced him. Gu Xiqing struggled to break free, delivering a playful punch to Xiao Shiyan while chiding him for being overly sentimental. Then, Gu Xiqing inquired, what are your plans for today? Xiao Shiyan replied, I intend to register for the countryside program shortly and then see what else I can purchase. Afterward, I will pack my belongings and mail the heavier items ahead. Gu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. You're quite resourceful. It's wise to send the larger items, like blankets, ahead. I have some matters to attend to and won't be able to accompany you today. After a pause, possibly fearing that Xiao Shiyan might overthink, Gu Xiqing added, if you have something to do, go ahead and register. Let's meet at our usual spot later. Xiao Shiyan nodded, not taking it to heart. Good friends need not be inseparable. Everyone has their own affairs to attend to. Today, he still needed to locate the treasures marked on the treasure map provided by Chai Jing and bring them back to the happy little town. Additionally, Chai Jing had given him 2 savings books from the cooperative dividends of the Red Star machinery factory submitted by the Xiao family. This factory offered a monthly dividend of 1,500, which was not insignificant. However, considering the factory's thousands of employees, a monthly dividend of 1,500 was relatively modest. After all, if the amount were too substantial, it could easily attract attention. Nevertheless, 1,500 a month was still an astronomical sum at this time. Moreover, the Xiao family had submitted more than just this factory. The Red Star machinery factory was not even the best among them. 1,500 per month results in an annual total of 18,000. Before the cessation of fixed interest payments and the complete nationalization, they had been distributing dividends for 12 years. The sum recorded in the savings book exceeded 210,000. The other savings book belonged to a small oil mill. Although referred to as a mill, it was essentially a small-scale oil factory. Alongside the Red Star Machinery Factory, it provided a monthly dividend of only 200, amounting to 2,400 annually, also distributed over 12 years, resulting in a total of 28,800. Xiao Shiyan closed the savings books, a hint of concern flickering across his face. The amount was substantial. When he withdrew funds, the clerk would undoubtedly see the figure, which might raise suspicions. Logically, there was no place safer than his happy little town. Reflecting on this, Xiao Shiyan regretfully remarked, "It seems that I will have to wait until I return to the city to deal with the Red Star Machinery Factory's savings book. However, I can withdraw from the oil mill. I believe I also took Jiang Xinyan's savings book. Let me check." Xiao Shiyan retrieved Jiang Xinyan's savings book and, upon opening it, discovered a considerable sum, 870. Clearly, she was not short on funds. This 870, combined with the 300 he had withdrawn from Jiang Xinyan yesterday, totaled 1,001, approaching 1,002. Furthermore, there were some scattered coins on Jiang Xinyan's desk, along with 2 jade bracelets and a gold necklace. In terms of future value, these items far exceeded merely 1,000. Those 2 jade bracelets were likely looted by the Du family. At some point, they were collected by Jiang Xinyan. Currently, wearing them is prohibited, but such restrictions may not persist in the future. The quality of those jade bracelets is exceptional. They're worth immeasurable. It would be prudent to find a location to withdraw the funds from this bank book. Xiao Shiyan, having applied makeup and donned a darker ensemble resembling that of a middle-aged man, altered his appearance to project a visage of worldly experience, complete with crow's feet and furrowed brows. Adorning himself with a wide-brimmed hat, he approached a middle-aged woman and articulated his request. The woman scrutinized Xiao Shiyan, seemingly attempting to discern his true identity. Xiao Shiyan adjusted his voice to a more somber tone, saying, "My dear sister, I kindly ask for your assistance, and I will offer you 10 yuan as a token of gratitude. Should you decline, I can easily seek help elsewhere." The woman paused, contemplating, and replied, "How about an additional 5 yuan? Xiao Shiyan nodded in agreement. His prompt acquiescence caused her to reconsider, pondering if she might request even more. Seizing the moment, Xiao Shiyan produced a sturdy stick and effortlessly snapped it in half, demonstrating his strength. The woman promptly retrieved the bank book, and shortly thereafter, she returned with the 870 yuan from Jiang Xinyan's account. After receiving the funds, Xiao Shiyan fulfilled his promise, handing the woman 15 yuan. Before she departed, he solemnly remarked, "You understand what should and should not be said, don't you?" The woman, startled, nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Observing her hurried retreat, Xiao Shiyan chuckled softly and proceeded to another bank to withdraw the 28,800 yuan from the oil factory. Subsequently, he retrieved the treasure map provided by Chai Jing. This map was actually tucked within a property deed. Chai Jing had also given him a deed for a courtyard in the West City district. And considering this additional property lies in the suburbs, it too may eventually become urbanized and subject to redevelopment. Riding his bicycle, Xiao Shiyan ventured out, locating a secluded courtyard nestled within a grove by the river after an hour's search. He surveyed the area, noting its tranquility and the absence of any signs of human activity. This bodes well. The treasure should still be concealed here, much like Du Jinsheng's hiding place. This location harbors a basement beneath the house, yet it appears to be in far better condition. It seems Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing had previously visited and tidied up. Remarkably, a mechanism is concealed beneath the kitchen stove. Xiao Shiyan pondered his next steps. However, the options within the house were limited. It was either beneath the stove or not far off. Familiar with the layout, he skillfully removed the movable bricks and waited briefly to ensure proper ventilation. Only then did he employ his spatial abilities to traverse through the wall, directly descending the staircase below. With a flashlight in hand, he cautiously proceeded step by step into the depths. The treasure map also indicated various traps and mechanisms, yet Xiao Shiyan navigated through without triggering any. When faced with insurmountable obstacles, he simply utilized his spatial abilities to traverse downward. After traversing approximately 7 or 8 meters, he finally arrived at the basement below. In contrast to Du Jinsheng's treasure chamber, the Xiao family's treasure site was evidently more concealed and meticulously arranged. Upon entering the treasure room, Xiao Shiyan pushed open the door to reveal a room filled with chests, at least a dozen. Goodness, so many? Xiao Shiyan mused, envisioning the wealth of the Xiao family. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer opulence. This was merely one of the places allocated to him. His siblings each possessed their own treasure troves. Indeed, his location might be the least substantial, as he was not raised in the family and thus lacked the meticulous preparation afforded to others. Perhaps this treasure was originally intended for Du Jianyang, which might mean it was even more abundant than the others. Xiao Shiyan dismissed this thought from his mind, deeming it pointless. It was more prudent to investigate the contents and gather them up. Chapter 35. The Treasures of the Xiao Family. White slips and talismans in comparison to the chests collected by Du Jincheng. The vast chamber prepared by Cai Jing contained at least 100 chests. As for the treasures within, Xiao Shiyan approached and began to explore. First, he inspected 5 chests situated near the door, which astonishingly contained silver dollars, commonly known as yuan de 2. It turned out that Du Jincheng also had 2 chests filled with these coins. Made of silver, the yuan de 2 possessed significant collectible value. Xiao Shiyan recalled that in the era preceding the apocalypse, a typical yuan de 2 was valued at around 1,300 yuan. Special editions, such as the signed version commemorating the establishment of the Republic, had once auctioned for as much as 73 million yuan. He was uncertain whether the 7 chests he had contained any rare versions, with approximately 10,000 coins in each. Nonetheless, even with the standard versions, these 7 chests amounted to 70,000 coins, translating to a considerable sum. Xiao Shiyan chuckled softly. If even a few rare editions, such as the commemorative coin from the Hongxian era, were among them, the value would increase significantly. He resolved to thoroughly inspect the collection when time permitted, intending to segregate any rare coins he might find. He had no desire to hoard these coins, preferring to sell them when their value peaked. Next, he discovered 10 chests filled with gold ingots, 5 chests containing jadeite rough stones, and 5 chests filled with rubies, malachite, agate, and other gemstones. Remarkably, there were also 5 chests of Shu brocade, Xiong brocade, and Yun brocade. It appeared that the former landowners had a penchant for hoarding such silk, which indeed retained its value. However, with the advancements in technology in the future society, the production of silk would increase dramatically and ordinary silk would lose its worth. Though it may seem undervalued, this perspective only applied in comparison to both the present and ancient times, due to its softness and comfort, as well as the fact that it must be woven from silkworm silk. Silk remained far more precious than alternatives like cotton or polyester. In total, there were 15 chests of silk. After the reform and opening up, one should hastily sell off or directly utilize their possessions. Xiao Shiyan initially contemplated selling them, but upon reflection, he considered that perhaps he could keep some for personal use. He harbored no thoughts of unworthiness when it came to adorning himself with silk products. However, lacking sewing skills, he realized that silk could not be entrusted to just anyone for alterations. It might be prudent to wait until the Happiness Town upgrades and the embroidery house opens, at which point he could seek assistance from the skilled embroiderers there. Happiness Town boasts a diverse array of shops, although they require gradual upgrades to become available. Xiao Shiyan decided to set these thoughts aside for the moment. The 5 boxes contained exquisite jade sculptures, Buddha statues, and decorative items, all undeniably masterpieces from renowned artisans. Should he choose not to retain them in the future, they could fetch millions at auction, with the finest pieces valued at tens of millions, truly remarkable targets. Among them were some of particularly high quality. Next came the porcelain within the boxes, including blue and white porcelain and Tang Sankai. To his astonishment, he discovered a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase among the collection. It was unexpected, as intact Yuan blue and white pieces are exceedingly rare in the antiquities market. It is said that even a fragment of blue and white porcelain can command a hefty price. The completeness of this vase left Xiao Shiyan in awe. He pondered whether it had been exported abroad or suffered damage elsewhere. He recalled a past auction of a vase depicting Xiao He pursuing Han Xian under the moonlight, which had fetched an astounding 7.7 million. The piece in his possession was the Heavenly King bestowing treasures painting by the esteemed Wu Daozi, renowned in its own right. Regrettably, it was not the original painting, otherwise its worth would have been astronomical, rumored to be valued in the tens of millions or even over 100 million. However, the fact that it was rendered on Yuan blue and white porcelain only amplified its value. For reasons he could not quite articulate, Xiao Shiyan felt an intrinsic certainty that this vase was indeed Yuan blue and white porcelain. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable in this domain, It seemed he had an unexplainable intuition about its authenticity. He decided to store it away for safekeeping in Happiness Town, which seemed the most prudent course of action. What lay ahead? There remained a collection of antiques, paintings, rare books, and bracelets, among other treasures. To his astonishment, he found numerous agarwood bracelets, which alone would command a considerable sum, as agarwood is also prized in traditional medicine. Without overthinking it, Xiao Shiyan hastily gathered everything. To his surprise, the remaining 30 or so boxes were filled with books. Even more astonishingly, they contained medical texts, some of which were unavailable in the outside world. He pulled one out and began to flip through its pages. It appeared to be an autobiography. From the introduction, he gleaned that his ancestors, the Xiao family, had been imperial physicians with remarkable medical prowess. After retiring to their hometown, they continued to attract numerous high-ranking officials seeking their expertise, thus amassing considerable wealth. Each generation of the Xiao family produced accomplished physicians, and one could only imagine the fortune they accumulated. Unfortunately, by the time of his grandfather, Xiao Wenrui, no one wished to pursue medicine, and the children in the family were not particularly promising. His grandfather had a penchant for gambling as well. Once an individual succumbs to the allure of gambling, their familial fortune is swiftly squandered. Fortunately, Xiao Wenrui's grandmother, possessing great wisdom, discreetly transported a cache of treasures after her husband succumbed to his vice. The portion that Chai Jing allocated to Xiao Shiyan was derived from this very collection. Subsequently, when Xiao Wenrui's grandfather could not repay his gambling debts, he faced dire consequences. Although Xiao Wenrui's father was not particularly accomplished, he managed to preserve this wealth. During the War of Resistance, he generously donated a significant portion of his fortune. From the last remaining chest, Xiao Shiyan extracted a bundle of promissory notes, reminiscent of our party's practices. In those impoverished times of war, transactions often relied on such notes. Xiao Wenrui's father, however, bore no resentment, often proclaiming, "Without the nation, to whom shall we pledge our allegiance? The salvation of our country and people is a duty for every individual." Thus, he collected these notes merely as mementos, never seeking to reclaim the debts. Xiao Shiyan observed that several of these notes bore the signatures of prominent leaders of the world. Preserving them for posterity could yield great value. A museum could be established, inviting schools for annual visits. A sudden epiphany struck Xiao Shiyan. These promissory notes could serve as my shield, not only for myself but also for Xiao Wenrui, Chai Jing, and even those siblings I have yet to meet. He resolved to send each of them a note while retaining the remainder for himself. As this was a gift from Chai Jing, although he had no intention of demanding repayment, these signatures and seals could serve as his talisman. Moreover, the past few years had been relatively tranquil, and with this safeguard, he felt secure and untroubled. In Chapter 36, he decided to register for rural work in Liaoning Province. He retraced his steps, ensuring that the establishment remained unchanged, hoping it would not draw attention. The property deed remained intact, and while it appeared to be in the suburbs now, it would surely become a prime urban area in the future, making it exceedingly valuable during redevelopment. Xiao Shiyan contemplated that upon his return, he could demolish the structure and erect a high-rise building. When the time for redevelopment arrived, he would achieve financial freedom without the need for strenuous effort. Though money was not a pressing concern for him, he found today as affairs had come to a close. It was time to register and then travel to a village in the eastern part of the city to procure some eggs. Earlier that morning, he had relied on Gu Qifeng's assistance, who, out of respect for Gu Xiqing, chose not to hold a grudge. However, the relationship had evidently grown somewhat distant. Xiao Shiyan wished to maintain amicable ties with the Gu family, believing that mutual exchange is the essence of friendship. Thus, having borrowed a favor, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Ensuring the Gu family understood, he was not merely a taker. He rode his bicycle back to the city center, entered the youth service office, approached the desk, and declared, "To the vast countryside, to the frontier, to the places where our nation is in need. Greetings, comrade. I am here to register for rural work." The clerk across from him gazed at Xiao Shiyan with a look of bewilderment. Certainly, in the present circumstances, it is imperative for every household to send someone to the countryside, leaving only one individual behind. Those who are unemployed must venture into rural areas. Thus, when Xiao Shiyan expressed his intention to volunteer for this endeavor, the official promptly retrieved the household registration book to initiate the process. However, upon examining the document, the official paused, astonished. "Are you the only one in your family? Under such conditions, one is exempt from this obligation." Xiao Shiyan, undeterred, proclaimed a few slogans and cheerfully remarked, "I have yet to secure employment. but I consider myself in good health and am inclined to respond to the call of the nation by going to the countryside. I would like to go to the northeastern region, specifically to Hohhot City in Liaoning Province, to participate in the work brigade. What do you think?" As he spoke, he produced a handful of big white rabbit candies and offered them to the official. The official, a woman in her 40s with grown children and even grandchildren, was quite delighted by Xiao Shiyan's reference to her as sister. What woman does not wish to feel youthful? Moreover, when she realized the candies were indeed the rare big white rabbit, a delicacy typically found only in Shanghai, her pleasure increased. In the capital, such treats are often sold out in an instant, frequently consumed within the supply and marketing cooperatives. Xiao Shiyan had fortuitously purchased a pound of these candies just the day before. This handful weighed nearly an ounce. The official nodded in agreement. Very well. However, most individuals are currently being dispatched to the construction corps and farms. There are fewer opportunities in the village brigades, but let me check. Oh, there is indeed a batch available, albeit only one spot remains. Since you seem quite amiable, I will grant it to you. After registering Xiao Shiyan, she issued him a 5-foot fabric coupon and a 2-pound cotton ticket. You should purchase some fabric to make yourself a set of clothing. It is already September, and by the time you arrive, the autumn harvest will be underway. It will be the busiest time, and soon it will turn cold. You must have warm clothing. Pausing, she added, "Do not take this lightly. The weather in the northeast is far colder than in the capital. Here, it rarely drops below 0, but there, temperatures can plummet to -40 or 50 degrees. Xiao Shiyan recalled a humorous anecdote of a southerner writing a dystopian tale, claiming that at such temperatures, no vegetation could survive. The southern regions, particularly Guangdong province, maintain temperatures above 10 degrees year-round, making the concept of such frigid conditions unfathomable. Gratefully, Xiao Shiyan expressed his appreciation. These fabric and cotton tickets, if not inquired about by the educated youth, would have remained unnoticed by the official, who would have simply retained them for herself. Such items, when exchanged, could fetch considerable value, as many would desire them. It seems that a sweet tongue and a touch of generosity can indeed prove advantageous. Of course, a pleasant appearance also holds its merits, ensuring one is not met with disdain. Xiao Shiyan additionally collected a subsidy of 120 for educated youth sent to the countryside, along with a train ticket. Glancing at the time, he realized that his departure was imminent, merely 3 days away. Some matters required urgent attention. He also intended to visit the homes of several directors of tail-cutting meetings, hoping to procure additional supplies while the opportunity presented itself. Then, some supplies must be stockpiled. A few rounds in the black market are also necessary. The little town of happiness is gradually upgrading. There is no need to rush. After all, gold cannot be spent all at once. Xiao Shiyan contemplated. Time is of the essence, so upgrading will have to wait. When he returns to the countryside, there will be ample time to consider how to enhance his abode. Upgrading is inevitable, for it will undoubtedly facilitate a better life. Perhaps it could even yield a fortune. If only he could transport the resources of the post-apocalyptic world here, it would be even more splendid. Xiao Shiyan felt a tinge of regret. If only his spatial abilities could bring the future's base of operations to him. The gold stored there is measured in tons. Then, he would be free to upgrade as he pleased, perhaps even elevating the little town of happiness to its pinnacle within a day. Upon exiting, Xiao Shiyan swiftly tucked away the household registration, the notice for his rural journey, and the letter of introduction into his messenger bag. In truth, he had already secured these items within the bedroom of the thatched cottage in the little town of happiness. There is no place safer than this haven. Now, he intended to venture into the eastern suburbs of the city to gather some eggs and glean information. He arrived at a secluded spot, retrieved his bicycle, and pedaled towards the eastern part of the town. It was still 1973, and business was not yet permitted. However, rural dwellers raised chickens and ducks, which laid eggs daily. Housewives would collect them and periodically sell a batch at the supply and marketing cooperative or collection station, exchanging them for a bit of cash to supplement their household expenses. The colloquial term chicken but bank resonated throughout the nation. Xiao Shiyan figured he could make an exchange himself, offering a little money, as long as he was not caught. Generally, no one would pay much attention. However, he recalled a murder case that had occurred in the eastern town. The perpetrator resided in this very village. He only needed to inquire a bit, and there was no need to visit the house directly, having been in the vicinity. He could relay his discoveries to Gu Qifeng later. Capturing the culprit would be a significant achievement, a way to repay a favor. Reciprocity is essential for enduring relationships. One-sided generosity, no matter how profound, will eventually sour. If one partner's status diverges too greatly from the other's, estrangement is inevitable. This is akin to the principle that tigers do not frolic with cats. He remembered that this particular case remained unsolved until 1985, with the culprits lingering in the village, never having ventured far. They seldom left for work, and the village kept its secrets well, thus, caution was warranted. Chapter 37, The Suspicious Village. Suddenly remembered intelligence, what are you doing? Just as Xiao Shiyan was deep in thought, someone approached, pointing at him and demanding, sneaking around. Are you? You don't look like a good person. Xiao Shiyan was at a loss for words. Having just arrived, he was already being questioned in such a manner. From their demeanor, it seemed they intended to expel him immediately. Xiao Shiyan believed there must be something amiss in this village. It was no wonder that the case remained unresolved until 1985, as the culprits were only recognized and apprehended when they ventured out. This village appeared to bear a singular surname throughout. Although the concept of clan in the northern regions is not as pronounced as in the south, it is generally the case that in a village, individuals sharing the same surname are essentially relatives. The ties may extend only to the fifth degree of kinship, resulting in a somewhat distant connection. However, when it comes to outsiders, they remain united, shrouded in a veil of mutual protection, a tradition that has been passed down since ancient times. Xiao Shiyan immediately chuckled, saying, "Which one? Big brother, big sister, please do not misunderstand. I am about to head out to the countryside. See, I have this notice of assignment. I simply came here to exchange for some eggs before I leave. I had no intention of stealing." He promptly produced the notice, his face betraying a hint of urgency. Yet internally, Xiao Shiyan remained unfazed. Possessing strength, he had no fear of these individuals, as long as they wielded no firearms. He felt untroubled even in the face of cold weapons. His gaze remained vigilant, observing their demeanor. The tension and fear radiating from them hinted at the horrific massacre that had occurred a few days prior in the eastern part of the city, which had indeed been perpetrated by members of this very village. Such is the bond of kinship. Xiao Shiyan intended to investigate thoroughly, to ascertain the whereabouts of the individuals involved. With his spatial abilities, he anticipated that uncovering the truth would not prove overly challenging. Upon hearing Xiao Shiyan's words, they exchanged glances. Although they were illiterate, they were aware of the assignments to the countryside, as some villagers had received household registrations in the imperial capital and relocated to urban areas, also necessitating a return to the countryside. They had witnessed such occurrences. One man nodded in acknowledgement, declaring, "Yes, that is a notice of assignment." After a brief discussion, they regarded Xiao Shiyan with caution, stating, "Buying eggs is permissible. How many do you require? I'll have my spouse bring them over. By the way, how much can you offer per egg?" Almost forgetting to inquire about the price. However, Xiao Shiyan detected a hint of unnaturalness in their tone. Was there more to this village than merely the massacre? Otherwise, why would they exhibit such anxiety? Logically, those individuals hiding in a household would not remain indoors indefinitely. Even if outsiders visited the village, their apprehension seemed unwarranted. Despite his suspicions, Xiao Shiyan nodded in agreement, replying, "Well, I can only offer 3 cents per egg. As for the quantity, I would like 150. That amounts to $4.50. The purchasing power of money in this era is indeed remarkable. In later times, one could hardly buy a fried rice dish for that price." The man nodded, and the woman promptly departed, presumably to gather the eggs from the village. It was unlikely that a single household could provide such a quantity. Xiao Shiyan remained, as the man continued to keep a watchful eye on him. At this point, Xiao Shiyan had not even stepped fully into the village, and he suspected that these two might be stationed at the village entrance as sentinels. He had been intercepted immediately upon his arrival, exhibiting no signs of suspicion prior. Observing the man's expression further fueled his unease. Was there something else amiss? Unperturbed, Xiao Shiyan sought to observe further, but as he turned his head slightly, the man pointed at him and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" To which Xiao Shiyan replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean? What am I doing? I merely shifted my body. What have I done?" At this moment, it would indeed be peculiar if he refrained from asking anything. His retort, however, elicited no further inquiries from the other party. "Be honest with me, our village does not welcome outsiders." After a brief pause, the man added, "You people only come to our village to steal and pilfer because you see our prosperity." Xiao Shiyan gestured to himself, acknowledging, "Well, I have several patches on my clothing." The attire of his former self was indeed quite shabby. Xiao Shiyan was not particularly concerned about such matters, and had not thought to urgently purchase a few new garments. He resolved to buy some upon his return. After all, one's appearance is significant. This exterior should not be overlooked. In his previous life, Xiao Shiyan had been indifferent, wearing the same piece of clothing for years as long as it remained intact. Reflecting on it now, with newfound wealth, there was no need for such frugality. It would be wise to acquire more clothing for a better public image. Before long, a woman approached with a basket, exchanging a glance with the man. He nodded, and she presented the basket. Here, 150 eggs. Xiao Shiyan did not immediately accept it. Instead, he placed the basket on the ground and crouched down to count. Simultaneously, he observed the couple. Although they did not speak, their eyes communicated frequently, with the man exhibiting a menacing glare. While Xiao Shiyan was occupied counting the eggs, the man made a slashing motion across his throat. Did this person truly intend to silence him? Given the string of murder cases, were these two not being excessively aggressive? They were not the ones who committed the murders. Xiao Shiyan recalled that the newspaper had described the actual perpetrators as rather cultured, so initially, no suspicion fell upon them. It was only as the investigation progressed that they were gradually identified. Despite relentless pursuit by the authorities, their whereabouts remained elusive. The couple before him appeared far from the description. The man was fierce, and the woman resembled Sun and Yang. They certainly did not belong to that group. The woman shook her head, subtly signaling the man to refrain from any rash actions. As for the rest, Xiao Shiyan could not decipher their intentions. It was clear that the woman was unwilling to resort to violence. Before they could conclude their discussion, Xiao Shiyan looked up, holding the basket, and stated, "The quantity is just right. I'll give you $4.50. May I keep the basket? I have nothing to carry it in." The man frowned. But the woman pondered for a moment before agreeing. "That's fine. You pay, and then you can leave. Our village experienced a theft a few days ago, so we are not particularly welcoming to outsiders." This provided a slight explanation for their vigilance at the village entrance. Xiao Shiyan nodded nonchalantly. "That's all right. By the way, I would also like to purchase some hens and ducks, and if you have any geese, I would be interested in those as well. Does your village have them?" As he attempted to probe further, the moment he uttered those words, a glint of malice flickered in the man's eyes. Xiao Shiyan pretended not to notice and turned his attention to the woman. Clearly, the woman held the dominant position in this partnership. She furrowed her brow and finally asked in a low voice, "What else do you wish to buy?" Xiao Shiyan harbored some suspicions. Surely, there must be something amiss in this village. Could it be that there are illicit affairs at play? If there are roosters available, I shall procure some as well. I am about to head to the countryside, and my family has provided me with a modest sum to buy provisions for nourishment during my stay. Yet, I must toil in the fields, a task I have never undertaken before, and I fear my frail physique may not endure it. Upon seeing Xiao Shiyan's emaciated frame, the woman's initial doubts dissipated. Who would send such a weakling to gather intelligence? "Wait here. I shall fetch what you need," she declared. "You want both male and female chickens, correct?" "Indeed, all are required," he replied. Chapter 38. The enigmatic pair. Clearly there is an issue. The woman returned, bearing several chickens and ducks. The man scrutinized Xiao Shiyan intently. Under the circumstances, if one were to assert that this village was without issues, Xiao Shiyan could offer his head as a football. Nevertheless, Xiao Shiyan maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, merely surveying his surroundings. He had no intention of entering the village, at least not overtly. Thus, the man refrained from further conversation. Likely having exchanged a few words with the woman and tempered his temperament, he even inquired, "What brings you to the countryside so suddenly?" Xiao Shiyan cast a disdainful glance at the man and retorted, "Such is the current policy, only one member of the family may remain. Having graduated high school without securing employment, if I do not go to the countryside, how will the youth office allow me to celebrate the new year?" Although Xiao Shiyan's tone was rather brusque, the man, considering the impending journey of Xiao Shiyan, chose not to take offense. Thus, they engaged in a half-hearted exchange, with Xiao Shiyan responding to the man's inquiries. The truths interspersed with fabrications were imperceptible to the man. Yet even if he were to investigate based on what Xiao Shiyan had divulged, he would find no one to apprehend. If there were indeed any issues within the village, they would surely lead to immediate arrests. Conversely, if all were well, the inhabitants would not pursue an investigation. Moreover, I am to depart for the countryside in 3 days. Even if complications arise, it shall not matter. Before long, the woman returned with a basket filled with several chickens and ducks. "Look here. 2 hens that are currently laying eggs. Selling them to you would be a significant loss. Let us say 7 yuan each." Xiao Shiyan frowned, knowing better. "Sister, you jest. It is evident these are old hens no longer laying eggs. Your family likely intends to slaughter them for meat." 3 yuan each is the fair price. If not, I shall inquire in the neighboring village. The woman was merely testing the waters. Upon hearing this, she waved her hand dismissively. Fine, 3 yuan each it is. And for the roosters, how about 3.5 yuan each? Surely, this meat outweighs that of the hens. Xiao Shiyan observed that there were 3 roosters, likely from a family that had overbred and wished to sell them for some extra coin. He nodded in agreement. And the female ducks are 5 yuan each. There can be no further negotiation, surely? The ducks appeared young and still capable of laying eggs for some time. Xiao Shiyan nodded once more. Very well. The ducks shall be 5 yuan each, and the male duck will be at the same price. There were 4 ducks in total, among which only one was a male. In the realm of duck farming, it appears that the preference leans towards the female ducks, with only one male duck deemed necessary among a flock. Thus, the pricing unfolds. 2 hens cost 6 yuan, while 3 roosters amount to 10 yuan and 50 cents. The total for 4 ducks reaches 20 yuan, culminating in a grand total of 36 yuan and 50 cents, correct? Xiao Shiyan swiftly calculates the price, and the woman nods in agreement. He retrieves the money from his crossbody bag, prompting the woman to lean in and glance at its contents. Within lies a book and a modest cloth wallet, from which Xiao Shiyan extracts 36 yuan and 50 cents, leaving him with an additional 3 yuan. The woman turns, exchanging a knowing glance with the man, and subtly shakes her head. Xiao Shiyan hands over the money and, taking hold of the basket, remarks, having purchased so many chickens and ducks, this basket should be a gift. He then inquires, are there no geese available? The woman shakes her head, stating, there aren't many geese raised in the village, and those who have them are not inclined to sell. Very well, I shall inquire in the neighboring village, Xiao Shiyan responds, lifting the basket and another nearby one as he departs, devoid of any lingering sentiment. The woman calls after him, how did your earlier inquiry fare? The man shakes his head, replying, nothing peculiar, merely a youth heading to the countryside. The pair trails behind Xiao Shiyan from a distance, observing as he indeed ventures into the adjacent village, allowing them to gradually relax. Xiao Shiyan's desire for hens stems from the need to incubate eggs. Previously, he had utilized his water-based abilities to ascertain that there were approximately 12 eggs within. Without hens, he would be unable to incubate them. The female ducks can still lay eggs, which he intends to nurture until they can reproduce before consuming them. While duck eggs are not as palatable as chicken eggs when fried, they surpass salted chicken eggs in flavor. Moreover, duck eggs are larger than their chicken counterparts. The absence of geese presents a slight inconvenience, as he yearns for roasted goose once they mature. Although goose eggs may lack the flavor of chicken and duck eggs, roasted goose is delightful. In northeast China, there exists a dish of iron pot stewed goose that he looks forward to trying. Indeed, Xiao Shiyan ventured to the neighboring village, and upon leaving, he acquired 1 male and 1 female goose, the cost being 7 yuan after extensive bargaining. Had the seller not noticed the mere 14 yuan within his crossbody bag, it is likely they would have been reluctant to part with them. After walking a considerable distance, no one from the village followed him. Xiao Shiyan once again sensed that the previous village was indeed suspicious. He collected his belongings, resolved to stealthily investigate the area. Should he encounter anyone, he would surely enter the happy town, where he would undoubtedly be safe. No one is better suited for infiltration than Xiao Shiyan. Others fail to catch him even when they hear sounds. At night, he could be utterly terrifying. He stowed away his items and cautiously approached from the opposite side. To his surprise, he discovered that there were indeed sentinels stationed here. I find it hard to believe that this village is without issues. Xiao Shiyan stealthily advanced, overhearing a conversation between 2 individuals, a man and a woman, likely masquerading as a couple, or perhaps they were indeed a couple, to avoid suspicion should someone attempt to infiltrate their domain. Drawing closer, he then directly entered the happy town. After a brief exploration, he settled within the confines of Happy Town, where he could discern the sounds of the surroundings. Even within the confines of a small area, one can shift the position of their cherished little town. Alas, the pace is painfully slow. After a minute of exertion, one might only manage to relocate it by half a meter. I wonder if, in the future, as abilities enhance or the town evolves, the speed of movement might increase. As Xiao Shiyan maneuvered, he listened to the mundane conversation between the 2. Suddenly, the man remarked, why do you think the village chief has a station here these days? It's never been this tense before. The woman replied, indeed, why such anxiety? Did something suddenly occur? She then responded with exasperation, what else could it be? It's all about those individuals from the Iron Hand family in the north. Who knows what madness has overtaken them? killing someone outside and then returning here. They even threatened the village chief, saying if he doesn't tighten security and they get caught, they will certainly expose our village. The woman's implication suggested that the village harbored further troubles. Otherwise, the miscreants from the Iron Hand family would have been able to threaten the village chief. Did many villagers know about this? What exactly was going on? The man leaned in and whispered, "What about the well behind our village?" Before he could finish, the woman scolded, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you speak of that? Aren't you afraid the village chief will flay you alive?" Chapter 39. A suspicious village. Numerous problems. After being chided by the woman, the man chuckled. Xiao Shiyan continued to ponder what the man meant by the well. Surely, there was something amiss with it. Could it be the hidden treasure of a former landlord? During the land redistribution, many landlords had been ousted, and much of their wealth had been seized amidst the chaos. It's unlikely that a landlord would have left no treasure behind. The notion of hiding something in a desolate well is indeed a clever idea that resourceful people might conceive. Just like the treasure map given to Xiao Shiyan by Chai Jing, hidden beneath the stove. Such possibilities are not far-fetched. Despite the woman's reprimands, the man remained unfazed. "It's just the two of us here. We can speak freely. Who could possibly overhear us?" Xiao Shiyan interjected. "True, the law does not allow for 6 ears. But 6 ears are right here." The man continued with a grin, leaning closer. "How does the village chief know there's a gold mine behind there?" "A gold mine? That would explain much. However, is it permissible for this village to mine gold? Regardless of the era, that would be a criminal offense. Mineral resources are state property." And Xiao Shiyan initially thought it to be something else. Yet, in his past life until 1985, the Iron Hand was apprehended without the gold mine being exposed. Xiao Shiyan was perplexed but speculated. Could it be that the gold mine had been exhausted by that time? Or was it that the Iron Hand's unauthorized excursion led to their capture? Thus they loyally refrained from disclosing this matter? Yet, Xiao Shiyan soon felt a sense of disquiet. Extracting gold is no trivial task. Moreover, smelting it is a process that cannot be concealed. For now, he remained uncertain about the situation, and the two did not elaborate further. Xiao Shiyan contemplated whether he should venture into the darkness for a closer inspection. Subsequently, Xiao Shiyan shook his head, expressing disinterest, for he had no need for gold. All that mattered was submitting the report and awaiting Uncle Gu's arrival with his team. One to apprehend individuals and the other to locate the gold mine. These were commendable feats, sufficient to offset any prior exploitation of his trust. Reciprocity nurtured relationships. Unilateral giving merely fostered enmity. Yet, the thought of those gold mines filled Xiao Shiyan with a tinge of envy. He pondered the extent of gold extracted, yearning for it. As their conversation meandered into trivialities devoid of significance, Xiao Shiyan paid only cursory attention, directing his steps towards the exit of the happy town. Making his way toward the village, he was determined to inspect the well situated behind the village, curious about the rumored gold mine, although he remained uncertain of its location. Nevertheless, if a gold mine indeed existed, it would undoubtedly be well guarded. He resolved to investigate. After laboriously progressing for half an hour, Xiao Shiyan managed a mere 15 meters into the village. He intended to move another meter to the side of a house, ensuring he remained unseen before emerging. Suddenly, he caught the faint dialogue of a couple nearby, their voices hushed and distant, making comprehension difficult. "What do you think the old cow residing in the southern house of the village does?" "I find him rather enigmatic," one remarked. "Mind your own business about the old cow. The village chief hasn't tasked you with that, so refrain from asking further," came the retort. Xiao Shiyan's senses sharpened, and he discerned the essence of their exchange. The villagers themselves found the old man peculiar. Could there be something amiss? He mused, yet chose not to dwell on it. This village was filled with oddities. Perhaps the old man was merely eccentric. Why concern himself with such matters? His focus was on capturing Iron Hand and exposing the village's gold mine. Upon reaching his destination, Xiao Shiyan exited the happy town and swiftly infiltrated the inner area. He had observed earlier that it was situated between two houses, with a forest beyond, likely devoid of human presence. However, he remained vigilant, prepared for any unexpected encounters, ready to retreat to the happy town at a moment's notice. Possessing spatial abilities allowed him to survey his surroundings within a few meters, ensuring he remained undetected. The pace of moving through the happy town was excruciatingly slow, and time was a luxury he could not afford. Thus, he continued on his path, ever prepared to evade detection. Several close calls occurred, but he managed to elude discovery. During his journey, he overheard numerous conversations among the villagers. Yet they largely consisted of inconsequential chatter. Still, there was some value in it. Entering from the southeast, he aimed for the rear of the village, likely the northern area mentioned by the couple. He ventured slightly southward as dusk approached. Earlier that day, he had casually purchased 3 pancakes from a stall in Happy Town for a modest price, savoring their delightful flavor. The white flour pancake is not a delicacy that ordinary folk indulge in casually in this era. Previously, during his time at the Du family, Xiao Shiyan seldom had the opportunity to savor such a treat. Although he later earned a living through translation, he remained frugal, reserving a portion of his earnings for Xiao Shiyan and another part for the Du family. Thus, when he retrieved the items from the Du household yesterday, he felt no pangs of guilt. Gazing at the sky, Xiao Shiyan pondered whether he might indulge in pancakes again that evening. While a single meal could be delightful, the prospect of consecutive meals of the same fare left him somewhat reluctant. Originally hailing from the south, he had acclimatized to a diet of rice. Occasionally enjoying a noodle dish was acceptable, but a day filled with such carbohydrates left him feeling unsated. Nevertheless, he opted to purchase a pancake, savoring it in solitude. He dared not consume it outdoors, for the aroma was too enticing, and he feared it would attract attention. Sitting in his modest abode in Happy Town, he mused about upgrading the pancake stall, perhaps introducing a variety of options. He recalled that at its peak, the stall offered over 30 types of fillings, including an array of condiments like ham, sausage, lean meat, mushrooms, and pickled vegetables. Suddenly, his ears perked up. Could he have misheard? A faint ticking sound reached him, confirming that he had not been mistaken. Even with his heightened senses, the sound was barely discernible, seemingly emanating from underground, muffled by layers of earth, intermittent in nature. Xiao Shiyan remained vigilant. He felt certain that his choice of this village for investigation was indeed fortuitous. This village harbored numerous issues. The resident known as Iron Hand in the west and the Old Ox in the south both appeared suspicious. Moreover, to the north lay a mine that resembled a gold vein. Xiao Shiyan reflected that perhaps the reason these two groups had chosen this village was precisely due to its myriad problems. He resolved to listen intently. If he was not mistaken, the sound he had just heard bore a striking resemblance to the signals of a telegraph, given the presence of many spies domestically. Along with heightened public vigilance, it was no wonder that the couple at the village entrance found the Old Ox peculiar. Could he be a covert agent? Xiao Shiyan was nearly certain that the recent sounds were indeed those of telegraphic communication. Were it not for him, others passing through would likely remain oblivious. Yet, this Old Ox persisted in sending messages during dinner time, a time when everyone returned home to eat. Were he to transmit at night, under the cloak of darkness, he risked being overheard. Who could predict who might wander out into the night? Nonetheless, even sending messages in the evening was not particularly secure. Xiao Shiyan did not dwell on such matters. Who could fathom the thoughts of that old cow? Was he truly sending telegrams at the same time every day? These questions remained unanswered for Xiao Shiyan. To ascertain whether the sound was indeed that of a telegraph, he ventured forth from the small town of Happiness, passing through walls to reach the old cow's courtyard, where he strained his ears to listen. After several minutes, he confirmed it. Indeed, it was unmistakably the sound of a telegraph machine. Although the clarity of the sound was not exceptional, who among ordinary households would possess such a device? This was not a future era where electronic devices were ubiquitous. In this time, even a radio was a highly coveted appliance. When people married, they demanded a 3 turns in 1 ring, with the ring referring to a radio. The vast majority of households could not afford one. Not only was this contraption expensive, but it also required industrial coupons or radio tickets for purchase. A radio cost 15 industrial coupons, and town workers received only 1 coupon for every 20 yuan earned. Gu Xiqing's father, Gu Qingfeng, earned merely over 80 yuan a month, amounting to only 4 coupons. Moreover, these coupons could not all be hoarded for a radio. As all industrial products required them, items like soap and lunchboxes, there were never excess coupons, only a shortage. A radio's price exceeded 200 yuan, and once available, they were snatched up immediately, rendering them virtually unattainable. Thus, hearing a sound akin to a telegraph in this place was undoubtedly abnormal. Reporting this to Gu Qifeng would surely settle the debts of gratitude. Moreover, the Gu family still owed him favors, which might facilitate his future endeavors in collecting certain items. His plans to go to the countryside necessitated discretion. He required someone to vouch for him, ensuring that certain matters could be addressed appropriately. His 3 close brothers were chosen as his scapegoats. Among the 4 brothers, he was the one with the least favorable background, and now he had transformed into a capitalist. The other three hailed from distinguished families. Before departing, he needed to engage in meaningful discussions with them to strengthen their bonds. Although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor, the nuances of interpersonal relationships had yet to fully manifest. He needed to meet the other two brothers to ascertain their reliability. Given the current circumstances, remaining in the city was not viable. Yet, in the countryside, certain matters would still require someone to take the fall. Entrusting such responsibilities to the wrong individuals would be tantamount to disregarding his own life and fortune, an act Xiao Shiyan would never commit. Departing quietly, he remained vigilant of his footing, determined not to err after having gathered all the intelligence. He would not allow a careless mistake to create a disturbance, alerting those within and prompting their hasty retreat, leaving him lamenting in vain. Cautiously passing through the wall, he steadied his emotions and proceeded northward. Gradually, he noticed that there were indeed sentinels here, both visible and concealed, making the place resemble a military unit. At this time, the village still had the presence of militia. In a past life, I recall reading reports about villagers competing for water and irrigation rights, leading to conflicts between two villages. Makeshift weapons, such as crude firearms and even rudimentary shotguns, were brought into the fray. Remarkably, the women of the village played the role of medics, transporting the wounded and aiding in their treatment. Their military prowess far surpassed that of university students in later generations, who would find it impossible to match their capabilities. Xiao Shiyan had to tread cautiously, opting for a slower approach to avoid detection. He frequently entered and exited the happy town, and when infiltration proved impossible, he would navigate within the town until it was safe to emerge undetected. Meanwhile, when Siki and Gu Xiqing found it peculiar that Xiao Shiyan had yet to return, when Siki even inquired of the recently returned Guqi phone, "Old Gu, did you say something to that boy? It's getting late, and he still has tea come back." Gu Qingfeng longed to express that the boy had taken advantage of him earlier in the morning, but he was not one to shy away from such matters. It was inconceivable that Xiao Shiyan would simply not return, as he had nowhere else to go. Gu Xiqing, observing his parents conversing, caught snippets of their discussion and pondered whether Xiao Shiyan felt embarrassed, perhaps chastised by his father, leading to his reluctance to stay at their home. Might he be seeking out Jiang Xichao and Lu Xiaowei? Determined to find him, Gu Xiqing declared, "Mom and Dad, I'm going out to look for him." When Siki called after him, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Not anymore." He waved dismissively, already sprinting out the door. When Siki could only shout, "Quickly call him back. This child, a mere reprimand, and he is so sensitive." Xiao Shiyan, stifling the urge to sneeze, hurried into Happy Town, only to succumb to a series of sneezes. He couldn't help but grumble, "What on earth is going on? Is anyone thinking of me?" He took a piece of paper to wipe his nose, then commented, "The tissues of this era are so coarse. They hardly deserve to be called tissues. They should be referred to as sanitary paper." Fortunately, one needed industrial coupons to procure these supplies. Many in this time still resorted to bamboo strips or newspapers and exercise books. Xiao Shiyan found this utterly intolerable. Perhaps he could use money to buy some industrial coupons on the black market. He could endure most things, even the foul odors. But sanitary paper was an entirely different matter. He needed to make the rounds over the next few days, visiting several black markets to exchange for some industrial coupons. Thankfully, he had managed to acquire 2 large bundles from the Du family, containing 20 rolls, enough for the time being. Through his efforts, coupled with clandestine methods in Happy Town, Xiao Shiyan finally arrived at the most heavily guarded location. To his astonishment, there was indeed a well. Could it be a dry while concealing a vein of gold, or? He wondered how the villagers had discovered it. Had they merely stumbled upon fortune? Xiao Shiyan was unaware that, years ago, someone had sought to uncover the treasure of the landlord's family hidden within a dry well, a discovery made by none other than the village chief's son. It was only through the movement of the happy little city that Xiao Shiyan was able to descend into the well. Illuminated by the flickering lights, he was taken aback to find a bustling community underground. It was a veritable hidden realm, filled with numerous individuals engaged in mining and smelting activities. Upon his descent, Xiao Shiyan realized that the subterranean environment was vastly different from the surface. The well's entrance concealed an expansive underground world, meticulously excavated and reinforced with bricks and stones. The area was aglow with light, housing not only mining teams, but also smelting crews. Although the illicitly smelted gold would likely lack purity, these resources could still be exchanged for currency. However, Xiao Shiyan speculated that the village would be reluctant to transport large quantities of gold above ground. suggesting the presence of substantial reserves of gold, ore, and even semi-finished gold products hidden away. Extracting gold ore professionally requires a plethora of chemicals, such as nitric acid and electrolytes, along with borax. It was inconceivable that this village could procure such quantities. As Xiao Shiyan pondered this, he decided to bide his time. Since a fresh influx of gold ore was imminent, he thought it prudent to elevate the levels of Happy Little City. After all, it would be beneficial to diversify the offerings, perhaps by creating various stuffed pancakes, as the plain white flour version was somewhat lacking in flavor. Were others to discover that Xiao Shiyan was content with mere plain pancakes, they would likely be envious to the point of resentment. With this in mind, Xiao Shiyan resolved to expend some gold and promptly upgraded the city by 2 levels. He observed with satisfaction as the structures transformed into a 3-bedroom unit with a bathroom, living room, and kitchen. Although he was but a solitary inhabitant, the 3 rooms could serve as storage spaces, and a larger area for preservation was certainly advantageous. The bathroom had also increased in size, though it remained a primitive dry toilet, a detail Xiao Shiyan found difficult to accept. Nevertheless, he decided to upgrade further. With a mere thought, several small yellow fish vanished, and Happy Little City ascended once more. This time, the thatched cottage evolved into a brick and tile house. Xiao Shiyan nodded in approval. It was a commendable change, especially as the bathroom had been upgraded to a flush toilet, eliminating the unpleasant odors that had previously plagued him. To be honest, adapting to this era had been relatively smooth for Xiao Shiyan, save for the matter of the bathroom, which he found utterly intolerable. It was ironic that even within the cities, including the capital, such dry toilets were commonplace. While flush toilets existed, they were far from ubiquitous. As late as the early 21st century, there were still many dry toilets in the capital, reminiscent of a plot from a television series he once watched, titled Struggle. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Shiyan opted for yet another upgrade. Outside, the pancake stall underwent a significant transformation, with an upgraded setup featuring ham, eggs, and stir-fried green peppers with meat. The basic pancakes remained priced at 5 gold coins each, yet adding a filling would increase the cost by 2 coins. Consequently, taxes also rose, with an additional gold coin tax applied to stuffed pancakes. Xiao Shiyan smiled, remarking that it was indeed delightful. From now on, the flavor of the sesame cakes would be significantly enhanced. However, he wished for even more variety, choosing to level up once again. He noticed that the sesame cake stall remained unchanged, but a new store had appeared nearby. Shifting his gaze, he read the sign above the shop, General Store. Was this a purveyor of sundries? As he wandered inside, he confirmed that it indeed sold various goods. It stocked essential condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, all reasonably priced, 1 gold coin for a pound of salt, and the same for vinegar, while oil was a bit pricier at 3 gold coins per pound. Notably, no tickets were required. One could accumulate their supplies gradually without spending extravagantly. This general store even contributed taxes daily. It seemed that, akin to a game, one could manage without spending actual currency. This was quite reassuring. He would no longer fret about running short. In truth, he had little to worry about. Except for the scarcity of oil, soy sauce and similar condiments were plentiful and could be omitted without consequence. Salt was essential. Yet the question remained, how much salt did one truly need for a meal? The real concern was oil, which was scarce, and people were hesitant to use it. A mere drop could suffice for a dish. Given that town workers were allotted only 2 taels of oil per month, it was hardly sufficient. For now, the general store offered only these items, but they sufficed for Xiao Shiyan's needs. There was no urgency to spend recklessly. A gradual approach would serve him well. Suddenly, he noticed a panel in the store that revealed a flash sale. 1 yuan for 10,000 times the resources. Looking at the items on sale today, he was surprised to find 5 pounds of brown sugar. 1 yuan, was that the currency of this era? Testing his luck, he pulled out 5 yuan and was relieved to discover it was indeed valid. Earlier, when inquiring about daily necessities at the general store, he had used gold coins for purchases. It seemed contradictory that he had just claimed one could shop here without spending money. However, it was only a trivial amount. 1 yuan for 5 pounds of brown sugar was quite a deal. Xiao Shiyan couldn't help but grumble. Wasn't he said to be 10,000 times the material? 1 yuan for 10,000 times surely wouldn't equate to just 5 pounds. Clearly, this claim was exaggerated. After a brief moment of lamentation, he dismissed the panel. There was no avenue for reporting or complaining, as the system was designed to be straightforward, offering no opportunity for dialogue. Having spent 1 yuan, he now carried 5 pounds of brown sugar, while the panel was entirely devoid of items. He promptly returned to his brick house, which boasted a yard of about 3 or 4 square meters. The chickens and ducks he had purchased earlier had already made themselves at home. Xiao Shiyan intended to construct a chicken coop and duck pen. So he took some of Du's discarded clothing, tore it into pieces, and fashioned it into enclosures. The fertilized eggs from the hens were taken out, and he brought a mature hen over to nest here. He placed 2 broken bowls from Du's household in front of her to serve as feeding troughs for the chickens and ducks. Reflecting on alternative options, one might consider utilizing bamboo to construct a feeding trough. Upon Xiao Shiyan's return, he placed the brown sugar down, for there was no need to refrigerate it. Regardless of its absence, the quaint town of happiness is capable of preservation without refrigeration. Has everyone departed? At this moment, Xiao Shiyan realized that the well's depths were devoid of any presence. Observing closely, he noted that even the lights had extinguished, presumably with but a single exit. The villagers harbored no concerns regarding the loss of their possessions within. He emerged cautiously, refraining from brandishing a flashlight. Fortunately, his heightened senses, particularly his vision, allowed him to navigate by the faint light filtering in from outside. Following his earlier observations, he ventured into a corner. If he was not mistaken, this must be the site where the adversaries stored their gold, or, stepping inside, Xiao Shiyan found that his assumption was indeed correct. Before him lay a substantial pile of gold, ore easily amounting to 7 or 8 tons. He promptly collected half, leaving the remainder untouched. After a brief exploration, he discovered an adjacent smelting area, replete with some semi-finished products. With a wave of his hand, he gathered these as well, believing they would serve a purpose in the town of happiness. He had no intention of taking the semi-finished products outside that would merely draw attention to himself. Having assessed the situation, it was time to return. Gu Xiqing's parents would likely think him temperamental, assuming he had merely exchanged a few words before departing. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to bring them a thoughtful gift. Chapter 42. Departing the village, a reunion with a good friend. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing sought out 2 companions. Jiang Xichao expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Old Du? Oh no, we should now refer to him as Old Xiao. He has undergone such significant changes without informing us. Does he not regard us as brothers?" Lu Xiaowei furrowed his brow and shook his head, replying, "Old Jiang, do not speak so hastily. Old Xiao has his reasons. Imagine discovering that the parents you have known for over a decade are not your biological ones, only to learn that you are the offspring of a capitalist and must relocate to the countryside. No one has borne such burdens as he has." Lu Xiaowei intentionally lowered his voice when mentioning the capitalist, mindful of potential eavesdroppers. Jiang Xichao, exasperated, slapped Lu Xiaowei's arm, saying, "I've told you not to call me Old Jiang. It makes me sound like a balding old man." His words elicited laughter from the other 2. Frustrated, Jiang Xichao lamented the folly of his 2 friends. Enough of this nonsense. Old Xiao's current predicament leaves him without money or tickets. He is suddenly expected to head to the frigid northeast without considering the harsh climate. Lu Xiaowei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my maternal grandfather resides in the northeast. It is exceedingly cold there, with winter temperatures plunging below freezing. I visited once and have no desire to return." Old Xiao must be out of his mind to choose the northeast. He should be heading to the warmer southern regions. Gu Xiqing shrugged helplessly. There is some merit to that, yet he insists on going to the northeast. Lu Xiaowei suggested that they devise a plan to gather some money to procure additional supplies for him. Later, they could persuade him to venture southwards to the countryside. What are we waiting for? Let us take action. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan emerged from the well and, after a considerable amount of effort, arrived at a secluded location. Subsequently, he quietly slipped out of the happy town and made his way towards the outskirts of the village. Along the way, he narrowly escaped an encounter with a dog. Barking furiously, the dog charged at him, but fortunately, Xiao Shiyan had already returned to the safety of Happy Town in time. The dog sniffed around for a moment before lingering at the spot where Xiao Shiyan had departed. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Shiyan reflected on the need for greater caution, realizing he had momentarily forgotten about the lingering scent he carried. However, there was little he could do. While he could evade prying eyes, the scent that clung to him was an insurmountable challenge. Contemplating further, he mused that an elevation in the level of his spatial abilities could yield numerous advantages. For instance, he could master light refraction for invisibility and contain his own scent to prevent it from escaping. Alas, such feats were beyond his current capabilities. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, zombies did not rely solely on sight. Thus, the significance of scent was paramount. Xiao Shiyan had developed various functions of his spatial abilities, including light refraction that distorted the light shining upon objects. The reason humans perceive their surroundings is due to light reflecting off objects and reaching the retina. If light fails to reflect onto a human retina, it remains unseen. This phenomenon represents the effect of light-based invisibility. Regrettably, having just traversed into this realm, his spatial abilities had reset, rendering him incapable of executing these functionalities for the time being. After a considerable wait, the dog finally departed. During this interval, a bewildered owner approached, exclaiming, "What is the matter? Why is this wretched dog barking? There is no one around." The area was devoid of any presence or noise. Eventually, the dog was led away by its owner. Xiao Shiyan lingered in Happy Town for a brief moment before swiftly exiting. After overcoming various obstacles, he successfully departed from the village. Soon after, he found a secluded spot to retrieve his bicycle and pedaled furiously towards the capital city. He needed to hurry. Any delay could result in being caught outside after curfew. Moreover, entry to the compound was not a privilege he could take for granted at any hour. If he arrived too late, he would have to trouble someone to announce his arrival. As he raced through the streets, he felt as though the 3 savory pancakes he had eaten earlier, filled with ham, eggs, and green peppers, had been fully digested by now. Upon reaching the city center, he secured his bicycle and emerged from a narrow alley. He pondered, at this hour, the black market operates around here. I must explore it. The grocery store in Happy Town has yet to sell any toilet paper, so I need to find a black market to stock up. Just as he was lost in thought, a fierce roar echoed from a distance, followed by the rapid approach of 3 figures. Startled, Xiao Shiyan soon recognized them as 3 close friends, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As they approached, Xiao Shiyan remarked, "You all nearly frightened me to death with such a sudden outburst. You are really turning the tables here." Gu Xiqing, speechless, clenched his fists and playfully struck Xiao Shiyan on the shoulder, saying, "Did my parents say something about you? Didn't we agree this morning not to hold grudges? Yet here you are, still counting." Stop, stop, stop. Xiao Shiyan was somewhat bewildered. What on earth are you talking about? What have I done? What have you been up to all day? Lu Xiaowei inquired. You have truly scared old Gu. Besides, when you encounter such matters, you ought to inform me and old Jiang. While we may not be of much help, we can certainly prepare some supplies for you. Here, this is my contribution. Don't call me old Jiang. I have warned you many times. Jiang Xichao erupted in fury, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket, declaring, "This is mine. This is mine." Gu Xiqing also produced a stack of notes, stating, "Don't look down on this. You know the 3 of us don't possess much skill. Unlike you who can translate. We are merely 3 who rely on our parents for money. However, we have saved a little. I asked my grandmother for some. She dotes on me." Jiang Xichao added, "My grandfather has stashed away some private savings. I just borrowed a bit." This revelation from the usually composed Lu Xiaowei took everyone by surprise, including Xiao Shiyan, who regarded him with newfound respect. "Old Lu, you truly are a bit enigmatic. Quietly engaging in significant affairs. Aren't you afraid your grandfather will reprimand you?" Xiao Shiyan teased. The other 2 shared similar expressions. Lu Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. My grandfather wouldn't dare to hit me." Upon seeing the disbelief etched on their faces, he pouted. "All right, if it comes to that, I will just go to my grandmother. My grandfather wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Otherwise, I would tell her he is hiding money." "Old Lu, you are quite something. Turns out you are the most enigmatic among us. I'm the cleverest here. You all know nothing." Chapter 43, A Few Letters. The Du family's unemployed wanderers cannot remain idle after the playful banter. The brothers fell into silence. Xiao Shiyan suddenly glanced around and said, "Brothers, I am not one to be overly sentimental. I have money. If you don't believe me, ask Gu Xiqing's father. I retrieved over 1,000 yuan from Jiang Xinyan today." Gu Xiqing, having heard about this, couldn't help but respond, "How can you even say that? You spent over 3,000 on Jiang Xinyan before and only got half back. If you had listened to me and hidden this money, would you be in such a predicament now? TSK, TSK. Over 1,000 yuan, and you call it just a little? And let us not forget, Gu Xiqing, if it weren't for you, how would old Xiao have met that black-hearted rose, Jiang Xinyan?" Feeling somewhat wronged by the collective reproach of his brothers, Gu Xiqing replied, "You can't blame me. I had no idea Jiang Xinyan was such a person at first. Besides, I reminded old Xiao several times." Xiao Shiyan quickly intervened, "Enough. Who hasn't encountered a few scoundrels in their youth? Those matters are inconsequential. They belong to the past. I have moved on, so why can't you?" Gu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, then kicked out in frustration. "You still have time to engage in banter with me? You are about to head to the countryside." Lu Xiaowei nodded in agreement. "But old Xiao, Why did you choose to go to northeast China? I have been there a few times. My grandfather's home is in that region. I visited during winter, and it was unbearably cold, dipping to -40 or 50 degrees. We wouldn't be able to withstand it. Perhaps it would be better to head south. It's warmer there. Aren't you afraid of the cold? Jiang Xichao also nodded in affirmation from the side. However, Xiao Shiyan shook his head. Indeed, the northeast is frigid, but one only needs to toil for half the year. The rest can be spent in hibernation. Although it is bitterly cold in winter, as long as I stockpile enough provisions, I need not venture outside. With the stove burning, I can remain comfortably at home, unperturbed by the chill. The three brothers pondered this and conceded that he had a point. Yu Xiqing inquired, but can you really store enough supplies? With your limited finances, how much can you possibly secure? Moreover, acquiring items requires ration coupons. Xiao Shiyan chuckled heartily. That depends on you, my three dear brothers. The trio did not hesitate. We can assist, but even with our utmost efforts, we won't be able to gather sufficient coupons. You know, we are unemployed. Although we wish to work, jobs are not easily attainable. Jiang Xichao added, my father has suggested sending me into the military. However, I am not particularly fond of that idea. It's exhausting, and there is the risk of combat. It's not that I am afraid, but my health has never been robust. Jiang Xichao's father intended for him to enlist to build his physique. Gu Xiqing reassured, rest assured, old Xiao. We will exhaust every avenue to secure as many coupons as possible for you. You want to starve. If you all starve, I shall not, Xiao Shiyan retorted, bemused. He had a haven, his happy little town, where he could remain indoors without fear of hunger. When the town eventually flourished, filled with restaurants and hotels, he would be able to savor any delicacy without stepping outside. However, that was still a distant prospect. Xiao Shiyan declared, you need not worry, I have monumental news. I require you three to return home and summon your fathers. We shall convene at Gu Xiqing's residence. What news? They all inquired. Xiao Shiyan glanced around cautiously and replied, this matter is significant and not suitable for discussion on the street. Simply inform them that it pertains to a grave issue connected to the previous massacre, but it is not solely related to that. Once you bring them, you shall understand. You know my character. I would never boast unnecessarily, right? The three reflected and realized that among them, Xiao Shiyan was indeed the most level-headed. In their youth, they had intended to bully him, but through their interactions, they had come to respect him, forming a genuine friendship that steered them away from mischief and into diligent study. Recently, they had graduated high school, yet had not yet secured employment. By all accounts, they should have been notified by the youth office regarding their assignment to the countryside. However, the three families held a certain status, and the youth office had yet to pay them a visit. Gu Xiqing remarked, in that case, you two should return home and summon your fathers to gather at my house. As for you, having left early this morning and only just returned, do you not realize how worried my parents have been? Very well, let us proceed to your residence. Xiao Shiyan nodded in agreement, though the matter at hand would be revealed in due time. On their way, Xiao Shiyan spotted a mailbox and called out to Gu Xiqing, please wait a moment. I need to mail a letter. Gu Xiqing was taken aback. Who are you writing to? You do not know anyone from out of town. Could it be your siblings from the Xiao family? Are you writing to the Du family? Xiao Shiyan was not merely writing to the Du family. He had also composed letters to the four siblings he had never met. The four idlers of the Lao Du family had not gone to the countryside. And how could he turn a blind eye to that? Furthermore, there were four siblings from the Lao Xiao family as well. And he felt compelled to inform them that the original Xiao Jianyong was not their brother, at least not a biological one. What if in the future, Du Jianyong, under the guise of kinship, sought money or favors from them, only for him to bear the burden that he could not accept? Gu Xiqing paused, then chuckled, indeed. The Du family has lost their sense of propriety. Why should their four idlers remain in the capital? They should all be sent to the countryside. However, do you think your siblings from the Xiao family will truly care about you as a brother? Just be careful not to present yourself to them only to be ridiculed. After all, they have shared many years together, and Xiao Shiyan had only recently discovered his true lineage as a member of the Xiao family, not the Du family. Those siblings may not harbor any affection for him. In fact, they might feel a deeper bond with Du Jianyong. Xiao Shiyan shrugged. Well, there is little I can do about it, as long as I have notified them. If they choose not to believe me or feel a strong connection and wish to send him gifts or money, that is their prerogative. After all, we have not spent a single day together, and there are no sentiments to speak of. As they conversed, they had already returned to the courtyard. Mom and Dad, we are back, Gu Xiqing called out as he entered the compound. When Siki hurried out, visibly relieved upon seeing Xiao Shiyan return, and rushed to embrace him, repeatedly exclaiming, "You child, leaving so early and not returning until now. I was genuinely afraid you might leave and never come back." Women are often more emotional. And when Siki was no exception, she truly regarded Xiao Shiyan as her son, especially after the absurd events of the past few days. Gu Qifeng was far more rational. Although he had initially shared in the worry, he soon came to terms with the situation. After all, Xiao Shiyan was not his son. While he felt concern, it did not reach the level of when Siki's distress. At this moment, upon hearing Xiao Shiyan's return, Gu Qifeng settled himself, waiting for Xiao Shiyan to enter before offering a few words of comfort. Gu Siken, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Mom, that's enough. It's good that he's back. We still haven't eaten. Is dinner ready?" Only then did when Siki realize, "Oh right, dinner. I have it warming up. Hurry inside. I saved some food for you." Xiao Shiyan nodded. "No rush, Auntie. Is Uncle home? I have a few matters I wish to discuss with him." Chapter 44, revealing the reason. "How did you know?" "I'm here." Gu Qingfeng's steady voice resonated from within. Xiao Shiyan smiled. Knowing full well that Gu Qifeng was at home, he had sensed a stir earlier. Gu Qifeng had intended to come out and check on him, but retreated upon hearing voices. This tendency seems to be a common trait among men of this era, or perhaps throughout all time. Even in showing concern, they must feign indifference. Gu Siqing, unaware of his father's actions, complained, "Dad, you always say that. You didn't even know what to say this morning," making old Xiao reluctant to return home. Gu Qifeng was taken aback and swiftly delivered a playful smack to Gu Siqing's head. "Old Xiao, how old are you that you can refer to him as old? Do you wish to be called father already?" Xiao Shiyan chuckled softly. It was merely an excuse Gu Qifeng had concocted. The younger generation often mimicked the older generation in their forms of address: Old Xiao, Old Gu, Old Lu, Old Jiang. Aside from Jiang Xichao, who preferred to avoid being called bald, the others had no objections. After playfully scolding Gu Siqing, Gu Qifeng turned to Xiao Shiyan, saying, "Xiao Shiyan, you are overthinking this. I told you this morning. It's nothing. You worry too much." Xiao Shiyan feigned a small smile. Gu Qifeng had certainly not appeared untroubled earlier. However, given the relatively shallow bond they shared, he could understand Gu Qingfeng's unease. After all, he was not his son, and having been used in a situation could understandably leave one feeling uncomfortable. Yet, mutual exchanges are what foster friendship. Xiao Shiyan did not wish to be seen as someone merely seeking the charity of others. Before he could respond, when Siki approached with a towel in hand, offering it to Xiao Shiyan. "Here, you've been running around, and now you're drenched in sweat. Why don't you take a shower first?" Xiao Shiyan calculated the time it would take for the other two families to arrive and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take a shower first. Soon, Lu Xiaowei and Jiang Xichao's father should be here. I'll discuss today's matters then. I went to the countryside this morning intending to buy some eggs and encountered a situation related to the massacre case in the east of the city." Xiao Shiyan casually dropped this bombshell. Gu Qifeng was so taken aback that he stood up. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyan had already taken his clothes and towel to the bathing area, which was essentially a small room partitioned off in the yard. Gu Qifeng paced back and forth in the house, clearly shaken by the news. This was a grave matter. When it had occurred previously, it had terrified the surrounding residents. The authorities were also taking it seriously, mandating that the relevant departments must solve the case within a month. Unfortunately, despite joint searches by law enforcement, the month was swiftly coming to an end with no leads in sight. Everyone was holding their breath, determined to crack the case. They were well aware that solving this case would surely bring them accolades, potentially even a promotion. However, the complexity of the case was daunting, and thus far, they had uncovered no leads. Gu Qingfeng's motivations extended beyond mere recognition. The case was profoundly tragic. It was rumored that, for a meager sum of money, a family had been annihilated, including a newborn child. The brutality of this incident compelled them to seek justice for the victims. Naturally, the prospect of gaining merit and advancing in their careers was an added incentive. After receiving this information, Xiao Shiyan had promptly headed off for a shower. Gu Qifeng could hardly contain his impatience, wishing to drag Xiao Shiyan out of the bathroom immediately. This fellow was simply too tantalizingly frustrating. Gu Qifeng exclaimed loudly. When Siki shot him a bemused glance and remarked, "Enough, the boy will surely return soon. Look at him, drenched in sweat. Even his jacket is soaked. I doubt he has had a meal. I'll go prepare something. Boy, shower quickly. He must be famished. Just wait a moment." The other two families should be arriving shortly. We can discuss any news over dinner. Indeed, Jiang Xichao and Lu Zhuwei's fathers arrived swiftly, accompanied not just by the fathers, but also by their mothers, all bearing various items. Xiao Shiyan had just changed clothes and was rinsing his sweaty garments with soap, intending to hang them up to dry. As he stepped out, he noticed the two families entering from the courtyard. Shiyan, Shiyan, they both called, addressing him without the usual honorific. Perhaps they had been reprimanded at home, hence the change in address. Xiao Shiyan smiled and promptly hung his clothes. When Siki was at a loss for words, this child was still being so formal. Nodding, Xiao Shiyan entered the house with everyone else, where Gu Qifeng had already moved chairs for their guests. Just as when Siki emerged with the meal, she said, "Let the boy eat first. I can see he must have run quite a distance today because of this affair. He certainly hasn't had a bite to eat yet." Coincidentally, Xiao Shiyan's stomach growled, and the others felt it would be inappropriate to say more. The three mothers eagerly urged him to eat. Indeed, Xiao Shiyan was feeling quite hungry. Having rushed back from the village, he had expended most of his energy. He didn't consume much, however, as all eyes were upon him. He quickly finished a bowl of rice before setting down his utensils and began to speak. "This morning, I intended to buy some eggs from the countryside. After all, purchasing them in the city requires tickets, and I didn't have enough on hand." Jiang Xichao's mother promptly produced some tickets she had prepared and handed them to Xiao Shiyan. "You child, when difficulties arise, you should seek assistance from your elders. These tickets are for you. Rest assured, once you go to the northeast, we will arrange to send you more tickets." Lu Zhaowei's mother followed suit, quickly offering her own batch. This was their kindness, stemming from the knowledge that if Xiao Shiyan's leads could assist their husbands in solving the case, it would undoubtedly lead to their husbands' promotions. When the time comes, not only will the salary increase, but so will the number of tickets. Perhaps I could even secure jobs for a few children, sparing them from the hardship of rural life. Xiao Shiyan initially declined, but upon realizing that refusal was futile, he accepted and continued, "I went to Dongshan village in the eastern suburbs." He noticed the anxious expressions on the fathers' faces. If he hesitated any longer, he would surely be pressed for more details. Xiao Shiyan recounted, "Upon reaching the village entrance, I was intercepted by a couple. Sensing their guarded demeanor, I feigned interest in purchasing eggs and chickens, hoping to glean some information about the village. However, they were tight-lipped and revealed nothing of significance." Gu Xiqing, intrigued, asked, "How did you ascertain the connection to the massacre case?" Xiao Shiyan replied, "Patience. Their suspicious behavior, coupled with the fact that they kept a watchful eye on my departure from the village, indicated something was amiss. As I was leaving, I inadvertently overheard them mention the Dongdong massacre, which prompted me to sneak back for further investigation." Chapter 45, 3 Matters, Shared Credit. The mothers gasped in unison. "How could you be so audacious? You, my child, are far too bold. What kind of benevolent souls could orchestrate a massacre?" Their concern was palpable, yet they found solace in Xiao Shiyan's safe return. Had he not come back, their anxiety would have been unbearable. Even now, they remained worried. When Siki even inquired, "You weren't harmed, were you?" Xiao Shiyan shook his head. "No, I am perfectly healthy." Gu Qifeng cleared his throat and interjected, "Let us focus on the matter at hand. The person is right before you, and since nothing happened, can't you see that? No more distractions. This is a significant issue that must be resolved promptly." Xiao Shiyan wasted no time, stating, "However, while I was in the village, I encountered a household in the southern part. The two individuals guarding the entrance spoke of an old cow in a peculiar manner, which piqued my curiosity. I wandered around and heard some sounds resembling Morse code." "Wait, Morse code?" Lu Zhuwei's father, Lu Zhenting, asked curiously, "Are you certain it was Morse code?" The people of that era were quite perceptive. Upon hearing Morse code, everyone quickly grasped its implications. Spies. The father's eyes brightened at the thought. This situation might not only pertain to the massacre. If they could apprehend spies as well, their chances for promotion would significantly increase. Xiao Shiyan nodded affirmatively. "I can assure you, I did not mishear." At that time, the villagers were busy cooking, while this particular household had no smoke rising from their kitchen. I listened for a while in the yard, and the rhythmic tapping of Morse code was unmistakable. Gu Qifeng stood up, paced back and forth twice, and then sat down again, addressing Xiao Shiyan. "Please, continue." Xiao Shiyan nodded. "Yes, I had vaguely heard that the massacre occurred on the western side of the village, so I planned to investigate that area. I wondered if the village was harboring these criminals, as they stationed guards at the entrance. A couple was keeping watch from a distance. However, as I made my way westward, I passed a dry well in the north, which was strictly guarded by the villagers and even the local militia. The three fathers grew increasingly anxious. Jiang Qingfeng remarked, "It seems that this village harbors other issues. It cannot possibly be that every inhabitant is a spy, can it? Nevertheless, it does make sense. Otherwise, why would there be guards at the village entrance?" Xiao Shiyan nodded in agreement, though he hesitated to mention his previous venture down there. Instead, he cautiously added, "I spent some time there and overheard the guards say that there is a gold mine beneath that dry well." Gasp. At that moment, all three fathers stood up in shock. This was no trivial matter, a gold mine. Gu Qingfeng had already sensed Xiao Shiyan's exceptional capabilities after the events of the morning. But hearing the words gold mine leave his lips was still startling. After all, gold is universally recognized as a standard form of currency, and the nation is burdened with significant foreign debt. If a gold mine were to be discovered now, it could alleviate a considerable amount of pressure. Even the three mothers were taken aback. What had they just heard? Gu Xiqing and the others felt as if they were deciphering an ancient text, still preoccupied with concerns about Xiao Shiyan's trip to the countryside. The fact that Xiao Shiyan returned to drop such a bombshell about a gold mine left them bewildered. They understood each word, yet when strung together, it made no sense to them, leaving their minds in a blank state. Lu Jinting asked solemnly, "Are you certain you didn't mishear?" Jiang Shifeng added sternly, "You cannot lie about this matter. You must understand the gravity of the situation. It is no jest." The ticking sound of the telegraph seemed to pale in comparison at that moment. Xiao Shiyan nodded earnestly. "I absolutely did not mishear. I kept watching that grove, and around 6 o'clock, I saw no fewer than 40 or 50 individuals emerge from the well. I even noticed someone clutching a small piece of gold or seemingly a semi-finished product. It must have been stolen." Lu Jinting exchanged glances with the others, stepping aside to deliberate. This was a significant issue, one far beyond the capacity of any one of them to manage alone. Gu Qifeng turned back to look at Xiao Shiyan before addressing his two old friends. "No wonder Xiao returned without directly informing me. This matter cannot be handled by any one of us alone." Jiang Chengfeng chuckled lightly. "However, the three of us together could indeed manage it. By the way, we should also inquire about the massacre case. We can use this situation as a pretext to address the issues in that village. Discovering the telegraph and spies, along with the gold mine, would present a more coherent narrative." Lu Jinting frowned. "But if we do that, Xiao Shiyan's contributions will be significantly diminished." Xiao Shiyan, overhearing the silent accusations from Gu Xiqing and the others, felt an urgent desire to extricate himself from the situation. He quickly interjected, "Perhaps it's best if I remain uninvolved. Even the matter of the massacre should not be attributed to me. My background is known to you, uncles, and if this were to get out, it could be exploited against me." The three men paused, and Gu Qingfeng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Your origins indeed pose some complications. However, if I recall correctly, your household registration is separate, isn't it? You haven't returned to the Xiao family, have you?" Xiao Shiyan nodded slightly, stating, "No, it's right here in my hands. I have also registered for the rural assignment today, heading to Taiaguazhi Township in Helushi City, Liaoning Province." Gu Qingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, "That's good. After all, no one knows about the mix-up from years ago. Moreover, who can assert that the child in question truly belongs to the other family? There has been no investigation, and your identity could serve as a basis for further inquiry. Furthermore, you have provided a lead that addresses a significant issue, and we will strive to secure a certificate of commendation for you. Thus, once you arrive, you can rely on this certificate to avoid any undue difficulty. As for the merits," Gu Qingfeng paused for a moment and continued, "In that case, we will also allocate a portion of the credit for the covert operations to you. Do not refuse. As long as you do not mind, we can share the accolades. This way, we can preclude others from using your background as a landowner and capitalist against you. Regarding the matter of the gold mine, this information must remain confidential and should not be attributed to you." Xiao Shiyan understood that such a significant issue was indeed not suitable for public discourse. It seemed prudent to handle the gold mine matter discreetly. He expressed that he was unaware of anything. Gu Qingfeng and the others were quite pleased. "You are quite perceptive. My child, rest assured, we will secure the rights that are due to you. Had we known you would contribute so significantly, there would have been no need for you to go to the countryside at all. We could have arranged a position for you right here in the city." Xiao Shiyan, however, was reluctant to take that path. He preferred to spend a few years in the countryside rather than face potential criticism in the city. Once the college entrance examinations resumed in a few years, he would naturally return. "It's fine. I have already registered, and cancellation is not an option." Chapter 46. The police visit. Misunderstandings arise. This matter was of great magnitude, so much so that Xiao Shiyan felt ill-equipped to offer any advice. Naturally, he had no desire to showcase himself or provide input. There was no need. Having achieved merit and received a certificate upon returning from the countryside, his treatment would surely not be lacking. He was not among those like Gu Qingfeng and his associates, nor did he feel the need to involve himself. One should not concern themselves with matters outside their jurisdiction. However, Gu Qingfeng faced another dilemma. What is the layout of that village? We should send someone to investigate, though we must be cautious not to alert them. Xiao Shiyan interjected, "Gentlemen, I have taken a stroll around the village. I have noted the situation there and can draw a map for you. I can even indicate the location of the old bull who sends messages, as well as the residences of the individuals involved in the Dongqing massacre." Really? The three men were intrigued. Xiao Shiyan promptly retrieved paper and pen, beginning to sketch. This is not professional artwork, so the proportions may not be precise. It is a rough outline of the village layout. Before long, Xiao Shiyan had produced several sketches, marking various aspects of the village, including the location of the gold mine, the message sender's residence, and where the individuals known as the Iron Hand lived. He also detailed the arrangements within the village, noting which households were larger. It seems several of these families owned dogs. I nearly got discovered at one point. Xiao Shiyan even marked which families had dogs on his map. Gu Qifeng and his companions held Xiao Shiyan's painting, their gazes drawn to its clear indications. And they chuckled lightly, remarking, "With your guidance, we need not worry about anything." Old Jiang and Old Lu. It appears we shall have no respite this evening. It turns out that the appellation Old Jiang is commonly shared among several adults. Jiang Qingfeng rolled his eyes in exasperation, stating, "I have mentioned it before. Do refrain from calling me Old Jiang. Is it so difficult to simply use my name?" The others erupted in laughter. Subsequently, the three adults made their exit. When Siki proposed, "Since the men have gone off to attend to their affairs, why don't the two of you stay with the children at my home? It would afford us the opportunity to converse." The other two readily agreed. Their decision to remain indoors was prudent, as they wished to avoid the risk of inadvertently revealing anything. This matter was of great significance, and it was likely that the three men could leverage this opportunity for promotions. Should they carelessly let slip any information, regret would surely ensue. The four children had retreated to the room, and Gu Siqing remembered to bring the leftover food from home. "Let us have a bite. I find myself feeling a bit hungry." The young lad was indeed a voracious eater, consuming his father's resources. At this crucial stage of growth, his daily intake was substantial and rapid. In no time, they had polished off the remaining dishes. After a lengthy chat, fatigue began to set in, and the four of them squeezed onto the bed to sleep. In the dead of night, someone tumbled off the bed, mumbling a few words before resuming sleep. Xiao Shiyan found himself at a loss. Had it not been for the pressing situation, he had intended to venture out that evening to seek out the black market. It appeared he would have to wait until morning, when he could explore the market and procure additional supplies. By his calculations, only 2 days remained. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day following, they would need to embark on their journey. The following day, early in the morning, Gu Qingfeng hurried back. When Siki inquired, "What transpired? Is there any outcome?" Gu Qifeng succinctly replied, "The individuals have been apprehended. Both matters have been resolved. Let us refrain from discussing the particulars." When Siki breathed a sigh of relief, the two matters referred to were the massacre case and the espionage issue. The latter concerned the gold mine, a topic best kept under wraps, as discussing it at home could pose risks. Should word leak out, they would inevitably face inquiries regarding the source of the information. At that moment, Lu Zhaowei's mother and Jiang Xichao's mother announced their departure. When Siki did not insist they stay, especially considering their anxiety from the previous night, it was only the three sons who seemed utterly unfazed, oblivious to the gravity of the situation involving spies and the gold mine, where the village had audaciously concealed their mining activities from authorities. Should conflict arise, it would spell trouble. In truth, they had arrived just in time, entirely unaware of Xiao Shiyan's visit the day prior. However, it was not long before the police came knocking at their door. Gu Siqing was momentarily taken aback before laughing. They arrived so swiftly? Xiao Shiyan found it peculiar. Even if there was an award to be given, it would typically be in the hands of Gu Qifeng or Lu Zhaowei. How is it possible to seek out other police officers? The officer across the way appeared puzzled. "Did you already know we were coming to find you?" This attitude seemed rather peculiar. Before Xiao Shiyan could respond, Gu Siqing interjected, "Of course, you must be here for old Xiao, right? Wouldn't you agree, old Xiao?" Xiao Shiyan began to sense something amiss, noticing that these officers seemed rather unfriendly. Could it be related to the Du family's affairs? That was his intuition, just as he was about to speak. The young officer remarked, "Well, it seems you were prepared for our visit. It appears this matter truly involves you. Come along with us." As he spoke, he displayed his silver handcuffs. Gu Xichen was taken aback. "Wait, what's going on? Weren't you here to commend us?" Xiao Shiyan put his hand to his forehead, realizing they were entirely misinformed, relying solely on their conjectures. He quickly questioned, "No, what precisely are you here for? I don't understand." The young officer sneered. "Didn't you already know we were coming? It seems this matter is indeed your doing. Surely you are aware of your own actions? Come on, let's go. It appears this isn't a solitary act, but rather a collective endeavor." Xiao Shiyan noticed that while the young officer spoke, the older officers were observing closely. He had committed the act, but no one would ever know. He was certain he had left no trace, no footprints, not even a hair. These officers were merely acting on the report filed by Du Jinqing and some personal connections. He had been driven from his home, thus providing him with a motive. Xiao Shiyan calmly replied, "Wait, what do you mean by collective endeavor? Do you have any evidence? Furthermore, you haven't even clarified what this is about. I knew there would be police visiting because of some issue, but it certainly isn't the same matter you're implying." The older officer frowned. This young man was shrewd, revealing no signs of guilt. Gu Xichen also began to comprehend. "Hold on, weren't you here to commend us? What is this about? We haven't done anything wrong. Yet you brandish those handcuffs. Do you know who my father is?" Xiao Shiyan sighed internally. There he went again with the "do you know who my father is?" Nonsense. This was ridiculous. When Siki hurried over, "Comrades, what is going on? Please explain." "There is no need for those. Our children are good kids, incapable of such deeds." Chapter 47, Confrontation. You'll know when you inquire at the station this is a large compound, and when Siki's husband holds a rank equivalent to a company commander. Thus, when the older officers entered, they consciously refrained from speaking, allowing the newcomer to take the lead. Should the host grow displeased, they could always justify it by saying the newcomer was unaware of the protocols. It was a subtle maneuver to avoid confrontation with the newcomer, a typical tactic of seasoned veterans. When the young officer spoke, it seemed Gu Xichen had fallen into their trap, yet Xiao Shiyan displayed no signs of being rattled. At this moment, when Siki intervened, and the older officer realized that the situation was beyond salvage, he hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Oh, Xiao Deng, you are too impulsive as a newcomer to this job. Why not take a step back?" Subsequently, the senior officer approached and explained, "The other day, the Du family and the enforcement team's compound experienced a theft. According to our information, the individual residing in your household, Xiao Shiyan, previously lived with the Du family. Thus, the older officer cunningly omitted the detail that the Du family had been completely emptied. Surely, Xiao Shiyan was not oblivious to this fact. Had it been someone else, he might have thought the older officer commendable for not letting a villain escape. However, he was merely reclaiming what was rightfully his, retaliating against the Du family. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What do you mean? The Du family was robbed. What does that have to do with me? I was expelled from their home early the day before yesterday and have not returned since. Moreover, the guards at that compound would not permit my entry. You must not be aware that the Du family cast me out simply because they had mistakenly taken me in as their son years ago, forcing me to toil for them. Once their biological son returned, they promptly expelled me and instructed the guards not to allow me back inside. I have not even set foot in the compound. How could I have stolen anything from them? Are the guards fools to let me in?" The officers were momentarily taken aback, save for the younger officer who retorted, "But you could have sneaked back in at night. The guards wouldn't be as vigilant under the cover of darkness. You have lived in that compound for over a decade, so it would not be difficult for you to slip in, would it?" Xiao Shiyan was indeed familiar with the place, yet how could he concede to such accusations? "If you say so, then by your logic, if anything is stolen from your residence, it must be you who took it. That is ludicrous. I am a police officer and would never steal. You are a police officer, which gives you the capability to steal without raising suspicion due to your position." The younger officer countered, "That is impossible. You are slandering me." Xiao Shiyan replied vehemently, "You speak as if you have never slandered anyone yourself. One cannot simply allege without evidence. If you possess proof, present it. Otherwise, refrain from making baseless accusations. It is easy to speak when one has a mouth to utter words." Xiao Shiyan's eloquence silenced the officers, rendering them speechless. The younger officer, infuriated, snapped, "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" "I cannot say," Xiao Shiyan retorted. If you have the ability, then apprehend the culprit. If not, do not speak. Xiao Shiyan was equally incensed. While he indeed had orchestrated the act as a minor act of vengeance against the Du family, the officer was relentless in his pursuit. You have emptied the Du household, and with so many items, you surely have nowhere to conceal them. A simple search will reveal the truth, the younger officer declared loudly. The senior officer immediately sensed trouble, realizing that he had intentionally omitted these details to provoke Xiao Shiyan into revealing something inadvertently, which would serve as proof. As a result, the young officer, unable to contain his emotions, was provoked and revealed everything without restraint. However, Xiao Shiyan responded not with anger, but with laughter. Huh? What are you laughing at? The young officer, influenced by Xiao Shiyan's demeanor, inquired. Xiao Shiyan replied, I find your curiosity amusing. You claim I emptied the Du family's residence? Are the Du family members fools or mere swine? If I had indeed cleared out their home, would they not have awakened to the situation and apprehended me? Moreover, just the day before, I was residing in this grand courtyard, and to reach the Du household would take at least an hour. How could I have emptied their home without provoking a single sound? Did no one in the courtyard hear anything? How could I have accomplished such a feat? I distinctly recall rising early yesterday, shortly after 5, and even went for a run with Uncle Gu. Around 6, I witnessed a rather amusing incident at Old Qian's place in the courtyard. You should inquire. If I truly possessed such capabilities, I could single-handedly manage an entire warehouse without the need for a multitude of porters. His words carried a hint of sarcasm, nearly provoking the young officer to retaliate with insults. The senior officer grasped the young officer's arm firmly, gently shaking his head in a gesture for patience. Once he calmed his newly recruited colleague, the senior officer regarded Xiao Shiyan with a gaze that conveyed deeper meaning. Xiao Shiyan, you make a valid point. If you possess such talents, that would indeed be remarkable. They had also conducted an investigation into Xiao Shiyan's background. Aside from his goddess, Jiang Xinyan, he had only 3 brothers. The others were mere acquaintances, hardly qualifying as friends. If Xiao Shiyan were the mastermind behind this incident, it would imply that his 3 brothers were complicit. However, their inquiries revealed that the other 2 had been home that very night, with neighbors ready to attest to their whereabouts. As for Gu Xiqing, he seemed to share a similar alibi. But the senior officer felt an inexplicable intuition that this matter was indeed orchestrated by Xiao Shiyan. After all, it appeared that he alone had the motive, while others lacked any incentive. Nevertheless, the senior officer refrained from making a definitive conclusion, as the entire situation seemed implausible. How could one individual accomplish such a task in a single night? The young officer pressed on with another question. How did you know we were coming? If you had nothing to hide, why this suspicious behavior? The senior officer shared this curiosity, which initially prompted him not to restrain the young officer. The audacity of youth was evident. Had they not observed the caution displayed by others? This was, after all, a courtyard filled with cadres, save for the cleaners and nannies. Gu Xiqing could no longer contain himself. Why do you presume to make such a judgment? We are here waiting because there is a matter at hand. What matter? This cannot be disclosed, Gu Xiqing replied, fully aware of the significance of the situation. He understood that revealing any details could jeopardize their ongoing efforts. The fathers of the 3 were still engrossed in this affair. He could not afford to hinder their progress. Yet the young officer felt he had seized a critical point. Leaping to declare, you see, your reluctance to speak only confirms your guilt. Otherwise, you might as well speak up. The police officer was watching. And when Siki pondered for a moment, uncertain whether to voice her thoughts. After some contemplation, Xiao Shiyan finally declared, for now, we cannot disclose this matter. If you wish to know more, you could inquire at the Dongqing District Bureau. Chapter 48. Did Jincheng's frustration, the cautious Du Jianyongham? The police officer, taken aback by Xiao Shiyan's confidence and his mention of their colleague, found himself at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he led his team out. The junior officer couldn't help but grumble, Old Qian, why did you bring us out? We haven't clarified anything yet. Old Qian, equally at a loss, replied, we lack evidence. It's quite improbable for someone to clear out their belongings in the dead of night. This was inherently a contradictory situation. Evidence? Can't we just search? The junior officer retorted. Search? Do you think this is an ordinary household? You can't just search it well. Do you intend to inspect the study? What if we stumble upon something confidential? How would we explain that? Xiao Shiyan's 3 brothers came from varying backgrounds, one in the military, one in law enforcement, and one in municipal affairs, thus representing 3 different sectors. They remained unperturbed, Should they act recklessly and provoke a response, it would certainly lead to immediate detainment. They were already prepared, while the others had gleaned no information at all. Without evidence, how could they conduct a search indiscriminately? Was this a jest? The junior officer remained unconvinced, to which old Xian responded, "Enough. Let us head to the Dongqing District Bureau and inquire there. We'll find out." After their visit, they emerged from the bureau with noticeably altered expressions. The junior officer remarked, "So, they thought we were there for commendation?" Old Xian too felt puzzled, although his intuition suggested that Xiao Shiyan was behind the incident without evidence. And considering that Xiao Shiyan had provided crucial leads that aided in solving a case and apprehending a spy, it was evident that commendation would follow. There was little more to discuss. Should they persist under pressure with no evidence to justify an arrest? Despite their alignment with Du Jinsheng's system, he lacked the authority and influence to enforce such actions. Meanwhile, Du Jinsheng had been busy the previous day, yet regrettably found no leads. He could only mention his son, Xiao Shiyan, who had been cast out. In his remarks, he inevitably spoke ill, albeit vaguely, allowing others to interpret it as they pleased. Du Jinsheng was meticulous and wouldn't articulate his thoughts too bluntly. Later, he allocated some funds at work to purchase necessities. After all, the family couldn't go without meals. After a day of inquiry, Du Jinsheng sought updates on any breakthroughs. Old Xian informed him, "We have no leads whatsoever." "Old Du, you are in this field yourself, and you know we might not be able to find him." Du Jinsheng refused to accept this. "Didn't you question that little rascal Xiao Shiyan? He must be the one who took it." Old Xian cast a glance at Du Jinsheng, who had previously spoken hesitantly and ambiguously, prompting everyone to draw their own conclusions. Now, however, he was forthright, directly stating that it was Xiao Shiyan who had taken the items. How utterly undignified. Du Jinsheng, in his earlier haste, had not considered the implications, and upon realizing it, he quickly attempted to amend his statement. "Well, I just can't stand seeing potential wasted, even if he is not my son. It pains me to see him leave in anger and return to empty the house. I believe that if there is a chance for redemption, it is best for him to mend his ways." Old Xian rolled his eyes. "Do you take me for a novice like Xiao Duan? Do you think I will believe everything you say? That is impossible. You simply wouldn't have the time. You are aware that your residence is situated near the suburbs. His place, however, is in the Eastern District. To traverse such distance in one night and move so many belongings without leaving a trace is implausible. So, how do you explain this?" "I do not know. Currently, there are no leads." Du Jinsheng was nearly beside himself with frustration. Yet, he was left with no recourse but to return empty-handed. Once Old Qian and the police departed, Xiao Shiyan reassured Gu Xiqing, "It's all right. They have no evidence against me." Gu Xiqing replied with exasperation, "Your words sound rather self-satisfied, as if you were the one responsible for the incident. How could you possibly have the time to commit such an act? Moreover, have you noticed that your strength seems to have increased?" Previously, Xiao Shiyan had possessed some strength, but his frail physique limited him. However, in recent days, Gu Xiqing had indeed observed a noticeable increase in Xiao Shiyan's power. After all, when one is well-fed, one naturally possesses greater strength, Xiao Shiyan admitted candidly. "I used to be strong, but I was often undernourished. Even with wealth, it was difficult to acquire enough sustenance. I feared that if I exerted myself too much, I would require even more food. By the way, I must go out for a major shopping expedition. Yesterday, my aunts gave me a substantial amount of money. I need to take advantage of this opportunity to buy more, especially larger items, which I will mail ahead. Naturally, everything will be stored in our happy little town. However, I will also need to send some items as a gesture. Tomorrow, I will pick up the quilts and winter clothes from Aunt Gu, and then I will send them directly." He was now aware of his rural address. Although he had not yet been assigned to a specific brigade, he was familiar with the location of the commune. Gu Xiqing pondered for a moment before responding. "Then do go ahead. I will visit my aunt." He felt compelled to contribute in some way. If he could not assist directly, he would seek help from the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, who was also his aunt. Unaware of Gu Xiqing's intentions, Xiao Shiyan parted ways with him and exited the courtyard. With the money tickets in hand, a grand shopping spree was undoubtedly in order. These tickets would be of no use once he left the capital, unlike some of the grain tickets, which were military tickets valid nationwide. Other industrial vouchers and local grain tickets were specific to the capital and would need to be utilized. 5 yuan for soap, 1 soap dish, and 2 pounds of white rabbit candy. The clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative stared wide-eyed at him. "What on earth are you doing?" Indeed, with such a bulk purchase, how can others possibly buy? shouted a person in line. Xiao Shiyan, feeling apologetic, replied, "I am about to head to the countryside. I've had to exchange some tickets at home, and I must procure everything. Otherwise, it would be a waste when I go." In the rural areas, acquiring such quantities is no easy feat. Upon hearing that Xiao Shiyan was going to the countryside, the crowd ceased their complaints, empathizing. They understood that if it were their own child, they would also wish for them to take ample supplies. You speak the truth. The capital is indeed unparalleled, with resources more abundant than elsewhere. It's truly unfortunate for the child heading to the countryside. Let him buy more. Is anyone interested in flawed fabric? Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. Xiao Shiyan hurried over, purchasing a full bolt of fabric for just 20 cents per foot, totaling a remarkable 10 lengths. Exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, he was nearly obscured by the bounty he carried. Xiao Shiyan intended to find a secluded spot to stow his goods in the happy little town, leaving only a small portion outside as a ruse to mislead onlookers. At that moment, he was taken aback. Was that Du Jianyang? His home had been completely vacated, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. Where was he cautiously headed? Chapter 49. Du Jianyang actually concealed goods, exchanged away. Xiao Shiyan swiftly ducked into a quiet alley, stashing his belongings within the confines of the happy little town. Since acquiring the 3-room space, he had 2 additional storage rooms at his disposal. He had no intention of inviting anyone in, or even mentioning a hint of this place to anyone. Thus, the extra rooms were relegated solely to storage. When he emerged once more, Du Jianyang had already vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Xiao Shiyan quickly donned a hat, pressing it down upon his head, and followed with haste. Fortunately, I am swift. Otherwise, he might have slipped away. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Shiyan observed Du Jianyang's furtive demeanor, cautious and vigilant, as if fearful of being discovered. What could this man be up to? Was he searching for someone or seeking something outlined in the criminal code? After all methods of earning money are inscribed within the law. It was no wonder Xiao Shiyan entertained such thoughts. Yet, considering Du Jianyang's capabilities, he likely wouldn't dare engage in such activities. Regardless, caution was paramount. He must not allow Du Jianyang to detect him. With the happy little town at his disposal, he could retreat there at any moment. Though Du Jianyang was sneaky and overly cautious, he frequently glanced back. Xiao Shiyan, possessing his own abilities and enhanced physical prowess, found that even 2 or 3 robust men would pose no challenge to him. He managed to conceal himself whenever Du Jianyang turned around, or he would simply slip into the happy little town. Half an hour later, Xiao Shiyan trailed Du Jianyang to the exterior of a courtyard. Was this courtyard belonging to Du Jianyang? His water-based abilities informed him that only Du Jianyang's life force resided within. Bacteria and the like do not count. Could it be that Du Jianyang had secretly prepared this house beforehand? Or is this the courtyard of the Xiao family? Xiao Shiyan was momentarily perplexed by the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Du Jianyang's arrival indicated he possessed the authority to act. Therefore, he could not simply allow things to unfold unchecked. After leaving the Xiao family, Du Jianyang disregarded the years of nurturing he received. After all, the Xiao couple had not treated him with the same cruelty as Du Jinsheng had towards his original self. The Xiao couple remained oblivious to the fact that the child had been swapped. They were indeed a rather muddle-headed couple who, over the years, had harbored no doubts whatsoever. Du Jinsheng, however, was aware of this situation, and Xiao Shiyan suspected that this scheme was orchestrated by Du Jinsheng himself. Back then, Du Jinsheng held a modest position with a meager salary, unable to support so many people. To exchange one of his sons for a life of luxury in a wealthy family, while bringing home a servant for himself, what a lucrative transaction. Xiao Shiyan pondered this in his mind and waited outside for a considerable time. Upon hearing a sound, he hurried into the happy little town. Inside, he peered around and soon spotted Du Jianyang emerging. His previously empty pocket now appeared bulging. Had he retrieved something from within? It seemed there was something concealed against his chest as well. At the moment Du Jianyang walked past, Xiao Shiyan exited the happy little town and utilized his spatial abilities to scan the area. Lo and behold, there was a plate against his chest, an antique plate, perhaps. It appeared to be porcelain, quite ancient in style. His pocket also contained some money, along with a roll of large black $10 bills. A breakthrough. Du Jianyang had undoubtedly hidden money here. It turned out that the box Du Jianyang had taken home that day was not the only item he had pilfered from the Xiao family. It appeared this courtyard was also among the treasures he had absconded with. In an instant, Xiao Shiyan seized all of Du Jianyang's belongings and replaced them with a wooden plate and a roll of paper. Then, he vanished from sight. Du Jianyang seemed to sense something for a fleeting moment. turning around in confusion. Yet, he saw nothing. Was he seeing ghosts? Why did he feel a chill behind him? Upon turning, there was not a soul in sight. Startled, Du Jianyong found himself questioning the sudden movement in his chest and pocket, filled with suspicion. Although superstition was no longer condoned, it was impossible for people in the country to be entirely free of it at any time. After the reform and opening up, various metaphysical beliefs had gradually returned. Xiao Shiyan, too, was a believer in such things. There are deities just above one's head, while he did not fear them. He believed in showing them respect. This served merely as a cautionary reminder to refrain from wrongdoing. Of course, when dealing with the Du family, such contemplations were unnecessary. Du Jianyong left in haste, and after a while, Xiao Shiyan remained waiting inside. Not long after Du Jianyong departed from the alley, he surprisingly returned again. After circling around without discovering anything unusual, he remarked curiously, "How strange. I distinctly felt someone behind me. Could it be that there truly is a ghost?" Xiao Shiyan let out a derisive snort, intent on instilling fear. No matter how cunning Du Jianyong might be, he could never fathom that I had opened a portal, possessing spatial abilities. After waiting for quite some time without success, Du Jianyong finally departed. Xiao Shiyan emerged from the quaint little town, effortlessly passing through walls to enter the courtyard. The door within was shut, yet posed no hindrance to him. Upon entering, he discovered a modest courtyard with 3 rooms and a kitchen. To his surprise, the kitchen was equipped with a set of nearly unused cookware, along with a small iron stove, an excellent find for future rural endeavors. The pot, too, was new and had yet to be utilized. I shall take these without hesitation. Naturally, he also gathered the dishes and utensils without reserve. The other furniture was rather sparse. There was a bed, a modular design that Xiao Shiyan disassembled and stored in the utility room for future use. Constructed from rosewood, it held some value. Otherwise, it would merely serve as firewood. In the Northeast, where heated brick beds are customary, traditional beds hold little purpose. However, once he returns to the city, a bed will be quite suitable in the capital, where collective heating is already established. In the future, after purchasing a property, the community will benefit from boiler heating, rendering brick beds unnecessary. After a thorough inspection, Xiao Shiyan rummaged through the master bedroom and noticed the subtle signs of movement on the desk. It appeared that the desk had not been shifted much, as the dust settled into distinct patterns. How could Du Jianyong, so shrewd, have overlooked this? Without further ado, he opened the desk to reveal a somewhat inconspicuous, yet distinctively movable brick. Upon extraction, he discovered a rectangular tin box hidden within. After scanning for danger and finding none, he gleefully proclaimed, "Let us see what treasures lie within. Du Jianyong, no matter how cunning you may be, I shall reclaim everything you took from the Xiao family." Chapter 50. The lockdown of unworthy men and women. Xiao Shiyan chuckled softly. He would leave Du Jianyong with nothing. His letter had been dispatched, and he believed it would arrive today. The youth volunteer office should be making its rounds soon. It would be interesting to observe how Du Jianyong's parents and siblings, whom he had not shared a single day with, would treat him upon his return. At this moment, every household, aside from those with employment, consisted of individuals preparing for marriage, with only one child remaining in the city. If a son were to marry, the unmarried siblings would not be permitted to stay. Du Jianyong was not yet of marrying age, nor were his sisters. In such a hasty manner, finding a suitable match would be nearly impossible. It would be intriguing to see who would remain by his side. Xiao Shiyan was confident that, regardless of the circumstances, Du Jianyong would undoubtedly be the first to be abandoned. Let us see what good fortune you, Du Jianyong, will reap after scheming your way back. Xiao Shiyan felt no remorse whatsoever. According to the memories of his previous incarnation, even if he refrained from reporting, it would not be long before the youth office would come knocking. However, in the recollections of his former self, Du Jinsheng and Chen Shuxia had exerted considerable effort to secure paths for the other children. Having received advance notice, they were afforded 2 months to address the matter. In the end, aside from the original self, all others found their way, either through marriage or employment. Only the original self was sent to the countryside. How could Xiao Shiyan allow the Du family such tranquility? Previously, they had time to navigate the situation, but now with the youth office arriving unannounced, they had no opportunity to devise a plan. He was eager to observe just how deeply they felt. With a cold smile, Xiao Shiyan opened the metal box. Inside lay bundles of large black currency notes, precisely 10 bundles in total. Upon counting, each bundle contained 100 notes, amounting to 1,000 yuan per bundle. And 10 bundles equated to a staggering 10,000 yuan. Goodness! After 1979, Following the reform and opening up, vast numbers of people ventured into business. By the 80s, it was rare to find someone with 10,000 yuan. And here it was, arriving all at once. Just moments ago, he had extracted a bundle of 1,000 yuan from Du Jianyang. How impressive! Du Jianyang managed to procure sufficient funds from the Xiao family and even acquire this entire courtyard. Xiao Shiyan surveyed the other items. In addition to the money, there were numerous vouchers. Let me see, 20 pounds of meat vouchers, 200 pounds of grain vouchers. Du Jianyang had indeed hoarded quite a bit. It seemed the Xiao family was exceedingly wealthy. In the original timeline, they had concealed their wealth until after the reforms. The Xiao couple had merely faked their deaths to participate in the research district, and no one else had encountered any misfortune. These funds and vouchers had originally belonged to several siblings. Now they were all his. If those elder siblings were kind-hearted, Xiao Shiyan would not mind sharing some good fortune with them. But if they sided with Du Jianyang, then he would have to beg their pardon. Xiao Shiyan was no longer the original self, yearning for familial affection. For him, if familial bonds existed, that would be splendid. If not, he had no longing for them. There were a total of 15 industrial vouchers. Should he exchange one for a bicycle, it would certainly suffice. The bicycle taken from the Du family was still usable, and Xiao Shiyan had no immediate plans to purchase a new one. However, he would reconsider once he reached Liaoning province. As he examined the remaining items, he found sugar, cigarette, and liquor vouchers. Xiao Shiyan pondered. He would buy some white rabbit candy later. Although he wasn't particularly fond of sweets, having one during tasteless moments could be quite pleasant. The white rabbit candy of this era was reputed to dissolve into a cup of milk, rich in nutrition. Furthermore, once in the countryside, such treats would serve as tools to win over children and ingratiate himself with the ants. Naturally, he believed that accumulating more was beneficial. As for tobacco, wouldn't it be easier to converse with the team leaders and squad leaders if one had cigarettes? Xiao Shiyan himself wasn't a heavy smoker. But occasionally, when fatigue struck, he would indulge in one. No addiction, merely a means to unwind. Regarding alcohol, now that he had arrived in this era, he must stockpile some Maodai and Fingio. Matai is kept for future appreciation, and it certainly adds prestige when entertaining guests. As for Fingio, it was once the finest and most flavorful liquor before Matai's marketing took off. If the opportunity arises, I must stockpile more of it. However, it seems that incidents involving counterfeit liquor may arise, coupled with Fingio's failure to seize the moment and increase its prices, leading to a steady decline in its status. Furthermore, there are issues regarding private label production. Yet, these matters do not concern me. I will accumulate more of this era's Fingio. In the future, it too will appreciate, enhancing my reputation when hosting guests. Xiao Shiyan gathered all the tickets and turned to the last item in the iron box. To his astonishment, it was a property deed, specifically for this courtyard, bearing the name Xiao Shiyan. Could this possibly be the name of my grandfather, whom I have never met? Xiao Shiyan was uncertain. But if it were true, it would indeed be remarkable. Neither Xiao Wenrui nor Chai Jing had ever mentioned this. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they, having cared for him for over a decade, might harbor some emotional attachment. Nevertheless, judging by the name, it is highly likely that my conjecture holds true. Yet, what of it? I have encountered it, so I will take possession of it. The goodwill of Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing has no bearing on me, Xiao Shiyan. This is simply more than what they prepared for me. Otherwise, my perception of this couple would surely diminish. Perhaps these two are unaware of this matter or think I may not handle it properly. They are about to be reassigned, unable to attend to many affairs. Let me take charge. Xiao Shiyan collected the property deed without a hint of psychological burden. After all, it does not belong to Du Jianyang, and no one has claimed it for him, so what harm is there in keeping it? Even if Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing intended it for Du Jianyang, they could simply provide it later. Regardless, I have accepted this portion. Consider it a modest interest for occupying my identity for so many years. The principal has yet to be reclaimed. After securing these items, Xiao Shiyan did not leave any furniture, such as the table and bed, for Du Jianyang. He took everything. After a thorough inspection, he also retrieved 3 bags of rice from the storage room, all fine grains from this era. Upon opening, he noticed small stones within. This is the norm of this time, and Xiao Shiyan was not picky. Once everything was tidied up, he prepared to leave. Meanwhile, shortly after Du Jianyang hurriedly departed, he encountered someone. Jianyang, why were you gone for so long? I thought you wouldn't return, she said, tears welling in her eyes, as if they were about to spill over, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Xingyan, please do not fret. I was merely fetching money. Otherwise, how will you buy that broggy next time? Chapter 51. Jiang Xinyan faces reprimand. What money for Bragi? Although anxious, Du Jianyang truly wished to exchange the antique plate he held for money swiftly. However, upon meeting Jiang Xinyan, he immediately recognized her. In a previous life, Jiang Xinyan experienced 2 marriages before ultimately uniting with Xiao Shiyan. At that time, Xiao Shiyan had already established himself as a prosperous businessman. Upon returning from the countryside, he seemed to possess an extraordinary charm that enabled him to accomplish feats unattainable by others. Du Jianyang had, in fact, returned with the intention of seizing the advantages that Xiao Shiyan enjoyed, believing that it was due to a particular piece of jade. Regrettably, when he attempted to snatch the jade that day, it shattered, and he ended up compensating Xiao Shiyan. It appeared that Xiao Shiyan was not particularly remarkable after all. Du Jianyang had been feeling quite unsettled in recent days, but upon encountering Jiang Xinyan, he became intrigued. Regardless of the circumstances, she was undoubtedly Xiao Shiyan's favored woman. Even though Jiang Xinyan had previously married, Xiao Shiyan was determined to claim her as his own. If he were to win her affection first, Du Jianyang pondered. The prospect of their acquaintance seemed inevitable. Jiang Xinyan found herself expelled from the grand residence, with nowhere to turn. Upon inquiring, she discovered that Xiao Shiyan had also been ousted from that very place. Moreover, Du Jianyang was indeed the true heir of the Du family. Although he had once lived in greater luxury as a scion of the Xiao family, he was now in a state of decline. Yet, Jiang Xinyan found it hard to believe that Du Jianyang returned from the Xiao family empty-handed. The Du family, after all, was esteemed within the community, far more distinguished than she. Furthermore, it was rumored that Du Jincheng, Du Jianyang's father, was on the verge of a promotion. Previously, her only lifeline had been Xiao Shiyan. Now, it was Du Jianyang. Since Du Jianyang had taken the initiative to meet her, Jiang Xinyan decided to maintain a degree of modesty before eventually agreeing to engage with him. As for the notion of pursuing a romantic relationship, that would require some restraint, at least until he made several more requests. Nonetheless, that did not prevent her from allowing Du Jianyang to indulge her whims. Jiang Xinyan had always possessed a personality that neither rejected nor committed. The reason she had once written IOUs for Xiao Shiyan was merely a phase. This year, when borrowing money, she had not felt the need to document her requests. After playing the role of a confidant for several years, it was only natural that she would expect some return. Du Jianyang, what are you doing? Why so slow? Jiang Xinyan turned around to find him still lingering behind. Do you still wish to buy the dress? If not, I shall take my leave. Du Jianyang responded, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyan had meticulously gathered all his belongings, including the property deed. He thought to himself, I must leave, and I cannot allow this place to fall into Du Jianyang's hands. Although it was likely that Du Jianyang would soon be sent back to the countryside, the Du family would not be able to safeguard everyone under the pressure from the youth office. Undoubtedly, the emotionally detached Du Jianyang would be the one sacrificed. Yet, Xiao Shiyan had no desire to bequeath this place to Du Jianyang. Perhaps he could seek out Lu Zhaowei's father, who worked in municipal services. Renting to someone from the municipality could yield some income, thus alleviating fears of Du Jianyang causing trouble. After discovering that his belongings had vanished, it was uncertain whether Du Jianyang would approach Du Jincheng for assistance. The other party was also a deputy battalion commander. It required someone of similar rank or even a superior to intervene. Perhaps he could ask him to find someone else. He wished to remain uninvolved, as exposure was not something he desired. After contemplating, Xiao Shiyan exited the premises. Reflecting on the tickets he had recently acquired, he resolved to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to procure additional items. Despite the existence of the happy small town, it was prudent to stock up. No amount of supplies would be deemed excessive. In that rural locale, replenishing resources was notoriously challenging. With 4 years ahead and uncertainty looming over the ability to restock, it was wise to gather more now. After all, provisions could be preserved and would not go to waste. At worst, they could be saved for future favors. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Xiao Shiyan waved his hand decisively. 5 pounds of white rabbit candy, and 2 pounds of malt sugar. Also, 3 more lunchboxes. He intended to venture into the countryside and wished to retain several lunchboxes to store meals from the state-run restaurant, allowing him to savor them leisurely later. Indeed, Happy Small Town offered an abundance of items, such as the current sesame pancakes, which were sufficient to satiate him. However, many things could not be revealed to others. Thus, several lunchboxes filled with meals from the state-run restaurant would serve as a convenient disguise during inconvenient moments. Just as he completed his purchase and took possession of his items, He overheard a server's voice from across the room. You two are quite amusing, using paper as currency. Are you blind or merely delusional, thinking we cannot see? If you cannot afford it, then do not come here. Do you not see what you are wearing? So shabby. Yet you dare to buy a broggy dress? This one costs over 30. It's a fine item from the Shanghai market. Can you afford it? Here you are, making a scene. If you cannot buy it, do not trouble others to fetch it for you. You tried it on, yet with your pitiful appearance. Who would want to wear such a fine dress after you? Hurry back and gather some money. You've already tried it on. Why not purchase it? Are you too proud to take it off? Do you wish to flaunt your face? Using paper as currency? Buying a broggy dress? Surely you are not Du Jianyong? Xiao Shiyan recalled encountering Du Jianyong earlier, where he had exchanged a wad of paper for the money Du Jianyong possessed. Now, witnessing such a spectacle piqued his interest, and he swiftly gathered his belongings to investigate further. As anticipated, it was indeed Du Jianyong. He aimed to impress a girl, bringing her here to buy a broggy dress. However, the female lead appeared quite familiar. Jiang Xinyan? When had these two become entangled? Jiang Xinyan stood awkwardly to the side, adorned in a stunning broggy dress. Likely a new arrival she had never worn before. It was evident she delighted in it, as she had eagerly donned the dress before even completing the payment. Jiang Xinyan initially believed that after donning her attire, Du Jianyong would undoubtedly feel compelled to pay. To win a woman's affection, one must be willing to invest something of value. How could she, Jiang Xinyan, be so easily won over? However, to her dismay, Du Jianyong displayed an unexpected generosity, only to reveal that his pockets were filled with mere paper. How dare he? At that moment, Du Jianyong was equally bewildered. He had previously withdrawn money from that courtyard, having confirmed its authenticity multiple times. Yet now, the money had inexplicably transformed into paper. Had he lost his senses? It was impossible. Surely there was money in his pocket. Who had stolen his funds? In Chapter 52, the person Du Jianyong envied most, Xiao Shiyan, nearly burst into laughter. The waitress cast a disdainful glance at Du Jianyong and remarked, "What are you pretending to be affluent for? If you have the means to bring a girl out, surely you can afford to purchase that dress." She then contemptuously eyed Jiang Xinyan, saying, "If the man you're pursuing can't afford it, do you wish to buy it yourself? If not, kindly remove it. You haven't paid. Wearing it here might tarnish our broggy brand. If it can't be sold later, what ill fortune that would bring." Such words pierced Jiang Xinyan's pride like arrows. She longed to assert that she would pay. Internally, she seethed with anger. How dare he flaunt his supposed wealth when he was actually stingy? Du Jianyong and Jiang Xinyan had only been together for a brief time, and he had yet to purchase anything for her. As he reached for his money, it had been swiftly replaced by Xiao Shiyan. At that moment, Du Jianyong was at a loss for what to do. Jiang Xinyan, too, found herself without funds. She had been expelled from the grand estate and was forced to return to the urban-rural fringe with her nanny. Their household barely qualified as urban residents, and despite their status, finding employment remained a daunting challenge. Furthermore, a brother lingered at home, waiting for them to bring back money. Upon their return yesterday, he had scolded them harshly. Jiang Xinyan, irate, had run out and encountered Du Jianyong, who had captivated her. Yes, it was his background that had ensnared her. "Brother Jianyong." Jiang Xinyan ventured, eliciting a near laugh from Xiao Shiyan. Jiang Xinyan was indeed older than Xiao Shiyan, who shared the same birthdate with Du Jianyong. How could she feel comfortable uttering such a title? Did they not understand the circumstances? It didn't appear so. Du Jianyong pondered briefly before saying, "No need to rush. I have something else I can sell. Soon, I shall have the funds." Jiang Xinyan could wait, but the waitress could not. "Let us skip the pleasantries. If you have the money, pay up. If not, remove the broggy at once. Surely, you don't wish for us to take matters into our own hands? If we do, it won't be gentle. Hurry now, you reek of desperation. If this won't do, we'll find someone else." Xiao Shiyan could not contain his admiration and chuckled heartily. At that moment, Du Jianyong and Jiang Xinyan were engulfed in embarrassment, unable to raise their heads. They wished for nothing more than to vanish into a hole, utterly mortified at being seen in such a predicament. The outcome was not merely a matter of being seen, but also a source of mockery. Both individuals recognized the laughter, turning around to exclaim in fury, "Xiao Shiyan, what is so amusing?" Xiao Shiyan, unfazed by their discovery, approached and remarked, "I wholeheartedly agree with what the waitress said. The air of your frivolity is simply overwhelming. It would be prudent to find another choice swiftly. After all, you are quite adept at this." "You." Jiang Xinyan's eyes darted anxiously. She was determined to keep her affairs with Xiao Shiyan from Du Jianyong. Although Du Jianyong seemed less than generous today, one could not underestimate the treasures he might have brought from the Xiao family. Jiang Xinyan was reluctant to relinquish her hold on Du Jianyong. After being expelled by Old Qin, she found herself bereft of connections. Meeting the scions of prominent families would no longer be effortless. Du Jianyong, having approached her, was the best option within her grasp. What do you mean by you? Xiao Shiyan retorted, incredulous. Your lack of funds and your penchant for lavish lifestyles remain unchanged. The waitress possesses keen insight. You simply enjoy ensnaring the naive. Am I now the unwitting fool you once exploited, replaced by Du Jianyong? As Xiao Shiyan spoke, he turned his gaze toward Du Jianyong, adding, Did you not leave the Xiao family with a fortune? How is it that you cannot afford a single piece of luxury? An esteemed guest? Jiang Xinyan trembled. Her eyes wide with shock, tears welling within their depths. How could Xiao Shiyan utter such words? She had always maintained her virtue, guarding her purity with utmost diligence. Their previous encounters had been limited to innocent hand-holding, with mere fleeting kisses exchanged. Was he not the one who knew her best? How could he tarnish her reputation? Jiang Xinyan's silent gaze accused him, yet Xiao Shiyan was no longer the man he had been days prior. To him, every manifestation of Jiang Xinyan now reeked of insincerity. It must be acknowledged that the waitress possessed a discerning eye. In a more contemporary context, Jiang Xinyan would be deemed a quintessential gold digger, someone who sought wealth without the toil of labor, expecting fortune to fall into her lap. Xiao Shiyan and now Du Jianyong were merely fish in her pond, and it was uncertain whether any other fish remained. With Du Jianyong's current state of financial instability, he could not provide Jiang Xinyan with a life of comfort. The notion that she would remain steadfast, enduring hardship alongside him, was utterly implausible. Jiang Xinyan was infuriated. Xiao Shiyan was solidifying her reputation as a woman of loose morals. Woo-woo, Brother Jianyong, it's not what you think. You know me. Jiang Xinyan excelled at weaving such ambiguous narratives. Her prowess in manipulation was undeniable, reaching the heights of a true green tea princess, adept at bending men to her will. Indeed, Du Jianyong could hardly contain himself, turning to Xiao Shiyan and demanding, What is it, Xiao Shiyan? You've just been ousted from the Du family. Returning to your capitalist household. You do not prepare to be sent down with your landlord father and capitalist mother, and yet you can still roam about? You ought to take a good look at us, the humble descendants of impoverished farmers, who remain exceedingly low-key. How is it that you, so ostentatious, have not been apprehended and sent away? Speaking of this world, the individual whom Du Jianyong envies most is undoubtedly Xiao Shiyan. Others may remain oblivious, believing that those of capitalist and landlord descent are frowned upon. Yet, Du Jianyong is aware that in a few years, rectification will come for all. When that time arrives, Xiao Shiyan's lineage will be of no consequence. Moreover, Xiao Shiyan will likely gain admission to a university, where he will showcase his formidable talents. And within just 2 years of graduation, he will plunge into business, rapidly ascending to become the nation's wealthiest individual. If it were not for his inability to endure the hardships of the countryside, Du Jianyong feels he would not need to return so soon. However, does not Xiao Shiyan value familial bonds above all else? Why then did he so ruthlessly sever ties with the Du family? Xiao Shiyan cannot fathom Du Jianyong's thoughts. But from his expression, it seems he is lamenting something, as if he were peering through his own existence. Could it be? Xiao Shiyan speculates, suspecting that Du Jianyong may have been reborn. He notices the onlookers fixated on him, all because of his lineage as a landlord and capitalist. In this time, such matters are highly sensitive. He shrugs and remarks, You need not raise your voice so, even so. It cannot obscure the fact that you were raised in a capitalist household. Chapter 53, I cast her aside, a second-hand item initially, upon Du Jianyong's conclusion. A group of individuals cast glances of hatred at Xiao Shiyan. At this moment, they all feel oppressed by the capitalists, and while that may indeed hold some truth, Du Jianyong feels a sense of pride. How dare Xiao Shiyan, a scion of capitalists, mock him? Although Xiao Shiyan may achieve great success in the future, that remains a matter for the years to come, at least 4 years hence, as he must endure another 4 years of university. It is said that Xiao Shiyan amassed considerable wealth during his university days, but that is 8 years away. For now, Du Jianyong revels in his temporary advantage. Furthermore, Xiao Shiyan places great importance on family and kinship. As long as Du Jinqing and the others can win Xiao Shiyan's favor, Du Jianyong too will reap the benefits. Thus, he harbors no concerns. After his rebirth, he intends to reclaim his identity and enjoy life in the city. After all, He has acquired a significant share of the Xiao family's wealth, sufficient for himself and the woman he adores to live comfortably for several years. Jiang Xinyan is Xiao Shiyan's wife from a past life. If he can marry her or bring her home to indulge in, the thrill of such a notion is irresistible to Du Jianyang. However, a single utterance from Xiao Shiyan ensnared him. What do you mean by you? Xiao Shiyan retorted. The incident of the swapped children from years past is now beyond verification. Yet, your round face bears a striking resemblance to the unattractive members of the Du family. If you were said to be the son of Du Jinsheng, I would readily believe it. As for my parentage, that remains an enigma. Unless a thorough investigation into those events is conducted, there were other children born on that day besides you and me. I was raised as a servant in the Du household, while you enjoyed a life of comfort for 16 years in the capitalist Xiao family. I believe I have heard that you were the one who reported on the Xiao family, correct? Such a selfless youth, indeed. The tail-cutting society ought to bestow upon you an award. This? While reporting on capitalists may be deemed virtuous, no one wishes to face betrayal from within their own ranks. These days, it is not uncommon for sons to report their fathers, apprentices to betray their masters, and students to implicate their teachers. Those individuals have indeed evaded accountability, and some even reaped benefits from their actions. Nevertheless, society regards such people with suspicion, preferring to keep their distance. Who would not fear a knife in the back from such a person? Aside from those in the tail-cutting society, others may not voice their concerns, but they remain apprehensive in their hearts. What do you mean by you? Have I misspoken? You possess the capability to report, yet lack the courage to admit it? Xiao Shiyan pressed. Du Jianyang's gaze flickered. Who informed you that I was the one who reported? Are you asserting that it was not you? Then I shall go to the tail-cutting society to report that you took away a substantial wooden trunk from the Xiao household, filled with their treasures, all of which were acquired through the severance of socialism's tail. Who will assist in reporting this to the tail-cutting society? Xiao Shiyan's words cornered Du Jianyang. With no retreat left, he stubbornly declared, yes, it was I who reported the Xiao family. So what? I acted out of righteousness. Although I grew up in the Xiao household, I cannot condone their extravagance. However, I did not take their wealth. I merely left with a few garments I wore throughout my upbringing. Xiao Shiyan's intent in publicizing that he had absconded with riches from the Xiao family was certainly nefarious. Xiao Shiyan sought to flaunt his wealth, aiming to undermine his relationship with Jiang Xinyan. With such affluence, he could not even spare a bragi for Jiang Xinyan. What would she think? Although he harbored no affection for Jiang Xinyan, the thought that she had once been Xiao Shiyan's wife in a past life ignited a peculiar desire within him. He wished to possess Jiang Xinyan and seize the first opportunity. The mere thought of Xiao Shiyan returning to her as his second-hand choice was thrilling. The second motive was to attract attention from others. Many loafers on the street were looking for a chance to borrow money from a young heir. Xiao Shiyan's intentions were undeniably malicious. With a light laugh, Xiao Shiyan remarked, "Is that so? Regardless, I did not take anything from the Du family, not even clothing. As for the Xiao family, I certainly did not. I'm not the child of a capitalist, though I remain unaware of how long it will take to uncover my biological parents. Alas, he is being compelled to go to the countryside." Xiao Shiyan's words made those around him cease their scrutiny of Du Jianyang. For he is the offspring of a capitalist and a landlord. After all, he has never lived in such a household since birth. And now he must descend into the countryside. This is far from the life of a privileged child. It is the plight of a destitute soul. Xiao Shiyan then cast a glance at Jiang Xinyan, who suddenly sensed the impending doom and wished to halt his discourse. Yet, Xiao Shiyan would not acquiesce to her desires. He clicked his tongue twice and remarked, "Jiang Xinyan, you once charmed me into purchasing so many fabric items for you, even going so far as to write promissory notes, though there were quite a few transactions that lacked such documentation. When shall you repay the debt you owe? Now that you have, parted ways with me and found solace in a new companion, will you have him settle your debts?" Jiang Xinyan, seething with indignation, longed to unleash a torrent of invectives. Was Xiao Shiyan truly intent on her ruin? Du Jianyang felt as though he had ingested something foul. What did Xiao Shiyan mean? Was it to imply that Jiang Xinyan, whom he had discarded, was now treasured by Du Jianyang? This was utterly intolerable. Jiang Xinyan hastily retorted, "Xiao Shiyan, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never had anything with you. That was merely your own delusion. I never agreed to be your girlfriend." With that, she turned to Du Jianyang, lamenting, "Brother Jianyang, you know my plight. I cannot endure this." Wailing, "He is intent on driving me to despair." Oh, her skills of manipulation are indeed remarkable. As anticipated, Du Jianyang shot a fierce glare at Xiao Shiyan. Regrettably, Xiao Shiyan paid him no mind, continuing, "You never agreed? Then what of the 3,000 yuan you owe me? When shall you repay it? If we have never been in a relationship, what gives you the right to prolong your repayment? Hurry and return the money, otherwise I shall report you to the authorities. It is only just to repay one's debts. 3,000 yuan?" A multitude of eyes turned towards Jiang Xinyan with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she admit to having been involved with Xiao Shiyan, her chances of pursuing Du Jianyang would be irrevocably dashed. The implication of Xiao Shiyan's words was clear. He had grown weary of her and discarded her. If she denied any relationship with Xiao Shiyan, then how could he have lent her money and demand repayment? Where would she procure such funds? "Brother Jianyang, I do not have it. My brother was ill and assaulted, and I did not intend to default on my debts. But truly, I possess no money, Brother Jianyang. I cannot go on like this." Chapter 54. Does Xiao Shiyan wish to destroy her? "I would rather perish than marry you." Xiao Shiyan has encountered the epitome of a manipulative individual. Her talents and deceit are truly exceptional. Few could withstand such a performance. Xiao Shiyan mused that even if Du Jianyang had indeed been reborn, he might have encountered such a character in his past life. Yet he would surely struggle to endure it now. Du Jianyang is one who avoids hardship, preferring ease over toil, incapable of bearing the slightest discomfort. If he had truly returned to life, he would undoubtedly realize that in a few years, the Xiao family would regain their standing. He had not persisted in his previous life, for reasons unknown, and evidently did not enjoy a prosperous existence. In this life, he harbored no desire for hardship, unwilling to share the fate of the Xiao family, while still yearning for a comfortable life. Wait a moment. Could it be that Du Jianyang believes that the original person must hold familial bonds in high esteem? Perhaps he intends to join the Du family in draining my resources? Xiao Shiyan scoffed. If Du Jianyang harbored such thoughts, he was sorely mistaken. Once he arrived, he could not possibly be like the original. The Du family would not have the chance to exploit me, let alone Du Jianyang. What is this? Du Jianyang, do you intend to assist her in repaying the debt? Such a benefactor indeed. A sum of 3,273 yuan. Hiss. Although I had heard the amount was over 3,000. The revelation of the precise figure made those around us collectively gasp. Du Jianyang was equally taken aback. Where did you acquire such funds? Xiao Shiyan retorted. Why does it concern you? Anyway, Du Jinxing, being so cunning, must have realized long ago that I am not his son, thus deliberately assigning me the role of a servant in the Du household. The meager food I consumed was merely the coarse grains they deemed unworthy. He would certainly not part with any money for me. All of this was earned by my own efforts. Suddenly, Du Jianyang recalled that during Xiao Shiyan's university days, he had indeed relied on translation work to earn money. However, that piece of information seemed rather trivial, for Xiao Shiyan had studied Russian, a language many had pursued in the past. At that time, experts from the Soviet Union had come to support domestic construction, and the foreign languages most learned were predominantly this one. Although he understood that in the future, English would reign supreme, Xiao Shiyan had chosen to study Russian. Jiang Xinyan, feeling somewhat anxious, interjected, "Where is the sum of over 3,000? Didn't old Xin help me repay over 1,000? So you admit to borrowing over 3,000 from me?" Xiao Shiyan teased, while producing the promissory note would suffice as proof. Hearing Jiang Xinyan acknowledge it herself would provide a clearer perspective for the onlookers. Jiang Xinyan was taken aback. Was this Xiao Shiyan's true intent? To coax her into admitting she had borrowed money? As the gazes of those around them turned upon her, Jiang Xinyan felt as though she was experiencing social death. She had never encountered such a scene before. No, wait, she had indeed faced something similar just yesterday. Why was it happening again? What is this? Du Jianyang, are you unwilling? Xiao Shiyan disregarded Jiang Xinyan and directed his inquiry toward Du Jianyang. Feeling quite embarrassed, Du Jianyang realized that Jiang Xinyan, in her naivety, had genuinely admitted to the debt, leaving him without a means to refute. Her excuses were exceedingly flimsy. After all, he had reincarnated and had previously interacted with both Jiang Xinyan and her brother. He knew well what sort of person her brother was. As for the talk of saving lives and treating illnesses, he was merely a ruffian. He had never heard of Jiang Xinyan needing to sacrifice her dignity for the sake of borrowing money. Wait a moment. Sacrifice? Du Jianyang looked at Jiang Xinyan with suspicion. Surely she and T already lost her virtue to Xiao Shiyan? Otherwise, how could this unsuspecting fool possibly agree to lend her money? Even 3,000 yuan? Du Jianyang's mind was in turmoil. What once seemed like an exhilarating situation now felt as though he had swallowed a fly. I might have left the money at home. Xinyan, Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly with the funds. With that, Du Jianyang slipped away, descending the stairs, and soon vanished from sight. Jiang Xinyan hastily attempted to pursue, but she was intercepted by the saleswoman. Are you attempting to flee after donning the garments? Do you intend to take this clothing without payment? Just take a look at your shabby appearance. Do you truly believe you are worth more than 30 units of fabric? Pay up immediately, or remove the attire at once. Jiang Xinyan felt utterly defeated. Since her birth, even when expelled by old Qin just yesterday, she had been shown a modicum of courtesy. They were not cast out unceremoniously. In that moment, she felt as if the entire world conspired against her. How could this be? Who could come to her aid? Suddenly, she spotted Xiao Shiyan, who was watching the scene unfold. His behavior towards her was merely a tactic to compel her acceptance of him. After all, how could he cease to be the devoted admirer he had been for so many years? It was undoubtedly due to his own expulsion from the Du family that he felt insecure. Jiang Xinyan found herself convinced. Perhaps Xiao Shiyan was her only lifeline in that moment. She turned to him and said, Shiyan, as you know, could you lend me some money? The saleswoman immediately spat disdainfully. You are indeed a person of questionable character. If you are not plying the streets, how do you intend to survive? You wish to revert to your former self just after a benefactor has departed? Xiao Shiyan promptly brushed off his clothing as if ridding himself of something unsavory. Please, do not speak of her in such a manner, he replied. The saleswoman shot him a dangerous glance, and he quickly added, I have no connection with her. I only lent her money because we were classmates, and she had a cadre vouch for her. You heard that old Qin even repaid part of her debt. I never intended to lend her money without expectation. Jiang Xinyan was left speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Shiyan, I am not. Enough, Jiang Xinyan. I shall grant you a few more days, but you must hasten to marry Qin's cadre. Then you will have the means to repay me. Alternatively, you could have Qin's offspring assist you, as they are, after all, your convenient brothers. Jiang Xinyan felt as if she might bleed from the indignity. Did Xiao Shiyan truly wish to ruin her? This conversation would inevitably spread, while others might not know her by name. The rumors surrounding Jiang Xinyan would undoubtedly circulate in the world. How could she be so unfortunate? Why had Xiao Shiyan ceased to be her devoted admirer? Could it be that he no longer loved her? It seemed impossible. Her network was extensive, and what reason would he have to extricate himself? Yet, watching Xiao Shiyan depart without hesitation, his back turned with an air that suggested, no need for thanks, it is my duty, left her feeling utterly despondent. The saleswoman was relentless. Your name is Jiang Xinyan, correct? A name quite elegant, yet your character leaves much to be desired. If I were you, I would pay the amount owed immediately or remove the clothing without delay. Do not think of escaping. I already know your name, and you cannot flee. Exhausted, she felt her very existence was rendered unbearable. Her reputation had been irrevocably tarnished by Xiao Shiyan. If this was indeed his intention, he had forced her into a position where she had no choice but to marry him. I can only say that your thoughts are fanciful. I, Jiang Xinyan, am destined to marry an official, to reside in a grand compound, and to travel in a jeep. You, Xiao Shiyan, are already out of the picture. I would rather die than marry you. Chapter 55. Following Du Jianyang, 3-courtyard Xiao Shiyan was oblivious to Jiang Xinyan's inner turmoil. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He would merely perceive Jiang Xinyan as someone troubled, perhaps believing that the world ought to revolve around her. As for her destined jeep, wouldn't she prefer to weep in a BMW instead? Xiao Shiyan hastily departed from the supply and marketing cooperative, knowing that Jiang Xinyan would not be able to repay her debts in the near future. Holding the IOU, he awaited the future opportunity to demand repayment from her. However, it appeared that Jiang Xinyan had already been expelled from the compound. She must have returned to her home in the urban-rural fringe. If he had time this evening, he would pay her a visit. He needed to corner her into a desperate situation. Even if he could not retrieve the money, he would ensure Jiang Xinyan's life was made difficult. Upon exiting, Xiao Shiyan glanced around and quickly identified the figure of Du Jianyang ahead. He deduced that Du Jianyang would not return to retrieve money after leaving. The Du family could hardly provide him with any funds. Chen Shuxia surely believed that Du Jianyang had returned with a substantial sum from the Xiao family, yet Xiao Shiyan had not taken his rattan box. He had merely removed its contents. Chen Shuxia was convinced that Du Jianyang must have hidden money elsewhere. It must be said, a mother knows her child best. Chen Shuxia was indeed insightful. After leaving, Du Jianyang would undoubtedly seek a place to sell antiques. Xiao Shiyan trailed him at a distance, careful not to get too close lest he be discovered. He wanted to ascertain whether Du Jianyang had truly returned from a rebirth. Stroking his chin, Xiao Shiyan pondered. Du Jianyang's gaze bore a hint of calculation. If their memories were indeed the same, he would not display such behavior. His actions seemed to suggest he hoped to gain something from me. Could it be that they did not return from the same timeline? Xiao Shiyan found himself perplexed as he watched Du Jianyang walk and then turn into a secluded alley. Wait, this location seemed like an antique collection spot. Although antiques were not particularly valuable in this season, there were always those with foresight who believed that antiques would regain their worth eventually. Thus, even in these challenging times, some specialized in collecting antiques, often at prices higher than those found outside. Those who roamed the streets and ventured into rural areas to gather items typically offered rock-bottom prices. Yet whether they could unearth valuable items remained uncertain. Conversely, there were individuals who actively came to sell antiques, commanding relatively higher prices. Xiao Shiyan followed at a distance and soon heard muttering and cursing from within. He recalled a plate he had carelessly substituted, which Du Jianyang had taken and sold as an antique. Wouldn't that invite trouble? Next, Du Jianyang would certainly return to inspect the courtyard where he had hidden his money. Moreover, if he had other stash locations, he would surely check on those as well. Xiao Shiyan awaited this moment with bated breath. Indeed, Du Jianyang was cast out, his countenance far from pleasant. He found himself questioning whether he had suffered a lapse in judgment, for he had clearly possessed an antique porcelain piece. How could it have transformed? With haste, he made his way towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he noted no discernible changes. A sigh of relief escaped Du Jianyang as he retrieved his key and entered. Before long, he emerged, utterly disheartened. He wandered silently down the street for a spell before abruptly turning around, yet found nothing amiss. After much contemplation, he altered his course. Xiao Shiyan maintained a safe distance, choosing not to pursue him so as to avoid detection. Du Jianyang, winding through numerous turns, eventually veered off in another direction, employing a semblance of counter-tracking. However, such rudimentary tactics paled in comparison to Xiao Shiyan's astuteness. Did he truly believe he could evade me or uncover my presence with such trifles? Xiao Shiyan shadowed him with utmost caution, ensuring his presence remained undetected. After navigating a convoluted route, Du Jianyang arrived outside another courtyard. Casting a glance about before swiftly unlocking the door and stepping inside, Xiao Shiyan approached the entrance, unable to suppress a thought. Du Jianyang truly had returned from the brink, having acquired numerous treasures from the Xiao family. Like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, he had hidden quite an assortment outside. Xiao Shiyan moved to the adjacent wall, listening intently, and upon realizing Du Jianyang was not in the vicinity, he seamlessly passed through the wall and entered the realm of Happiness Town. There, he observed Du Jianyang hurriedly entering, opening the door, and visibly relaxing upon seeing the contents intact. From his vantage point within Happiness Town, Xiao Shiyan could not discern everything due to the angle, as Du Jianyang had not fully opened the door. Nevertheless, he caught sight of several shelves adorned with a variety of antiques, jade artifacts, porcelain, gemstones, and more. The courtyard, comprising 3 sections, revealed the vast wealth of the Xiao family. And Du Jianyang's unscrupulous nature was evident. How callous he was to have amassed such riches only to turn around and report them. Xiao Shiyan pondered Du Jianyang's motivations. Could a rational individual, once reported, truly reconcile their differences upon a future encounter? Did Du Jianyang still hope to extract benefits from the original owners simply because of an insatiable longing for kinship? Having completed his circuit, Du Jianyang's pockets bulged, suggesting he had stashed away additional money within. Xiao Shiyan refrained from hastily exchanging the funds from Du Jianyang, nor did he rush to seize the treasures within this location. The previous courtyard had already set off alarm bells. He did not wish to stir this place into revealing its secrets prematurely. Xiao Shiyan intended to ascertain whether Du Jianyang had other hiding places. After a brief exploration, Du Jianyang departed in haste, and Xiao Shiyan remained patient, convinced that Du Jianyang would soon return. Indeed, within mere minutes, Du Jianyang returned once more, relieved to find that nothing within had been disturbed, not even a footprint. Yet, he still concluded that this place had likely become unsafe. I must seek another location to transfer my belongings, he resolved, and hurriedly departed. Xiao Shiyan, passing through walls, trailed him from a distance once again. Given Du Jianyang's suspicious nature, it was evident that he would thoroughly search the area today. Otherwise, how could he find peace? He likely could not even sleep soundly. Xiao Shiyan followed him yet again and discovered another of Du Jianyang's locations from a different angle. He couldn't help but comment. 3 places, 3 directions, perfectly forming the vertices of a triangle. Du Jianyang was indeed shrewd, albeit excessively cautious. Of course, the Xiao family's wealth was considerable, and it was uncertain when Du Jianyang had managed to abscond with so much. Once more, he awaited Du Jianyang's return. But it seemed the latter now had nowhere else to go. He hurried back to the second location, finding it unchanged. Du Jianyang murmured to himself, "I must prepare a few boxes to move everything. This place is likely no longer secure." Chapter 56. All is lost. What shall I do? Du Jianyang rose and hastily exited. Yet, minutes later, he returned again, making another round before realizing that nothing had altered within. This time, he nodded in agreement. The transfer must indeed proceed. As he turned to leave, he failed to notice Xiao Shiyan emerging behind him, stealthily replacing the wad of cash in Du Jianyang's pocket with a crumpled piece of paper. After Du Jianyang closed the door and departed, Xiao Shiyan quickly turned back, re-entering to find 5 large shelves, each divided into compartments, with an antique resting within each, save for one empty space, which had likely held the plate previously. Du Jianyang's extravagance was evident. How much could one really earn by selling antiques nowadays? It would be some time before their true value emerged post-reform. Selling antiques at this moment was akin to the situation in 1949 with the Nationalist Army. I must hasten my actions. Although I fear no confrontation with Du Jianyang, I prefer to remain undetected. Xiao Shiyan directly collected the shelves, transporting them to a room in the happy little town. This room would be designated for antique storage. But there was no need to spread the shelves too far apart. After all, Xiao Shiyan was merely temporarily placing them here, with no intention of exhibiting them. Thus, the shelves were positioned close together to save space. This courtyard appeared to be purpose-built for antique collection. Did the surrounding inhabitants remain oblivious? 73 years had passed, and yet it all persisted. Xiao Shiyan had no intention of leaving anything behind. Several rooms housed over 200 antiques collectively. He believed that when sold, these antiques would certainly fulfill several modest objectives. Not forgetting, he conducted a final scan, discovering a mechanism within the storeroom. After some exploration, he managed to open a concealed panel. A passage emerged ahead. As Xiao Shiyan proceeded down it, he felt a refreshing breeze, devoid of any dampness. The arch-nemesis of antiques, particularly items such as calligraphy and paintings, are most vulnerable to moisture, which can lead to their ruin. Upon descending, Xiao Shiyan encountered a stack of tin boxes. After a brief search, he discerned that there were no signs of previous discovery. Even the mechanism appeared to have remained unnoticed. Thus, it seemed that Du Jianyang had indeed not stumbled upon this place. The tin boxes contained silver and gold ingots, which Xiao Shiyan promptly collected. The wealth of the Xiao family, once rumored to have earned the moniker Xiao Half-City, was perhaps not without foundation. After gathering the treasures, he retraced his steps, sealing the mechanism once more. A thorough inspection yielded no evidence of property deeds. Without delay, Xiao Shiyan hurried to the third courtyard. This area was not a repository for antiques. Rather, it presented itself as a living space, akin to the first courtyard. Upon entering, Xiao Shiyan wasted no time, directly seizing what he could. If the property deeds remained elusive, he intended to leave nothing behind, not even the furniture. Conversely, if he found the deeds, he still had no intention of retaining any items. The Wang Wali furniture set in the living room was exquisite, exuding an antique charm that commanded respect. Even if not classified as antiques, their value was substantial, rivaling that of Jin Si Nan. However, this place bore no signs of habitation. The woodshed was devoid of firewood, and the kitchen lacked any utensils. Xiao Shiyan, undeterred, collected everything he could find, ensuring that nothing would remain. It was indeed in this corner that he uncovered a nondescript brick, revealing an iron box within. To his surprise, the box contained several property deeds, not just for the 2 courtyards he had visited today, but for several others as well. He pondered whether Du Jianyang had discovered these as well. In total, there were 7 courtyards that required his attention. Glancing at the remaining contents of the box, he noted over 300 coins and several ledgers. Upon opening the ledgers, he found a catalog of assets, seemingly representing the Xiao family as collection. However, it was evident that the items listed exceeded those in his possession. He wondered if they belonged to other members of the Xiao family or were part of the treasures prepared for his siblings by Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. Xiao Shiyan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was said that some members of the Xiao family had previously departed. Xiao Zhenhan, for instance, had been rumored to have gone abroad with the eldest branch, leaving his youngest son behind in the country. This was consistent with the practice of prominent families to avoid placing all their eggs in one basket. Yet, despite their years of tranquility, the family's fortunes took a turn when Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing attempted to stage their deaths, only to be reported by their adopted son. Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing's overseas connections may have even led to the discovery of their correspondence with foreign entities. Du Jianyang, with meticulous and cunning intent, amassed a considerable amount of resources, making it inevitable that he would strike hard. After collecting his belongings, Xiao Shiyan departed from the location. As he made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative, hoping to stockpile more provisions, he pondered, having acquired the property deeds for 7 courtyards. It was essential to inspect them all. Any valuable items should be secured and placed within the confines of the happy little city, ensuring their utmost safety. As for the properties themselves, a careful assessment would be prudent. 3 of them would certainly be entrusted to Gu Qingfeng and others for rental arrangements. Meanwhile, as Xiao Shiyan embarked on his grand procurement, Du Jianyang returned, only to be confronted by the stark reality of the emptied courtyards. How could this be? Overcome with despair, he sank to the ground, his face etched with hopelessness. Upon returning to the Du family, he found that neither Du Jincheng nor Chen Shuxiao received him with much warmth, for their prior interactions had been scant, lacking any profound emotional bond. Du Jianyang's lack of concern stemmed from his belief that, with his rebirth, he had meticulously devised a plan to exploit several properties belonging to the Xiao family. He had reported Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing, ensuring they were preoccupied with their troubles, thereby allowing him the opportunity to seize these locations. After all, no one else was privy to this knowledge. Yet, who was responsible? The members of the tailed society? Du Jianyang had not considered the possibility of Xiao Shiyan being involved, despite his formidable business acumen. It was clear that orchestrating the evacuation of these courtyards would require a substantial workforce. Du Jianyang recalled his intention to leave with funds in hand, originally planning to check whether Jiang Xinyan was still at the cooperative. After all, it was merely 30 yuan. He could afford it, and was not one to flaunt his wealth ostentatiously. He believed Xiao Shiyan to be a fundamentally good person, and that Jiang Xinyan's first time should still be within reach. Securing her would elevate his status above Xiao Shiyan's in the future. Even if he had to humbly request funds from Xiao Shiyan, Du Jianyang felt inherently superior. However, he was met with ridicule from the sales clerk. As he angrily retrieved his money to retaliate, he found only a wad of paper. This time, the sales clerk refrained from berating him, but her gaze conveyed a mix of concern and disbelief, as though she feared he might attempt to deceive her. How could this happen? What was he to do now? Chapter 57. Entrusting the wealth of the other 4 children to him, delivering pancakes to his parents, Xiao Shiyan remained oblivious to Du Jianyang's plight. Yet he could surmise the latter's circumstances and surely felt a sense of satisfaction. Du Jianyang, oh Du Jianyang, you claim to have been granted a second chance at life, and the Xiao couple has treated you well. After all, you have taken my place and enjoyed years of affluence. Why persist in such behavior? Xiao Shiyan shook his head, aware that some individuals are inherently selfish, indifferent to the plight of others. At the supply and marketing cooperative, he procured a substantial quantity of toilet paper, a rare find in this era. He had not anticipated that even toilet paper would be a hot commodity. If only he had foreign exchange coupons, he could purchase goods from the friendship store. Unfortunately, with Xiao Wenrui's connections to overseas interests exposed, he was confined to his home, unable to venture out freely. I fear that he will set off to the countryside before Xiao Wenrui and the others. Therefore, there is no need to dwell on that side. After some contemplation, Xiao Shiyan purchased 10 savory pancakes and made a visit to the Xiao family. He wrapped the pancakes in oil paper, then placed them into a cloth bag. Recently, Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing had been restless at home. The son who had been mistakenly taken away had come to visit just the other night. Chai Jing decided to give all the items originally intended for Du Jianyang to Xiao Shiyan, although they had raised that child for over a decade. What could be done when he had reported them? They had prepared a considerable amount of goods, enough for each child. However, with Du Jianyang's report, they barely had time to distribute the items among the children. Yesterday, when Xiao Shiyan did not come, Chai Jing had been looking out for him for quite some time. Xiao Wenrui comforted her, saying, "Do not worry. Given our current situation, it is perhaps for the best that he does not come. Did he not mention going to the countryside? That poor child." Chai Jing felt immense pity, lamenting, "That child has endured a life of hardship at the Du family for over a decade. How could Jianyang do this?" Just as Xiao Wenrui was about to offer further consolation, a cloth bag was thrown over the wall, followed by a flurry of bird calls. Xiao Wenrui was taken aback and noticed a note tied to the bag. He gestured for Chai Jing to remain silent and approached to inspect it. Discovering that it was a note from Xiao Shiyan, stating that the bag contained 10 pancakes, which were quite delicious, brought for their parents to taste. A sense of comfort washed over Xiao Wenrui. Aside from his two daughters, none of his older sons had ever brought such warmth. He hurried to the wall, whispering, "Shiyan, is that you?" At that moment, they had to tread carefully in all their actions. Unsure if it was indeed their son who sent it, they hesitated to eat. Xiao Shiyan replied softly, "It is I? I made some pancakes myself. I thought they tasted good, so I wanted you to try them. If you like them." His words trailed off. Setting aside the fact that he was going to the countryside, both Xiao Wenrui and his wife were also to be assigned elsewhere. With no prospect of reunion for several years, Xiao Wenrui quickly picked up the bag and said, "Shiyan, here is the thing. In a couple of days, we will be dispatched, and there are certain matters that we cannot handle. Could you help us pass on the items intended for your siblings?" Xiao Shiyan paused for a moment and asked, "Do you trust me?" In truth, Xiao Wenrui had been inquiring about Xiao Shiyan's circumstances over the past few days and had a general understanding of his background. Xiao Shiyan's character was indeed trustworthy, though he seemed somewhat sycophantic. They had yet to receive news regarding Xiao Shiyan's recent interactions with Jiang Xinyan. Xiao Wenrui replied cheerfully, "You are our son. How could we not trust you?" Xiao Shiyan felt a deep sense of gratitude, even though this sentiment may not fully reflect Xiao Wenrui and Cai Jing's true thoughts. Nevertheless, he was moved. "Since you believe in me, I will write to them later, hinting that there are items in my possession. Should they come to see me, I will assist in the delivery. It would not do to state it outright. Who knows whether the letters will be seen and taken by someone. Just wait a moment." Xiao Wenrui said as he entered with freshly baked pancakes, still warm. "You must try them. My son made these pancakes himself." After speaking, Xiao Wenrui returned with 4 boxes, carefully placing them into a cloth bag and gently tossing it out. Xiao Shiyan picked it up and felt a sense of happiness within the little town. He had no intention of inspecting the contents of the boxes. Xiao Shiyan inquired, "Did you mark the boxes?" "I will distribute them by name when the time comes." Implicitly, he indicated that he would not tamper with their contents. Xiao Wenrui responded, "The names are written on the boxes." "Very well." Xiao Shiyan pondered for a moment, then continued, "I have been tracking Du Jianyang and discovered that he still occupies several properties of the Xiao family. I have emptied the contents of those yards and obtained the property deeds." He chose to disclose this matter. Silence ensued. Xiao Wenrui remarked, "In fact, we had prepared quite a lot for him. He was too swift, and we did not even have the chance to give it to him. Nevertheless, it is fine. You can keep it." Xiao Shiyan was somewhat pleased with Xiao Wenrui's attitude. "You all enjoy your meal first. I will bring you more tomorrow." With that, Xiao Shiyan departed. Upon hearing the sound of departing footsteps, Xiao Wenrui turned back to see Cai Jing with grease smeared all over her mouth. "Come quickly. My son's culinary skills are truly remarkable." However, Cai Jing fell silent. It's all been cultivated for those people of the Du family, working like oxen and horses. Indeed, it was not entirely untrue. The original owner's culinary skills were merely average, typical home-cooked dishes. Yet, Xiao Shiyan himself was quite a good cook. Though these pancakes were not made by him, the upgraded pancake stall had added fillings, elevating the flavor to that of a true chef's level. Xiao Wenrui silently took a pancake and began to eat, the delightful taste rendering him momentarily speechless. As for Jianyang, let us consider that we never raised him. How could one not feel any affection for a child they had nurtured for over a decade, even though Du Jianyang had reported them? Neither Xiao Wenrui nor Cai Jing had mentioned the properties and assets occupied by Du Jianyang. Those were meant as gifts for him. However, reflecting on Xiao Shiyan's earlier words, coupled with the delicious pancakes he had provided, stirred thoughts of their son laboring for the Du family for so many years, developing such fine culinary skills. The thought alone was heart-wrenching. Cai Jing was not naive. How could she not realize this? She nodded. "Very well, let us consider that we never raised him." With that, tears streamed down her face. Initially believing that their youngest son, born after 10 months of pregnancy, deserved extra love, they never anticipated that he was, in fact, someone else's carefully orchestrated gift to their family. Their own son had been taken away and forced to toil for so many years. How could they continue to treat Du Jianyang so kindly when faced with the reality of their son? Xiao Wenrui held Cai Jing tightly as they both wept in silence. Suddenly, Cai Jing asked, "Are you truly at ease in trusting the wealth of our other children to Shiyan?" Chapter 58, Confessing Some Matters with a Sharp Intake of Breath. Xiao Wenrui glanced at Cai Jing, questioning, "What is there to doubt? After all, they are our children." Cai Jing shot him a reproachful look, to which Xiao Wenrui responded with a cheerful smile, "What we provide for them is merely a trifling fraction of the Xiao family's wealth." Xiao Banqing does not speak without reason. Had it not been for our substantial contributions to the industry, we would not have experienced such smooth sailing in recent years. Yet, who could have anticipated that discord would arise from within our own walls? Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Chai Jing, equally incensed, retorted, if they are not our own children, then how can they be nurtured? We have treated him better than we have the older children. And yet he has the audacity to report us. As for those overseas connections, if they were not from our own circle, how would others have known? We have not broadcasted our affairs. Originally, under the prudent notion of not placing all eggs in one basket, grandfather Xiao Shiyan led the main branch to Hong Kong, taking a detour to the United States. This branch remained in the homeland, partly due to Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing's unwillingness to leave their country. Xiao Wenrui offered a word of comfort, saying, let us utilize this wealth. To others, it may seem like a fortune, but to us of the Xiao family, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. We must ascertain the trustworthiness of this child, who is not present before us. Chai Jing rolled her eyes again, reproaching, you doubt the child I bore. Xiao Wenrui could only sigh, acknowledging the age-old truth. It is indeed difficult to nurture women and those of lesser character. No matter how one framed it, there was always a fault to be found. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyan returned to Gu Siqing's home after purchasing 15 baked buns, along with various items from the supply and marketing cooperative. Spotting Wen Siki at home, he handed her the buns, saying, Auntie, I saw these being sold on the way. Someone must have made them secretly, so I bought a few. They taste delightful. Do have a try. Wen Siki playfully chided him, we can make these at home. If you want to eat them, I can prepare them for you. You have a little money now and enjoy spending it frivolously. They do smell wonderful. Indeed. The aroma of the buns from the happy little city was quite enticing, especially after the upgrade that introduced 3 different fillings. Xiao Shiyan had chosen them all. The tax revenue of half a day was encapsulated within. What is that delightful smell? Gu Qingfeng entered, seemingly carried by a gust of wind, radiating an unusual energy. Wen Siki looked at him in disbelief, replying, it's just Shiyan. He mentioned seeing someone selling buns sneakily on the road, so he bought a few. Let me have a taste, Gu Qingfeng said, oblivious to the complexities of women's thoughts. Wen Siki wondered if perhaps her hospitality was lacking, prompting Xiao Shiyan to bring back buns. Yet, Gu Qingfeng simply thought, these buns smell incredible. I must have one. Is that meat filling? He inquired. Xiao Shiyan chuckled. It seems to be a ham sausage. Oh no, but ham sausages Haven Tea even made their debut in the country at this time. How could this bun stall be selling something from the future? Gu Qingfeng asked, bewildered. Xiao Shiyan smiled sheepishly. Actually, it's Jinhua ham. Uncle, have you heard of it? There was no way around it. Regardless, once it was chopped up, he wouldn't be able to tell. Ham, that I am familiar with, is quite an expensive delicacy. Gu Qingfeng didn't pay it much mind, primarily because there were indeed no ham sausages available domestically. Such a product would not appear in the country until 1986. Before that time, acquiring even a morsel of meat was quite a challenge, requiring a ticket. Xiao Shiyan casually inquired, Uncle Gu, has that matter been resolved? Though it had not been entirely settled, Gu Qingfeng appeared to be in good spirits. Due to their prompt action, the opposing party clearly did not anticipate exposure. As a result, they apprehended everyone without a hitch. No one managed to escape. The perpetrators of the massacre, the spies, and those involved in mining all were caught. Even though someone had sustained injuries during the operation, it did not dampen their spirits. The injured had received appropriate medical treatment and monetary compensation. With future promotions on the horizon, why lament? Gu Qingfeng turned to Xiao Shiyan and smiled. All right, I will expedite your commendation application. If you do not receive it before heading to the countryside, I will arrange for the local police to deliver it to you. As for the financial reward, I will have your aunt transfer it to you. Is that acceptable? Xiao Shiyan naturally smiled and nodded, pondering for a moment before looking back at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng playfully chided, if there is something on your mind, just speak up. Why are you staring at me? After some consideration, Xiao Shiyan decided to be forthright. Well, Uncle Gu, I met my biological parents today. What? This revelation took Gu Qingfeng aback. The report against Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing was related to overseas affairs. Although the situation had eased somewhat in recent years, it remained perilous. Gu Qingfeng stated candidly, Shiyan, technically speaking, you have accomplished something. There is not much to discuss. But the circumstances regarding your parents are indeed quite unusual. Ah, Uncle Gu, you need not worry. The situation with my parents is indeed special. I am not asking for your assistance. If you were to look into it, you would find that there is no major issue. At least it won't implicate me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to apply for the countryside program. I simply wish to avoid staying here and being targeted. However, the severance committee isn't actually targeting me, is it? Gu Qingfeng noticed something amiss. Logically speaking, with Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing being reported, their child should have promptly severed ties publicly to avoid repercussions. Even if Xiao Shiyan did not grow up in the Xiao household, once it was established that he was Xiao Wenrui's son, he would still be drawn into the fray, unless Xiao Shiyan publicly disavowed any connection. Yet, in reality, that had not occurred. It seemed as if no one was paying attention to Xiao Shiyan. Perhaps the severance committee had grown more composed. Or it could be that Xiao Shiyan had not returned to the Xiao family, thus rendering him unable to access their wealth. Was that the reason for their indifference? How could that be? This was their achievement. How could they not care? Yet the truth remained. It was as if Xiao Shiyan had been forgotten. Xiao Shiyan remarked, "Today, I visited the Xiao couple, and they bestowed upon me a rather significant gift, 7 property deeds for courtyards. It's astonishing, and the capital, with its multitude of inhabitants, an entire family of more than 10 is crammed into a mere 40 square meters. The housing shortage is evident. To think that Xiao Wenrui would so generously present Xiao Shiyan with 7 courtyards is indeed a testament to his character." Gu Qifeng came to a realization. They had been reported. Yet they were still able to provide Xiao Shiyan with such valuable assets. Clearly, their situation was not as precarious as it seemed. Gu Qingfeng further contemplated that this could be linked to the identities of Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing, leading him to surmise certain implications. He had vaguely heard whispers regarding some matters. "What is it that you wish for me to do?" Chapter 59. Disposing of the courtyards. Selling the work. Xiao Shiyan continued. "My intention is to hold on to these 7 courtyards. However, they are of no use to me as I will be relocating to the countryside." Gu Qifeng nodded in agreement. His gaze fixed on Xiao Shiyan, eager to discern what he would propose next. Xiao Shiyan elaborated. "I am aware that many in the capital are in dire need of housing. My suggestion is for you, Uncle Gu, to assist in determining whether these courtyards could be leased to the municipal government or certain enforcement units. The rent could be reduced or even waived entirely, as long as the properties are well maintained. However, there may be some complications with these courtyards." Gu Qifeng paid little heed to Xiao Shiyan's initial comments. Fully aware of the housing crisis in the capital, with many in their organization also squeezed into modest living quarters, if he were to manage these 7 courtyards, they could indeed prove useful. Gu Qingfeng contemplated the possibility of renting them out to his subordinates and even considering leasing 2 to the organization as a goodwill gesture. His thoughts were stirred, and he found the idea quite appealing. Yet, what sort of problems could these courtyards entail? Well, you see, they are the Xiao family's properties. Du Jianyang is aware of this, and I suspect you are too, Uncle Gu. Du Jincheng is not a man of integrity. Gu Qingfeng was well aware of this fact. After a moment's reflection, he nodded. "No problem. Just inform me of the locations of the courtyards. I will coordinate with Lao Lu and Lao Jiang. With each unit taking 2 courtyards, there will certainly be individuals willing to rent. Regardless of what Du Jincheng may think, once the lease is signed, he will have no recourse. What to do with the remaining courtyard was unspoken between them, as neither Xiao Shiyan nor Gu Qifeng raised the matter. Xiao Shiyan planned to inspect the properties, but he did not disclose his intentions to vacate them. He had already prepared a piece of paper detailing the locations of the 7 courtyards. "I have only visited a few of them. I am uncertain whether they are occupied. The capital is in need of housing, which sometimes leads to the street offices forcibly assigning people to live in certain courtyards. This is a historical issue, causing many to have their properties restored after the reform and opening up, yet unable to reclaim their homes. Some, disheartened, chose to sell their properties and flee abroad." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "With our third brother's involvement, we need not fear their encroachment." Xiao Shiyan nodded, expressing his sentiment. "Indeed, it is more conducive to cultivate oneself within the public sector." After a moment's thought, he added, "Oh, there is one more thing." Do tell." Xiao Shiyan had just shared some good news, and Gu Qingfeng was eager to hear more. Xiao Shiyan replied, "I previously secured a position as an accountant at the match factory, but I am soon to be sent to the countryside. This job will no longer be of use to me, so I was wondering if you might know anyone interested in purchasing it. I would like to sell it. It is, of course, not customary to sell jobs. In these times, positions are often familial, passed down from parents to children. However, one could masquerade as a relative and claim it is a transfer to kin, which would pose no issues." Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Our recent accomplishment could indeed provide us with several job opportunities. I initially intended to secure a position for Xiqing. I shall purchase yours. What position? Gu Xiqing entered the room, arms laden with various items. Is that a comforter you've brought back? How peculiar. Was it completed so swiftly? Gu Xiqing chuckled. This comforter belongs to someone else. Are you in such a rush? Might had someone hold off for a moment and swap it with you. By the way, your cotton-padded clothes are ready, 2 sets, one to wear and one to change into. 2 comforters, each weighing 6 pounds, combined with the heated Kong in northeast China, should suffice. Indeed, winters in the northeast can be brutally cold, but indoors, with the Kong heated, it is bearable. Yet, when venturing outside, 2 cotton-padded jackets may not be enough. Gu Qifeng remarked, I still have a military greatcoat. You may take it. In winter, without a military coat, stepping outside becomes quite challenging. Unfortunately, this year's batch has yet to be distributed. I will arrange for Gu Xiqing to send it to you when it arrives. Not to mention, even an old military coat, albeit a bit tattered, is highly sought after. The cotton inside is certainly ample and provides excellent warmth. It is, after all, a favored winter garment among our people in this era. Xiao Shiyan pondered when he might acquire a down jacket, yet he still held a fondness for the military coat. I shan't be polite with you, uncle. I truly have no means to procure a military coat. A down jacket can be worn underneath, while the military coat serves as a cover. Otherwise, it draws too much attention. Suddenly, Gu Xiqing, sniffing the air, inquired, Mom, have you fried some oil cakes at home? It smells delightful. When Siki was at a loss for words, as the conversation about work had abruptly shifted to food. The pancakes that Shiyan bought. Your nose must be akin to a dog's. Even amidst discussions of employment, you find a way to think about food. Despite her words, she handed him an oil cake. Gu Xiqing wiped his hands on his clothing and took a bite. Be careful. It seems freshly made and still hot. Not too hot. Just right, Gu Xiqing replied, his carefree demeanor infuriating Gu Qifeng. Were it not for the fact that he was his own son, he might have given him a good kick. Indeed, it is quite intolerable. Look at Shiyan, he is so considerate. And then there's you, wandering about without a care, showing no concern for job prospects. Do you realize that if you remain unemployed, the youth office will come knocking? Xiao Shiyan envied Gu Xiqing's carefree nature, untroubled by worries, while his parents bore the burden of concern. Gu Qifeng awkwardly turned to Xiao Shiyan and said, Shiyan, I apologize for making you witness this. Your work is commendable. I am willing to offer 1,200 yuan, along with 200 jin of grain vouchers and some industrial coupons. Siki, please check what tickets we have and provide him with a few. Let us secure this job for Xiqing. The job market in the city is quite competitive, particularly for an office position. 1,200 is a reasonable amount. In urgent circumstances, it could even reach 1,500 or 1,800. However, Gu Qifeng's offer of 200 jin of grain vouchers seems excessive. Having gone to the countryside, one must ensure they possess sufficient grain vouchers for protection. Though Xiao Shiyan does not truly lack such provisions. At worst, he could subsist on baked pancakes daily, and when weary of that, he could upgrade his meals with additional fillings. Moreover, he could consider when the restaurants in the happy little town will open. Yet, he would not turn down Gu Qifeng's goodwill. At most, he could send them some special products from northeast China later on. On the other hand, Du Jianyang initially had no intention of returning home. The Du family viewed his arrival with a mix of curiosity and anticipation for potential benefits. However, Du Jianyang felt utterly isolated, embodying the quintessential demeanor of the Du family. On the first day, he vigilantly guarded his rattan wooden box, ensuring that no one from the Du family gained any advantage. Even his own mother, Chen Shuxia, expressed discontent. Consequently, the following day, Du Jianyang found himself unable to celebrate the preservation of his wealth. Having been reborn, he was acutely aware of the Du family's character, selfish and self-serving, including Du Jincheng. Du Jianyang would not relinquish his escape route. Ultimately, everything was stolen, leaving the thief to mockingly abandon the rattan box behind. Yet, if he did not return home, where else could he go? His memories were hollowed out, and the wealth he had acquired from the Xiao family had vanished. He had no authority over several courtyards, and he had even lost the deed to his house. When he returned from outside, he was greeted by the lively atmosphere in the Du family's courtyard. What was happening? Chapter 60. The Youth Volunteer Office pays a visit. All 4 of your family must go to the countryside. The Du family's courtyard was indeed bustling with activity, drawing many neighbors from the larger estate to witness the commotion. Within, The noise suggested a gathering akin to a marketplace. As Du Jianyang squeezed his way inside, an aunt spotted him and mockingly remarked, "Oh, isn't this the youngest son who returned only to expel others? It appears your family has encountered good fortune." Good fortune? Du Jianyang discerned the tone of her words, clearly dripping with schadenfreude. Furthermore, what did she mean by him having expelled anyone? It was evident that both Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia no longer wished to support Xiao Shiyan, which led to his expulsion. He had merely returned to his own home. What fault was that of his? The Du family had 6 children remaining in the city, yet only 2 were employed. According to policy, all 4 must go to the countryside. Today, we have come to inform you. Please expedite the registration process. Boom. After being reborn, Du Jianyang initially devoted himself to extracting the wealth of the Xiao family. After reporting Xiao Wanrui, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and returned to the Du family, promptly expelling Xiao Shiyan. He had been suffering from a headache these past 2 days, and to his astonishment, a theft had occurred at the Du residence. Such an incident had seemingly never transpired in his previous life. Just yesterday, he encountered Xiao Shiyan's wife from his former life. Du Jianyang had entertained thoughts of pursuing her. But ultimately, all the wealth he painstakingly acquired had been lost. His mind had been so preoccupied that he forgot the most critical matter, the rural assignment. In this era, the educated youth were expected to go to the countryside. Only one child could remain in the city. Of course, if one had a job, there could be some leniency. Thus, Du Jianxing and Du Jianing were permitted to stay in the city, even though Du Jianing was merely a temporary worker. However, beginning with Du Jianlin, Du Shiling, Du Shizhu, and himself, Du Jianyang, none of them were employed. Both Du Jianlin and Du Shiling had graduated and were now unemployed. They had previously lived in the compound, and the educated youth office had not intervened. Du Shizhu had completed middle school, but did not qualify for high school. Therefore, all 4 of them were faced with the prospect of rural relocation. Du Jianyang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. This had not happened in his previous life, had it? After racking his brain, he finally recalled. In his former life, the Du family had also been urged to relocate. But not at this time. Instead, it had been 6 months later when Xiao Shiyan had secured a job at a match factory, which was later forced to be handed over to Du Shizhu. Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia had received advance notice, leveraging connections to arrange jobs for Du Shiling and Du Jianlin. However, this time, the educated youth office had arrived 6 months early, and Du Jincheng was completely unaware of the news, resulting in an unexpected visit. Could it have been reported by Xiao Shiyan? A sudden realization struck Du Jianyang as he uncovered the truth. Yet, he shook his head in disbelief. It was impossible. Xiao Shiyan valued the Du family dearly and longed for familial bonds. How could he possibly report them? But if not him, then who? Regardless of the identity of the informer, Du Jianyang found himself powerless. The personnel from the educated youth office had delivered their notice and were preparing to depart. Du Jincheng emerged with a somber expression, gesturing for everyone to leave. It's fine now. Everyone return home. Family matters should not be aired publicly. Although such occurrences were not uncommon in the compound, it was rare for someone like Du Jincheng to keep the news tightly under wraps, especially with 4 children remaining at home instead of going to the countryside. Du Jianlin and Du Shiling had graduated several years prior, yet neither had qualified for high school and had languished as unemployed for years. After sending everyone away, Du Jincheng glanced at Du Jianyang, furrowing his brows. After all, he was his son, and he refrained from saying too much. Du Jianyang dutifully followed him inside. Aside from Du Jianing, who appeared disinterested and sat idly by, preoccupied with her own manicure, Du Jianxing resided in the match factory dormitory and had not returned at all. Du Jianlin, Du Shiling, and Du Shizhu looked as if they had lost their parents, their faces etched with sorrow as they whispered among themselves. Upon seeing Du Jianyang's return, Du Shiling suddenly erupted. It's all your fault. Before you returned, no one cared about this matter at all. Upon your return, the youth office paid a visit, undoubtedly bringing forth the misfortune that follows you like a shadow. Du Jianlin chimed in. Indeed, your parents sent you to the Xiao family to enjoy a life of comfort. Yet, here you are, reporting them instead, and rather than reaping any benefits, you have instead invited calamity back home. Exactly, Du Shizhu expressed her discontent. When you were away, the household thrived. Upon your return, not only do we have no warm meals, but our home has also been ransacked. As a result, I have gone 2 days without applying my Baikai cream. The matter of Du Jianyang's report on the Xiao family was known throughout the Du household. Previously, they feigned cordiality, hoping to extract some advantage from him. Even Du Jincheng was aware that Du Jianyang possessed knowledge of the Xiao family's wealth. The Xiao family was reputed to have amassed a fortune, and even a mere trickle of their riches would suffice to elevate the Du family's status significantly. Regrettably, Du Jianyang was exceedingly stingy, refusing to part with even a penny. Du Jincheng felt a surge of frustration towards Du Jianyang. However, this was not a time for discord among the younger generation. All right, Xia, you proceed with dinner. Later, we shall deliberate on how to address this matter. A sense of melancholy enveloped Du Jianyang. Reflecting on his previous life, he returned only after many years had passed. The accomplishments and wealth of Xiao Shiyan had been entirely consumed by these individuals, leaving him with naught but a meager broth. His reluctance to remain with the Xiao family stemmed partly from a desire to return sooner, so that when they divided the spoils of Xiao Shiyan's ventures, he could claim a greater share. Of course, the inability to endure the hardships of rural life was another reason, even in his rebirth. Du Jianyang had yet to master the skills required for manual labor. He felt destined for a life of ease. When he was born, the Du family faced hardships, prompting Du Jincheng to send him to the Xiao family. Later, when Xiao Shiyan achieved great success and amassed substantial wealth, he found himself reborn to seize the opportunity. Du Jianyang had envisioned his return as a chance to stake a claim in the division of assets. Who could have foreseen that upon returning, the Du household would be completely looted? Subsequently, even his own wealth was diminished to nothing. And now, he was expected to venture into the countryside? Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia likely had not anticipated his predicament. Opportunities for work were undoubtedly reserved for the other three. How could he expect to be prioritized? Feeling a sense of urgency, Du Jianyang resolved to take action. He entered the kitchen with a forced smile. "Mother, allow me to assist you." In his previous life, after being sent to the countryside, although he had brought considerable wealth, the sudden turn of events had ignited his temper, leading him to sever ties with Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing without hesitation. Consequently, the substantial fortune they had prepared for him remained untouchable. Thus, upon his rebirth, he had not foreseen this outcome. There were reasons for this, of course. Yet, it was precisely due to these circumstances that Du Jianyang had learned a modicum of culinary skill during his rural stint. He could manage to cook things thoroughly. But the taste was another matter entirely. Flatterer. Flattery serves no purpose. Mother will undoubtedly favor us more, he scoffed. Three individuals exchanged a few words outside, only to discover that they were rivals. With a collective disdainful snort, they proceeded to the kitchen. "Mother, I am here to assist you." Chapter 61. Du Jianxing steals matches. 6 children must be organized. Du Jianyang grimaced. These sisters from the Du family had never set foot in the kitchen before. When they entered, it was either to interrogate Xiao Shiyan about the delayed meal or to make demands. More often than not, they simply lounged in the living room or their rooms, voicing their requests. Now, for the sake of employment, they had sunk so low. What a farce of maternal affection. Du Jianyang was pushed aside, observing the trio as they attempted to sabotage one another. A mocking glint flickered in his eyes. He decided to withdraw, fully aware that should the three take action, he would be forsaken by Chen Shuxia, just as he had been abandoned at birth. After all, having not grown up alongside them, what feelings could they possibly harbor for him? Du Jianyang mused inwardly. Clenching his fists, he resolved, this situation would not persist. The youth office had already made an appearance, and within a week, if he had not secured a job, he would be relegated to the countryside. Du Jianyang recognized the insurmountable gap between himself and the trio. They had flourished under the care of Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia, cherished as their own. Yet, he possessed an advantage. He had been reborn, destined to be the chosen one in this realm. Du Jincheng had left traces of his past actions. Thus, Xiao Shiyan remained oblivious to the happenings within the Du household. Had he known, Xiao Shiyan would have surely scoffed. You think this is all there is? The Du family only has 4 idle drifters? Your expectations are rather lofty. Apart from the eldest, Du Jiangwo, who served in the military in Jiangnan, the rest resided in the capital. The second and third brothers were far from virtuous. Xiao Shiyan, armed with the memories of his predecessor, was privy to numerous secrets. The previous letters were not merely intended for the youth office. Unbeknownst to him, Du Jianyang, upon his rebirth, was not preoccupied with hastily finding a job. His capabilities, however, were undeniably lacking, having never possessed any talent in his past life. How could he expect to have any now? Du Jianyang contemplated using Du Jincheng's past mistakes as leverage against him. Had he known, Xiao Shiyan would have burst into laughter. Wasn't it a coincidence that their thoughts aligned? At this juncture, he had already secured the 1,200 yuan that Wen Siki had brought him, stashing it away. Ration coupons, fabric tickets, a few oil tickets, and industrial vouchers were all collected. These military tickets were universally applicable. Xiao Shiyan did not intend to utilize them immediately. He would save them for when he was sent to the countryside. That evening, Gu Xiqing insisted on sharing a bed with Xiao Shiyan. Xiao Shiyan had been contemplating a visit to the black market that night. This person was truly relentless. You've already made contributions. My father previously suggested that you stay in the city, yet you insisted on heading to the countryside. Xiao Shiyan chuckled and remarked, I've accomplished something. It's just the right time to go to the countryside, where no one knows my background, and thus, no one can bully me. Furthermore, the metal can serve as my shield. If I were to remain in the city, the Du family would surely cling to me, and I would be unable to shake them off. You are aware of my origins. Despite my fervent denial, my lineage cannot be so easily dismissed. Although the scrutiny has somewhat lessened in recent years, the whispers from abroad and my capitalist heritage remain insurmountable obstacles. It is far better to retreat to the countryside for a couple of years. After all, in that quaint town, I stand to lose nothing. As the two engaged in conversation, over at the match factory, Du Jiansheng was on the evening shift and had not returned home for several days. However, today, while at work, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that others were indifferent, he surreptitiously pocketed a few boxes of matches. In truth, he was not alone in this endeavor. Many others took advantage of the public goods. Why not seize a free opportunity? While most colleagues might only pilfer a few boxes, discreetly slipping them into their pockets without raising suspicion, Du Jiansheng's audacity far surpassed that of his peers. He frequently slipped several boxes into his pockets. An hour later, he seized the pretext of a trip to the restroom and approached the box where he stashed his contraband. The match factory, due to the flammable nature of its products, prohibited the entry of numerous personal items. Each worker was assigned a modest box at the entrance, sufficient for storing clothes and the like. Du Jiansheng quickly deposited the 30 boxes of matches he had pilfered into his container, closed it, and returned to his workstation to continue laboring. Beneath the surface, he harbored resentment. Du Jiansheng had relegated him to the role of a mere factory worker. The pay was meager, and although his family did not demand his earnings, 30 yuan was hardly enough to sustain him. The children of the Du family had developed extravagant habits since Du Jiansheng's rise to prominence. Even without the obligation to contribute his meager salary to the household, Du Jiansheng found it insufficient. Each month, he found himself pestering Chen Shuxia for additional funds. Recently engaged, his financial needs had escalated, prompting him to reflect on the habitual theft he observed among his co-workers. Contemplating their actions, he felt a surge of ambition. He glanced around, noting that his peers only dared to snatch a few boxes daily. At a mere 10 cents per box, their gains were negligible. Such petty thievery reflected a small-mindedness that was no surprise. They languished at the bottom rungs of society, struggling and floundering. Du Jiansheng, brimming with pride, averaged a trip outside every hour. Unbeknownst to him, each time he rose to leave, he was being watched closely, with plans to catch him in the act by morning. Du Jiansheng had made enemies, and Xiao Shiyan had unearthed a rival of Du Jiansheng from his memories, crafting a letter of denunciation. He recalled that Du Jiansheng seemed to have made a friend recently and was in a tight financial situation. Hence, his actions were quite predictable. Xiao Shiyan gently called out, Xiqing? Gu Xiqing was fast asleep, snoring thunderously, even louder than Gu Qifeng in the adjacent room. Xiao Shiyan chuckled softly, rising from the bed and utilizing his spatial abilities to pass through the wall, stepping outside. At this moment, Du Jiansheng should be taking action. And Du Jianing was no saint either. Although merely a temporary worker, he held himself in high regard and had poor relations with his fellow laborers. Xiao Shiyan could not possibly allow Du Jianong to make a solitary choice. If a choice had to be made, all 6 children of the Du family in the capital should return to the same starting point to decide together. How would Du Jiansheng and Chen Shuxia choose? When both sides were equally dear, who would they ultimately sacrifice? And who would be unable to refrain from tears? Ha. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan felt somewhat like a villain. Never mind, he would first inspect the remaining 4 properties and seek out the black market to procure more supplies. Chapter 62. A tour of the remaining 4 courtyards and a visit to the black market. Xiao Shiyan, relying on his memory, approached the 4 courtyards, proceeding from the nearest to the farthest. The 4th courtyard, like the first, contained some furniture and was a 2-entry courtyard. Naturally, Xiao Shiyan gathered everything inside, unexpectedly discovering some cash and a box of gold ingots. It seemed the Xiao family had acquired wisdom. One should not place all eggs in a single basket. The fifth courtyard was surprisingly inhabited. Xiao Shiyan did not act recklessly but circled around, using his spatial abilities to discover a genuine cellar below. Entering through his abilities, he collected 5 boxes, finding one filled with silver dollars, another with porcelain, a third with large yellow croakers, a fourth with various books, and a fifth containing cloud brocade. It appeared that the Xiao family had indeed dispersed their wealth, hiding it in various cellars throughout their residences. Thankfully, this location had not yet been discovered. Otherwise, it would have been divided among others. Xiao Shiyan mused. What treasures lay hidden in the properties of the Xiao family that remained unknown? Indeed, the legacy of Xiao Banqing was formidable. Continuing on, he found that the 6th house was also inhabited, but the cellar was devoid of items. It seemed he had arrived too late. He could not discern whether it was these families who had taken the contents or if others had done so. He felt a pang of regret, yet it was quite normal under the circumstances. It mattered little. He would leave the property deeds with Uncle Hu tomorrow for him to handle. The final courtyard appeared rather desolate. Nevertheless, Xiao Shiyan still managed to collect a set of golden silk Nanmu furniture, including a coffee table and chairs for the living room, as well as a table for tea preparation. To his delight, there was even a set of purple clay teapots, which he cherished. In his leisure, he could use them to brew tea himself. This Zisha teapot is indeed a rare find, especially one that has been steeped in fine tea for so long. It is truly priceless. The cellar still holds a considerable number of items, having accumulated a total of 30 boxes. It appears that this last 10 box was something Du Jianyang never had the chance to pilfer, as I managed to acquire it first. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have taken interest in its contents. Xiao Shiyan gazed upon the 2 storage rooms that were already brimming with various belongings, including the last set of golden silk Nanmu furniture that now occupied his own bedroom. Fortunately, the space has expanded to 3 rooms. Otherwise, there would not have been enough room to accommodate everything. In a few days, I intend to upgrade twice more, ideally acquiring an unlimited storage facility. The current warehouse is quite small and cannot hold much. It is already filled with the rice, flour, and oil that Xiao Shiyan obtained from the Du family. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Shiyan planned to seek out the black market. He had some recollection of its location, as he had visited it previously to purchase something for Jiang Xinyan. It was merely a matter of wandering through some alleys to find it. However, he must remain cautious not to be discovered. There is currently a curfew in place, and he must avoid capture. Suddenly, he remembered that he had almost forgotten about the flash sale today. As midnight approached, he hurriedly checked the details. Feeling a surge of excitement, a flash sale for half a pig at just 1 yuan? This was indeed a remarkable opportunity, akin to a 10,000-fold discount. Xiao Shiyan gleefully observed the half pig in the sale box, excited to make the purchase. He had initially planned to buy more at the black market. As one cannot subsist solely on baked goods, occasionally, one must prepare their own meals and acquire some meat. As he watched the deduction of 1 yuan in the appearance of the half pig, Xiao Shiyan chuckled to himself, albeit slightly disappointed that it was not pre-cut. He felt that having spent his money, he ought to receive some assistance. After all, the pig's head should be separate from the trotters, and the belly pork should be sliced as well. Nonetheless, he decided to set it aside for now. Considering it was a flash sale, and what more could he ask for? Xiao Shiyan resolved to wait until he had the leisure to butcher the half pig himself. He could tell at a glance that this was a grain-fed pig, known for its particularly savory meat. Excellent indeed. There was no need for those feedlot pigs. Products from the happy little town are guaranteed to be of superior quality. Having cancelled the flash sale box, Xiao Shiyan was nearing the entrance to the black market. This must be the place. He observed someone stealthily entering with a backpack, and from a distance, he witnessed that individual pay a dime before being allowed entry. Contemplating this, he made his way over. Lacking a bamboo basket, he would have to think of a solution once inside. For now, a simple bag would suffice. What do you want? Barked the gatekeeper, exuding an intimidating presence. Per service, indeed. To make a purchase, Xiao Shiyan replied, promptly handing over a dime. Upon seeing this, the gatekeeper recognized him as a seasoned patron. Although it was dark and the man wore a round felt hat obscuring his features, it was of little concern. In this day and age, many frequented the black market dressed in such a manner. No one wishes to have their visage exposed. What if they were to report it? Proceed then. The individual accepted the payment and became considerably more agreeable. Indeed, those who oversee the black market must possess a certain toughness. What would happen if someone caused a disturbance? This alley is narrow and elongated, yet upon entering, Xiao Shiyan quickly discerned 2 divergent paths not far ahead. Astonishingly, there was even a grove above. It makes sense. In such a location, should someone come to investigate, escape would be rather feasible. As Xiao Shiyan traversed further, he encountered numerous vendors selling goods, chicken eggs, duck eggs, as well as live chickens and ducks. The pungent odor of chicken droppings was tolerable to him. However, having already procured chickens and ducks, he chose to bypass them. He intended to incubate the chicks himself, anticipating that in a few months, they would mature and begin laying eggs. The previous 100 or so eggs should suffice for a considerable period. Ah, rabbits? Last time, he had purchased 2 geese from a neighboring village. Although they could not be consumed immediately, he planned to wait for the goose eggs to hatch before contemplating a grand feast of stewed goose. While he harbored intentions of venturing into the countryside to capture more wild game to satisfy his culinary cravings, upon seeing rabbits for sale, Xiao Shiyan, not in need of the few coins, inquired directly, "How much for these rabbits?" The vendor, an elderly gentleman in his 50s, promptly replied, "These rabbits are 6 yuan each. Just look, they are quite plump." However, the rabbits he presented appeared somewhat listless and not particularly robust. Xiao Shiyan retorted, "4 yuan each, and I will take them all. These rabbits are nearly skin and bones, not fat at all." The vendor protested, "How can that be? While they may not be exceptionally plump, could we not negotiate a bit? For 50 each for a total of 6, and they are yours." Growing impatient, Xiao Shiyan responded, "If not, then forget it." Upon hearing this, the vendor pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "All right, they're yours." Xiao Shiyan produced 27 yuan and handed it over, adding, "I haven't brought any tools. Please include that basket with the rabbits." The elderly man considered this. He could easily craft another basket from bamboo after climbing the mountain. Although it required some effort, having sold the rabbits, he readily acquiesced. Very well. Just as Xiao Shiyan grasped the basket and prepared to explore further, hoping to find some toilet paper, he overheard a commotion outside. "Hurry, they're here to inspect." Chapter 63, A Familiar Figure. Jianlin and the others are reluctantly sent to the countryside. Xiao Shiyan was taken aback. Could his luck be so dire? On his first visit to the black market, would he encounter an inspection? Instinctively, he began to flee, but surprisingly, the elderly rabbit vendor was the first to react. Clutching the money he had just tucked away and sprinting towards the rear. He frequented this black market and knew it well. Behind them lay a grove. Once inside, no matter which direction one chose to flee, escape would be assured. Additionally, there were 2 openings in the middle of the alley, allowing for multiple avenues of escape. Xiao Shiyan could only marvel at the remarkable agility of the old man, whose reflexes surpassed those of the younger generation. Meanwhile, the cacophony from the direction of the black market's entrance signaled impending trouble. The inspectors had arrived. Panic ensued among the crowd. Some hastily rolled up their possessions and fled, while others, momentarily stunned, soon bolted in a panic, abandoning everything in their wake. Being caught would lead to a grim fate, forced labor on a farm. Material possessions seemed trivial in comparison to the necessity of escape. After all, one could always acquire more. Xiao Shiyan had already begun his retreat, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Worst case, he could slip into the happy town, where, if he remained unnoticed, he would be safe. Leaning against the wall in such darkness, even if someone spotted him, they would likely think they had seen a ghost and feel a chill of fear. He posed no threat, especially since no one knew him. However, he noted that many had fled, leaving their belongings behind. Better to let those enforcement officers take them. He could hoard what was left. With this thought in mind, he slowed his pace. As those around him disappeared, Xiao Shiyan continued to run while stuffing items into his pockets, canned goods, fruit, bread. To his delight, he discovered malted milk powder among the spoils, a substantial find indeed. As he sprinted forward, he occasionally darted back, collecting more items at the intersection where numerous stalls thrived. He soon amassed a considerable haul, nearly filling his room in Happy Town. "Don't run away. Hurry, there's someone over there." Alarmed, Xiao Shiyan realized the commotion was directed at him. Understanding the urgency, he swiftly gathered his loot and veered towards a side alley, slipping through the wall into someone else's yard. Instantly, he found himself within the confines of Happy Town. Venturing out now would risk an encounter with others. A group of inspectors rushed past, only to find the area deserted. "I distinctly saw someone here," one voice echoed. Frustration evident as they recalled a familiar silhouette that had vanished. The alley lay empty, devoid of life. Du Jinsheng, puzzled, scratched his head in confusion, sensing something was amiss. Xiao Shiyan cursed inwardly. It was indeed Du Jinsheng who led the operation that night. Over the years, Du had raided numerous black markets, explaining the abundance of goods he had amassed. Unable to locate anyone, Du ordered his men to scour the vicinity, even sending some to climb walls in search of hidden figures. Xiao Shiyan thought to himself, thank goodness for Happy Town, otherwise, I would have been caught. Should Du Jincheng apprehend him in the black market, Xiao Shiyan had no illusions that Du would spare him after years of servitude. The man's heart was undoubtedly dark. He had traded his own son to a wealthy family for a life of luxury, only to return with someone else's privileged child to serve as a menial laborer, whose heart is devoid of darkness. After a while, the subordinates climbed the wall to take a look and indeed captured 2 individuals. Xiao Shiyan silently prayed for them, hoping Du Jincheng would not vent his frustrations on them due to the recent troubles at home. They had merely come here to trade for their livelihood. Unfortunately, Du Jincheng appeared quite irate. The silhouettes of these 2 were entirely dissimilar to the last person he had seen. Frustrated and unable to express his anger, Du Jincheng declared, "Let us investigate the stronghold of the black market." His subordinates hesitated. "Captain Du, this may not be wise. The leaders of the black market are not without their own connections. They have an unspoken agreement to sweep through the market. Targeting these petty vendors is acceptable, even if it means confiscating goods sold by the black market leaders themselves. However, their stronghold is off limits. The items there are not merely the property of the black market leaders, but are tied to their affiliations. Disturbing their possessions could provoke significant backlash. They are merely trying to make a living and do not wish to offend you." Yet, Du Jincheng was exceedingly angry that night, especially as he began to suspect that the familiar figure he had seen earlier was Xiao Shiyan. Should he capture Xiao Shiyan, who not only hailed from a lineage of landlords and capitalists but also frequented the black market, he would surely face severe repercussions. His departure had coincided with the turmoil at home, which troubled Du Jincheng greatly. Years ago, he had resolutely decided to change children for a reason. An elder in his family possessed some knowledge of metaphysics. That elder had visited the hospital and remarked, "That child is destined for great fortune." Du Jincheng had countered, "Their family, though descended from landlords and capitalists, suffered some loss due to an unfilial descendant. Yet, they later married a capitalist heiress, and their wealth only increased. They are renowned as Xiao Banqing. How could a child born into such a family lack fortune?" However, the elder had shaken his head. "That is not what I mean. I am saying this son is destined for greatness. Alas, if any family were to reclaim their son and subsequently mistreat him, they could alter his fate, and the entire family would benefit." Du Jincheng hesitated for merely 3 seconds before resolving to proceed with this course of action. After consulting with the elder, everything unfolded naturally. Yet, it had been 16 years. Could it still be feasible? Why had Du Jianyang returned at this moment? Had the feng shui arrangement from years past been disrupted? Recently, Du Jincheng had been anxious, contemplating whether to seek the advice of that uncle. Let us investigate their stronghold. The pent-up frustration within, Du Jincheng yearned for release. With the youth office knocking at the door, he found himself devoid of any effective strategies. Items he had previously concealed had inexplicably vanished, filling him with panic as he pondered who could have acted against him. Furthermore, he needed to secure jobs for several children, which would require funds. Those behind the black market had their own methods. A mere threat to find a few jobs should be easily achievable, shouldn't it? I do not interfere with their belongings. The likelihood of enmity is minimal. For now, this is the only course of action available. Otherwise, Jianlin and his companions would be compelled to relocate to the countryside. Chapter 64, Unconventional Conduct. Du Jincheng found himself inadvertently vocalizing his desire for the black market leader to procure employment for him. In the blissful little town, Xiao Shiyan rolled his eyes. Du Jincheng truly exhibits favoritism. What makes Du Jianyang believe that returning to the Du family is a favorable decision? Du Jincheng and Chen Shuxia are certainly not benevolent individuals. Having not grown up before my eyes, nor having spent time together, what emotional connection could possibly exist? Xiao Shiyan deemed Du Jianyang rather amusing. If it were I, having acquired such wealth from the Xiao family, whether by moving to the countryside or transitioning to another city and securing employment, I could resolve my challenges. Why then does he insist on returning to the Du family? Xiao Shiyan genuinely felt pity for Du Jianyang, squandered such a splendid opportunity after laboriously reincarnating, instead of striving for personal advancement. Leveraging his fortune to acquire knowledge and develop skills to eventually soar like a pig in flight, he instead placed his hopes on the Du family. Are the denizens of the Du family truly virtuous? None of the 7 siblings of the Du family can be deemed good. They are all a collection of self-serving individuals. Team Du, all the items are here. Du Jincheng observed the meager collection amassed by his subordinates, feeling incensed. In previous operations, when have the yields been so paltry? This was certainly a miss. Du Jinsheng's anger flared. Look at this. The black market is devoid of decorum. It's one thing for them to flee. It's another for them to abscond with everything. They left us nothing, as if they believe their black market lair is a closely guarded secret. Come, let us investigate. Those who had previously counseled Du Jinsheng found themselves at a loss for words. Both parties were tacitly aware that when the enforcement team arrived for inspections, the vendors would undoubtedly strive to take their belongings with them. On the black market side, they would carry away a significant portion of their valuable items while leaving behind a fraction, just enough for them to scrape by. Otherwise, an operation with no rewards would be unacceptable for the enforcement team. Thus, a throng of individuals marched with fervor toward the black market's stronghold. Typically, the black market's lair would not be far. It is strategically positioned to allow the leaders to quickly adapt their tactics in the event of an incident. They could either dispatch reinforcements or flee with rescued individuals. If the lair were too distant, they would be oblivious to the black market's downfall. Xiao Shiyan lingered at a distance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, watching Du Jinsheng with a hint of mockery. Heaven may permit transgressions, yet man's misdeeds warrant no survival. Since you seek your own demise while hoping the black market will secure employment for your 3 precious offspring, I am keen to observe whether the powers behind the black market will indeed assist you. He silently chuckled, having fortuitously encountered this situation, and thus, he would not be held accountable. The group swiftly arrived at a courtyard, and Xiao Shiyan gazed upon it from afar, recognizing it as a residence befitting the affluent. In the courtyard, acquiring the deed to a Sihiyuan would indeed be a significant gain. Such a Sihiyuan, in later generations, would serve as a modest aspiration. Xiao Shiyan took a circuitous route and soon beheld Du Jinsheng, accompanied by his men, blocking the entrance and knocking on the door. Who is there? Are you unaware of who resides here? A cacophony of voices erupted, followed by the door creaking open. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, appeared. Startled by the presence of the enforcement team, what is the meaning of this? They were already aware that the enforcement team had raided their black market and were calculating their losses for the evening. However, their associates had spotted the enforcement team in advance and alerted those within the black market. The extent of their escape would depend solely on their own actions. The black market, having managed its affairs, had retained a substantial portion of goods, leaving just enough for the enforcement team to satisfy their appetites. There existed an unspoken accord. The enforcement team would take what was left, and no further inquiries would ensue. Yet, why had they come in person? Du Jinsheng's subordinates were at a loss for words. All eyes turned towards him. He inwardly cursed. When there were benefits to share, everyone was eager, yet when trouble arose, they sought him out. Nevertheless, as the leader, he had to take the forefront, or else others would find it difficult to step up. Du Jinsheng promptly addressed them. You were somewhat lacking in decorum today. Look at this paltry haul we've brought back. We have no explanations to offer upon our return. Although it was their operation, the spoils needed to be distributed among those who remained behind and those who did not partake in the action, with only a slightly greater share for those who had engaged directly. The steward frowned at the meager offerings presented by Du Jinsheng. It was far too little. He pondered and replied, that is impossible. Our people would not dare to break the rules. What was meant to be left behind was indeed left, and what was to be taken has been duly retrieved. When they returned earlier, they had already collected a significant amount, which had been returned to the warehouse after meeting the boss. Du Jinsheng's expression darkened as he queried, do you think I am deceiving you? The steward stepped back and stated, please wait. I will inquire and return shortly. As he spoke, he attempted to close the door. However, Du Jinsheng and his men blocked the entrance. Having come this far, they required an explanation, for their reputations were at stake. Would the enforcement team still be able to operate in the future? Moreover, Du Jinsheng sought to engage in a conversation with the responsible party to negotiate terms and secure additional work for himself, at least 3 positions, and if possible, an extra one. After all, Du Jianyang was of his blood. He could not be disregarded entirely, despite the fact that this ungrateful wretch had reaped substantial benefits from the Xiao family. He had shown no filial piety towards his father. Were it not for him, would he have enjoyed such luxuries? Truly, he was a wretched creature, devoid of gratitude. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan had already circumnavigated to the side, stealthily infiltrating the courtyard. Oh, what a crowd there was! Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Shiyan remained undetected. At this moment, he observed an individual approaching and promptly retreated into the confines of the happy town. Upon arrival, the stranger whistled and then proceeded to relieve himself. Xiao Shiyan's expression darkened. How audacious of this person to casually urinate in the corner of his territory. Did he not fear the consequences from the boss? After the intruder finally departed, Xiao Shiyan emerged cautiously, wary of where he stepped. The faint sounds from the entrance still lingered. A grin spread across his face. It appeared he must hasten to locate the storage room and remove the items before Du Jincheng and his men arrived. If chaos ensued and items went missing, he would find himself in a precarious situation. I shall transport the goods while Du Jincheng takes the fall. An excellent plan. Xiao Shiyan pressed against the wall, intent on entering, yet the thought of the earlier intruder left him feeling somewhat nauseous. Should I find the opportunity, I might just clear you out entirely. Maintaining a safe distance from the wall, he ventured inward, scanning for the storage, which was likely situated underground. Chapter 65. Scouring the black market. Letting Du Jincheng take the blame with a careful demeanor and the cover of Happy Town, Xiao Shiyan felt no apprehension of being discovered. He circled ahead, utilizing his spatial ability to scan, yet found nothing of significance. The area before him was likely where his subordinates resided, rendering it an unlikely hiding place for goods. The real treasures must reside in the backyard. After another round, he caught snippets of conversation. It was quite late, and they were already transporting items back. No time for idle chatter. They had just encountered the enforcement team. What else could they do? They needed to hurry and inventory the goods, as a list had to be presented to the boss soon. Success, Xiao Shiyan thought to himself, having overheard the voices. He realized he was indeed in the right place. However, with these individuals present, entering would be difficult. His spatial ability revealed the existence of a cellar below, and it was quite spacious, containing several large rooms. Well, there is indeed a considerable amount of goods, Xiao Shiyan mused. Despite the unassuming nature of items like radios and watches, they were quite sought after at the supply and marketing cooperatives. Here, however, they were abundant, Shanghai brands, which were quite esteemed in this era. Moreover, there were several imported Rolex watches and Longines, quite impressive. As he scanned from above, he confirmed the abundance and desirability of the items within. The individuals remained in the outer chamber, not venturing inside. After contemplating his next move, Xiao Shiyan silently descended into the cellar. With such an array of treasures, it felt akin to a mouse entering a granary. He chuckled softly as he began to collect the goods quietly. There was a substantial amount of rice and flour, though the grains at this time were likely to contain small stones, a rather unfortunate reality. During this period, rice required sifting before cooking to remove the stones. Otherwise, one might risk breaking a tooth while eating. Setting aside the stones, the fine grains amounted to at least 5,000 jin, a considerable quantity. Given the current low prices of food, fine grains were priced at merely 0.22 yuan per jin, naturally requiring food stamps. Xiao Shiyan meticulously collected his belongings without hesitation. He began by gathering rice and flour, followed by a radio and a watch. Glancing around his modest three-room abode, he noted that it was nearly filled to capacity. After some contemplation, he decided to elevate his collection with a small yellow fish, which resulted in the emergence of a spacious warehouse. Measuring approximately 10 cubic meters and standing 5 meters tall, it was quite satisfactory, ample enough to accommodate his acquisitions. Pleased with his progress, Xiao Shiyan continued to gather items. Deciding to temporarily place the radio and watch in his room, as they were small and did not occupy much space, allowing him to appreciate their presence. Upon inspecting his collection, he discovered 10 radios, each valued at around 200 yuan. Without tickets, their worth would undoubtedly rise. As for the watches, he counted 20 of the Shanghai brand alone, with an additional 10 Rolex and 15 Longines, among others. Notably, there were also watches from the Beijing and Siegel brands. Altogether, he possessed a staggering 70 watches, a veritable treasure trove. Each Shanghai watch commanded a price of 130 yuan, necessitating a watch ticket for purchase. In lieu of such tickets, industrial vouchers were required, 15 in total. It was rare for an average household to amass such a quantity of industrial vouchers. Currently, a single ticket was valued at 50 yuan. Thus, the worth of these 70 watches amounted to a significant fortune, easily exceeding 10,000 yuan. Following the reforms of 1979, millionaires were a rarity in the 1980s. With his haul from this evening, Xiao Shiyan had effectively become a millionaire several times over. Moreover, he had bicycles to consider. Originally, he had planned to purchase a bicycle upon arriving in Liaoning province, but here he found 5 permanent brand and 5 Phoenix brand bicycles, all of the sturdy 28-inch variety, along with 3 26-inch models for ladies. These bicycles represented substantial assets, as they were often featured in wedding ceremonies. The Phoenix bicycles were priced at 180 yuan each, also requiring tickets, with the ladies' models commanding even higher prices. Without hesitation, he collected them all. Upon further inspection, he discovered 5 Beijing brand televisions tucked away in a corner. Ironically, despite their name, these televisions were manufactured in Tianjin, although they were merely black and white models. And somewhat diminutive at 14 inches, smaller than many modern flat screens, Xiao Shiyan felt no disdain for them and collected every one. Each television was worth several hundred yuan, with the Beijing brand priced at 420 yuan each. The tickets for televisions were more expensive than those for bicycles and radios, typically costing at least 80 yuan, and sometimes over 100. In those days, not every household possessed a television, making them even rarer than bicycles. With a quiet chuckle, Xiao Shiyan reveled in his fortune. Amused at the thought of Du Jinsheng bearing the brunt of this endeavor, wondering if he could withstand the pressure, Xiao Shiyan felt no moral qualms about acquiring items from the black market. After all, they were ill-gotten gains. He recalled that his previous self had visited this black market and had once been at a disadvantage, losing a watch in the process. At that time, the original owner did not possess a ticket for a watch, thus sought to purchase one from the black market as a gift for Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan had mentioned several times in the original owner's ear her admiration for those who wore watches. After an incident of betrayal, the original owner seemed to have exerted considerable effort to procure a watch for Jiang Xinyan. However, it appears he has forgotten this endeavor, leaving him somewhat agitated. He feels compelled to teach Jiang Xinyan a lesson. What are these televisions doing here? Xiao Shiyan, intrigued, noticed 5 concealed Kai Gu brand televisions on a shelf. Additionally, there were 3 Miley brand televisions, each of which was valued at twice the price of the aforementioned Dido brand, without including the television tickets. Each one would cost 920. Well, I suppose this can be regarded as compensation for the interest owed to me, although this interest seems rather steep. There were also various farming tools that Xiao Shiyan had not anticipated finding here, including sickles, hoes, and other implements, all readily available. Once the happy town upgraded and he acquired a plantation, these tools would prove useful initially. It would only be after mechanization that he could alleviate the burdens of labor. Alas, the early stages are indeed fraught with hardship. As for coarse grains, they are inconsequential, but he surely has thousands of pounds stored away. And what is this? White rabbit milk candies. It is a hassle to purchase even a pound at the supply and marketing cooperative, yet here there are 50 pounds. This should suffice for my needs. Although I have a penchant for sweets, I must refrain from indulging too much for the sake of my teeth. Candy, biscuits, indeed. Prosperity has come swiftly. It must be noted that although Xiao Shiyan inherited considerable wealth from the estate left by the Xiao family, far exceeding the value of these items, the acquisition of such daily necessities undeniably brings him a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps it is an odd quirk of mine, he muses. He collected everything, ensuring not a single item was overlooked. However, his next step would be to seize the opportunity to create chaos, thus providing a pretext to tarnish Du Jinsheng's reputation. Chapter 66. Scavenging, taking everything. Savings book. Xiao Shiyan gathered all these items from the cellar, leaving only a few shelves behind, without a speck of dust remaining. He then ascended to the upper level. At that moment, he overheard several individuals outside counting items, preparing to move them inside shortly. Upon his arrival upstairs, he found Du Jinsheng confronting the individuals within. Fifth Master, it is not my intention to make a grand display or act unreasonably. Is it not somewhat unkind of you to leave us with so little? The law enforcement team had set off, and someone had tipped them off, demonstrating a certain understanding among them. However, the enforcement team could not appear empty-handed. As they departed, the informants were also nearing their destination. Then, someone came to inform them that, as for the vendors, both parties had tacitly agreed to ignore them. Yet this time, whether the vendors' goods or those managed by the black market, there was little left behind. Just a few trampled loaves of bread and some crushed eggs. Such meager offerings, would the law enforcement team really return empty-handed after their efforts? The Fifth Master sat in the spotlight, his features obscured. However, his seated posture represented the utmost contempt for Du Jinsheng. Fifth Master did not believe that those beneath him would dare to abscond with anything, especially since their return bore clear signs of having brought back less than they had taken. Those individuals would not dare to secretly pocket any goods. Thus, there was certainly something amiss here. This situation was unacceptable. They could not be allowed to speak so amicably. Xiao Shiyan had previously fallen into a trap set by the individuals of this black market. Otherwise, he would not have discovered this illicit trade so swiftly. As long as nothing went awry, Xiao Shiyan had no intention of meddling with the black market's affairs. However, since the enforcement team fortuitously arrived, led by Du Jinsheng, he could not be blamed for his actions. Xiao Shiyan stealthily approached the enforcement team, clad in the attire previously worn by Du Jinsheng's unit, thus raising no suspicions. "Captain Du, why waste words with them? Just apprehend them all and raid the black market," he suggested, his voice altered to ensure anonymity. Du Jinsheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such audacity from one of his subordinates. This reckless youth seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of his statements. The black market could not simply be established by anyone. Those capable of thriving within it invariably possessed substantial backing. The black market did not belong to the fifth master present, but rather to a figure of considerable influence. Du Jinsheng had only a vague awareness of this, lacking precise knowledge of the individual in question. Before he could respond, Fifth Master sneered, and his subordinates erupted with fury. One of them hurled a basin, cursing. "What does the enforcement team amount to? Do you not recognize who our Fifth Master is?" He charged forward, intending to strike. Xiao Shiyan stepped back, pulling a nearby team member with him. Then, with a resounding smack, the opponent's palm struck his face, leaving the team member momentarily stunned. Could he endure this? Profanities, laden with vulgarity, escaped his lips, and he could not restrain himself from delivering a slap in return. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shiyan pushed forward, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. "If they dare to provoke us, brothers, let us act," he bellowed, stirring the turmoil further. He then retreated to a corner, swiftly slipping through the wall and out of sight. Yet, he did not intend to flee. Rather, he maneuvered to the rooms behind Fifth Master. Previously, he had only procured a fraction of the goods. The money and tickets hidden by Fifth Master remained untouched. Oh, considerate interest for the watch they had swindled from him years ago. Perhaps this interest is rather steep? The room was quite affluent. Xiao Shiyan refrained from disturbing the furniture, as Fifth Master and his associates were seated nearby. What a pity! All the pieces were crafted from rosewood and exquisitely carved. Xiao Shiyan conducted a thorough search and soon discovered an iron box. One could not help but marvel. It seemed that in this era, individuals concealed their wealth using such methods. Inside, he found bundles of black $10 bills, each containing 1,000, amounting to a staggering 20 bundles. Indeed, engaging in the black market proved to be highly lucrative. Xiao Shiyan was unaware that today coincided with the gathering of funds from several black market operations under the command of Fifth Master. His arrival was perfectly timed, allowing him to abscond with the amassed wealth. He promptly packed the money into a tin box and then turned his gaze towards several nearby chests. Within them lay gold jewelry, jade bracelets, and various ornaments, once deemed precious, yet now of little value. Adjacent to one of the chests was a collection of antique porcelain and a painting preserved inadequately. It was only in this modern era that such items could be left unattended. Xiao Shiyan contemplated a visit to a scrapyard, rumored to be a treasure trove. After securing the items, he instinctively circled the room, ultimately discovering a sizable tin box concealed beneath a movable brick in the corner. It appeared to be the personal stash of Fifth Master. The box was substantial, its original purpose unknown, perhaps custom-made for its owner. Inside, he found a staggering 50,000 yuan and a bankbook. The bankbook posed a dilemma, with the theft occurring that night. The owner would likely report it lost to the bank. In this day and age, bankbooks lacked passwords and restrictions on withdrawals. However, if lost, one could report it using their household registration. Subsequently, it could be reissued, as the bank retained a stub for reconciliation. Upon inspection, Xiao Shiyan felt overwhelmed. The amount exceeded 1,000 yuan. If only he could access it. The remainder consisted of small jade ornaments and a box containing 20 large yellow croakers. He seized it all, transporting it to his blissful haven. After a thorough check, he found nothing amiss. Exiting, he noted the lively atmosphere in the courtyard before traversing underground to the cellar's exterior, collecting the items removed from the black market that night. Xiao Shiyan chuckled, opened the door, and left behind some traces before reaching a dog hole. After some contemplation, he utilized his spatial abilities to enlarge the hole, facilitating entry. As for whether Du Jinsheng would take the fall, or if both parties would tacitly pursue the culprit, that was beyond his concern. With a grin, Xiao Shiyan followed the list he had prepared earlier, visiting several homes of the deputy directors of the Tail-Cutting Society. A thorough search yielded a significant influx of wealth, who claimed that no one valued antiques in this era. These directors certainly cherished them. It appeared that people were not foolish. It was merely the students, incited to destroy, who were misguided. Look at those leading the charge. They were quite astute, hiding their treasures at home, waiting for the day they would appreciate in value to secure their fortunes. Chapter 67. Du Jianxing and Du Jianing captured. Du Jianxing apologizes with Xiao Shiyan planned to return and promptly arrange for the crafting of some shelves. This time, he had unearthed a considerable amount of antique wealth from the homes of several tail-cutting society directors, alongside a substantial quantity of yellow croakers. Additionally, Xiao Shiyan managed to uncover several ledgers from their possession, intending to report them at dawn. This group had siphoned off a considerable amount from the people, from their accounts. He also gleaned the locations of their hidden treasures, naturally planning to follow the clues and apprehend them all. By the time he returned, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Upon arriving back in bed, he could hear Gu Xiqing snoring, and not far off, Gu Qingfeng's snores were also quite loud. Xiao Shiyan felt somewhat speechless. After meditating for a while and regaining a modicum of energy, he reflected on the gains and losses of the previous night. Before returning, he had prepared a report for Gu Qifeng and the others, detailing the misdeeds of the directors involved in the tail-cutting organization. Regardless of their actions, he considered it a favor done for them. In recent days, Gu Qifeng and the others had provided him with some warmth, and Xiao Shiyan was not averse to reciprocating in kind. At around 6 o'clock, Xiao Shiyan rose punctually, although he had slept long the previous night. He felt surprisingly alert. Meditation could, to some extent, substitute for sleep, and as an ability user, his powers enhanced his physical well-being, rendering him healthier than the average person. His strength was gradually increasing, and working in the fields posed no challenge for him. After a morning run, he returned to find when Siki had prepared breakfast. "You're back? I bought fried dough sticks and soy milk. Come eat quickly." After finishing their meal, Gu Qingfeng left for work, and when Siki also had to depart, leaving Gu Xiqing and Xiao Shiyan at home. "You two stay here. I will return to make lunch." Meanwhile, at the match factory, the night shift was nearing its end. Du Jianxing had stealthily swiped dozens of boxes of matches, stuffing his pockets to the brim, and even devised a contraption within his clothing to conceal over 100 boxes. Observing that many others had also filled their pockets with matches, Du Jianxing scoffed, "With your speed, how many boxes can you steal in a month? My haul in one night far surpasses yours." He sneered disdainfully, changed his clothes, grabbed a bag, and headed outside. However, Du Jianxing was oblivious to the fact that someone had been monitoring him all night. As he reached the factory entrance, he sighed in relief. During these days of thievery, he had felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, once outside the factory gates, he believed that even if discovered, it would not matter. Who doesn't buy matches? Denying it would suffice. Just as a smile was about to break across his face, several individuals blocked his path. Du Jianxing was about to curse when he looked up to find the factory manager, accompanied by several directors and security personnel, standing before him. The manager, though his father Du Jianxing held a certain status, was no match for the factory manager's authority, nor were they aligned in their dealings. Now that Du Jianxing's actions had been caught by the manager, he was aware of the dire consequences that awaited him. Though the proud Du Jianxing typically held his head high, at this moment, all arrogance evaporated as he forced a sycophantic smile, attempting to draw closer. The factory manager waved dismissively. "Go, see what Du Jianxing has taken with him." Early in the morning, Du Jianing awoke, intending to freshen up. Upon opening his door, he was met with a throng of individuals gathered outside. At that moment, one person stood at his dormitory entrance, hand poised in the air, seemingly about to knock. "Director, what is this?" Du Jianing's heart stirred with an inexplicable sense of unease upon seeing so many people. Panic began to creep in. Could there be trouble? However, the director afforded him no time to react, stating directly, "Go inside and check if the items are there." "Items? What items?" Du Jianing instinctively felt a surge of anxiety. How could this be? He was acutely aware of his actions, and those items were indeed in his dormitory. If they were discovered, what would become of them? "Director." It's so early in the morning. Du Jianing attempted to speak, hoping to charm his way out of the situation. Yet, the others provided him no opportunity. A group split, 2 of them capturing him while the rest surged inside. Du Jianing struggled, shouting for the director to refrain from taking action. "That's my dormitory. All my belongings are inside. What if you break my things?" "My father is Du Jianxing, and he works in the enforcement team." He wanted to say more when a voice suddenly echoed from within. "Director, we found everything." An excited tone rang out, causing Du Jianing's legs to tremble. They were indeed discovered. After all, he had not been fearful. He had planned to relocate today. He had done this numerous times without incident. With a father in the enforcement team, Du Jianing believed he could handle any situation, hence he had not been concerned. He hadn't even bothered to conceal anything. Director, come quickly, there are more items. The director paused, hastily ushering people inside. The items were easily located beneath the bed. One individual exclaimed, however, we discovered this. To the director's astonishment, it was a blueprint. He turned to Du Jianing with a menacing glare. I didn't realize you were not merely pilfering machinery. You're a spy as well. What? Director, that is not true. Those items are not mine. You just claimed that everything here belongs to you. Yet this dormitory is assigned solely to you. As a temporary worker, you have no right to apply for accommodation. Clearly, your father in the enforcement team arranged this to facilitate your theft of blueprints. Come on, apprehend him. We will report this to the factory head and the public security office. Meanwhile, Du Jianing emerged from his superior's office feeling rather disheartened. The previous night, he had led a team to raid the black market, only to come up empty-handed. He had been feeling irritable lately, beset by a multitude of troublesome matters, and his mood soured further after the failed operation. Instead of seeking dialogue with the black market, he had opted to confront them directly. To his dismay, the situation escalated unexpectedly, and a tense atmosphere erupted into violence. Fortunately, with the support of the enforcement team, Du Jianing regained his composure and managed to apprehend the culprits. However, it is evident that Master Wu possesses significant backing. Thus, early in the morning, he was summoned by his superior and subjected to a severe reprimand. Only after this did he emerge, orchestrating the release of individuals and personally attending to their liberation, serving tea as he sought forgiveness. Master Wu, we were indeed thoughtless yesterday. You, being magnanimous, may allow us to leave after a cup of tea. Chapter 68. Du Jianing's journey as deputy director faces setbacks. Master Wu, seated calmly, offered no verbal response, merely casting a fleeting glance before redirecting his gaze. One of the subordinates, standing beside him with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, Master Wu stated last night that while gaining entry was easy, facilitating our departure would prove far more challenging. The altercation that transpired the previous evening was rather peculiar. Master Wu himself harbored doubts about Du Jianing's intelligence, daring to instigate a conflict between them and even going so far as to apprehend him. He had remarked at the time that while entry was simple, exit would be fraught with difficulty. This room, a holding cell of the law enforcement team, was rather austere. Yet Master Wu sat there with an air of nonchalance. He understood that, given the wealth he had generated for his powerful benefactor over the years, such an individual would not relinquish him so easily. Moreover, he possessed a wealth of information and resources, albeit of little consequence to that powerful figure. Yet, the situation was akin to a tasteless dish that one hesitates to discard. That individual required manpower, and he needed a willing accomplice. Furthermore, Master Wu was not without leverage. Du Jianing could never unearth his vulnerabilities, as he had many who would gladly take the fall for him. Thus, despite being brought in last night, Master Wu remained composed, seated as though he were the master of the situation, with Du Jianing relegated to the role of the guest. Beads of sweat trickled down Du Jianing's forehead as he approached with a cup of tea, offering his apologies. Master Wu, I truly had no intention of escalating matters last night. It was merely someone impersonating you that instigated our conflict. I had no choice but to summon you back, as the law enforcement team must continue its operations. Regardless of your connections, the team remains the official authority. However, Master Wu was clearly unimpressed. What was Du Jianing in the grand scheme of things? Could he truly represent the law enforcement team? He merely presided over an underground market, not a band of murderers. Such matters were typically overlooked. With a cold chuckle, Master Wu instructed, Liuzi, tell him, was it not our people who acted last night? Liuzi laughed derisively. Addressing Du Jianing, Captain Du refrain from making baseless claims. Everyone witnessed that it was an individual clad in your law enforcement attire who initiated the altercation. Our brothers were compelled to retaliate. Du Jianing felt a sense of frustration. Had it not been for the formidable background of Master Wu's benefactor, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. They were, after all, the law enforcement team. Following a tense standoff, Du Jianing had no choice but to seek resolution from his superior. His superior glared at him, exclaiming, look at what you have done. Ultimately, the superior had to intervene to assuage the situation with Du Jianing. Old Wu, he remarked, this has gone on long enough. My people have apologized, and you only spent a single night here. They have offered their tea and apologies. If you do not cease this animosity, It will only result in mutual destruction. In the presence of Du Jincheng's superior, Fifth Master adopted a much more amiable demeanor, even smiling. Director Niu, it is not that I am unwilling to let go. However, the events of last night were indeed perplexing. My people always adhere to the rules. You may inquire with anyone about this. Our tacit understanding has been disrupted. As you can see, after some deliberation, Director Niu turned to glare fiercely at Du Jincheng, saying, "Shall I have those who acted last night come over so that your team can properly assess the situation? Would you like me to have them offer their apologies?" Fifth Master, of course, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. It suffices that we have spoken. I believe it is best to maintain our understanding and not allow it to fray further." Director Niu understood well that Fifth Master was subtly urging him to take a stand. This was a blow to Du Jincheng's pride and a call for Director Niu to keep him in check to prevent any further complications. Director Niu readily acquiesced, turning back to Du Jincheng to say, "Did you hear that? Old Wu is a principled man. He will not act recklessly. You should also refrain from such behavior in the future." What could Du Jincheng do? With his pride wounded, he could only nod and agree. Director Niu is right. Fifth Master is indeed correct. Internally, however, Du Jincheng felt a deep sense of frustration. Had it not been for his stagnant promotion, he would have been poised for a deputy director position. Instead, this incident had caused a setback. He felt restless and uneasy. Indeed, once Fifth Master departed with his entourage, Director Niu spoke earnestly to Du Jincheng. "Old Du, your actions last night were rather impulsive. You should assess the situation and determine who was truly responsible for the recklessness. In our line of work, it is imperative to not only focus on oneself, but also to lead the team effectively. You still have some room for improvement in this regard, so do not dwell on it too much." Du Jincheng's deputy was on the verge of a decision, and he was aware that he was close to achieving results against his rival. He had even planned for Xiao Shiyan to volunteer to work in the countryside, thus enhancing his own reputation. With that, he could seamlessly elevate his deputy's position. Yet, this incident from last night had disrupted everything. With a heavy heart, Du Jincheng looked at Director Niu and said, "Director, let's not dwell on it further. That matter remains unresolved. Perhaps you should take some time to consider it." After Director Niu left, Du Jincheng's expression darkened. He pondered, who could have been so reckless last night? The confrontation had escalated, making resolution far more complicated. Ultimately, the law enforcement team arrived to provide support, and with their weapons, they subdued Fifth Master's men. However, it seemed that Director Niu had not made any definitive decisions. There might still be an opportunity if someone were to volunteer to work in the countryside, perhaps with a little financial incentive. The youth office had also made an appearance. What about Du Jianyong? In pursuit of his father's ambitions, it would not be unreasonable for Du Jianyong to endure some hardship, would it? Undoubtedly. I shall seize an opportunity to expedite his return to the city. Du Jianyong remains blissfully unaware, still in a deep slumber, yet his subconscious senses a wave of unease, causing his brow to furrow. As Du Jincheng steps out, a middle-aged man approaches, breaking into a grin upon spotting him. "Old Du, I've heard you accomplished quite a significant feat last night. Only you could have achieved such a grand endeavor." The mocking tone nearly provokes Du Jincheng to the brink of fury, his fists clenching tightly. The other man, however, exhibits no trepidation. Should Du Jincheng dare to retaliate, he would relish the opportunity to have Du Jincheng soundly beaten. The position of deputy director would be assured. Du Jincheng, after a brief moment of contemplation, comprehends the underlying meaning of his foe's words and forcibly suppresses his anger. "I have matters to attend to. I cannot afford to waste time with you." Observing Du Jincheng's departing figure, the man's expression turns serious as he inquires of a companion, "What transpired last night? Surely, it couldn't have been one of our own who acted?" Chapter 69. Outside the police station, the brothers Du Jianqing and Du Jianing encounter one another, confronting Du Jincheng. Meanwhile, Du Jianqing finds himself escorted to the police station, his head bowed in shame, fearful of exposing his visage to the world. Should this news leak, he would be utterly humiliated. His mind races with worries. Being apprehended in such a manner surely means he cannot return to the match factory. Returning home would entail his parents seeking another job for him. But how could he possibly articulate such a predicament? Although he feels a sense of embarrassment, thoughts of his girlfriend compel him to hasten the search for employment through his parents. Otherwise, Cui Cui might very well disregard him. Furthermore, he must secure a job for Cui Cui as well. This is essential for their eventual marriage. Du Jianqing harbors unwavering trust in his father, Du Jincheng. believing wholeheartedly that he can assist in finding work. His current position at the match factory was indeed facilitated by Du Jincheng, although merely a laborer. Du Jincheng had previously assured him that should he excel, connections would be made for him to ascend to a team leader and subsequently to a director. Eventually, he would bask in glory. Du Jincheng has been awaiting this moment. Yet Du Jincheng had indicated that once his deputy director was promoted, it would be easier to find someone. With a bit of financial incentive, success would be assured. Du Jincheng had promised that this matter would soon be resolved, with his deputy director securing a position and his own promotion to team leader imminent. Alas, how could fate be so cruel today? Had his prior inaction led to this misfortune? Du Jincheng wonders if perhaps a rival was deliberately sabotaging him. The more he contemplates, the more convinced he becomes of this theory. Otherwise, how could he have been apprehended so abruptly? At that moment, a cacophony of voices breaks through the air. Du Jincheng dares not lift his gaze, wishing to remain unseen. He has no time to hide, let alone observe those across from him. Yet, the sounds continue to penetrate his ears. The Du family truly is something else. Not only do they steal parts, but they dare to pilfer blueprints as well. Could this be espionage? Exclusive, stealing components? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Du Jincheng lifts his head and is taken aback. Third brother, is that you? At this moment, Du Jianing found himself in a predicament similar to that of Du Jincheng. He too was reluctant to face anyone. Employed at the machinery factory, he had yet to secure a permanent position. He was waiting for his father to receive a promotion, hoping he would intercede on his behalf to ensure his formal employment. However, his clandestine activities were unexpectedly exposed, leading to his apprehension. Although he had merely taken some blueprints with the intention of exchanging them for a small sum of money, he was no spy. Now, as he was being apprehended, he feared being seen by others, still clinging to the hope that his father might extricate him from this situation. Suddenly, someone called out "Third brother," a voice that struck a chord of familiarity. He looked up to see his second brother. "Second brother, what happened? Why are you here as well? Did you also steal something?" The words nearly escaped his lips but were swallowed back just in time, for the vigilant eyes of those around him were searching for any sign of weakness. "What are you two discussing? Plotting to conspire, are we? Get inside." The order came, and arrangements were made to separate them for detention. Du Jincheng was seething with frustration, having spent a restless night filled with anger. As he made his way home, he could not help but mutter curses. "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you betray me after all I've done for you?" Du Jincheng's ire was palpable. But when he overheard a pair of individuals, Xiao Shiyan and Gu Xiqing, savoring their fried cakes nearby, his attention shifted. They were casually enjoying their snack, seemingly awaiting someone. Just as Du Jincheng spoke, they happened to pass by. Xiao Shiyan glanced sideways at Du Jincheng and remarked to Gu Xiqing, "Some people seem to have forgotten their own misdeeds. I wonder if they ever wake up in a cold sweat from their midnight reflections?" Gu Xiqing chuckled in response. "I doubt it. Some individuals possess a skin thicker than the walls of a fortress. In ancient times, they wouldn't need to bother with sticky rice to fill gaps. They could simply use their own hide." Xiao Shiyan was taken aback by Gu Xiqing's wit. He almost chimed in with a reference to imperial wine, but restrained himself. Knowing such remarks would be deemed eccentric in this era, which purported to be enlightened and progressive. Du Jincheng confronted them. "Xiao Shiyan, you've lived in my home for 16 years. Without my support, would you have thrived so well?" Xiao Shiyan nearly retorted, "Enough, Du Jincheng. While I want to dwell on past grievances, you know well what you've done." And Gu Xiqing interjected before Du Jincheng could continue. "No one understands better than us the life Xiao Shiyan endured in your household. Should I inform my parents to have a word with your workplace? The only child not biologically yours, yet treated like a servant, sent away before even tasting maternal nourishment. Do you truly believe we are fools?" Du Jincheng opened his mouth but hesitated to say more, leaving behind a simple remark. "In any case, I have put in my effort." Xiao Shiyan disdainfully retorted. "As the saying goes, one must endure physical hardship and toil to strengthen the body, right? You can take that rhetoric to your flesh and blood kin. Besides, you have already driven me out of the family home, and everyone in the courtyard witnessed it. What more is there for you to say?" Du Jincheng found himself at a loss for words. He pondered why Xiao Shiyan had insisted on causing such a scene that day. It became clear to him. He found it difficult to articulate everything, as he merely wished for a swift resolution and wanted to avoid Xiao Shiyan revealing further family secrets. Gazing into Xiao Shiyan's eyes, which brimmed with an unmistakable threat, Du Jincheng felt a familiar caution wash over him. Having shared the same roof With Xiao Shiyan bearing the responsibility for the family's sustenance and household chores, even laundering clothes, many of Du Jinsheng's affairs, despite his attempts at discretion, had inevitably come to Xiao Shiyan's attention. He was uncertain of just how much Xiao Shiyan truly knew. Back then, Du Jinsheng had never anticipated that Du Jianyong would one day return, and they would conspire to expel Xiao Shiyan. Regret consumed him. Had he foreseen this, he would have persuaded Xiao Shiyan to volunteer for rural service sooner. Yet, he had just received his diploma and was unable to act in time. Xiao Shiyan faintly caught Du Jinsheng's mumble. His heightened senses allowed him to perceive it. Gu Xiqing, however, remained indifferent. Xiao Shiyan pursed his lips in exasperation. How could Du Jinsheng expect to have his way now that he had traversed through time? Even if he were sent to the countryside, it would surely stir chaos within the Du household. Gu Xiqing nudged Xiao Shiyan. What do you think is taking those two so long? The oil pancakes are ready, right? Ah, old Gu, are you just preoccupied with our meals? Chapter 70. Playful banter. Grand procurement at the agricultural technology station. At that moment, Lu Xiaowei and Jiang Xichao arrived. After observing Gu Xiqing and the others engage in playful antics, Xiao Shiyan shook his head slightly. The youthful vigor of the boys seemed to be a quality he had long since lost. They were merely children. This sentiment from Xiao Shiyan incited the ire of his three companions, who appeared poised to retaliate. In a hurry, Xiao Shiyan lifted a paper bag, exclaiming, "Here, your pancakes. I've been holding on to them, worried they might get cold." In truth, they had just been purchased from a vendor in the happy town. The two quickly took the bag and eagerly began to eat. "Wow, old Xiao, this is impressive. You've got meat and all sorts of goodies in here," Jiang Xichao exclaimed, his mouth never pausing as he spoke. In those times, everyone struggled with oil shortages. Urban residents were allocated a mere 2 taels of oil per person each month. If the housewives didn't ration carefully, they would run out before the end of the month. Having dined at Gu Xiqing's home for the past few days, he had only enjoyed breakfast and dinner. Breakfast was either porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables or something purchased from outside. Though lacking in richness, it sufficed to stave off hunger. Alas, while the rations were not as stringent as in the 1960s, they were still limited. An adult man received merely 27 jin of grain, while an adult woman received 25 jin. 30% of the diet consists of refined grains, which may include rice or white flour, specifically the premium flour. It largely depends on the availability at the grain store. For those engaged in strenuous labor, an additional few pounds may be consumed, totaling approximately 31 pounds per month. This quantity may appear substantial, yet a daily intake of 1 pound of rice hardly suffices. It is essential to note that 70% of this comprises coarse grains. And with minimal oil or fats, one can only rely on carbohydrates to satiate hunger. In these times, it is not uncommon for women to consume 3 to 4 bowls in a single meal. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Shiyan smiled as Lu Xiaowei playfully patted Jiang Xichao's shoulder, remarking, "Old Jiang, you really can't keep secrets. You spill everything. Hurry along," he added. "And I've told you not to call me old Jiang. I am not bald." The oil cakes are inherently fragrant, having been fried in oil, and they are filled with meat, ham, and eggs. Nowadays, everyone has a keen sense of smell. If anyone cooks meat at home, it is certain to be noticed. The four stood there eating, undoubtedly attracting attention. They quickly left, fortunate that onlookers merely glanced without pursuing them. This diversion prevented them from inquiring about the source of Xiao Shiyan's savory pastries. Gu Xiqing had contemplated asking several times, but ultimately kept silent. After all, it is often inappropriate to inquire about clandestine business dealings, especially since such activities are prohibited. Nevertheless, many engage in secret trade to make ends meet. Without mentioning others, there are quite a few who specialize in roasted ducks. Xiao Shiyan and Gu Xiqing had discreetly enjoyed such delicacies before, and today they had also planned to partake in roasted duck. However, shall we first procure some supplies? Gu Xiqing suggested. "Is there anything you need? If we forget to buy something today, just write to us, and we shall send it to you." Lu Xiaowei and Jiang Xichao echoed the sentiment. Xiao Shiyan felt deeply moved. To have a confidant in life is sufficient, let alone 3. These 3 friends bore no disdain for Xiao Shiyan's humble beginnings, unaware that he had received a substantial sum from the Xiao family, without even considering the portion not yet withdrawn. The funds from the oil factory had already made him a person of considerable means. The 4 friends agreed to visit the supply and marketing cooperative, where they engaged in a flurry of purchases. Subsequently, Xiao Shiyan instructed them to keep an eye on their belongings while he ventured to the agricultural technology station. He needed to acquire some farming tools, as certain items would be difficult to procure once he journeyed to the countryside. He was due to take the train to the rural area the following day, and everything needed to be in order. Additionally, he intended to visit Xiao Shiyan's home that evening. Due to the previous night's black market incident, he had not been able to visit her. Fortunately, he had a day to spare, and a visit that evening would suffice. No one would have anticipated that he would be heading to the countryside the next day, allowing him time for one last visit. "Big sister, please get me some hoes, shovels, and sickles," Xiao Shiyan called out as he entered the agricultural technology station, listing every tool he could see. The middle-aged woman, nearly 50, beamed with delight upon being addressed as Big Sister. It seems that women, regardless of age, relish the sound of compliments. "Big Sister, you ought to call me grandmother." Though such words are spoken, the radiant smile upon her face, reminiscent of a blossoming chrysanthemum, remains ever present. The matron proceeded to select various farming tools, yet her curiosity lingered. Why would a young man like you come to purchase? And so much at that? Xiao Shiyan had long prepared a perfunctory response. "I have been commissioned by the village to make this purchase." "How much is it?" "A total of 67 yuan and 50 cents, along with 4 industrial coupons." Xiao Shiyan was taken aback. Did these items truly require industrial coupons? Fortunately, he had partaken in a black market transaction the previous day and possessed a fair amount of tickets, which he promptly produced and handed over. Xiao Shiyan inquired further. "May I also acquire some fruit tree saplings or seeds, as well as vegetable seeds, and a bit of grain for planting?" The matron accepted the money but questioned, "You wish to buy these? Do you have a letter of authorization from the brigade? Private purchases are not permitted." "Ah, yes. I had forgotten," he replied. "In that case, please provide me with some vegetable seeds, just a few. As for the fruit tree seeds, could you discreetly procure a small handful of grain seeds for me? I only need a modest amount." Xiao Shiyan quietly produced a handful of large white rabbits and discreetly offered them to the matron. She remained stoic, her eyes scanning the surroundings as her hands moved swiftly. In a single motion, she grasped the rabbits and tucked them into her pocket, the fragrant scent still lingering. Without further ado, she retrieved the seeds. There were few fruit trees, just a couple of saplings each of persimmon, apple, and duck pear. For vegetables, she rattled off over 20 different kinds, most of which were commonly sought. The matron then subtly produced several packets, one containing a small assortment. These are seeds for rice, wheat, barley, sorghum, and corn. There are not many others left. After calculating the price, Xiao Shiyan added an extra yuan, considering it a fair price for the seeds. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he quickly tucked them into his messenger bag, which was already secured within the confines of a happy little town. He intended to upgrade them several times on the train to the countryside the next day, as he had ample small yellow fish at hand, which would ease his daily life. Primarily, there would be little else to occupy him on the train. These past few days had been busy, and he had little desire to engage in such matters. However, it dawned on him that he had yet to partake in today's flash sale. "Let me see what today's offerings are." 10 pounds of cherries? Quite splendid. Chapter 71. The Du family's misfortune approaches. Yet sleep eludes them. Having spent 50 cents to procure a backpack from the elder sister, Xiao Shiyan hastily filled it with his purchases. Supporting the load, he bid farewell to the agricultural technology station. Once outside, he quickly sought a secluded spot to secure his goods, deciding to deal with them the following day on the train. As he emerged, he recalled the savings book he had obtained from Fifth Master. Upon spotting the bank not far away, Xiao Shiyan discreetly found a secluded spot, applied some makeup, and headed straight for the bank with his savings book. 15 minutes later, Xiao Shiyan emerged with a sum of 1,537 yuan, which he promptly deposited into the account of Happy Little Town. "Ah, it seems that this Fifth Master is quite affluent. However, I graciously accepted the funds. If there are grievances, let them be directed towards the Du Jinsheng family." Subsequently, Xiao Shiyan, beaming with joy, reunited with his 3 brothers, though they were puzzled by his lack of purchases. "Did you not have any tickets?" one inquired. "I'll ask my mother for a few." Xiao Shiyan quickly interjected, explaining that he still possessed several tickets, all of which he intended to utilize today. Otherwise, once the tickets accumulated, it would be a wasted effort. Fortunately, he was not short on money. He could simply avoid the trio when spending it. It never hurts to stockpile resources. As for the cherries, he refrained from revealing them, for such delicacies are unavailable domestically, and the cherry season had long passed. "Let us, brothers, first indulge in some roast duck. We shall discuss other matters in the afternoon." Meanwhile, upon returning home, Du Jincheng found the house eerily silent. His children had not yet risen and were still sound asleep. Du Jincheng was left pondering whether they were remarkably carefree or simply oblivious. The Youth Committee had already paid a visit, yet they remained unfazed. Did they believe that their father could resolve all matters, allowing them to remain unconcerned? Observing the sparse furnishings of the home, with the bed comprised merely of borrowed wooden planks, he was astounded that the children could still sleep soundly. One could argue whether their adaptability was commendable or if they were merely lacking in sensitivity. "Father, you've returned?" Originally, Du Jincheng had led a team out the previous night, and Chen Shuxia had not voiced much, as such occurrences were frequent. The household items had largely been procured in this manner. However, it was typical to conclude matters by 1 or 2 in the morning and return home. Instead, Du Jincheng had not returned at all that night. He had been seething with frustration at work and had been mocked by Xiao Shiyan and his companions on the way back, which only intensified his ire. Upon hearing Chen Shuxia's words, he was further incensed. "You weren't worried at all while I was gone for the night? Did you even consider searching for me at work? What if something had happened to me?" Chen Shuxia was bewildered by Du Jincheng's sudden outburst. Just as she was about to respond, a voice from outside called out, "Captain Du, are you home?" Du Jincheng was taken aback. Who could be calling him in such a manner? Upon stepping outside, he discovered not only familiar faces from the courtyard, but also 2 police officers. "What is this about?" One officer stepped forward and stated, "You must be Captain Du. Your 2 sons are suspected of theft, and another son is implicated in contact with spies. We need you to accompany us for an investigation." How could an ordinary worker possess such audacity and capability? Surely it was Du Jincheng's involvement. What? Du Jincheng was momentarily at a loss. 2 of his sons were accused of theft, and another was linked to spies? What on earth was happening? Chen Shuxia was equally startled, with the other children still at home. 2 sons. Could it be that my 2nd and 3rd sons are involved? Impossible. My children are all quite honest. How could they engage in such activities? Have you mistaken the person? Chen Shuxia rushed forward, nearly losing her composure had she not retained a semblance of reason. The 2 police officers, unfazed by her emotional outburst, firmly stated, "Captain Du, please accompany us." Du Jincheng understood that he had no choice but to comply with the situation at hand. "Very well, I shall make some arrangements and accompany you," he replied. Upon uttering these words, he noticed the 2 officers scrutinizing him closely, prompting him to offer a wry smile to Chen Shuxia. "Rest assured, the children will be fine. We are innocent of any wrongdoing, and I shall go with them for a brief inquiry." Although no accusations had been formally made, they insisted on flanking him. As if fearful he might flee, Du Jincheng couldn't shake off the feeling of misfortune. How could such events transpire? He attempted to glean some information, saying, "Gentlemen, we are colleagues of sorts. You must have heard of my character, surely? I am not the sort to engage in such behavior. You needn't worry, I will not abscond. By the way, which of my sons has been implicated?" His choice of words was rather cautious. At this moment, he refrained from claiming outright that they were wrongfully accused, though the sentiment was nearly the same. "Come with us, and you will find out," they replied. In the courtyard, Chen Shuxia felt as though her family's reputation had been irreparably tarnished. Her husband was taken away without consideration for his innocence, and the gossipers would not wait for the truth. By afternoon, news of their family's troubles would likely spread throughout the entire compound, possibly reaching their workplace as well. The term spy struck terror into Chen Shuxia's heart. Surely, her 2nd and 3rd sons would not be implicated? Gritting her teeth, she sent the others away before finally entering the house, only to find several children upstairs and downstairs still asleep. With no time to prepare breakfast, she collapsed onto the floor in utter exhaustion. When Du Jianlin awoke to relieve himself, he inadvertently nearly stepped on Chen Shuxia's hand. Stepping back, he complained, "Mom, why are you sitting on the floor? Go sit in a chair. It's so dirty down here. I nearly stepped on you." After resting for a considerable time, Chen Shuxia regained some strength. If she hadn't truly felt depleted, she would never have collapsed in such a manner. Gazing at the dilapidated chairs procured from a scrap yard, a wave of sorrow washed over her, and she began to weep uncontrollably. When had she ever endured such hardship? Ever since that little wretch, Xiao Shiyan, entered their lives, their family had begun to rise. It had been years since she had faced such trials. Now, she was even tasked with cooking, a chore that vexed her immensely. Her cries startled the others awake, their rest disrupted by the sound. Du Shiling and Du Shizhu rose, bewildered, and asked, "Mom, why are you sitting on the floor crying?" "Fourth brother, did you bully Mom?" Du Jianlin, feeling wronged, replied, "I swear by heaven and earth, I merely got up to relieve myself and nearly stepped on Mom by accident. However, In the early morning, Mother did not sit on a chair or prepare breakfast. Instead, she sat on the floor, leading me to suspect she might be attempting to deceive me. Du Shiling cast a silent glance at Du Jianlin and remarked, "Fourth brother, what do you know? How could Mother possibly deceive you? All your expenses are covered by her." Du Shizhu nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Why don't you hurry and help Mother up?" Du Jianlin quickly went over to assist Chen Shuxia, muttering under his breath, "You two daughters, why don't you help as well? Yet you claim to be Mother's dear little cotton-padded jackets. I see it as nothing but deceitful cotton. What are you all arguing about so early in the morning? Can't you let us sleep?" Du Jianyang shouted in exasperation. Chen Shuxia's anger intensified. What is there to argue about? With all that noise just now and so many people coming over, our family is in turmoil. How can you all still be sleeping? What major incident has occurred? Soon after, Du Jianyang and the others emerged, with the 4 children standing nearby, gazing at Chen Shuxia. It was then that she tearfully recounted the earlier events. "Those 2 police officers must be mistaken. Your second and third brothers are not like that. They are good boys. How could they possibly steal?" Du Jianyang pursed his lips, uncertain about other matters, but when it came to stealing, he was absolutely convinced. He recalled how, in a previous life, those 2 had boasted about their thievery while working in the factory, having pilfered numerous items. The second brother stole matches, often taking hundreds of boxes at once, while the third brother swiped steel parts to sell as scrap metal, which was quite a significant theft. He remembered it was likely to impress girls. However, such thoughts remained unspoken in Du Jianyang's mind. The others merely offered perfunctory remarks. While they did not openly express disbelief regarding the theft, they also refrained from voicing their faith in it. Suddenly, Du Jianlin exclaimed, "Wait, Mother. You mean the second and third brothers have been caught stealing? Does that mean they will be expelled?" Upon hearing this, Du Shiling and Du Shizhu realized the implications. If they lost their jobs, what would happen to the youth program? During this era, the movement of young intellectuals to the countryside had not yet concluded, continuing until 1981. Although the college entrance examination resumed in 1977, allowing some young intellectuals to return to the city, the movement persisted for several more years. They were uncertain when it would end. But they understood that if the second and third brothers were without work, they would be counted among those sent to the countryside. In truth, having jobs could spare those 2 from being dispatched, while the others had no chance of remaining. The youth program had not forcibly sent all 4 away, granting Du Jinsheng and Chen Shuxia a few days' grace, considering their status as officials. This time was meant for them to secure employment, as long as they found jobs. They could stay in the city. Alternatively, girls could remain if they married. Unfortunately, that day had not yet arrived, and they had not even begun to seek opportunities. The reason Du Jinsheng had led a team to investigate the black market the previous night was also to make some connections and gain favors. Who knows? In the pursuit of this, one has unwittingly ensnared oneself. News regarding the second and third has surfaced again. At this moment, Chen Shuxiao felt as though she might lose her sanity. Du Jianyong was also somewhat taken aback. Over the past couple of days, he had been mulling over what leverage Du Jinsheng might possess that would compel him to ensure Du Jinsheng's priority in remaining in the city while sending others to the countryside. It appeared that Du Jianyong had contemplated a few matters, which afforded him a sense of confidence that allowed him to sleep soundly. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The 5 of them were now restless, skipping breakfast in haste to gather information about the situation. On the way, an idea suddenly struck Du Jianyong. Could it be the handiwork of Xiao Shiyan? Chen Shuxia and the others turned back, frowning and asking, "What have you thought of?" Du Jianyong, having no reservations, replied candidly, "Do you think it could be Xiao Shiyan's doing? After all, he didn't refer to the second and third as elder brothers. Despite being a twin to Du Shizhu, he is still the younger sibling. However, they have not interacted much, and the older ones have shown him no affection. So why would he address them as older siblings?" Regarding the matter of address, Chen Shuxia merely wrinkled her brow without elaborating further. Upon reflection, Chen Shuxia deemed Du Jianyong's thoughts to be quite astute. Indeed, if not him, who else could it be? Who would harbor ill will towards her family? This little wretch. Du Jianyong scoffed internally, realizing that they had treated those around them like servants, never showing kindness, and had even driven them away. It was no wonder they bore resentment. Yet, simultaneously, Du Jianyong found something amiss. This was strange. In his recollections from his past life, Xiao Shiyan had known of his lineage and had always endeavored to ingratiate himself with the Du family until he reached his 50s or 60s. How could this be? Was it possible that Xiao Shiyan was not the orchestrator behind this? Du Jianyong was at a loss, feeling a sense of unease. Could these circumstances be the result of the butterfly effect stemming from my reincarnation? What should I do now? Initially, Du Jianyong had considered persuading Xiao Shiyan to substitute for him and going to the countryside, viewing it as a potential escape route. As for Xiao Shiyan's assertion that he would volunteer to go to the countryside, Du Jianyong was skeptical. This was no longer the era of the early 55s when young intellectuals were first sent to the countryside, nor was it the tumultuous period of 66. Now, who was unaware of the hardships associated with such a fate? Looking at his family, none of them were inclined to venture to the countryside. A sense of panic momentarily engulfed him. The others cursed in frustration, and Du Jianyong, regaining his composure, gently cautioned, "Be careful not to let anyone overhear. You might be reported for your superstitious beliefs." The others exchanged furious glances, and Du Jianyong shrugged. "I merely spoke in jest. If you are unafraid, feel free to continue. By the way, are we still heading to the police station?" "Yes, to the police station," Chen Shuxia quickly urged the children to hurry along. At that moment, Du Jinsheng had already been brought in. Due to their shared affiliation, he was afforded a degree of consideration and was promptly informed of his two sons' theft. A captain addressed Du Jinsheng, stating, "Du, I have faith in you, which is why I am sharing this with you. Thus, you must cooperate with our efforts." Du Jinsheng consistently nodded in agreement, addressing Lu, "Captain Lu, you are correct. If there is anything I can do, please speak plainly." My two sons made a momentary lapse in judgment and inadvertently appropriated some public property. Our family is willing to make amends. He was clearly striving to preserve his sons, even their employment. Lu shook his head. The act of theft has been firmly established. They were apprehended at the scene. Du, both your sons have been dismissed. There is no recourse available. Your second son is fortunate enough to be able to return after paying a fine, though his job is irretrievably lost. As for your third son, Du Jinsheng instinctively sensed that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. My third son, he is quite honest. Could there possibly be a misunderstanding? Lu responded with a shake of his head. That is impossible. The items were found in your third son's dormitory. That dormitory is solely occupied by him, and no one else possesses a key. The parts are a minor issue, a mere fine to settle. However, along with the parts, a confidential blueprint from the factory was also discovered. What? Du Jinsheng felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance. He was ruthless towards others. But when it came to his own family, his heart softened. Over the years, his promotion had indeed been somewhat fortuitous, as he had not been assigned many tasks. Otherwise, he would not have reached the position of deputy camp leader in his 40s. His contemporaries, more capable than he, had ascended, or at least secured higher ranks after transitioning to civilian roles. Unlike him, who had yet to achieve the title of deputy director. Now, he was on the verge of missing another opportunity. Captain Lu, what do you imply? Cooperate with me. Persuade your third son to clarify the situation regarding who is behind this. I may be able to intercede on your behalf. What? Chapter 73. Internal strife among the Du family, severing ties. Du Jinsheng was thoroughly alarmed. Initially, he believed his colleagues were merely attempting to intimidate him. It was only upon hearing Captain Lu's counsel that he understood they genuinely believed it to be true. Captain Lu, could you be mistaken? I know my sons. They are all very honest individuals. How could they possibly be involved with spies? Such an admission was unthinkable, for it would lead to dire consequences, potentially jeopardizing his own career. Not to mention, securing a promotion was improbable. Merely retaining his position would be an achievement. Yet Lu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Old Du, you know my character. I speak only the truth. Rather than harboring doubts, you should urgently consider how to persuade your son to come clean to ensure leniency. You must understand that confidential blueprint is not something someone of your son's rank should have been privy to." Having said this, Lu departed, leaving Du Jinsheng to ponder the situation. At that moment, Chen Shuxia arrived at the police station with several children, inquiring about the news. Lu permitted them to meet Du Jinsheng, who was met with Chen Shuxia's worried gaze as she cautiously glanced outside before asking, "Dad, you haven't exposed anything, have you?" Her words caused the other children to exchange concerned glances. Outside, they had heard rumors regarding the spies. Could it be that their father truly had connections to these agents? Du Jinsheng rolled his eyes. This woman had a way with words, or rather, a lack thereof. Wasn't it merely a matter of engaging in opportunistic dealings and hoarding black market goods? What other members of the enforcement team weren't involved in similar activities? It was just that his actions were far more extensive and profound. After a moment's hesitation, Du Jinsheng relayed Team Leader Lu's words, turning to Chen Shuxia and inquiring. Has the third brother mentioned anything to you? Chen Shuxiao paused, reflecting carefully before shaking her head. No, the third brother hasn't said a word. Du Jinyong appeared somewhat surprised. The third brother is connected to the spies? I never heard of such a thing in my past life. However, if he is indeed entangled with them, what significance does my early return hold? I could have done anything with all that money I have. Du Jinyong felt a twinge of regret, believing that his premature return had set off a butterfly effect, altering many lives and circumstances. He didn't suspect Du Jining of being involved with spies. He merely thought that his early arrival had inadvertently exposed Du Jining, who, in turn, would likely be caught, dragging him along as well. Dad, this matter must not be acknowledged, Du Jinyong suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of those present. Du Jinsheng retorted angrily, am I unaware that this is something we cannot admit? Yet, the confidential blueprints from the machinery factory undeniably appeared in the third brother's dormitory, a fact confirmed by Team Leader Lu, leaving no room for denial. Du Jianyong, now nervous, urged, Dad, we must think of a way out of this. If not, we should sever ties. A collective glare from the group met him. With Chen Shuxia furrowing her brow in anger, that is your third brother. How could you utter such words? Du Shirling pouted, Mom, don't dwell on that. A person like him, who once lived with the Xiao family, ended up reporting them, didn't he? Do you expect him to have a conscience? Du Shizhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, after his return, he has shown no kindness whatsoever. With all that money, he has even considered that our family was robbed. Nor has he offered anything to help you, Mom. Du Jianlin stepped forward, adding, he arrived and immediately sowed discord. How can someone not raised by her parents be filial? Du Jianyong looked coldly at his siblings, bluntly stating, you all are merely concerned that the youth office has come knocking, intending to send people to the countryside. You fear that our parents will find me a job first, forcing you all to go down to the fields. Where's your conscience? Yet, he conceded that their parents should indeed find him work first, for everything they enjoyed now was a result of his sacrifices. Nonsense. That's impossible. We all have our consciences intact, they retorted. Du Jianyong scoffed, you should consider this. If Du Jianing is classified as a spy, will the youth office allow you to volunteer for rural work, or will they simply send you off to the farms? Or, more directly, will they detain you? The impact of Du Jianyong's words left the members of the Du family pale-faced. If Du Jianing's identity as a spy were to be confirmed, it would undoubtedly implicate his siblings. Though Du Jianyong may be unfilial, he speaks a truth in this instance. We must swiftly sever ties with the third brother. The group hastily reached a consensus, unanimously deciding to present a united front. The third brother? He is a spy, a figure whose actions could jeopardize our futures. He is not family, he is an outsider. Chen Shuxia did not anticipate such a sudden change from her children. She had not foreseen the situation evolving so rapidly. Du Jinsheng was also taken aback, yet he found himself compelled to consider Du Jianyong's words, which carried an undertone of menace. Was it possible that Du Jianyong possessed knowledge of certain matters? The incident was known only to him and Chen Shuxia, and even her understanding was limited to a mere outline. How then did Du Jianyong come to know? Coupled with the fact that he had previously reported the Xiao family himself and returned with their ill-gotten wealth, Du Jinsheng could not help but question whether Du Jianyong was privy to more than he let on. However, at this moment, Du Jinsheng knew he needed to prioritize addressing the situation concerning Du Jianing. He rose and spoke in a low voice. Let us not dwell on this any further. I must first ascertain the facts regarding how to handle this. After all, he is my son. Can I truly remain indifferent? And you all as well. Du Jinsheng cast a warning glance at the group, adding, you are all my children. And your mother and I will certainly do our utmost to help you secure employment and remain in the city. Pausing, he noted that his children appeared somewhat more relaxed, which reassured him. Yet, when he caught the mocking glint in Du Jianyong's eyes, Du Jinsheng was momentarily taken aback. This younger son was far more challenging to deceive than the previous Xiao Shiyan. While he was indeed committed to doing his best, some matters were beyond human control. Thus, if no solution could be found, should not the children willingly bear the burden? Should they not spare their parents from distress? Is this not the essence of filial piety? Very well, if there truly is no alternative, then you will have to go down to the countryside first. Your mother and I will strive to find you work, and within 6 months to a year, we will have you back in the city. Do not worry. I will first go speak with your third brother and clarify the situation. With that, Du Jinsheng called over Team Leader Lu, instructing him, I will seek to uncover the truth. There may yet be other underlying reasons. I know my son. He is a good child who would never betray his country. What do you think, Team Leader Lu? Chapter 74. Du Jianning's Fright and Du Jincheng's Advice. Team Leader Lu refrained from commenting, but arranged for Du Jincheng to meet with Du Jianning. The immediate task was to swiftly identify the spy linked to Du Jianning, following the trail to its source. They had not anticipated that fortune might fall upon them while they remained in their own home. If they could apprehend this spy, it would undoubtedly lead to significant merit, and a considerable one at that. Hadn't Gu Qingfeng and his team recently captured a spy, earning them great prestige? However, only a select few were aware of this incident, and further investigation was required to uncover those behind it. This matter could not be openly discussed. It had merely been suggested by a superior to seize the opportunity. Lu was initially anxious, but unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. After Du Jincheng departed, the remaining individuals found themselves unable to connect with Du Jianyang, each emitting a disdainful snort and falling silent. They were not on the same side as Du Jianyang, who had grown up away from them, lacking any emotional ties. Du Jianyang, however, was unfazed. These three fools believed Du Jincheng's words to be true. Oblivious to the turmoil within the Du family that required Du Jincheng to maintain a low profile. When the time came to return to the countryside, it would not be so simple. Their home had been robbed previously, and everything he had brought back had vanished. How many resources could the Du family still possess? Du Jincheng must have hidden some, but how much could he conceal? He dared not attract too much attention, especially not when opposing the youth office. Consequently, only one or two individuals could remain in the city. If he did not seize the opportunity, he was bound to be the first to be abandoned. Thus, I must recollect the misdeeds of Du Jincheng in my past life. This knowledge would serve as leverage to compel Du Jincheng to prioritize finding me employment. Moreover, the thought of Xiao Shiyan weighed heavily on Du Jianyang's mind. He realized he needed to secure another job, lest the Jiang family insist on sending Xiao Shiyan to the countryside. How could he have overlooked this? He should not have reported the Xiao family so hastily. He should have first arranged for Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing to find me a position. Du Jianyang now felt a twinge of regret. Meanwhile, Du Jincheng had encountered his younger brother, Du Jianning, adorned with a silver bracelet. Upon seeing Du Jincheng, Du Jianning could not contain his tears and snot, which flowed freely, leaving Du Jincheng feeling somewhat disgusted. The children of their family had always been tidy. When had they become so unkempt? Reluctant to approach, Du Jincheng handed him his handkerchief, urging him to clean himself up. He then inquired, "What are you stealing parts from the factory for? Has the family not provided you with money? Are we lacking in food or clothing?" Most importantly, Du Jincheng scolded him. "What do you intend to do with those blueprints?" Du Jianning hesitated, at a loss for words. He could not confess that the family had ample provisions, requiring not a single penny from him. Yet, did one not need money for entertainment? Watching a movie, ice skating, buying a bottle of soda, or indulging in roast duck, all required funds. A roast duck cost 7 yuan, and as a temporary worker earning merely 20 yuan a month, how could he manage? However, when the topic shifted to the blueprints, Du Jianning's demeanor shifted to one of evasion. Understanding his brother well, Du Jincheng discerned that Du Jianning was being intentionally secretive. Yet, at this moment, he too felt bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. "Why are you hesitating? Are you planning to be treated as a spy? This is not a matter of a few days in confinement or losing a job. It is a serious offense." Du Jincheng's words startled Du Jianning, causing him to feel a sudden warmth and an unpleasant odor to arise. Du Jincheng recognized that Du Jianning was frightened to the point of losing control. He was somewhat at a loss for words. A tiger begets a dog. How could Du Jincheng have such a son? Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Du Jincheng would have felt his face flush with embarrassment and wished to disown this son. "Speak quickly." Upon being urged by Du Jincheng, Du Jianning hesitantly began to explain. "Dad, you must believe me, I had no idea that man was a spy. I just wanted to earn some money. Previously, I only made a few dollars a month from selling spare parts, but a few dollars hardly sufficed. Then that man told me to bring him a blueprint, and he would pay me this sum." Du Jianning held up 3 fingers, prompting Du Jincheng to burst into incredulous laughter. "You risked it all for 30 bucks. It's not 30. The blueprint was right there. I just grabbed it without anyone watching. Not 30. 300? Du Jincheng was infuriated. "Do you have any idea how much 300 is? You dare to touch a blueprint worth that much? You must truly be reckless. It's not 300. It's how much? Don't tell me it's 3,000. 3,000. Du Jincheng was on the verge of apoplexy. A blueprint worth 3,000. And someone was willing to pay that much? Was this third son utterly foolish? Are you truly that foolish? Du Jincheng lamented. When has our family ever lacked for food and clothing? 3,000. You dare extend your hand for that? Even I, Du Jinqing. Wouldn't he dare to be so greedy at once? I investigate the black market, and even then, I acquire money gradually and in small amounts. Unlike this fool, who dares to attempt 3,000 in one go. The timid starve, the bold perish? Well, it seems you've truly pushed your luck. Du Jinqing understood that his only course of action now was to minimize Du Jianning's culpability and mitigate the responsibility in this matter. Otherwise, not just Du Jianning, but the entire family would face dire consequences. The thought of those living in squalor made Du Jinqing shudder. Now speak, recount everything from the beginning. How did you meet that person, and why did you get involved in this scheme? Du Jianning looked up at Du Jinqing, struck by the gravity of the situation. Slowly, he began to divulge, I happened to meet a girl, a matchmaker, you see? I wanted to bring home a daughter-in-law to bring you honor. To allow you to hold your grandchild sooner. But don't matchmakers require money? My monthly wage as a temporary worker is barely over 20. How could I afford that? So you resorted to stealing spare parts? As Du Jianning elaborated, Du Jinqing gradually understood that it all stemmed from his son's desire to impress a girlfriend. With a stern expression, Du Jinqing admonished Du Jianning, wait here. I will explain the situation to Team Leader Liu. As for the parts, you will assert that it was that girl who encouraged you to steal. But Dad, there are no buts. If you wish to avoid dire repercussions, you will do as I say. After all, the money was spent on her. She is not innocent in this either. Furthermore, when the time comes, you will firmly maintain that you were unaware of the 3,000. It was that girl who led you astray. And you had no idea the blueprint was of such importance. After all, how could a temporary worker like you access the archives to obtain confidential documents? Trust me, if you wish to survive, follow my instructions. Indeed, I must have owed you in a past life. Chapter 75. Internal conflict within the Du family, ultimatum. The whispers within hinted at the turmoil outside, and even the scent of urine reached Team Leader Liu's nostrils, causing him to wear a rather peculiar expression upon Du Jinqing's emergence. Were it not for the life and death stakes involved, Du Jinqing would have felt an overwhelming urge to flee in shame. Clearing his throat, Du Jinqing addressed Team Leader Liu, stating, you see, you have also gleaned some insights. My perspective is that my third brother has indeed erred, yet he remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Before you oppose, allow me to elaborate. My third brother is merely a temporary worker, lacking the credentials to access the archives. Is there no oversight in the archives? How could such vital blueprints have been removed? Surely, there must be a record of their borrowing. I inquired of my third brother, and he claimed that on the day he visited the archives, he encountered no one. There is undoubtedly something amiss. I suggest you investigate the archives administrator. Furthermore, I have ascertained that it was a female worker from the neighboring steel mill, Xiao Shiyan, who influenced my son into stealing components and blueprints. As for the individual behind the procurement of the blueprints, I have also uncovered their identity, though I suspect it is not genuine. Curiously, Team Leader Liu had initially intended to dismiss Du Jinqing's words. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized that Du Jinqing's analysis held merit. Following his reasoning to investigate the archives and Xiao Shiyan might indeed yield fruitful discoveries. Very well. I shall endeavor to assist you, he conceded. But you are aware of the delicacy of this matter. Before Liu could finish his sentence, Du Jinqing gestured with his fingers in a subtle manner, indicating a 9. Liu pondered for a moment and nodded discreetly. Then I shall give it a try. Such matters must remain unspoken. Actions are required, not words. After a lengthy interval, Du Jinqing exited the police station with his family, and Liu informed them. You may temporarily return home, but do not wander freely. You may be summoned for further inquiries at any moment. Understood. I assure you we will remain vigilant. Du Jinqing replied. Once Liu departed, Chen Shuxia could no longer restrain herself and inquired, Old Du, what is the status of the situation? Is our third brother all right? Du Jinqing cast a bemused glance at Chen Shuxia, reflecting on the gravity of their current predicament, which entangled them further with the authorities. Could he merely exchange a few words and expect everything to be fine? Was it a matter of overestimating his own influence or underestimating the gravity of the authorities? Let us return home and discuss this further. At this juncture, Du Jinqing could hardly hope for a promotion. Merely retaining his position would be a triumph. With several children to care for, it seemed unlikely that matters would resolve easily. Misfortunes rarely come singly. Upon their return to the compound, they were met with a throng of onlookers, whispering and pointing. They felt no inclination to explain themselves nor to inquire about the source of the gossip. With heads bowed, They hastened past, acutely aware of the disgrace they had endured. The past few days had indeed been fraught with misfortune. Upon reaching their doorstep, they sensed that something was amiss. The words they wished to utter remained unspoken, for these were representatives from the youth office. Upon seeing the return of Du Jinsheng's family, one of the officials hastily remarked, "We have heard that your second and third children have stolen and lost their jobs. In essence, your family of 6 children has not been sent to the countryside, which is contrary to policy. We are here to deliver a final ultimatum, by tomorrow at the latest. Your family must register. Otherwise, we will be compelled to send all of you to the countryside." The mention of mandatory relocation drained the color from Du Shiling and Du Shizhu's faces. Du Jinlin's expression was equally grim, while Du Jianyang felt a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, misfortune travels far and wide. What a disappointment it was that the second and third children proved to be so inept. With Du Jinsheng holding so much money, they still resorted to theft. In this dire moment, Du Jinsheng could no longer maintain his status as a cadre. He approached with a conciliatory tone, and ultimately, the cadre from the youth office stated, "Very well, you may register today for 2 slots. Subsequently, you will have 1 week. If by then you have neither employment nor marriage, you must be sent to the countryside." As this last pronouncement was made, the officials cast glances towards the 2 sisters, young as they were, implying that if they wished to avoid relocation, they ought to marry quickly. Du Shiling and Du Shizhu were nearly petrified by fear. Once the officials departed, they quickly nestled beside Chen Shuxia, each clinging to an arm and pleading, "Mother, we do not wish to marry so soon." In truth, it was not that they were opposed to marriage, but rather they desired not to settle for just anyone. They both aspired to wed into affluent families, a plan they had nurtured alongside Chen Shuxia over the years. However, they had yet to identify suitable prospects. There were indeed candidates, but they lacked the opportunity to meet or approach them. The thought of marrying someone indiscriminately was more unbearable than death. Du Jinsheng spoke gravely, "Quickly scout the prominent households. If there are any suitable candidates, select them immediately." Chen Shuxia was taken aback. "What is the urgency?" Du Jinsheng's countenance darkened as he glanced at the departing officials. "That woman from earlier has a son who is looking to meet someone. His character is questionable. He is just a drifter. Moreover, with the trouble surrounding the third child, I cannot afford to wander about. I must attend to matters regarding him, and time is of the essence." Du Shiling's complexion paled as she grasped her father's meaning. If a suitable match could not be found, they would likely be coerced by the youth office official. How had their family fallen to such depths? How could anyone dare to exert pressure upon them? Du Shiling implored, "Father, will you not intervene on our behalf?" Du Shizhu selfishly added, "Indeed, father, it is not our fault that the third brother has brought this upon us. Must we not sever ties as Du Jianyang suggested?" Du Jianyang rolled his eyes. It was evident that she had revealed her selfishness and malice while still attempting to drag others down with her. Is it the case that these 2 can only be married off, while he might remain behind to seek employment? However, Du Jianyang does not wish to become embroiled in family matters at this moment. He needs to contemplate how to navigate the situation with Du Jinsheng. He has noticed that when the youth office official mentioned the need for 2 individuals to volunteer for rural work, Du Jinsheng instinctively glanced at him. Du Jinsheng, somewhat agitated, turned to Chen Shuxia and exclaimed, "Look at the child you've raised. What has he become? I will go out and see what I can find, while you all stay home. If someone comes to visit and finds no one at home, it will be troublesome." Once Du Jinsheng stormed off, Chen Shuxia muttered softly, "As if he were my only child." Soon after, she noticed Du Jianyang also turning to leave, prompting her to call out, "Jianyang, where are you going?" "Your father wants us to stay at home." Without looking back, Du Jianyang replied, "I am going to look for a job. Am I supposed to stay here and rely on you all? If I truly depended on you, I would likely be the first to be cast aside." Chapter 76. A discrepancy between face and heart. A familiar encounter with private cuisine, the atmosphere became momentarily awkward. However, as Du Jianyang departed, Du Jianlin and the others began to voice their criticisms. Yet deep down, they all understood that Du Jianyang, having been mistakenly swapped at birth and not raised by his biological parents, would elicit sympathy from outsiders like Du Jinsheng and Chen Shuxia, who would be inclined to support him. But in the presence of their own kin, the children close at hand took precedence. How could he utter such words? What wrong had their parents done to him? The mix-up at birth was not their fault. As they spoke, they failed to notice the flicker of Chen Shuxia's gaze when the topic of the switched child arose. Meanwhile, after exiting, Du Jianyang felt a surge of irritation. He found himself short on money, and the information he had gathered on the Xiao family and the wealth he had managed to secure upon his rebirth had vanished. It was as if he were haunted. He kicked a stone in frustration, almost injuring his foot. Ouch! Jianyang, what are you doing here? Jiang Xinyan's voice suddenly broke through. Du Jianyang looked up to see Jiang Xinyan's somewhat haggard face, stirring his heart. Xinyan, what has happened to you? Since being sent back home. Jiang Xinyan had been in a state of distress. She sobbed quietly, and as Du Jianyang reached out to wipe her tears, she discreetly stepped back, thinking that she couldn't always indulge him. You have no idea. Ever since I was expelled from the courtyard, the youth office came to our place, insisting that someone from our family must go to the countryside. My mother. If Xiao Shiyan had seen her, he would have undoubtedly muttered a curse about her being a scheming green tea. Du Jianyang was taken aback. She was also to be sent to the countryside? If that were the case, he could accept it. After all, securing employment for two individuals was quite challenging. Jiang Xinyan spoke at length. Yet Du Jianyang's lack of response left her feeling anxious. She knew that as long as she had a job, she could avoid being sent away. However, her academic performance had not been stellar, and finding work in the city was no easy feat. That place is merely a gathering of common folk. And she felt a twinge of anger. Previously, when her mother served Elder Qin, he often remarked that a girl should be raised in affluence, suggesting she need not work at home. She had foolishly believed him. Had she known better, she would have insisted on securing a job to avoid the current predicament. Jianyang? Jiang Xinyan tentatively called out, her voice still choked with emotion. Du Jianyang lifted his gaze and reassured her, do not worry. If necessary, I can ask my father to help you find a job. That way, you won't have to go to the countryside. Really? A visible smile blossomed on Jiang Xinyan's face, radiating joy and brightness. Du Jianyang felt a stir within him, and, unable to restrain himself, reached out his hand. Though he did not touch her, Jiang Xinyan darted away like a startled rabbit. The atmosphere grew quiet and awkward. Recognizing her previous misstep, Jiang Xinyan quickly embraced Du Jianyang's arm, playfully saying, it's almost noon. Let us go eat. How about this? I'll treat you. I've been saving for quite some time. Du Jianyang, with his own intentions in mind, was not bothered by the earlier incident. This only affirmed that Jiang Xinyan was a girl of integrity. He waved his hand grandly and declared, let us go. I will take you to a splendid meal, something you've never tasted before. Having grown up in a wealthy household, he had never lacked for money and had savored countless delicacies. At this moment, he resolved to treat Jiang Xinyan to something truly exquisite. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyan and his companions arrived at the roast duck restaurant with their belongings. After a discreet conversation, they were ushered inside. Xiao Shiyan ordered 2 roast ducks, along with 3 stir-fried dishes and rice for 8 people. They were all young men with hearty appetites. Xiao Shiyan discreetly inquired of the owner, how many ducks do you have left? Please prepare them all for me. I will quietly pay you shortly. Just have them sliced and ready for me to take away. The owner was taken aback, but, after a moment's consideration, refused Xiao Shiyan's request, saying, I have other customers to attend to. I cannot reserve them all for you. Xiao Shiyan understood that the owner had to cater to other patrons who were wealthy and influential. Ordinary people would never know of this establishment, or else it would not thrive. Could you spare me a few ducks? The owner, seeing him relent, calculated the ducks he had prepared for the day and replied, I can give you a maximum of 3. Xiao Shiyan nodded. Very well, please prepare them for me. I will pay you in advance. Once you are ready, signal me, and I shall come to collect them. After all, the happy little town preserves the freshness of the food, ensuring that it remains as delightful upon retrieval as it was when stored. Although he could attempt to make roast duck himself, he knew his results might not match the authenticity of the restaurant's offerings. He resolved to buy a few for himself when the opportunity arose. Moreover, he needed to make rounds to various state-run restaurants in the capital to stock up on more dishes. It would not do to indulge in flatbreads every day. While delicious, they would eventually become tiresome. Upon his return, Gu Xiqing curiously asked, what is going on? Did you secretly order more dishes? We already have more than enough. Xiao Shiyan playfully punched Gu Xiqing's shoulder, laughing. What are you imagining? I certainly did not order extra for you. Today, I have already spent $25, equivalent to a worker's monthly wage. Were it not for the over 1,000 I retrieved from Jiang Xinyan, I would not have been able to afford it. Suddenly, an unexpected commotion erupted outside. Xiao Shiyan distinctly heard the sound of a fall, accompanied by curses and insults. Why does this noise seem so familiar? Gu Xiqing inquired with a hint of curiosity. Xiao Shiyan immediately reacted, turning around and responding with exasperation. Isn't it familiar? Those two outside are acquaintances of ours. Who? Jiang Xinyan and Du Jianyong. Who else? Xiao Shiyan replied in disbelief. Everything about this place is fine, except for the lack of soundproofing. Unfortunately, there are no soundproofing materials produced domestically yet, although this place is secluded and has some background. Allowing it to open at this time, constructing a room suitable for confidential discussions without the risk of eavesdropping clearly exceeds the owner's capabilities. Gu Xiqing did not anticipate encountering Du Jianyong and Jiang Xinyan here. Well, let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall eat our meal. Do you think they might report us? Jiang Xichao suddenly interjected. Xiao Shiyan could sense that the two outside appeared to have just regained their footing, their breathing slightly hurried. Clearly, this statement struck a chord with them. Whether they had considered this before, Xiao Shiyan was unsure. However, it was evident that this thought had now crossed their minds. Xiao Shiyan felt somewhat speechless. Why did Jiang Xichao have to bring this up? Are you giving advice to others? What are you afraid of? If they hadn't come, how would they know we were dining here? Moreover, even if they decided to report us now, it would be too late. Chapter 77. Jiang Xinyan reports. Capturing Du Jianyong in reality, it was still not too late. Xiao Shiyan intended to give them a nudge. If those two were foolish enough to report us, that would indeed be advantageous. Nevertheless, Gu Xiqing and Xiao Shiyan exchanged glances, both seeing amusement reflected in each other's eyes. Jiang Xichao was somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet he possessed enough self-awareness to refrain from asking further. Lu Zhuwei quickly grasped the situation and heard Xiao Shiyan whisper, "Do not speak, eat quickly. Once we finish, we must leave quietly. Whether they will act recklessly, I cannot say." What? Lu Zhuwei suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. Xiao Shiyan seemed to have changed. He had always been straightforward, perhaps even blunt. Now, he appeared to have adopted a rather cunning demeanor. "I like it. Hurry up and eat." Noticing that Jiang Xichao was about to inquire further, Lu Zhuwei quickly pulled him along, urging him on. Following that, the four hastily devoured the roast duck. The flavor of the duck was truly exquisite, paired with spring roll wrappers and vegetables, slathered with sweet sauce. They could only lament having just one mouth and one stomach. They were insatiable. Before long, the chef approached, indicating that the 3 ducks Xiao Shiyan had requested were all sliced and ready. Xiao Shiyan discreetly stepped out for a moment, procuring 3 portions of roasted duck along with the accompanying spring roll wrappers and sweet bean sauce. Upon his return, he discovered that the meal had been nearly devoured, leaving only remnants behind. "You all have quite the appetite," he remarked with a playful reprimand. Having satisfied his own hunger, he hastily tidied up, maintaining a silent camaraderie as he quietly exited through the back door. The reason this private duck restaurant had remained unscathed was not merely due to its influential connections, but also because of the existence of this back entrance. With commotion at the front, one could easily slip away undetected. Xiao Shiyan also pulled along Jiang Xichao, who was eager to catch a glimpse of Du Jianyong. "At this hour, you still want to see the spectacle? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" After the 4 emerged, they walked through the alley until they reached the outside, exchanging glances before erupting into laughter. Gu Xiqing could hardly contain himself, nearly doubling over with laughter. "I just heard someone come out and peeked from behind the door." He continued, "I must admit, Shiyan, you've really riled up Jiang Xinyan this time. She has probably gone off to report you." Lu Zhuwei suddenly realized. "I thought you were just standing behind the door, sneaking a look at some young lady." But Jiang Xinyan was no innocent maiden. Just as Xiao Shiyan was about to respond, he caught sight of Jiang Xinyan approaching with others. "Quick, let's move over there," he urged. The 4 swiftly turned and entered another alley, waiting patiently until they heard footsteps nearby. Jiang Xinyan said, "It's just ahead, the place for shady dealings." Gu Xiqing glanced back at Xiao Shiyan, noticing his expression of exasperation. They exchanged a knowing look that seemed to convey a shared sentiment. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Did Jiang Xinyan truly believe she could report them without fear of retaliation from the restaurant owner? Someone running a private establishment like this surely had their own means of protection. Given Jiang Xinyan's status, she likely had no inkling of the restaurant's existence, as it was Du Jianyong who had brought her here. "Is Du Jianyong still inside?" Xiao Shiyan suddenly asked. The 4 shared a glance before bursting into laughter. "Indeed. This may turn out to be a case of self-sabotage." After a hearty laugh, Xiao Shiyan added, "I do feel sorry for you all. It seems you 3 may not be able to return. I fear the owner might hold a grudge and direct their anger towards you. As for me, I'm not worried since I'll be leaving tomorrow." Jiang Xichao playfully punched him, chiding, What is this? Is it worth an apology? Well then, shall we go back and see? I'd still like to join the commotion. Yet Xiao Shiyan was acutely aware that on the Du family's side, he had submitted a report. It was likely that Du Jianqing and Du Jianing had been apprehended, although he remained oblivious to the fact that Du Jianing had also been caught for stealing blueprints. If he knew, he would certainly find it amusing. However, at this moment, Du Jianyang's arrest for his shady dealings would not be easily resolved. At this moment of speculation and opportunism, regardless of whether one is buying or selling, being caught inevitably leads to collective repercussions. The four individuals did not leave immediately. Instead, they stealthily observed from a distance. To their surprise, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered, and the four managed to blend into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. They maintained their distance, wary of detection, as getting too close could result in their exposure. Positioned at the corner, they could swiftly depart should any trouble arise. A cacophony of voices filled the air, and Xiao Shiyan witnessed the chef, Du Jianyang, and several other patrons being apprehended. What was happening? Xiao Shiyan could not comprehend the situation. There had been past instances of crackdowns on speculation here, yet none had been caught before. The members of the Guitai Society should have been aware of this. Unbeknownst to Xiao Shiyan, Jiang Xinyan had discreetly reported the activities, and her informant was a newcomer. The seasoned individuals would not act so recklessly. They understood whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Moreover, the circumstances had improved over the years. The members of the Guitai Society were not fools. Many had already discerned the changing tides. To act as brazenly as before could lead to dire consequences in the future. It was only the recent arrivals who sought to seize any opportunity, charging forward recklessly. They had heeded Jiang Xinyan's advice, splitting into two groups to obstruct the back entrance of the private dining establishment. Xiao Shiyan and his companions dared not pursue too closely, having wasted time during their earlier discussion. Thus, they missed the division of forces entirely. Exchanging glances, the four understood they could no longer linger, fearing detection by Du Jianyang or Jiang Xinyan. Should they be reported, their situation would be dire. How could it be that these individuals were involved? Jiang Xinyan, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "Are you all incompetent? There are still people unapprehended." Her deepest resentment lay with Xiao Shiyan, the one who had stirred the situation. Although the presence of Qin Lao's belongings in her room was enigmatic, with her mother, Chen Deju, present, Qin Lao would not pursue the matter. However, Xiao Shiyan had caused a stir in front of everyone, leading to her being reimbursed over 1,000 yuan by Qin Lao. They could not possibly produce such an amount. When Qin Lao's daughter ordered them to leave, their belongings were confiscated. Chen Deju even wrote an IOU for 500 yuan. Jiang Xinyan also recalled the incident at the supply and marketing cooperative, where Xiao Shiyan had publicly embarrassed her. This was the reason she had covertly reported to Du Jianyang, making a special effort to ensure she had enough time. To her astonishment, Xiao Shiyan and his companions had indeed managed to depart. Where could they be? Over there. There are still people yet to be caught. Hurry and apprehend them. Chapter 78. The news brought by Lu Jinting and Jiang Chengfeng ultimately leads to Jiang Xinyan's home. Jiang Xinyan's furious cries echoed. She was infuriated. Her intention in reporting was to ensnare Xiao Shiyan. As a result, Xiao Shiyan and his companions emerged early. Just moments ago, when she turned around, she caught a glimpse of Xiao Shiyan's gaze, which was laced with provocation. Du Jianyang looked over in disbelief, exclaiming, "Jiang Xinyan, how could you?" Jiang Xinyan was taken aback. She had feared that Du Jianyang might oppose her decision to report. Consequently, she concocted an excuse to step out for the restroom, secretly intending to file the report. Upon her return, she discovered that Xiao Shiyan and the others had already departed, leaving Du Jianyang apprehended instead. Having allied herself with the cadre's offspring, Jiang Xinyan was reluctant to relinquish this connection. However, with Du Jianyang now in custody, her options had diminished significantly. Lost in thought, she failed to notice that Xiao Shiyan and his group had already made their escape. Earlier, Xiao Shiyan had exchanged a glance with Jiang Xinyan, a glimmer of challenge in his eyes, intending to provoke her and ensure Du Jianyang recognized her as the instigator of the situation. It was likely that Du Jianyang would soon come to realize Jiang Xinyan's role in this affair. Even if Du Jianyang harbored feelings for her, their relationship would inevitably face tumultuous challenges. Xiao Shiyan laughed heartily, relishing the satisfaction of having ensnared both Du Jianyang and Jiang Xinyan. The previous incident involving a sum of over 1,000 yuan, where he had discreetly retrieved Du Jianyang's belongings, was a matter best left unspoken. This time, however, he could express himself freely. Xiao Shiyan, eager to offer comfort to Gu Xiqing, was restrained by Lu Zhouwei, who gently shook his head, suggesting that it would be beneficial for him to vent his frustrations. After all, Jiang Xinyan had previously deceived Xiao Shiyan gravely. After a considerable while, Xiao Shiyan felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that his earlier remarks had led to this gratifying outcome. He had finally avenged himself, and he felt that even a rural assignment would now be bearable. There was little that he could not accept. Turning to his 3 close friends, Xiao Shiyan said, "All right, stop worrying about me. There's nothing to be concerned about. My background does indeed pose challenges in the city. However, over the past few years, the situation has improved significantly. It is no longer as tense as it once was. I believe that in a few years, this turmoil will come to a complete end. By then, with my resources and capabilities, finding a job upon my return will not be difficult at all." Noticing their continued concern, he playfully chided them. "Enough of this melodrama. Aren't you all still in the city? Focus on your work. In a few years, I might just need your assistance in securing a position. I will be counting on you then." With a light-hearted agreement, they all laughed heartily. Subsequently, the others helped to transport his belongings back to Gu Xiqing's residence. After some further conversation, they bid farewell to Lu Zhouwei and Jiang Xichao. Xiao Shiyan kept a few small items for himself, while the rest were packed into a large parcel. He then found the opportunity to send the large package on its way. Upon returning home in the evening, Xiao Shiyan handed over the property deeds to Gu Qifeng. "Uncle, these are the courtyards I mentioned to you earlier. Please decide how to handle them." Gu Qifeng, however, did not accept the deeds. Instead, he pushed them back. "No need for that. As long as we know the locations, it will suffice. I shall take care of everything from here on." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I have already taken a look today with some people. 2 of the courtyards are currently occupied, but that's of no concern. I will manage it properly." Reassuringly, Gu Qifeng added, "Rest assured. I will prepare a rental contract for you. Rent will be sent to you monthly. You have the means, so there's no need for you to toil so hard in the countryside. We will also send you some food coupons and other provisions. After a while, when the situation calms down, we shall find a way to secure you a job so you can return to the city." Xiao Shiyan was aware that the college entrance examinations would resume in a few years. He hastily declined the offer, but both Gu Qifeng and Wensiki insisted on looking after him, refusing to let him refuse their kindness. Later that evening, Lu Zhouwei's father, Lu Zhenting, brought news. Du Jianyang from the Du family was reported and arrested today while dining at a private restaurant. Du Jincheng is now in quite a predicament. The 4 exchanged glances, each keeping silent about what they had witnessed. Jiang Xichao's father, Jiang Chifeng, also relayed information. It is said that the 2nd and 3rd sons of the Du family have been apprehended, and they have lost their jobs. The youth office has issued an ultimatum, demanding that they report the names of 2 individuals today, compelling them to relocate to the countryside. "Only 2? Gu Xiqing remarked, incredulous. Xiao Shiyan, however, felt a sense of temporary satisfaction. Some matters must be approached gradually. After all, he still possessed certain leverage but would not reveal everything at once. This incident would be sufficient to trouble Du Jincheng, yet the information Xiao Shiyan held was not enough to completely undermine him. Hence, he resolved to bide his time for a future opportunity. As long as the Du family struggled, that would suffice. Xiao Shiyan mused to himself. Let us proceed with sending 2 individuals to the countryside for now. The other members of the Du family, as long as they remain unemployed and unmarried, will inevitably have to relocate. It is only a matter of time. In the short term, finding suitable partners for Du Shiling and Du Shizhu would prove challenging given their sheltered upbringing and inability to endure hardship. How could they possibly find a match so easily? A lower status would not suffice, nor would a lack of wealth. Therefore, it was highly unlikely that they would secure any commendable suitors, which would lead them to the countryside. If they were to hastily marry unworthy partners, it would only bring Xiao Shiyan greater delight. Du Jincheng's current standing, coupled with the troubles he faced, would likely hinder any prospects for advancement. As such, he would be unable to protect his 2 daughters and might even need to arrange advantageous marriages for them to benefit himself. In his past life, it seemed Du Jincheng had not pursued such actions, owing to the selfless dedication of his predecessor. But this time, would he continue to refrain? As long as he showed favoritism and sought to use his daughters for strategic alliances, his family's downfall would inevitably follow. Xiao Shiyan remained unaware that, due to his report, Du Jianyang had become entangled in a case involving espionage. The Du family had already experienced internal strife. The 3 families prepared some items for Xiao Shiyan, which he could not refuse and thus accepted. However, He had also made up his mind to gather some local specialties upon arrival and send them to them later. Reciprocity is the essence of lasting relationships. That evening, Yu Xiqing insisted on sharing a bed with him one last time, wishing to engage in conversation on their final night together. Xiao Shiyan waited patiently for him to fall asleep, for he needed to visit Jiang Xinyan's home later that night. He couldn't leave her home empty. What if she found a job? Previously, when Xiao Shiyan reported, Jiang Xinyan's house had also been implicated. At this moment, only one child was permitted by her side. Although Chun Deju felt sorrow for her daughter, her affection for her son prevailed. It remained to be seen how she would choose. Gu Xiqing chattered incessantly, and Xiao Shiyan nearly resorted to using carbon dioxide to hasten his unconsciousness. Fortunately, by 10 o'clock, Gu Xiqing finally succumbed to his fatigue and fell asleep. Xiao Shiyan waited a moment, tested to see if Gu Changsong was deeply asleep, and then quietly rose. Using his spatial abilities to pass through walls and depart from the Gu residence once more. It was the last day, and he could not let Jiang Xinyan slip away. Chapter 79. The Fifth Master's world crumbled. Everything was stolen as Xiao Shiyan emerged from the courtyard. A thought struck him. The news brought by Lu Jue's father did not include any information regarding the black market. What about the so-called Fifth Master? Unbeknownst to him, the Fifth Master had no intention of returning home early that morning. It was only after Du Jincheng's superior came to offer an apology, coupled with Du Jincheng's respectful demeanor, that the Fifth Master reluctantly accepted the situation and returned with his men. However, upon arriving home and freshening up, the Fifth Master intended to meet with the influential figure behind the scenes. After all, he had entered the enforcement team's territory, and without the word of that figure, Du Jincheng and his team might have detained them right away. For that influential figure, as long as the goods remained, it would suffice to replace the personnel in charge. Although it might be challenging to find suitable subordinates, as long as resources were available, and with the backing of the powerful figure, the black market could continue to thrive. Suddenly, before the Fifth Master could complete his morning routine, a subordinate rushed in, panicked and unsteady, stumbling outside the washroom. In his haste, he collided with the washroom door, bursting in to find the Fifth Master bathing unclothed. The Fifth Master, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, felt particularly uncomfortable after being detained overnight by the enforcement team, prompting him to hurry for a bath upon his return. Thankfully, it was summer, and the weather remained warm. Otherwise, the Fifth Master would have truly struggled. What is going on? Such recklessness, utterly lacking in composure. The Fifth Master scolded, commanding, "Get out." He remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, unaware of how deeply the trouble ran. The subordinate, frightened, attempted to explain but was met with the Fifth Master's chilling gaze. It dawned on him that the Fifth Master was not a benevolent figure. Despite his usual amiable demeanor, he was far from a kind-hearted individual. In truth, he is a duplicitous character, presenting one facade while concealing another. He may smile before you, yet when the time comes to act, he shows no mercy. Remarkably, one moment he may be grinning in your presence, and the next, he strikes without hesitation. He quivers as he retreats, calling out in a trembling voice as he closes the door, "Master Wu, everything we had is gone." Initially, Master Wu remained indifferent, having been interrupted mid-bath. He simply rinsed off and dried himself. "How much of our belongings went missing yesterday? Has it all been accounted for? So soon today?" Last night, their men had been apprehended by the enforcement team. Thus, the inventory of items that were supposed to be recorded, along with the losses incurred at the black market, certainly could not have been completed. The individuals under his command were not particularly incompetent, though their enthusiasm was lacking, a fact that Master Wu chose to overlook, as long as it did not affect the overarching direction. The next moment, however, he heard his subordinate stammering, "Everything is gone. The items in our cellar." "All of them?" Master Wu, forgetting his attire, quickly turned and seized the man's neck, demanding, "Repeat that." The man, gasping for breath, struggled to respond, All the items, including the recently arrived batch. All of them." Master Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. How could everything be missing? He disregarded his clothing and shoes, hastily emerging from the bathroom, nearly slipping in the wet courtyard. Yet, he paid no heed to his precarious footing as he scrambled to the cellar, only to find it devoid of any contents. It was as if a ruthless thief had swept through, leaving nothing behind. Who was responsible for this? The loss of that shipment, valued at no less than 10,000, would be difficult for Master Wu to explain. While others referred to him as Master Wu, Du Jincheng dared not offend him. Yet, in the presence of true authority figures, he was merely a pawn, a shadowy figure facilitating others' profits. What claim did he have to the title of master? At that moment, Master Wu's mind went blank. He blamed the enforcement team. He blamed Du Jincheng. Yes, it was Du Jincheng. Infuriated, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Investigate what Du Jincheng has been up to today. What he intends to do next. Keep a close watch on him." As he dispatched his men to surveil Du Jincheng, Master Wu gradually regained his composure. In times of crisis, maintaining a calm demeanor is essential. The misfortune had already transpired, and no amount of urgency could alter that. The most pressing concern now was to determine how to manage this situation and mitigate its repercussions. With such significant losses, Master Wu could not escape accountability. Ultimately, the individual behind this debacle, regardless of the circumstances, sought only one outcome: ample compensation and sufficient tribute. As for the other matters, he was not overly insistent. Naturally, whenever he encountered difficulties, that person would lend a hand. This morning, he was able to venture out precisely because of that individual's assistance. However, now that everything had vanished, Fifth Master began to contemplate how to handle the aftermath. Over the years, he had amassed a considerable sum of money. Yet it appeared that he would have to part with a significant portion of it. Losing a batch of goods would not suffice for that person. They would undoubtedly demand a double recompense. Fifth Master returned home, donned his attire, put on his shoes, and tidied himself up. Only then did he leisurely return to his room to search for his belongings. Upon reaching the corner, he cautiously lifted the movable brick in the wall, only to discover an utterly empty space. How could this be? Panic gripped Fifth Master. This was where he had stored the majority of his valuables. After scouring his room, he found nothing of worth remaining. It wasn't that there was absolutely nothing left, but all the precious items had disappeared. It's over, it's all over. Fifth Master was on the brink of madness. How could everything be gone? Du Jincheng, I want you dead. Fifth Master raged, shouting and screaming within his chamber. Outside, his subordinates were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. However, considering the vast quantities of items in the cellar, worth at least tens of thousands, that had vanished overnight, how could Fifth Master not be driven to madness? Therefore, they dared not provoke him or inquire further. Inside, after venting his frustrations for a considerable time, Fifth Master eventually calmed himself. He sat despondently on his bed, reflecting, Du Jincheng, how daring of you to play such petty tricks on me. Do not blame me for being ruthless. However, my immediate concern should be to fill the void left by this loss, rather than seeking vengeance against Du Jincheng. The items that had been transported away seemed irretrievable. Years of toil had vanished in an instant. Chapter 80. Fifth Master's Retaliation Against the Du Family. Seizing everything from Jiang Xinyan's home, Fifth Master was a decisive individual and soon resolved to take action. He stealthily ventured out to retrieve the items he had previously moved, exchanging them for cash. He understood well the wisdom of having multiple safe havens. Although the place he occupied was of utmost importance and housed the greatest treasures, he had other locations as well. After a day of diligent effort, he finally gathered enough money and made his way to the influential figure he relied upon. Fortunately, although he received a reprimand, the individual ultimately granted him an opportunity in exchange for the funds. Gratefully, Fifth Master returned, his hatred for Du Jincheng deepening further. Just as he arrived home in the afternoon, the person he had dispatched to monitor Du Jincheng also returned with a report. Fifth Master, our men discovered that Du Jincheng stealthily took some money and goods, seeking connections to assist his son. Fifth Master, infuriated yet oddly amused, retorted, very well, very well. Du Jincheng seems quite adept, employing such tactics against me. He has absconded with my belongings, only to use them to forge connections for his son? Very clever. After pondering the situation, Fifth Master realized he had suffered a silent setback. Yet Du Jincheng should not expect an easy path ahead. You are commanded to follow my orders. In the evening, the youth office visited once more, this time with a significantly stricter demeanor. Du Jincheng found it futile to leverage connections, as the atmosphere within the family was exceedingly tense. Furthermore, news from the tail-cutting meeting indicated that Du Jianyang had been apprehended. Although Du Jincheng felt some discontent towards his son's miserly attitude upon his return, he could not disregard the fact that he was still his son. Additionally, the schemes from years past had yet to be fully realized. Du Jianyang still possessed value, thus he could not be neglected. After a moment of contemplation, Du Jianlin spoke up. Mom and Dad, since Du Jianyang has already been detained, why don't we report his name? Chen Shuxiao considered this as well and promptly discussed it with Du Jincheng. In that case, why not? Ultimately, Du Jinxing nodded in agreement. Let Jinyang go for now. This is beyond our control. After all, he did this for a woman. The other 3 children wore smiles, yet Du Jinxing soon added. However, the youth office requires 2 individuals, and Jianyang counts as only 1. We need another. Du Jianlin's gaze narrowed, and he quickly expressed, Mom and Dad, before he could finish. Du Shirling interjected, Mom and Dad, we are daughters, utterly powerless, and we have no experience in farming. Du Shizhu eagerly concurred. Indeed, Mom and Dad, moreover. We are all aware of the events that transpired today. Your position has been affected. If you could help us find suitable matches, it would undoubtedly assist you. The family engaged in a heated discussion, ultimately leading Du Jinxing to resort to the traditional method of drawing lots to decide. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan had arrived at the doorstep of Jiang Xinyan's home in the suburbs. If memory served correctly, this should be the place. Previously, the original occupant had come here with Jiang Xinyan to assist her, acting as a sycophant. This situation now afforded Xiao Shiyan the opportunity to learn the location of Jiang Xinyan's residence. Upon entering, the same carbon dioxide package was shared among the household. Although situated in the suburbs, Jiang Xinyan's home comprised merely a large room, alongside a wood storage room, a kitchen, and even the restroom was shared with others. 3 individuals resided in one room, separated by a curtain to distinguish between the sexes. This arrangement, in fact, saved Xiao Shiyan considerable time. On the surface, there appeared to be little of value. Having been expelled, Qin Lao had even returned over 1,000 yuan to Jiang Xinyan, resulting in Chen Deiju's savings being depleted by Qin Lao's offspring. The possessions of the household were not taken by Qin Lao's children, but rather by Jiang Xinyan's brother, who was no virtuous individual, a habitual gambler skilled in indulgence and vice. Although Chen Deiju and Jiang Xinyan had previously received financial support from Qin's family and Xiao Shiyan, their expenses still exceeded their income, and the household items were gradually stripped away. Perhaps the only valuable possession left in the house was a small camphorwood chest. In this era, a woman's dowry typically included such a chest, used to store out-of-season clothing or other seldom-used items. In ancient times, these would be considered treasures kept for special occasions. Xiao Shiyan utilized his spatial abilities to scan the contents of the chest, discovering it primarily contained an assortment of clothing and 2 unused pieces of fabric. The garments were of little value, suitable only for rags. However, the labor cloth could indeed serve a purpose. At the very bottom of the chest, he uncovered a bundle of money wrapped within a piece of clothing. Xiao Shiyan surmised it must have been the last remnants of cash brought back by Chen Deiju, buried at the bottom. He promptly stowed away the camphorwood chest. The only other item left was a comb, which was impractical to transport. With a mindset of caution, Xiao Shiyan conducted a thorough search of the room, only to find it utterly devoid of anything of worth. Could it be that the Jiang family truly possessed nothing of value? Even thieves would leave behind something of note. After a thorough investigation, during which not even his spatial abilities yielded results, he resigned to the fact that there was nothing more to be done. Exiting the room, he proceeded to the kitchen, where he hoped to find some useful utensils or provisions. Yet, disappointingly, there was nothing of value, just 2 clay pots, one of which was broken. Logically, the era of steel production had passed. Surely, a pot could be accumulated over time. Cooking in an iron wok always yielded superior flavors, while dishes prepared in clay pots lacked the essential essence. Naturally, he collected what he could, even a dilapidated cupboard that housed a meager supply of grains, all of which were locked away. Xiao Shiyan had no intention of leaving anything for Jiang Xinyan and her family, even if it meant burning the wood for fuel. He would not bequeath them anything. To his surprise, he discovered 20 eggs, which he promptly took, suspecting they were intended by Chen Deiji for Jiang Xinyan's brother. While Jiang Xinyan might occasionally indulge in an egg or 2, the majority were undoubtedly meant for her sibling. Remembering the firewood shed, Xiao Shiyan made a circuit of the kitchen without finding anything noteworthy. He resolved not to leave behind any possessions for Jiang Xinyan's family. Having already taken the blankets they used, how could he possibly allow them to keep any firewood? Ultimately, he arrived at the firewood shed, which contained only a modest supply of wood and some coal chunks, not coal balls, as the Jiang family had no coal stove and therefore did not purchase coal balls. He gathered everything, and just as he collected the last bundle of firewood, he made an intriguing discovery. It turned out there were concealed items, cleverly hidden. Who would suspect that valuables lay tucked away in the corner of the firewood shed? Without removing the firewood, they would remain undetected. To his astonishment, he unearthed an iron box. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate its contents. Chapter 81. encountering Du Jianyong at the train station. He too must go to the countryside. Xiao Shiyan summoned his spatial abilities, and an iron box was immediately retrieved. Upon opening it, he found rolls of money inside. Each roll contained 50 bills, amounting to 500 yuan per roll. There were 3 rolls in total. What was the story behind the 1,500 yuan found in Qin Daijia's household? He promptly stored the money away, considering it a form of interest for the mental anguish Jiang Xinyan had caused the original owner. After receiving the payment, Xiao Shiyan cast another glance at the iron box, which still contained a variety of small ornaments, gold and silver pieces, along with several jade hairpins. It was uncertain whether these items were pilfered by Chun Daiju from Qin's ancestral home. It was indeed plausible, as old Qin had once been a member of the Cut-Tail Society before retiring due to his advanced age. The treasures he had collected over the years could very well include these trinkets. It seemed that Qin Daiju had managed to bring some of them here. Xiao Shiyan gathered everything, then turned to a corner where several bundles of firewood were stacked. After collecting them, he discovered another, somewhat newer iron box hidden away. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find a lesser amount of cash along with some tickets. To his astonishment, they were national tickets, quite a find indeed. He naturally collected all of it. Although the cash was modest, it amounted to over 300. It appeared that the first box belonged to Qin Daiju, while this one likely belonged to Jiang Xinyan. They had hidden quite a stash here, seemingly in unison within the firewood storage. Did they know of each other's secrets? Once he had cleared the firewood, Xiao Shiyan turned to leave. After stepping outside, he retrieved his bicycle and made his way to several other heads of the Cut-Tail Society, procuring a batch of antiques. Xiao Shiyan mused to himself, who says people these days lack intelligence? They too were collecting antiques. It was merely that the ordinary folk were deceived into believing these items were worthless. In other words, the average person was aware of the value of such treasures, yet, given the prevailing circumstances, they felt compelled to feign disdain for them. Such is fate and fortune. Having had a bountiful haul, Xiao Shiyan returned home shortly past midnight. Finding Gu Xiqing soundly asleep, he climbed into bed for some rest. By 6 in the morning, he awoke, feeling invigorated. As he prepared to go for a run, Gu Qingfeng expressed curiosity. You're departing today, and yet you still wish to run? Xiao Shiyan smiled. I've grown accustomed to it. If I don't exercise regularly, what will others think of my health? Perhaps I should install a treadmill at home for appearances, negating the need to run outside. After all, my abilities can also enhance my physique. The two set off together, and upon returning from their run, they found many visitors at home. Lu Xiaowei, Jiang Xichao, and their mother had come to see him off to the train station. We're here to accompany you, Lu Xiaowei spoke on behalf of the others. Xiao Shiyan felt deeply moved. No need for so many to go to the station, it would seem odd to others. Yet, the insistence of the group left him unable to refuse. Breakfast consisted of rice accompanied by 2 dishes, braised pork and a vegetable stir-fry. Xiao Shiyan surmised that Wensiki must have used her entire meat ration for the month. After finishing the meal, Wensiki presented him with a lunchbox, saying, I've prepared some dumplings for you to take along. Eat them at noon. Lu Xiaowei's mother, Lu Ruyan, cheerfully handed him another lunchbox. I made sweet pancakes. They can last a bit longer. Have Wenjia's dumplings for lunch and save the pancakes for dinner. Wang Lingshuang, Jiang Xichao's mother, was equally determined and presented a lunchbox. I made oil cakes. Although their flavor cannot possibly compare to what Shiyan sent back with Xichao, it is a token of my sincerity. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shiyan accepted it, understanding that mutual exchange fosters stronger relationships. I am truly grateful to you, aunts, he said. Upon seeing him accept the offering without pretense, several aunts, including Wensiki, chuckled. They preferred his straightforwardness over the disingenuousness of feigned refusal. Gu Qingfeng spoke on behalf of the others. We all have work commitments, so we cannot escort you. Recently, they had been exceedingly busy, often working late to wrap up matters concerning the village, including the aftermath of a murder case and various follow-ups related to the spies and the gold mine. Xiao Shiyan comprehended their situation and graciously replied, no need for that. I can manage on my own. Gu Xiqing added, the 3 of U.S. brothers can accompany him. Wensiki interjected, this child, his parents are unable to go. It is our duty as aunts to send him off. Enough chatter. It's time to depart. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Shiyan noticed another vehicle had arrived. Gu Qifeng smiled. Old Jiang couldn't take you himself, so he arranged for a car to drive you all. Xiao Shiyan felt deeply touched. The group made their way to the train station, lugging their luggage, which included a sizable bag. Xiao Shiyan carried a crossbody bag and held a large net bag containing 3 lunchboxes and some snacks. These were merely the visible items. He had discreetly stowed away several food-filled lunchboxes he had obtained during a prior raid on Wu Ye's cellar. They were empty now, but could be quickly replaced when mealtime came. The train station buzzed with activity, and Xiao Shiyan quickly found the registration area, signed in, received a large red flower, and joined in singing a contemporary song while posing for photographs. Gu Xichen waved. I found the place. We'll help you load your things first. Just as Xiao Shiyan was preparing to board, Lu Xiaowei patted him on the shoulder and gestured behind him. Look back there. Turning around, Xiao Shiyan broke into a smile. Isn't that an old friend? It seems Du Jianyang has managed to find connections through Du Jincheng. However, he still has to go to the countryside. Xiao Shiyan nearly laughed aloud. Although he felt a tinge of regret, Du Jianyang was now heading to the countryside, and it would hinder Jiang Xinyan from solidifying her bond with him. Shaking his head slightly, he noticed Du Jianyang had also turned to face him, his eyes ablaze with fury that could burn a hole in the sky. Xiao Shiyan raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude that unraveled Du Jianyang's composure, prompting him to scream, "Bastard, is it you?" As Du Jianyang attempted to approach, he was restrained by Du Jincheng. At this moment, Du Jincheng's gaze also turned, coincidentally meeting the calm eyes of Xiao Shiyan. Their eyes met serenely, akin to a tranquil sea concealing surging waves beneath its surface. What brought them here? Was Du Jianyang also heading to the countryside? This was indeed thrilling. In Chapter 82, the three ants confront the Du family, and their emotional tactics prove ineffective. The voice of Schadenfreude belonged to Jiang Xichao. Xiao Shiyan responded with a faint smile. Although Du Jincheng felt anger, his composed demeanor prevented him from expressing it openly. However, the fury in his eyes remained unmistakable. Xiao Shiyan withdrew his gaze and suddenly chuckled. Lu Zhuwei and the others shared a similar sentiment, serving as the finest mockery towards Du Jianyang. In truth, Du Jianyang felt regretful. Upon his rebirth, the wealth he could amass far exceeded that of his previous life. Had he not been so eager to return to the Du family, with such riches at his disposal, even a journey to the countryside would not have been burdensome. Moreover, the reincarnated him was not the same as before. In his past life, when Du Jianyang went to the countryside, he was utterly ignorant, flaunting his wealth, which led to his possessions being stolen. That was the source of his hardship. Now, if he exercised a bit of caution, armed with the wealth from the Xiao family, he could certainly lead a good life. Du Jianyang was then taken to sign documents. Xiao Shiyan, indifferent, intended for Wen Ziqi and the others to return early. At that moment, Lu Rian remarked, I sent a telegram back to my father earlier. He called yesterday, and when you go to Tiguazi Township, feel free to reach out to my father or brother if you encounter any issues. After saying this, Lu Rian produced a piece of paper, which Xiao Shiyan noticed contained names and basic information. Wen Ziqi expressed her delight. This is excellent. I was also going to mention that Xingfeng's former class leader is over there. You can seek him out. However, Xingfeng's old class leader serves as the head of the local police station, so make a point to visit him when you have the time. I've noted down his information. Take this letter with you. When the time comes, you can present it to him. This was indeed a network of connections. The head of the police station could facilitate many matters and help him avoid numerous issues. For instance, should anyone bring up his capitalist origins, such connections could avert potential complications. Xiao Shiyan naturally kept the information and expressed his gratitude. He initially believed that he and Du Jincheng had irreparably severed ties, anticipating no further interaction between them. Their mutual disdain had already established the best possible scenario. To his surprise, Du Jincheng had the audacity to approach with his family to greet him. Shiyan. Xiao Shiyan turned around, nearly rolling his eyes. Wen Ziqi and the others remained silent, clearly unwilling to engage with him. As for Xiao Shiyan's decisions, they all supported him, though their expressions conveyed a reluctance for him to associate with Du Jincheng further. Xiao Shiyan turned back, his face devoid of emotion, and stated, I had thought, Mr. Du, that we had severed all ties between the Du family and myself. Is there truly anything to discuss beyond the grievances of past mistreatment? How brazenly shameless to approach me. Xiao Shiyan perceives that Du Jincheng's visit is not merely a casual greeting. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. A flicker of anger briefly crosses Du Jincheng's countenance, while Du Jianyang and Du Shiling unleash a torrent of vitriol. Xiao Shiyan, who do you think you are? A mere destitute. Du Jincheng swiftly interrupts, casting a fierce glare at the pair before turning back with a smile, saying, After all, you've referred to me as father for 16 years. Let us not dwell on this. It is hardly a matter worth reminiscing. 16 years of torment only serves to stoke the flames of resentment. This is enmity, not gratitude. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Du? Xiao Shiyan regards him with a mocking gaze, having already surmised something significant. After all, both Du Jianyong and Du Shiling are adorned with flowers on their chests. Had they both ventured to the countryside together? How could Du Jinsheng and Qin Shuxiao bear to send their precious daughter away? Little do they know it was a result of a random draw the previous night. Du Jinsheng and Qin Shuxiao had initially plotted to keep their daughter at home, not out of affection, but due to the dangers of rural life and the potential for advantageous marital alliances. Yet, Du Jianyong's instigation revealed their ruse, leading to chaos, and ultimately, it came down to chance. Du Shiling, having drawn the shortest straw, had no choice but to head to the countryside. Though Du Jinsheng was incensed, he realized his children had never endured such hardship, compelling him to speak up. Shiyan, I know you perceive me as biased. However, there were too many children in the household at that time. Shu is a girl, and it would be unreasonable to send her to the countryside. Besides, the elders desired a child to care for, forcing me to make a painful choice. Come now, a newborn cannot be separated from her mother. Your older children were unwilling to go to the countryside, yet you send off the youngest? Do not suggest your mother, at her age, can still provide milk for the baby. When Siki interjected, unable to restrain herself, Xiao Shiyan silently gave her a thumbs up, and when Siki nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes conveying, "Look at my performance." Indeed, this individual possesses an audacity that knows no bounds. Lu Ruyan, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "What brings you here? Are you truly suggesting that your two children are joining ours in the countryside? You are quite scheming. Our Shiyan has just escaped your den of iniquity, freed from the burden of being your caretaker, only to be ensnared again." Du Jinsheng's face flushed slightly, while Du Shiling, unable to tolerate the tension, remarked, "He has been accustomed to labor since childhood. What is the harm in doing more?" This remark incited Wang Lingshuang's ire. "Oh, it appears your family truly embodies the landlord's house. Your young lady's rhetoric is deafening. Just because one is accustomed to something does not mean they must serve you. Who do you think you are? Should I report this to the youth office?" Du Jianyong furrowed his brow, pondering that Xiao Shiyan's demeanor in this life starkly contrasts with that of his past. Could it be that he too has been reborn? Otherwise, how could he harbor such animosity towards the Du family? In his previous life, Xiao Shiyan served the Du family tirelessly, akin to a beast of burden, until old age. Du Jianyong dared not speak of capitalists, as he himself was raised in a capitalist household. Du Shiling was about to voice her thoughts, but was halted by Du Jinsheng. This daughter truly lacked discretion. Should she continue, she might find herself sent to the countryside. In the end, Du Jinsheng added, "Regardless of the circumstances, we grew up together. Do you not value the bond of brotherhood and sisterhood?" It was at this moment that Xiao Shiyan responded, "Brotherhood and sisterhood? I feel none of such affection. All I know is that they view me as a mere servant, a subordinate." My answer correct. You truly resemble the gentry. Not even the landlords are as ruthless as you, solely targeting me for exploitation. Du Jinsheng's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. He had initially intended to appeal to emotions, hoping to elicit some consideration from Xiao Shiyan for Du Jianyong and Du Shiling, especially since the latter had been his sister for over a decade. Unfortunately, Xiao Shiyan's words shattered his illusions. It seemed that any hope of subjugating Xiao Shiyan was futile. Just as he contemplated further discourse, Xiao Shiyan raised an eyebrow and mockingly remarked, "Mr. Du, rather than worrying about your daughter, perhaps you should concern yourself with your third son." As they turned to look, they noticed Du Jianyong, adorned with a silver bracelet, being escorted in. Xiao Shiyan scoffed. "It appears Du Jianyong has committed some misdeed and has been apprehended. Is he to be sent to the farm?" Although Du Jinsheng had been tirelessly negotiating the previous day, and Du Jianyong had disclosed information about those involved, the matter, being related to spies, left Du Jinsheng with little recourse. A sentence was inevitable, and he had no means to alter it. However, he did not expect the transfer to occur so swiftly. Without any time to converse with Xiao Shiyan, he hurried forward, leveraging his status as a colleague to inquire, "What has happened to Jianyong?" A colleague, equally perturbed, replied that sending someone to the farm was no trivial matter. The challenges of the past few days had been arduous, particularly with the responsibility of watching a prisoner to prevent an escape, which weighed heavily on the mind. "Captain Du, the punishment has been handed down from above. 12 years of reform through labor." Du Jinsheng inhaled sharply, asking, "How could the sentence be so severe?" "Jianyong knows nothing. He was merely caught in a trap. Furthermore, that woman and her backers are the true masterminds." The police officer waved his hand dismissively. "This is still a lenient outcome. You are aware that matters involving spies are far from straightforward. Were it not for your interventions, this would not be a matter solvable by merely 12 years of labor reform. Du Jincheng, feeling helpless, further inquired, why the haste? He had hoped for more time to arrange matters and mitigate the severity of the sentence. After all, at 22, a 12-year sentence would leave Janning at 34. What future could he possibly have then? The officer replied, this is already the best possible result. If one does not seize this moment to make a decisive choice, do you think 12 years will suffice to resolve matters? Regardless of Du Jincheng's concerns, Xiao Shiyan remains utterly unfazed. He turned to smile at Siki and the others, remarking, I wonder what crime led to Du Janning's 12-year sentence. Du Xiqing nudged Xiao Shiyan and said, impressive, your ears are quite keen. You managed to overhear that from such a distance. Rest assured, I will inquire further and write to inform you. Lu Xiaowei nodded in agreement, adding, you need not worry. I will uncover all the absurdities surrounding the Du family. Aside from the eldest son still serving in the military, the rest are unemployed, destined to be sent to the countryside, save for one who will remain nearby. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Shiyan stated, the train is about to depart. It is time for everyone to return. I shall board now. The group escorted him to the train, and upon reaching his seat, he noticed a few familiar faces by the window. Arriving early, he had already stowed a large bag above, leaving a netted pouch on the central table, while a crossbody bag rested comfortably on him, intended for personal items and a means of concealment. All right, everyone, head back, he urged as more passengers gradually filled the space. Xiao Shiyan's expression soured upon spotting Du Jianyang and Du Shiling entering the same carriage, approaching his vicinity. Nevertheless, he found a certain satisfaction in observing the Du family's misfortunes up close. They had best not provoke me, he thought. Otherwise, whatever Du Jincheng offers, I shall take from them. Though he had no intention of personally involving himself in the Du family's affairs should they present themselves before him, he would not hesitate to act. Fortunately, they settled 2 rows away instead. The train jolted and began to move, prompting Xiao Shiyan to wave at Gu Xiqing and the others outside. You all should return. Upon my arrival, I shall contact you. Do remember to write. Gu Xiqing and the others waved back until the train gradually distanced itself, at which point they turned to leave. As he settled into his seat, Xiao Shiyan noticed Du Shiling making a pouting gesture from across the aisle. He found it ridiculous. After all, their presence had nothing to do with his departure. He resolved to close his eyes for a brief respite while attending to affairs in the happy little town, allowing for gradual upgrades. After all, wealth is transient. What remains is of little significance. It would be wiser to upgrade first, enjoying the conveniences that come with it. Upgrade, Xiao Shiyan silently commanded, and instantly 5 small yellow fish vanished. The tiles atop his brick house transformed into glazed tiles, though only the exterior changed. Continue upgrading. Another 5 yellow fish disappeared, this time elevating the red brick house to greater heights, with the bathroom now featuring a separation of wet and dry areas. Proceed. The bathroom gained a bathtub, and the bedroom's bed transformed into a comfortable spring mattress. Imagining resting upon it brought him immense comfort. He found himself disinterested in staying at the youth station. Xiao Shiyan pondered to himself, if only I could venture out and build a small abode. In that case, I could retreat to the city of happiness for rest. Is a soft mattress not more comfortable than a heated brick bed? Furthermore, the city of happiness is devoid of winter. It remains perpetually spring-like throughout the year. How delightful. An upgrade occurred. This time, the pancake stall was enhanced. The stall expanded and additional ingredients were introduced. 5 varieties of pickled vegetables, diced meat, and ham. Quite splendid. Subsequently, Xiao Shiyan upgraded it 5 more times. This series of upgrades resulted in an impressive 30 varieties of ingredients, which even included seafood, such as salmon. The stall had grown considerably, no longer resembling a mere street vendor. Another upgrade ensued. At last, this was not merely another enhancement of the pancake stall. Instead, a traditional Chinese medicine shop had emerged. How splendid. Now there would be a place to procure medicine. Xiao Shiyan also discerned that this actual city of happiness differed somewhat from the game. At least the establishments that had been upgraded bore a certain uniqueness. He had initially assumed it would mirror the game experience. Curious, Xiao Shiyan inquired about the medicine shop and discovered a practitioner present, albeit unable to provide consultations. He could only dispense medicine based on prescriptions. Fortunately, I possess some medical knowledge. Otherwise, relying solely on him would hinder the shop's operations. Upon inspecting the medicine cabinet, he found a selection of common herbs available, though there were no Western medications. Traditional Chinese medicine may take longer to manifest effects, yet it is less detrimental to the body. While all medicines carry some toxicity, traditional remedies do not assault the immune system as directly as Western drugs, which often result in significant side effects. He decided to upgrade several more times to see what would transpire. In a swift motion, he upgraded 5 times, resulting in a more expansive and comprehensive medicine cabinet, even featuring ginseng. The attending physician was commendable, at least of the caliber of a county-level chief physician. For minor ailments, one could simply articulate symptoms to receive the appropriate medication. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan contemplated further upgrades. After all, there were still plenty of fish available. The City of Happiness transmitted a message. Upgrades could only occur once a week at the regular price. Otherwise, the cost would be tenfold. Xiao Shiyan was not inclined to accept such terms. Thus he resolved to proceed gradually. Having made his decision, he intended to further inspect his dwelling, which had been upgraded nearly 10 times, and the yard was quite spacious. He contemplated planting some fruits and vegetables when he overheard someone say, "We come from all corners of the world. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Li Zihu, from the capital, 18 years old, a high school graduate. And I have come to the Black Province for rural development. I am Hu Shuiying, 19 years old, from Shanghai, a high school graduate. And I too have come to the Black Province for rural development. I am Tai San, 20 years old, also from the capital. And I am headed to the Liao Province for rural development. I am Du Jianyang, 16 years old, also from the capital. And I am going to the Liao Province for rural development." Upon opening his eyes, Xiao Shiyan saw Du Jianyang rise and speak loudly. This individual certainly managed to integrate into the group. However, he too was heading to the Liao Province? Could it be that Du Jinsheng has indeed leveraged connections to insert himself alongside me in this rural setting? Xiao Shiyan cast a teasing glance at Du Jianyang, wondering if he still believed he was the original self, still capable of draining the Du family's resources, regardless of any leverage he might possess. It amounted to little more than being born of capitalist lineage or landowning ancestry, neither of which concerned Xiao Shiyan in the least. After all, on the surface, he had never resided even a single day in a capitalist household. Moreover, he had already rendered meritorious service. Conversely, should Du Jianyang dare to mention this matter, it would merely serve to shoot himself in the foot. As Du Jianyang took his seat, he cast a glance in Xiao Shiyan's direction, leaving one to ponder his intentions. Next, it was Du Shiling's turn. She rose, first glaring fiercely at Xiao Shiyan before declaring, "I am Du Shiling, 18 years old, and I hail from the capital. I am going to the countryside in Liaoning Province. My father is a company commander, unlike certain individuals born into wealth, a true capitalist scion." Du Jianyang's expression shifted slightly. This foolish sister of his, could she not employ some common sense? Was this something she ought to say? For Xiao Shiyan was no longer the same person he once was. He was no longer one to meekly endure. In this year of 1973, while the atmosphere had improved somewhat, those of capitalist origin were still among the first to be targeted. Thus, when Du Shiling spoke, everyone was momentarily taken aback. In truth, none of them were particularly keen on going to the countryside at this juncture. This train car was likely a refuge for Xiao Shiyan, who sought to evade certain issues, while the others were probably coerced into this situation. Du Jianyang and Du Shiling, as siblings, were compelled to go to the countryside due to Xiao Shiyan's report, which had prompted the youth committee to intervene. Consequently, an uproar ensued. Who among us is the offspring of a capitalist? Who has infiltrated our revolutionary ranks? A wave of envy, jealousy, and disdain swept through the crowd. Regardless of how distasteful their capitalist origins may be, their wealth was undeniable. Who among us does not envy or resent that? Such feelings are a fundamental human response. Xiao Shiyan closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. If Du Shiling refrained from identification, all would be well. However, should she point him out, he would ensure her attempts to undermine him would backfire spectacularly. Observing Xiao Shiyan's demeanor, Du Jianyang mistakenly interpreted his silence as guilt, noting that he had even closed his eyes. What difference was there from a thief covering his ears to avoid hearing the bell? Du Shiling, feeling quite pleased with herself, misinterpreted Xiao Shiyan's demeanor as a sign of weakness. With a flourish, she gestured in his direction, exclaiming, "Behold, that is the scion of a capitalist. Look at his attire. So pristine and new, though not made of the finest materials, it is certainly the best ready-made clothing available. The supply and marketing cooperative sells such a set for 17 yuan. And observe that large package he carries. Who but a capitalist could afford to bring such an abundance of goods?" In an instant, the crowd erupted in accusations. Even those seated near Xiao Shiyan shifted away, fearful that association with his capitalist identity would lead to their own ostracism. Yet, Xiao Shiyan remained composed, showing no intention of speaking up. Xiao Shiyan, will you not say anything at all? Du Shiling exclaimed with great delight. Now that you refuse to agree to be our caretaker, let's see how you'll fare. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan slowly opened his eyes, surprised as he asked, have you all finished your introductions? Is it now my turn? This particular carriage was filled with individuals heading to the northeast for rural work. From the far end, where Xiao Shiyan was seated, the introductions had traversed 2 rows of people before reaching him. Although Du Shiling found Xiao Shiyan's demeanor somewhat peculiar, he could not suppress his pride as he declared, Xiao Shiyan, are you not going to offer an explanation? With an innocent expression, Xiao Shiyan replied, me? What is there to explain? His demeanor caused Du Jianyang to feel a pang of anxiety as he recalled Xiao Shiyan's previous rebuttal. This matter was indeed difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, Du Shiling confidently asserted, of course, you should clarify. You, who clearly hail from a capitalist background, how can you suddenly transform and join us in the countryside? What is your true identity that you dare to compare yourself with us, the honorable children of impoverished farmers? Du Shiling initially intended to mention her own upbringing in a cadre family, but ultimately decided that emphasizing her roots as a peasant would further highlight the contemptible nature of a capitalist origin. Xiao Shiyan raised an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings. Perhaps his calm demeanor had left them momentarily speechless, unsure of the truth of the situation. A silence fell over the group. A slight smirk graced Xiao Shiyan's lips as he addressed Du Shiling. I, too, grew up in the same household as you. Well, that is not entirely correct. Your family sent me to the countryside, where I was mistreated by an old woman. How does that differ from the narrative? Wasn't it said that this girl is the daughter of a cadre? How is it that one born of capitalists shares a household with her and suffers at the hands of an old woman? Is this really a capitalist upbringing? Du Shiling felt a twinge of panic. She had not anticipated that Xiao Shiyan would reveal such details. Who would openly share such experiences? It was utterly mortifying. Yet, she failed to consider that if her own capitalist background were exposed, she would be ostracized, making her future exceedingly difficult. Xiao Shiyan cast a sideways glance at Du Jianyang, who was seated next to Du Shiling, and continued, as for you, this young man. Oh, he is your brother, is he not? He grew up in a capitalist household. And just a few days ago, he returned claiming that he is your true brother, while I am the imposter. This sudden revelation has ousted me, your family's caretaker. With nowhere to go, I recalled the nation's call and volunteered for rural work. As for my parentage, it seems your esteemed cadre father has not bothered to investigate who, 16 years ago, intentionally swapped me in the hospital, only to return me as a burden to the countryside. Once I reached the age of 6 and was capable of labor, I was brought back to serve as a laborer. Alas, it seems that those in power do not act in the people's interest. Perhaps it would be better to return home and cultivate sweet potatoes. I suspect your father, a deputy battalion commander? His position may well be in vain. Xiao Shiyan's articulate words left no room for interruption. Du Jianyang could not interject and merely closed his eyes. Feigning death, Du Shiling, on the other hand, could only point at Xiao Shiyan, stammering you, in a futile attempt to respond. She found herself at a loss for words. Who would have thought that Xiao Shiyan could behave in such a manner? Astonishingly, he even dragged her father into the fray. Xiao Shiyan cast her a disdainful glance. After all, in this day and age, there were no paternity tests, and as long as he refused to acknowledge it, no one could challenge him. At that moment, Du Jianyang abruptly stood up. I am not. Chapter 85. Only through comparison does one suffer, the mischievous child. Xiao Shiyan observed Du Jianyang's movement, fully aware that he was poised to refute. Du Jianyang, with an indignant expression, declared, I did not come from a capitalist background. It is precisely because I felt ashamed of being born into one that I undertook extensive investigations, only to uncover that I am not the son of a capitalist, but rather the proud offspring of a law enforcement officer. I renounced my capitalist heritage to return to my roots as a civil servant. Not only did I forsake my capitalist lineage, but I also voluntarily enlisted to work in the countryside as an educated youth. Bravo! A number of voices exclaimed in unison. Although, in this era, few were willing to venture into the countryside, they still held admiration for such responses to policy, despite perhaps privately considering them foolish. Xiao Shiyan, however, scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Du Jianyang as he proclaimed, You conducted an investigation? Then who was it that deliberately switched the babies back in the day? In our hospital, how many couples gave birth, and how many boys and girls did they have? Where do their families reside? I wish to find my own parents. Could you provide me with that information? Du Jianyong was instantly rendered speechless. Having been reborn, he had only just learned of his identity as a member of the Du family. He had not delved into such matters. He didn't even know in which hospital he was born, let alone how many couples gave birth around the same time and how many children they had. He opened his mouth, intending to say something further, but upon seeing Xiao Shiyan's mocking gaze, he promptly shut it. He sensed that any further words might lead Xiao Shiyan to reveal something inappropriate. He hastily pulled Du Shirling down into her seat, signaling with his eyes for her to remain silent. If you wish to avoid being ostracized, refrain from speaking. Du Shirling opened her mouth, having never anticipated that Xiao Shiyan, once ousted, would emerge as an entirely different person. Frustrated, she sat down, pouting, her mood swiftly darkening. Xiao Shiyan disdainfully curled his lips. Did Du Jianyong and Du Shirling truly believe they could contend with him? If this continued, he would ensure that neither of them had to go to the countryside at all. He would send them back the way they came, straight to the farm. Were it not for his curiosity about whether Du Jianyong would be sent to the same location, serving as a control group for comparison, he would have dispatched them to the farm without a second thought. A tranquil life necessitated a control group to truly appreciate its joys. When Du Jianyong and Du Shirling, as the control group, found themselves in disarray, their lives a chaotic mess, the stark contrast with the vibrant existence of Xiao Shiyan would deepen their emotional suffering. Physical hardship alone was not the most arduous. It was the combination of physical and mental anguish that constituted the truest form of suffering. Xiao Shiyan scoffed with disdain, closing his eyes and choosing not to speak further. After this brief interlude, the group lost interest in self-introductions. None of them had intended to venture into the countryside willingly. And now, interrupted, who still had the heart for it? With his eyes shut, Xiao Shiyan realized that his happy little city could no longer be upgraded and would require a week's wait, though he was not stingy. Spending tenfold the cost for an upgrade was simply unreasonable. Moreover, the rules dictated that each successive upgrade would incur a tenfold increase, culminating in a hundredfold. Such terms were beyond the capacity of Xiao Shiyan's gold reserves. Fortunately, his current resources sufficed. He decided to take his time with the upgrades henceforth, disregarding the others. Xiao Shiyan resolved to rest for a while. Before long, lunch arrived. Everyone began to unpack their meals. Xiao Shiyan opened his eyes and reached beneath his seat, pretending to retrieve his lunchbox. In reality, he had placed one box in his bedroom within the happy little city and took out another. When Siki had prepared a box of dumplings for him, and he also added a small dish of vinegar and chili oil to the container. Upon opening it, a gentle steam wafted upwards. Du Jianyong stood up just in time to see Xiao Shiyan unveil his lunchbox, revealing the pristine dumplings, which, paired with vinegar and chili oil, looked particularly appetizing. In contrast, their morning fare had consisted of a few steamed buns prepared by Chen Xuxia. Though she had once been skilled in the kitchen, her culinary skills had dulled over the 10 years since Xiao Shiyan's arrival. While she had regained some proficiency in recent days, it still left much to be desired. Coupled with her inherently subpar cooking, this was precisely why Chen Xuxia felt justified in allowing Xiao Shiyan to handle the cooking, facing no reproach in doing so. She would often explain to others, "I simply lack confidence in my culinary abilities. In contrast, this child possesses talent. After all, we must eat." Initially, the neighbors questioned whether Chen Xuxia was being unreasonable by having a child serve as a caretaker. However, everyone knew Xiao Shiyan cooked at home. As for the other household chores, Chen Xuxia claimed credit for those outside. Thus, when Xiao Shiyan departed, he revealed his contributions to the household chores, prompting murmurs among those in the courtyard about Du Jinsheng and Chen Xuxia. Du Jianyong and Du Shirling pulled out their buns to eat. While they had been decent in the morning, now they had lost their warmth. Du Shirling had thought that many others were consuming cornmeal buns and a few had sweet potatoes, which made her feel that her steamed buns were still a good choice. After all, they were made from white flour and were meat-filled. Yet, seeing others enjoy steaming dumplings, the rich aroma of meat wafting from within, served with vinegar and chili oil, made her own buns seem lackluster by comparison. Exhausted, she thought, let it be. Xiao Shiyan, indifferent to the others, preferred solitude after the earlier incident and had no intention of sharing his dumplings. He was not lacking in affection like the original owner of this body. Xiao Shiyan had been struggling alone in the apocalypse for quite some time. Solitude had become his norm, though there were moments of camaraderie. The majority of his time was spent in solitary pursuits. Far from feeling fear, he found a peculiar enjoyment in his isolation. Moreover, with his unique abilities, even in the countryside, life was manageable. He had no desire for a throng of individuals encroaching upon him for their own gain. Upon arriving at a new locale, he resolved to find his own accommodation, avoiding the collective living quarters to evade scrutiny. Xiao Shiyan was determined that even in the rural expanse, his existence would be fulfilling, ensuring that others, like Du Jianyong, could see but not partake in his fortune. "Grandma, I want dumplings." Suddenly, a boisterous child dashed over, pointing at Xiao Shiyan's lunchbox. Following closely was an elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles and hair tied back, exuding an air of harshness. Xiao Shiyan sighed. This raucous child seemed to appear everywhere. Observing their attire, which was rather shabby, it was perplexing how this child had managed to accumulate some extra weight. Casting a sidelong glance, Xiao Shiyan had no intention of acknowledging the pair. To his dismay, the old woman reached out to snatch the lunchbox from his hands. "What are you doing?" Chapter 86. The capitalist offspring lacks the virtue of sharing. Xiao Shiyan, endowed with spatial abilities and possessing commendable physical fitness, was acutely aware of his surroundings. There was no way this elderly woman could seize his lunchbox. He could even see that her fingernails were long and grimy, an utterly repugnant sight. If it weren't for the delectable dumplings made by Wansiki, combined with the 5 pounds of spicy chopped peppers he had procured for a mere $1, he might have lost his appetite entirely. It was truly unhygienic. Xiao Shiyan murmured his discontent. The old woman, undeterred, began to wail dramatically. "What a tragedy. This capitalist offspring only consumes white flour dumplings. We, the impoverished farmers, are left wanting." It appeared that the earlier remarks made by Du Shiling about Xiao Shiyan's capitalist origins had reached her ears. However, since there was no opportunity for her to gain anything prior, she had held her tongue. Now that a situation had arisen, she felt emboldened to speak up. Xiao Shiyan, disinterested in engaging with the old woman, remembered that he had previously refuted her claims. He had never lived a day in the Xiao family. So even Du Jianyong could not contest him. Hastily, Xiao Shiyan devoured the last 2 dumplings, relishing each bite. Meanwhile, the old woman continued her faux weeping, expecting a chorus of sympathy from onlookers. However, unlike before when Du Shiling had spoken, there was no one to echo her lamentations. In fact, those seated beside Xiao Shiyan began to subtly distance themselves from her. It was unavoidable. Her hands were undeniably filthy, particularly her fingernails. On the side of the 3-person seat, the individual on the outer edge quietly stood up, clutching a white flour pancake, and discreetly moved away. Upon noticing that the box belonging to Xiao Shiyan was devoid of dumplings, the old woman became infuriated. Her gaze then fell upon a young man beside her, who had risen to his feet, clutching a white flour pancake. An idea crossed her mind. Since dumplings were beyond her reach, perhaps a white pancake would suffice. However, at that moment, Du Shiling, feeling irked, stood up to admonish, "Xiao Shiyan, how can you claim not to be a capitalistic scion when you indulge in white flour dumplings?" Xiao Shiyan scoffed. "Is consuming white flour dumplings the hallmark of a capitalist scion? Are you suggesting that anyone here who partakes in white flour dumplings is a capitalist scion? That lad over there, does he not reek of capitalism?" The man in plain military attire, lacking insignia, visibly darkened in expression. Yet Xiao Shiyan refrained from calling him a scion, merely labeling him a capitalist. This was not an insult. The man turned, and Du Shiling's eyes brightened. He was quite handsome. She pondered whether he had a partner. His demeanor hinted at a distinguished background. Could he be from a prestigious family? Although her own family was also prominent, they evidently did not mingle in the same circles as the rascals of the elite. This man radiated that particular vibe. During her school days, Du Shiling had inquired about such figures. Now, upon seeing him, he struck her as oddly familiar. Was it not familiarity? Xiao Shiyan recognized this man as Lu Zhaowei's acquaintance from their enclave, named Lu Ziqiao. His father was a commanding officer, a person whom Du Jianqing aspired to befriend at all costs. Yet, Xiao Shiyan was also curious. He vaguely recalled Lu Zhaowei mentioning Lu Ziqiao had enlisted. How could he be here? On a mission? Why then was he in civilian military garb? Surely, he should maintain his identity's secrecy. But if he were not on a mission, what was he doing on this train designated for educated youth? Although this train appeared to have sold some short-distance tickets, at least the old woman and her unruly child, along with a few others, were not educated youth. Lu Ziqiao cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Shiyan. Yet, he merely glanced before addressing Du Shiling. That comrade Xiao has stated he does not even know who his parents are. You cannot possibly be a dullard, can you? 5 seconds of memory? Have you forgotten so soon? Perhaps I should remind you that your brother was raised in a capitalist household. Du Shiling, initially wide-eyed with admiration, grew vexed at Lu Ziqiao's words. Lu Ziqiao continued, "Furthermore, in this era of the people's sovereignty, every household receives monthly rations of flour. What is the harm in enjoying a meal of dumplings? I observed that it was the elder of that comrade Xiao who brought him here. I presume the dumplings were also a gift from an elder. Why should he not indulge?" Xiao Shiyan, taken aback, noted Lu Ziqiao's keen observation. Truly, he was a soldier of remarkable discernment. Grateful for Lu Ziqiao's defense, Xiao Shiyan offered a slight bow, acknowledging his kindness. Although Xiao Shiyan was not particularly intimidated by Du Shiling, seething with anger, turned her ire towards Xiao Shiyan, unleashing her inner resentment. "If you are not a capitalist, why do you show no compassion towards the impoverished farmers seeking your help? You consume the meal all by yourself. Your heart is truly wicked." Xiao Shiyan nearly burst into laughter, but with a quick shift of his gaze, he retorted, "I do not know her, nor have we ever crossed paths. Why should I share my dumplings with her?" Du Shiling immediately interjected, as a youth of the new century. "We must certainly foster unity and mutual assistance. If you were not a capitalist scion and possessed a kind heart, you would surely be willing to share some dumplings with them." The old woman looked on eagerly, while the unruly child, having finished Xiao Shiyan's dumplings, fell to the ground and began to roll about. Such a temperament was unwelcome to all in the carriage. Lu Ziqiao frowned upon hearing Du Shiling's words. Unity is essential, but there is no obligation to share dumplings with such individuals. The flour used in one's household is not obtained without effort. Lu Ziqiao was quite curious about how Xiao Shiyan would respond. The unruly child paused for a moment, but then recalled that Xiao Shiyan's dumplings were all gone. He wanted to roll about. He wanted dumplings. Was it not true that there was another person nearby also consuming dumplings? He desired to partake. Xiao Shiyan chuckled softly and addressed Du Shiling and those around him. "Oh, I see. Then it appears, Du Shiling, that you are indeed a kind-hearted young lady. You are not a capitalist, and surely you must be very united, yes?" Du Shiling was momentarily taken aback, but quickly seized the opportunity to showcase her lofty morals before Lu Ziqiao. She stood tall and declared, "Of course, I am certainly not like you, a capitalist scion. I am indeed very united." "That's splendid." Xiao Shiyan clapped his hands and remarked to the old woman, "That lady over there has plenty of flour cakes. Though they may not be dumplings, they seem to contain meat filling as well, and are equally delicious. In fact, I would say they are even tastier. As these flour cakes are pan-fried, undoubtedly delectable. She is particularly eager to unite with you and willing to share her food, so do take your grandson along. For the next few days, simply accompany her, and it will surely resolve your daily meals." How wonderful is that? Truly a successor of our socialist ideals. Undoubtedly a good comrade. You must go now. Chapter 87. The resurgence of bourgeois aesthetics. Du Jianyang's test the atmosphere grew momentarily quiet. Nobody anticipated Xiao Shiyan's response. Faced with Du Shiling's moral coercion, most would have likely succumbed to the dilemma of self-justification. Yet, Xiao Shiyan simply delivered a few light-hearted remarks that led Du Shiling to unwittingly step into the pit he had cleverly dug for her. Moreover, no one could muster a counter-argument, as these were all principles articulated by Du Shiling herself. As long as Du Shiling did not slap herself in the face or contradict her earlier arguments, there was no resolution. Lu Ziqiao slightly curled his lips in a smirk. Knowing that Xiao Shiyan would not so easily fall into Du Shiling's trap, from his expression, it seemed he recognized me. I wonder if this will impact my mission? It likely will not. He is an astute individual. Lu Ziqiao possessed keen observational skills and, from Xiao Shiyan's previous gestures, quickly discerned that he appeared to have recognized him. Thus, this reaction was born. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining her composure. "Come, my dear grandson, let us indulge in some white flour pancakes." Upon hearing this, the mischievous child erupted into cheers. The dumplings were already gone, and white flour pancakes were equally delightful, so he was more than willing to partake. Du Shiling, initially bewildered, turned pale upon hearing the words of the elderly woman and the child. "No, that is not what I meant," she stammered. Xiao Shiyan, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that, as a capitalist, you would never share your white flour pancakes with these two impoverished farmers?" Du Shiling opened her mouth, at a loss for words. To admit to being a capitalist would be to slap her own face, acknowledging her previous utterances as mere folly. Yet, how could Du Shiling ever concede to that? Thus, she found herself facing two outstretched hands, eager to seize her precious food. How filthy! "Ah, please don't come any closer." Du Shirling hurriedly tossed one of her white flour pancakes away. The elderly woman caught it with enthusiasm, showing no disdain for the bite that had already been taken, and offered it to the child before reaching out again. Du Shirling felt as though she might lose her mind. How could Xiao Shiyan behave this way? How could he betray her? Before she could glare at him, the elderly woman again extended her hand towards Du Shirling, prompting her to scream once more. You are so dirty. Although Xiao Shiyan had previously remarked on the woman's filthiness, it had merely been a mutter under his breath. Hearing Du Shirling voice such sentiments incited him to reproach her. Dirty? This is merely the color of a farmer who toils in the fields. How dare you look down upon it? This is a badge of honor for the impoverished, a source of pride. I perceive that you, dear lady, embody the resurgence of petty bourgeois sentiments. You represent the rise of the landlord class and hedonism, infiltrating our alliance of workers and peasants. Du Shirling's complexion grew even paler. How had she, once a subservient maid who handled all household chores, suddenly become so articulate? Such rhetoric was typically reserved for those involved in the tail-cutting meetings, the ones who had been captured and sent to the streets or the cattle sheds for punishment. In recent years, things had grown less severe, yet these memories lingered in her mind. Du Shirling had no desire to meet a similar fate. Yushi thought to chastise the elderly woman, but the latter puffed out her chest defiantly. Do you look down on us impoverished farmers? I shall tell you. This is the essence of being a poor farmer. Though the elderly woman did not recall all of Xiao Shiyan's previous statements, she remembered this particular essence of poverty. Observing Du Shirling's retreating demeanor filled her with pride. Who would have thought that her unwillingness to wash her hands or cut her nails would bring her such advantages? Hurry up. Although the elderly woman did not voice her demand, her outstretched hand conveyed the same message. Du Shirling, on the verge of tears, could only retrieve the lunchbox containing her white flour pancakes. She had initially intended to offer another pancake to the elderly woman. The elderly woman seized the white buns with a firm grip, leaving imprints of her dark, grimy hands upon them. With a sense of pride, she inquired, Do you still want them? If not, they're all mine. Here, take them all. Du Shirling, who had never endured such indignity, flung the buns back at the old woman and sat down, tears streaming down her face. Ever since she had drawn the short straw for the rural assignment the previous night, misfortune had plagued her. Her parents no longer cared for her, and her brother, Du Jianlin, should have taken the initiative to volunteer for the rural work instead of relying on chance, forcing their parents to send her away. It was evident that her parents favored their son, deliberately orchestrating the draw so that Du Jianlin would remain in the city. Moreover, it was Du Jianyang who had brought this upon her. Had he not mentioned it, Du Jianlin would have been oblivious, and their parents would have ensured her success. With this realization, Du Shirling cast a fierce glare at Du Jianyang, then turned to scowl at Xiao Shiyan. These individuals were all against her. Du Jianyang, perplexed, had cautioned her against provoking Xiao Shiyan. Now that she had suffered, who could she blame? Within him stirred a sense of unease. Something was amiss. It would be reasonable for the business magnate Xiao Shiyan of the future to utter such words and exhibit such reactions. Yet, the current Xiao Shiyan was merely a recently graduated high school student, cast out from his home. How could he articulate such sentiments? Could it be the butterfly effect of my rebirth? Or perhaps Xiao Shiyan too had experienced a rebirth? Or was it that capable individuals have always possessed their own brilliance? Du Jianyang cast a suspicious glance at Xiao Shiyan, unable to discern his true circumstances. He believed he was the sole favored child of fortune in this world. As described in novels, how could there be so many others reborn? Yet, Xiao Shiyan's exceptional nature began to sow seeds of doubt within Du Jianyang, compelling him to probe further into Xiao Shiyan's situation. However, he was momentarily at a loss for how to do so. Xiao Shiyan, sensing Du Jianyang's gaze, looked up and flashed a sunny smile. He felt no trepidation in response to the hateful glances directed at him by Du Jianyang and his companions. After all, he possessed extraordinary abilities. Why should he fear them? Yet, he noted the inquisitive look from Lu Zichu behind him and shrugged it off, indifferent. There was still more than a day left. After finishing his meal, Xiao Shiyan decided to visit the restroom. Seeking a moment of personal hygiene within the confines of the bustling train, which bore a rather unpleasant odor. Just as he stood up, he noticed Du Jianyang rising as well, inexplicably following him toward the restroom. While this action appeared reasonable, it was anything but. If their positions were reversed, he certainly would not accompany Du Jianyang to the restroom. Even if he did, he would surely turn and head in the opposite direction. At that moment, Du Jianyang voiced his complaint. This train is so slow. If only we had high-speed rail, we could arrive in under a day. Chapter 88. Du Jianyang took all the money. Du Shiling on the verge of madness upon hearing Du Jianyang's words from behind. Xiao Shiyan momentarily froze. Yet his control over his body was formidable. He did not pause even for a heartbeat. Seemingly indifferent to the topic, he mockingly retorted, "High-speed rail? What high-speed rail? Such fanciful delusions. The acceleration of railways cannot be that rapid. Perhaps we will have fast trains in the late 80s or 90s. And direct trains will not appear until the next century. It will be around a decade before high-speed rail emerges. We are still 4 or 5 decades away from that." Rather than pondering about high-speed rail, he mused it would be more prudent to consider when civil aviation would come into existence. However, he refrained from expressing these thoughts. After uttering his statement, Du Jianyang scrutinized Xiao Shiyan's silhouette, noticing his complete lack of astonishment. Instead, Xiao Shiyan had the audacity to deny the existence of high-speed rail. Appearing as ignorant as a rustic from this era, utterly oblivious to the technological advancements that would unfold in the coming decades. Those who have developed in this era could hardly fathom the remarkable convenience that lay ahead. A surge of excitement and superiority welled up within Du Jianyang. Although his capabilities were lacking, his vision transcended that of this era by several decades. He envisioned that when he returned to the city after a few years to take the college entrance examination, he would leverage his foresight to acquire his first pot of gold and establish his financial empire. Despite having lost the wealth obtained from the Xiao family, he refused to remain silent. He would eventually soar to great heights. For now, he was merely lying in wait. 3 years of silence, one startling emergence. Just you wait. Xiao Shiyan had already entered the restroom. The pungent odor was indeed quite unbearable. He quickly closed the door and slipped into the happy town. After attending to his physiological needs, as he flushed the toilet, he mused, it would be splendid if we could upgrade to fully automatic toilets. The weather was still rather warm, and Xiao Shiyan had initially intended to take a shower. However, after some reflection, he realized that after showering, he would have to dry his hair, and his body would carry a fragrance, the scent of shampoo and soap, which could easily expose him. Thus, he discarded that thought. Yet, feeling quite sweaty, he was undeniably uncomfortable. Unable to resist any longer, he ventured into the bathroom and, upon seeing the bathtub, felt an urge to soak. However, considering that bathing would consume too much time and he might be pressured by others, he opted instead for a quick shower. He opened a box of Seagull brand shampoo produced in Modu, scooped a bit out, and began to wash. This era's Seagull shampoo came in iron containers. One simply opened the lid and scooped out a bit for use. This particular box had been unearthed by Xiao Shiyan in the cellar of Old Master Wu. It was not available in supply and marketing cooperatives, as it was in high demand and sold out immediately. The Du family typically used common shampoo powder for their hair, which was the most prevalent hair care product of the time. Shampoo powder was simple to manufacture, inexpensive, and usually cost mere cents per packet. Although somewhat abrasive in use, it carries a hint of fragrance. This is already a rather luxurious hair washing product. Despite having amassed a considerable collection, Du Jincheng remains quite parsimonious towards his family, primarily out of fear of exposing certain issues. Moreover, soap pods and bar soap are the most commonly utilized items of this era. Hair shampoo is relatively scarce and costly. This single box costs as much as 8 yuan and 50 cents. Xiao Shiyan took a refreshing shower and returned to his bedroom, where he dried his hair and changed into a similar outfit. After a thorough blow-dry, he contemplated the notion of turning on the electric fan. In these times, electric fans are indeed a luxury. Interestingly, it was only while sorting through the supplies acquired from Fifth Master that Xiao Shiyan discovered several unwrapped washing brand fans, still nestled in their packaging. He had overlooked them initially and had promptly packed them all away, nearly missing this detail entirely. After a few minutes of drying, Xiao Shiyan was interrupted by persistent knocking at the door. Did you fall down? Are you in there eating excrement? He mused, raising an eyebrow at Du Jianyang's audacity to provoke him once more. Did he not fear a retaliatory response? Had it been anyone else, Xiao Shiyan would have rushed to the door immediately. However, since it was Du Jianyang, he decided to let him wait outside for a while longer. Continuing to enjoy the cool breeze from the fan for another 5 minutes, he indulged in approximately half a pound of cherries he had snagged for just 1 yuan the previous day before finally emerging from his blissful retreat. Yet, upon stepping outside, an odd odor assaulted his senses, nearly choking him. Upon opening the door, he found Du Jianyang still knocking, almost colliding with him in the process. Raising a hand, Xiao Shiyan deftly restrained Du Jianyang's arm. What's the rush? You're hurrying me for a trip to the restroom? As he did so, Xiao Shiyan discreetly scanned Du Jianyang, swiftly appropriating the 300 yuan concealed within his undergarments. Du Jianyang had even sewn pockets in multiple places. One could only speculate whether this was a gift from Du Jinsheng. Regardless, all the wealth Du Jianyang had previously acquired from the Xiao family was now in Xiao Shiyan's possession. At this moment, he found himself somewhat amused at the prospect of Du Jianyang's reaction upon discovering that his money had vanished once more. Pushing Du Jianyang aside, Xiao Shiyan made his way to his designated spot. In truth, Du Jianyang was not overly anxious. He simply harbored a disdain for Xiao Shiyan. Earlier, he had nearly blurted out imperial jade liquor upon seeing Xiao Shiyan emerge. He harbored some suspicion that Xiao Shiyan might also have undergone a rebirth. However, after being shoved by Xiao Shiyan, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, the syllable gong barely escaping his lips. Xiao Shiyan, having walked several meters away, pieced together Du Jianyang's earlier probing behavior and narrowed his eyes, pondering, could he have intended to mention imperial jade liquor? It was quite amusing to realize that this future means of testing one's agility, valued at 500,000, could also be applied to himself. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Although it matters little if he discovers that I possess knowledge of future events, leading him to question whether I too am reborn. I find a certain joy in witnessing my adversary's torment. Upon returning to my seat, I observed the elderly woman accompanied by a misbehaving child settling beside Du Shiling. Despite the distance of a corridor separating us, the individual who originally occupied that position had evidently relocated to where the old hag once sat. It appears that this elderly woman and her unruly companion have set their sights on Du Shiling. How delightful. The discontent of the Du family brings me pleasure. I did not even bother to conceal my delight, as a smile naturally graced my lips. Du Shiling, upon noticing, was struck by a wave of hysteria. The gaze of the old woman directed at her made the entire sky seem to darken. How could this be? How long must she endure this torment? Du Shiling nearly screamed in frustration. I chuckled softly, thinking to myself, this is merely the beginning. There remains an entire day until we reach Liaoning province. There is much more for you to endure. Chapter 89. Imagination. Chu Jiaojiao. Have you consumed excrement? At noon, I took a brief respite. The train arrived at its station, with passengers disembarking and others boarding. Feeling no sense of danger, I kept my eyes closed. Du Jianyang and Du Shiling had quieted down a bit. Du Jianyang was lost in thought, pondering whether I truly had been reborn. As my demeanor was starkly different from my previous life, could it merely be the butterfly effect stemming from my rebirth? He found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Du Shiling felt helpless as the elderly woman and the misbehaving child remained fixated on her. The moment Du Shiling made any movement towards her belongings, their eyes would undoubtedly follow her every action. She had no doubt that as soon as she produced something, they would rush over to demand it. The mere thought of those two greedy hands made her feel nauseous, suppressing even her cravings for food. In the afternoon, a group of people boarded the train. I sensed a shift in the occupants surrounding me, including several girls who were chattering animatedly. One girl in particular remarked, "Ishu, your candy looks absolutely delicious." "Thank you, Ishu. Your sesame cakes also appear delightful. I apologize for never having tasted them before." "Many thanks, Ishu. Had it not been for you, I would have never known sesame cakes could taste like this." I could not help but stifle a laugh, even with my eyes closed. Chu Jiaojiao assumed I was mocking her, despite her intentions to manipulate Xiaoishu into sharing her treats and even offering her money. She pouted and turned to the man beside her. "Fei Gu, look at him. Dressed so well, he must be from a capitalist background. Yet he looks down upon us poor farmers." At that point, I could no longer keep my eyes closed. I opened them to find a slightly plump, yet charming girl sitting in the center across from me. Among them was a girl of considerable beauty, without makeup, who would likely score a solid 90 out of 100. An undeniable beauty. Is this the famed Ishu? If placed in a future era, she would undoubtedly rise to stardom, for her beauty alone could secure her a position as a top-tier celebrity. Beside her sits a young man, likely in his 20s. Who is the Fei Gu mentioned by the plump woman across from him? This appears to be yet another scheme of a man and woman conspiring to deceive others for emotional and financial gain. Xiao Shiyan initially had no intention of intervening. However, the absurdity of the situation proved too amusing to resist. He gestured with his chin towards the individuals behind them, remarking, "There lies a capitalist. As an orphan without parents, I have just acquired 2 new garments, marking the first time in my life that I have donned new clothing." Chu Jiaojiao frowned, pondering how an orphan could afford such fine attire. It seemed evident that he had hastily purchased these clothes after receiving a subsidy for rural support. Earlier, When Chu Jiaoju boarded the vehicle, she had stolen a few glances at Xiao Shiyan, for he was even more handsome than Lin Yufei, and she found herself quite taken with him. Yet, he appeared to be a pauper. Still, she couldn't help but be fond of him, though his manner of speaking left much to be desired. Previously, Xiao Shiyan had shielded his head with a hat to avoid the glaring sunlight. At this moment, Chu Jiaojiao finally beheld his full visage, which stirred something within her. Lin Yufei noticed Chu Jiaojiao's gaze and felt a twinge of jealousy. However, after Xiao Shiyan spoke, he closed his eyes once more, feigning ignorance to their introductions earlier and failing to respond to them. This matter was thus left unresolved. Yet it planted the seeds of discord between the two parties. Xiao Shiyan grew curious about the girl across from him, who was referred to as Qiao Yishu during their introductions. He had chosen not to engage with them at that moment. Her demeanor struck him as odd. It was unnaturally composed. Was she a naive sweetheart? Xiao Shiyan was uncertain and had no intention of involving himself further. While beautiful women are indeed valuable assets, he was not solely captivated by appearances. Substance was equally paramount. Moreover, Qiao Yishu was accompanied by two burdens, Chu Jiaojiao and Lin Yufei, who evidently sought to exploit the situation. Xiao Shiyan preferred to avoid trouble. As evening fell, Xiao Shiyan removed his hat, a round felt cap he had acquired from the black market resources of Fifth Master. It was quite becoming. He tucked away the cap and retrieved a lunchbox containing sweet pancakes made by Jiang Xichao's mother. Though essentially oil cakes, they were sweetened with sugar, yielding a delightful crunch and sweetness. To be honest, apart from a few dishes like braised pork and honey-glazed char siu, Xiao Shiyan distinctly favored savory flavors. He could even relish tofu pudding and zongzi. Everyone began to share their food, and Xiao Yishu also presented a lunchbox filled with dumplings made from two kinds of flour. Chu Jiaojiao remained still, her gaze fixated on Xiao Yishu's lunchbox, her expression suggesting that if Xiao Yishu did not offer her a taste, she would not be a good sister. Xiao Yishu maintained her composure, fully intending to confront her at this moment. At this moment, she found herself at a considerable distance from home, needing to rid herself of the insufferable duo, Chu Jiaojiao and Lin Yufei. Otherwise, would she not be doomed to repeat the same mistakes for a lifetime? Just as Xiao Yishu contemplated speaking, Du Shirling noticed Xiao Shiyan pulling out a sweet pastry and promptly produced a box of vegetarian dumplings. Although devoid of meat, they were fried and quite flavorful. The old woman's eyes sparkled with delight, and she immediately reached out for them. Du Shirling hastily remarked, "You should at least ask Xiao Shiyan. Did you not see him produce a large box of sweet pastries? Those are delectable, filled with sugar and utterly sweet." The mischievous child's eyes lit up as he dashed over to Xiao Shiyan. Lin Yufei frowned, recognizing the child's utter disregard for hygiene. Chu Jiaojiao, irked at being interrupted and seeing Qiao Yishu preparing to put away her lunchbox, felt a surge of displeasure. Moreover, she was still incensed by Xiao Shiyan's earlier mockery. Chu Jiaojiao epitomized the type of person who believed that while she could indulge, others should not speak of it. Immediately, she spoke with a sardonic tone. Some people, despite claiming to be orphans, have an unfortunate habit of extravagance. Don't you agree, Yishu? Furthermore, some individuals are so self-absorbed in their eating that they fail to consider others. Xiao Shiyan noticed that Xiao Yishu seemed inclined to retaliate. And though he initially had no intention of intervening, he reconsidered upon witnessing Chu Jiaojiao's provocations. Although she did not name anyone directly, it was abundantly clear whom she referred to. Curiously, Xiao Shiyan turned to Qiao Yishu and inquired, "You are Qiao Yishu, correct? I caught your introduction and remembered your name." Xiao Yishu nodded, feeling somewhat perplexed about why he suddenly addressed her. Xiao Shiyan continued, "Pray tell, why are there so many beggars on this vehicle? Not only do they seek handouts for food and clothing, but it appears that throughout their lives, they will rely on others for everything, purchasing goods, dining, all dependent on the charity of others. I haven't even tasted it myself." "Oh, you probably have, haven't you?" Chapter 90. A helping hand, generosity of others. You. Chu Jiaojiao was nearly beside herself with anger. Lin Yufei frowned and said, "Xiao Shiyan, is it? It would be prudent to exhibit some courtesy towards young ladies." Xiao Shiyan took a bite of the sweet pastry, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yufei and asked, "And who might you be? Even the lowliest creatures dare to speak up." Lin Yufei responded with a deepening frown. "I am Lin Yufei, a young intellectual sent to the countryside, and I am also friends with Chu Jiaojiao and Xiao Yishu. We grew up together." "Friends?" Xiao Shiyan scoffed, perceiving that Lin Yufei likely wished to imply he was their childhood sweetheart. Wanting and taking? Ignoring Lin Yufei, Xiao Shiyan continued to munch on the pastry while Lin Yufei, feeling as though he were performing a monkey-esque act, grew increasingly irate. He accused, Xiao Shiyan, you have erred. Shouldn't you apologize? Xiao Shiyan raised an eyebrow and replied, what have I done wrong? You claim we are beggars. What constitutes a beggar? A beggar is one who solicits for goods. What exactly are you trying to convey? Will you apologize or not? Lin Yufei said with a hint of irritation, clearly on the verge of taking action. Xiao Shiyan nodded in agreement, remarking, indeed, isn't that beggar simply a vagrant? Have I erred in my assertion? Lin Yufei paused, taken aback, while Chu Jiaojiao interjected sharply, I am good friends with Yishu. We are inseparable companions. She willingly gifted this to me, didn't you, Yishu? I am not a beggar. At that moment, Xiao Yishu's expression brightened, causing her to draw back slightly, not wanting to align herself with Chu Jiaojiao. She echoed Xiao Shiyan's sentiment, stating, yes, you were just lamenting your hunger, gazing longingly at my food. Wasn't that a plea for me to share with you? Moreover, when you saw someone else with a sweet cake, you were eager for them to share it with you. Is that not a form of begging? Chu Jiaojiao, I never imagined you to be such a person. I am truly ashamed to know you. Please, keep your distance. I am not one to beg. Xiao Shiyan had somewhat anticipated Xiao Yishu's response. Both Chu Jiaojiao and Lin Yufei were taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. Then, Chu Jiaojiao cried out, Xiao Yishu, what did you just say? Did you just call me a beggar? From childhood until now, Haven T, I always looked after you and Brother Fei, even when you wanted to go to the countryside. It was the two of us who accompanied you. Brother Fei, am I right? Lin Yufei frowned, sensing that Xiao Yishu might be slipping from his grasp. This was unacceptable. Xiao Yishu's beauty was his unattainable desire, a prize he refused to relinquish. Moreover, both he and Chu Jiaojiao hailed from less fortunate backgrounds. Being children of families that lacked affection, arriving in the countryside with little money. Xiao Yishu was their lifeline. She could not slip away from his influence. Enough, Yishu. We are childhood friends. How can you say such things about Jiaojiao? Apologize to her, and I shall forgive you. Xiao Shiyan couldn't suppress a laugh at such audacity. Lin Yufei's temper flared, and he nearly struck out, but Xiao Yishu was quicker to respond. What childhood friends? We merely grew up in the same courtyard. Lin Yufei. That has been your narrative to the outside world regarding our relationship. If that qualifies as childhood friends, then I have many such acquaintances. And as for taking care of me, Chu Jiaojiao, when have you ever looked after me? Merely by flapping your lips, you consider it care? Accompanying me to the countryside? It was you two who stole my household registration and signed me up for the countryside. I had a job and did not need to go. You were the ones wanting to go. What care did you provide? Xiao Shiyan soon pieced together the dynamics at play and burst into laughter again. So that's what you mean by childhood friends? If we share the same planet, then we are childhood friends too. Be cautious in the countryside. Look, I am taking care of you as well. I'll accompany you there, and once we arrive, don't forget to hand over your youth stipend to me. Xiao Yishu's eyes sparkled. She found the handsome young man before her utterly appealing, almost as if he were her voice of reason. She turned to Lin Yufei and Chu Jiaojiao, saying, did you hear that? It is a universally acknowledged truth that one cannot fathom why the two of you would invert right and wrong. I have refrained from pursuing the matter of you pilfering my household registration book and unilaterally enrolling me. By the way, where is my rural subsidy? Did you, Chu Jiaojiao, take it? Or was it you, Lin Yufei? Return it to me promptly, or I shall report this to the authorities. Lin Yufei appeared flustered. Yishu, what do you mean? Return it to me at once, or I will write to my grandmother and have her come to your home to demand it, retorted Xiao Yishu. Her counterattack rendered Lin Yufei's expression quite awkward, forcing him to retrieve 150 from his bag and toss it over. You will regret this. Xiao Yishu accepted the money with a nonchalant demeanor, stating, how could I possibly regret it? You may tread your own narrow path while I traverse my broad avenue. Do not stoop so low as to come before me again. With that declaration, a flicker of joy pierced through her previously vexed heart. She smiled. A smile that could easily add 3 more points to her countenance. Meanwhile, a mischievous child cried out, Grandma, what are they talking about? What will happen to my sugar cake? Xiao Shiyan cast a sidelong glance at the elderly woman and remarked, isn't a meal ticket sufficient? By the way, there is someone here who enjoys sharing, and she has brought delicious treats as well. Chu Jiaojiao immediately panicked. She relished speaking a few words, but had no intention of sharing with others. She preferred to bask in the generosity of others, hoping to partake in their bounty. I didn't bring anything, she vehemently denied. Duo Shiling also felt the urge to retaliate, Yet the mischievous child had already reached into her bag. Reluctantly, she had to toss out the majority of her vegetarian meatballs, leaving only a handful for herself, which she quickly stuffed into her mouth. After a meager lunch, her hunger had returned. The child, undeterred by dirt, hastily picked up the fallen food and stuffed it into their mouth. Xiao Shiyan, observing the scene, chuckled and turned to Chu Jiaojiao. I just saw you take the eggs. They were all cooked. Chu Jiaojiao's eyebrows shot up, resembling an irate little bird. However, the filthy hands of the elderly woman sent her into a fit of rage, yet she dared not act. She turned to Lin Yufei. Brother Fei. Unfortunately, even he seemed intimidated, as the elderly woman appeared utterly unconcerned about her filth. How many days has it been since you bathed? Lin Yufei blurted out. Chu Jiaojiao felt similarly nauseated, nearly retching. Such was the consequence of relying on the generosity of others. Ultimately, with no other choice, she reluctantly produced 2 boiled eggs and handed them to the elderly woman and the mischievous child. She then glared angrily at Xiao Shiyan. He shrugged and remarked to Xiao Ishu, you see, when it comes to being generous, there are a plethora of grand principles. Yet when it is time to offer something oneself, they are full of deceit. Is this not what has just transpired? Xiao Ishu could not contain herself and chuckled. Your words are quite amusing. Hello, I am Xiao Ishu, heading to Liao province for rural work. I am Xiao Shiyan, he replied with a smile. What a coincidence. I am also headed to Liao province. Chapter 91. The courtyard divided into 3 parts, the midnight traffickers and a conversation between the two. They were astonished to discover they were destined for the same rural destination. Xiao Ishu smiled and remarked, your words are truly amusing. If only we could serve in the same brigade, the experience at the youth station would undoubtedly be delightful. Xiao Ishu spoke with precision, even at this moment. She refrained from expressing that living with Xiao Shiyan would be enjoyable. Instead, she suggested that with Xiao Shiyan present, the youth station would be fascinating. Xiao Shiyan cast a deep glance at Xiao Ishu, having sensed during their dialogue that this young woman possessed her own insights regarding the future. Had he been unaware of Du Jianyong's reincarnation, he might not have grasped the significance of her words immediately. However, now that he was aware of Du Jianyong's rebirth, he couldn't help but speculate whether Xiao Ishu also shared a similar fate. Nevertheless, unlike Du Jianyong, Xiao Shiyan had no intention of prying into other secrets or testing Xiao Ishu. Meanwhile, Chu Jiaojiao was visibly agitated, yet despite her attempts to interject, her words fell flat. Xiao Shiyan ignored her entirely, not even granting her a glance. Xiao Ishu mirrored his indifference, treating both Chu Jiaojiao and Lin Yufei as mere background figures. This led Xiao Shiyan to conclude that Xiao Ishu had indeed returned from another life. Yet, he pondered what unique advantages she might possess. Xiao Shiyan was now certain that Du Jianyong lacked any extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, his behavior would not be so lackluster. Du Jianyong observed Xiao Shiyan, who in turn scrutinized him. Du Jianyong's demeanor did not exceed the current circumstances in the slightest, save for his occasional remarks. He was a person of grand aspirations, yet limited capability. Xiao Shiyan held little regard for him and doubted Du Jianyong could achieve anything of significance. Even if he did, Xiao Shiyan was not in need of money, and he felt no threat from Du Jianyong. As night deepened, the only ones visibly upset were Du Shiling and Chu Jiaojiao. Their faces puffed up as if they had consumed eggs. Lin Yufei began to question his own existence, as Xiao Ishu's transformation was remarkably swift, seemingly a bid to escape her familial confines and liberate herself completely. Previously, he could have easily dismissed her with vague comments about their childhood friendship, and she would have eagerly complied with all his requests. Yet today, Xiao Ishu clarified that their assistance had merely been superficial. Moreover, she exposed their act of stealing her household registration to facilitate her rural assignment. Although this rural placement was now a fait accompli, rendering any pursuit futile, Xiao Ishu had tarnished their reputations. Who would cultivate a friendship with someone who had pilfered their household registration and jeopardized their future? Was there no fear of betrayal lurking behind such actions? Furthermore, Xiao Ishu unequivocally stated that apart from growing up in the same courtyard, they shared no other connection. How then could they utilize Xiao Ishu as a source of support in the future? The money and possessions she brought for her rural assignment were perceived by Lin Yufei as his own, alongside her rural subsidies. He and Chu Jiaojiao's subsidies were taken by their families, each receiving merely 20 yuan. With such meager funds, how could they possibly survive in the countryside? Those predecessors who ventured into rural areas long ago had already elucidated everything through their personal experiences. However, Xiao Shiyan had no authority over Lin Yufei and the others. Though they resided in the same rural locale, Taiguai village comprised numerous teams, making it unlikely they would be grouped together. In fact, the probability of them being placed in the same team was rather slim. Conversely, the siblings Du Jianyong and Du Shiling could be manipulated by Du Jincheng. Although Xiao Shiyan was reluctant to assist them, even if they clung to him desperately, they would gain no advantage. Nonetheless, their presence was somewhat irksome. From another perspective, witnessing their misfortune allowed me to enjoy an extra bowl of rice. By 8 or 9 o'clock, everyone began to prepare for rest. Xiao Shiyan was no exception. Soon after, he heard the rhythmic sound of breathing nearby. It must be said that Xiao Shiyan found it exceedingly difficult to acclimatize to this environment. He even observed individuals bringing live chickens and ducks, and the foul stench of poultry droppings was unbearable. He contemplated using cloth as a makeshift mask to shield his nose. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Shiyan in Happy Town had transformed his yard, which spanned 150 square meters, into 3 distinct areas. One section housed chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. Though he lacked cattle, sheep, and pigs, had he possessed them, he would have raised them as well. Previously, he had managed to procure half a pig for a mere yuan, weighing over 100 pounds, which should suffice for a while. Yet, he still yearned to raise some pigs, cattle, and sheep. The thought of hot pot made his mouth water. The second area was dedicated to growing fruit, comprising apples, duck pears, and persimmons, along with a type of Regina cherries. These cherries, which he had acquired for 1 yuan, were notably sweet. However, he was uncertain whether the climate in Happy Town could sustain such fruit varieties. He decided to plant them and would address any issues later. Utilizing his water-based abilities to promote seed germination proved effective, as all the fruits had sprouted. In the third area, he cultivated various vegetables, each in modest quantities. Approximately a dozen plants each. He planted just 1 pumpkin and 1 winter melon, while 3 cucumbers and 3 loofahs were also included, all of which were known for their high yield. Additionally, he sowed 3 or 4 bean plants, which were similarly prolific. Xiao Shiyan nurtured them with his water abilities, and they had all begun to sprout. At that moment, Xiao Shiyan's ears detected the faint sound of footsteps, accompanied by a subtle, unpleasant odor. This scent, distinct from the previous stench of poultry droppings and sweat, resembled ether. In this day and age, most sedatives were linked to chemical substances related to ether. Furthermore, such sedatives were often associated with human traffickers. Xiao Shiyan's eyes snapped open, yet he refrained from making any sudden movements. Alarming the traffickers could endanger the children. He discreetly shifted his body, carefully lifting the round felt hat that covered his head. There were quite a few of them, it seemed. From the sound of footsteps and the current circumstances, it is apparent that this is a group, while it remains uncertain whether there are others. For individuals can be identified, 1 woman and 3 men. Their movements are remarkably stealthy, coupled with the dim lighting within the carriage and the slumbering passengers, which prevents them from drawing any attention. Xiao Shiyan observes that the woman is cradling an infant in her arms. One of the men produces a handkerchief, and judging by his demeanor, it seems he has rendered the filthy old hag unconscious. Subsequently, he carries the troublesome child away. Xiao Shiyan faintly hears a remark, "So filthy." The woman responds, urging, "Hurry, filthy or not, it's still a boy." In this day and age, traffickers predominantly seek boys. As for girls, unless they possess striking beauty, they are only desired if they are of a certain age, typically in their teens, to be sold off as brides. Very young girls are generally unwanted and, thus, unsellable. Once the group departs, just as Xiao Shiyan prepares to rise, he notices Lin Yufei across from him beginning to tremble. Could it be that he sensed their presence earlier? Did fear nearly cause him to lose control? Indeed, it appears he has, as he feels dampness below, accompanied by a faint odor. Chapter 92. Just as the traffickers leave, a pickpocket gang arrives, prompting a report to the train conductor. Xiao Shiyan initially intends to pursue the traffickers but pauses, hearing yet another set of footsteps. Is another group arriving? Where is Lu Ziqiao? That fellow is a soldier. Surely he must have heard the previous traffickers' activities. After waiting a moment, Xiao Shiyan hears the new group's footsteps drawing closer. Their steps are extremely light, and with each pause, there is a faint sound reminiscent of fabric tearing. Are they pickpockets? It is surprising that just as one group of traffickers departs, another band of pickpockets arrives. The traffickers were not entirely devoid of thievery. The individuals who took the children had also pilfered belongings. Now, it seems, a dedicated group of thieves follows behind. Xiao Shiyan decides to wait a little longer. After all, the train has yet to reach its destination. Although he does not harbor fondness for the troublesome child, he is unwilling to condone the abduction and trafficking of children. Soon enough, the pickpockets approach, and Xiao Shiyan feigns sleep, albeit restlessly, often reaching to scratch himself and emitting faint sounds. Meanwhile, Lin Yufei, witnessing the pickpockets brandishing razor blades, is paralyzed with fear. Despite the dim lighting in the carriage, he can still perceive the glint of metal. When he realizes they intend to cut open his bag, terror grips him, and he instinctively moves to shield his concealed money. Initially, his hiding spot is well concealed, making it difficult for the pickpockets to access. Yet, he insists on tightly covering it, unaware that his actions reveal its location to the very thieves he seeks to evade. Suddenly, the assailant seized his hair, covered his mouth, and brandished a blade before him. Lin Yufei immediately refrained from speaking, helplessly watching as his remaining 20 yuan was taken away. In contrast, Chu Jiao's 20 yuan, concealed securely due to her being a girl, remained untouched until the assailant, after making 2 cuts, discovered that her pockets held no money, and in frustration, departed. After robbing Lin Yufei, the assailant delivered a punch that knocked him unconscious. Xiao Shiyan, on the other hand, occasionally moved, rendering him immobile, and after 2 cuts, the thief found nothing in his pockets. The perpetrator cursed as he left. Unfortunately, Xiao Shiyan was not as fortunate. Although her previous money had not been taken, the over 100 yuan Lin Yufei had given her earlier in the day was stolen. Xiao Shiyan memorized their appearances and infused each of them with a few drops of his water-based supernatural ability. He had also previously employed this ability against the human traffickers. This water could be preserved for a short duration, approximately 2 hours, which was why Xiao Shiyan was not afraid of losing track of them. Once the traffickers departed, Xiao Shiyan opened his eyes, stood up, and intended to find the trained police and Lu Ziqiao. However, upon reaching Lu Ziqiao's location, he discovered that Lu Ziqiao was absent. Where could he have gone? No matter, I must first seek the trained police. It was no wonder Lu Ziqiao had not responded. He was simply not there. Xiao Shiyan headed in another direction, determined to locate the trained police to report the incident. Although he was quite capable of defending himself, he could not guarantee the children's safety. A surprise rescue was necessary to confront the remaining traffickers and pickpockets. Before that, however, Xiao Shiyan utilized his spatial abilities to retrieve the remaining money from Du Shiling that had not been stolen. She had carried a bag that was well concealed, but against spatial abilities, it was nothing. After securing the money, Xiao Shiyan proceeded in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Lu Ziqiao had appeared in the sleeper car. Just as Xiao Shiyan had anticipated, engaged in his mission. How is it? Lu Ziqiao inquired. A comrade shook his head. No discoveries. They were initially escorting several experts to the He province for a covert mission. Unexpectedly, upon departure, they received word that there would be an attempt on the experts' lives. Thus, they dispersed to set a trap on the train to capture the assailants. They had not considered that there were also other individuals within the same compartment. Lu Ziqiao gestured towards the adjacent compartment, asking, "What is the situation with that couple? Why are they in a soft sleeper if they've been assigned here?" The comrade replied, "I inquired, and they are also on a secret research mission. As for the destination, it is controlled by our brother unit, and we are not permitted to inquire." Lu Ziqiao had incidentally heard the names of that couple, Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. Those names sounded somewhat familiar, but Lu Ziqiao could not recall them and did not dwell on it. In truth, within the compartment, Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing were also feeling a sense of unease. Chai Jing was far from asleep. She nudged the opposite Xiao Wenrui and inquired, "Why does the atmosphere on this train feel rather tense? Is something amiss?" Xiao Wenrui smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, everything has been arranged meticulously. Besides, you are well aware of our purpose here. Those above are quite concerned about us and have specifically arranged for an escort. Nothing will go awry." Yet, internally, Xiao Wenrui harbored some apprehension, but as a man, he felt compelled to shield his wife from any turmoil. He could not afford to reveal even a hint of doubt. Xiao Shiyan had already sought out the train conductor. Conveying his discoveries, he gently addressed the conductor, "I possess confidential information to report. Please follow me." The conductor, somewhat perplexed, acknowledged the presence of someone like Lu Ziqiao, who was engaged in a mission. He understood that if assistance was required, he must do everything within his power to help. Having never met Xiao Shiyan, he mistakenly assumed that Xiao Shiyan was a comrade of Lu Ziqiao. Upon reaching the train's coupling area, where few individuals lingered, the conductor noted that Xiao Shiyan's appearance seemed unfamiliar. "You?" Xiao Shiyan hastily replied, "Indeed, I am merely a rural youth. Earlier, I observed a child trafficking gang near the carriage. They have already taken several children. Additionally, there is a pickpocketing gang. I am unaware of how much they have stolen. The trafficking group comprises approximately 4 individuals, and there may be others involved. The pickpocketing gang consists of 5 members, all armed with blades, and they exhibit considerable skill, likely being seasoned criminals. Xiao Shiyan succinctly articulated his findings, yet the conductor remained perplexed. How do you know this? You are just one person. You cannot control so many. I was hesitant to speak up, fearing that if I alerted them, it could endanger many lives. The conductor accepted Xiao Shiyan's explanation but felt incapable of addressing the situation. With only a few attendants on board and merely 3 railway police, the task seemed daunting. Xiao Shiyan interjected, earlier today, I noticed Lu Ziqiao at a large courtyard. I recall he is a soldier. He must be engaged in some mission now. Perhaps you could contact them? Contact me for what? A somewhat unfamiliar, yet slightly familiar voice emerged. Xiao Shiyan had actually noticed this earlier and, raising his gaze, locked eyes with Lu Ziqiao's piercing stare. Xiao Shiyan succinctly recounted the sequence of events, but Lu Ziqiao regarded him with skepticism. Given that they were executing a confidential mission, the safety of the experts was paramount. Any oversight could lead to immeasurable losses, potentially causing significant delays in the research progress. Thus, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Wait, what is your name? During the day, Du Shiling had called out Xiao Shiyan's name. Until now, Lu Ziqiao had not recalled the source of his earlier sense of familiarity. At this moment, upon seeing Xiao Shiyan, he suddenly remembered his name, leading to a moment of realization. Xiao Shiyan, I am Xiao Shiyan. What of it? Xiao Shiyan, somewhat baffled, responded, yes. I am good friends with Lu Xiaowei, like brothers. His father is named Lu Jinting, and he should be part of your brother unit. It was when I went to find Lu Xiaowei that I saw you in military uniform in the compound, which made me realize you are a soldier. Quite reasonable. Lu Ziqiao also recalled something he had heard during his time in the compound. Wasn't Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing a pair of scientists who were supposed to be sent down and fake their deaths to escape? Their son was originally a young man named Xiao Jianyang. However, a few days ago, it was suddenly revealed that he was actually a child of the Du family, who had been switched at birth. Du Jianyang returned to the Du family and even reported Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. Their child should be named Xiao Shiyan, who was expelled from the compound that very day. Lu Ziqiao thought how unpredictable life was. It seemed Xiao Shiyan did not fare well in the Du household. Not only was he expelled on the spot, but he also received nothing. His biological parents were reported and subjected to demotion. At this moment, everything clicked for him. Oh, I recognize you. Xiao Shiyan, the child who was switched with Du Jianyang. By the way, how are your parents? Xiao Shiyan was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. He looked up and made a quick decision. He could not directly disclose the situation regarding Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. They would likely also be sent down soon. Probably to a brigade near where I would be sent. His words were half-truths, yet Lu Ziqiao understood. Xiao Shiyan was aware of Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing's plan to fake their deaths. He cast a deep glance at Xiao Shiyan, then turned to the train conductor and said, please inform my comrades, and have the train police assist as well. I will go with him to check on those 2 groups. The conductor readily agreed and set off. Xiao Shiyan turned around and led Lu Ziqiao away. Lu Ziqiao asked, did you remember what they looked like? What if they hide? Xiao Shiyan nodded and added, don't worry, I have a special perfume that I deliberately applied to them. Within 2 hours, I can detect the faint scent they emit. The water-based ability indeed has a subtle fragrance, but it is very faint. Ordinary dogs would struggle to track it. Only specially trained dogs could do so. This scent is something that evolved abilities have learned to eliminate through prolonged training, who would allow others to easily track their movements. Lu Ziqiao did not comment. Everything would depend on the outcome. When they returned, unexpectedly, Lin Yufei had awakened, and the entire carriage erupted in chaos. My money is missing. My wallet and watch are gone. Who is it? Lin Yufei cried out. And suddenly he spotted Xiao Shiyan and Lu Ziqiao approaching. His eyes darted, and he pointed at Xiao Shiyan, accusing. Was it you? You were the only one absent. It must be you who stole our money. How shameless and outrageous. That was our rural subsidy. Return my 200. Xiao Shiyan was somewhat speechless. This person had been terrified in front of the bag snatcher before, yet now he dared to confront him like this. He only has 20 yuan. So where did the 200 come from? What audacity does one possess to make such a claim? Even extortionists are not so swift. Others follow suit, including Chu Jiaojiao, who chimes in with her own 300 yuan. Please, dear sister, I witnessed someone stealing money right before my eyes, and you did not produce a single cent. Xiao Shiyan furrowed her brow but refrained from joining the accusations. Instead, she inquired, "Comrade Xiao, where are you headed?" Xiao Shiyan observed her demeanor and nodded slightly, relieved to see at least one person exhibiting clarity. Had Xiao Shiyan reacted like the others, directly blaming him, Xiao Shiyan then would have deemed her unworthy of his acquaintance. Furthermore, once they apprehended the pickpocket, her share of the money would be confiscated. Xiao Shiyan stated, "When the pickpocket approached earlier, I was not asleep. I witnessed them stealing money with my own eyes." "Lin Yufei, you seem to have merely 20 yuan. Where did the 200 come from?" Lin Yufei was taken aback and indignantly retorted, "You just watched that person steal? Did you not shout out or resist? This is your fault. Had it not been for you, we would not have been robbed." As Lin Yufei began to speak, Chu Jiaojiao realized the impending trouble. This individual was steadfastly accusing Xiao Shiyan without a shred of evidence. By uttering those words, had he not just incriminated himself? Not only had the thief changed, but even the amount had shifted. Retrieving their stolen funds would surely prove difficult, especially her 300 yuan. Du Shiling also cried out, "It must be you, Xiao Shiyan. You are undoubtedly the thief. What about my 500 yuan? Du Jinyang stared at Du Shiling in disbelief. "Mom and Dad actually gave you 500 yuan? They only gave me 100. How unfair." Du Shiling, in her distress, was on the verge of tears, attempting to grab Xiao Shiyan's face. Xiao Shiyan retaliated with a swift kick and addressed Lin Yufei. "I did not steal any money." Lin Yufei was awake when the pickpocket arrived. "As for why I did not shout, I ask you, why should I? If I had cried out, that man's knife would not distinguish between friend and foe. He may not have targeted me, but if he harmed someone else, who would bear the consequences? What say you, Lin Yufei?" Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Yufei felt a twinge of regret. In the face of Xiao Shiyan's inquiry, he attempted to defend himself. "How was I to know? I was asleep. It was only when Jiao Jiao and Ishu called out to me that I awoke." Chu Jiaojiao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I can attest that Brother Fei was in a deep slumber." However, Xiao Ishu found the situation peculiar, remarking, "Yes, he was sleeping rather soundly, which is unlike Lin Yufei. I even splashed a bit of water on his face to rouse him." "Ishu, how could you say that? Do you not consider our childhood bond at all?" Lin Yufei attempted to salvage his standing with Xiao Ishu, only to see her step aside in disdain, nearly retching at the sight. Xiao Shiyan then burst into laughter, provoking the ire of those around them. "You still find this amusing?" Chapter 94. I witnessed you wetting your pants. Du Jinyang's frustration. Lu Ziqiao inquired with his eyes whether assistance was needed. At this moment, he was no longer particularly concerned about the disappearance of the pickpockets and human traffickers. Since Xiao Shiyan mentioned the presence of a fragrant guide, although he could not perceive it himself, he trusted that Xiao Shiyan was not a fool and would not put himself at a disadvantage. It would be prudent to resolve the issues at hand to prevent any disturbances, which might provide the two gangs an opportunity to escape. Xiao Shiyan shook his head, signaling that he could handle the situation alone. He then inquired loudly, "Lin Yufei, did you say you fell asleep just now?" Lin Yufei instinctively sensed something was amiss, but nodded nonetheless. "Yes, I was dead asleep." "Oh, what do you mean, oh?" Du Shiling chided. "No need to ask further. It was you, Xiao Shiyan, you capitalist scoundrel, who stole the money of a whole carriage of people. Individuals like you are nothing but reactionaries, deserving of criticism and relegation." Xiao Shiyan dismissed Du Shiling's tirade with indifference. "Enough of your barking, dog. By the way, Lin Yufei, I will ask you once more. You truly have no knowledge of the pickpocket's presence?" Lin Yufei stiffened his neck. "I don't know. I was dead asleep." Chu Jiaojiao exclaimed loudly. "Exactly. We can all testify that Brother Fei was asleep. Now, Xiao Shiyan, you capitalist scoundrel, not only have you stolen, but you refuse to admit it. Hand it over, for it is our lifeline during this rural excursion." Xiao Shiyan chuckled derisively, and in response to the anger etched on the faces around him, he languidly remarked, "Lin Yufei, if you were indeed asleep, then what is the matter with your trousers?" Lin Yufei instinctively crossed his legs, and this action revealed a hint of suspicion to everyone present. Chu Jiaojiu looked perplexed, while Xiao Ishu's nostrils flared as he remarked, "I do detect a rather peculiar scent. However, with the odor of chicken droppings in the carriage, I cannot be certain." Xiao Shiyan laughed heartily. "Your keen sense of smell is commendable, Ishu. I witnessed the pickpocket grasping his hair with one hand while covering his mouth with the other to stifle his screams. Then he released him, brandishing a blade to threaten him, and, naturally, his trousers opened up as if a faucet had been turned on, with water artistically adorning his pants. Xiao Shiyan's insinuation was subtle, leaving others momentarily confused. After a brief pause, the realization dawned upon them. Despite the loss of money, their collective anger dissipated into laughter. Xiao Shiyan cast a disapproving glance at Lin Yufei, once again disappointed in his character. Xiao Shiyan continued, "As for you, Chu Jiaojiao, that individual touched you multiple times and made several cuts. However, he was conveniently facing away from me, so I could not ascertain if you lost any money." "I did not lose any money," Chu Jiaojiao immediately refuted, hastily covering the areas where she had been cut. The implication that the pickpocket had groped her would surely tarnish her reputation. In truth, she had not lost any money. She was merely attempting to extort Xiao Shiyan by echoing Lin Yufei's claims. Utilizing his spatial abilities, Xiao Shiyan directly retrieved the money from Chu Jiaojiao. What? A total of 235? Far surpassing the meager amount possessed by Lin Yufei. Indeed, here stands only Lin Yufei, the fool. Perhaps Lin Yufei believes that Xiao Shiyan's wealth is inherently his own, thus he feels no need to carry any money. Xiao Shiyan inquired earnestly, "Are you certain you haven't misplaced any funds? Just moments ago, you claimed I had taken 300 from you." Chu Jiaojiao's complexion shifted, and for the sake of her reputation, she felt compelled to deny it. "No, I have everything intact on me. As for Ishu." Xiao Shiyan noticed Xiao Shiyan tightening her clothing and quickly interjected, "Xiao Shiyan has nothing to worry about. You see, the two of us were inside, and I was apprehensive that they might attempt to steal my belongings, realizing I was awake. Faced with 5 individuals, I couldn't ensure everyone's safety, so I feigned sleep, shifting slightly to deter them, and they ultimately retreated." This statement bore a semblance of truth, and Xiao Shiyan exhaled in relief. Her attire was rather fitted, and she planned to discreetly attach a paperclip later to avoid detection. Unsure of the veracity of Xiao Shiyan's words, she felt no immediate discomfort. Nonetheless, she was grateful for his intervention. Du Shiling, however, was still in a frenzy. "Why didn't you shout? If you had, my money wouldn't have vanished." "I don't care. You must compensate me." Xiao Shiyan was rendered speechless. "If you're unwell, seek medical attention. Your financial losses are not my concern. Moreover, I have already alerted the train police, and they will soon pursue the thief. Should you continue to obstruct me, you will have to send the foolish Lin Yufei to search for them." I wonder if, in his state of terror, he managed to discern their appearances. At that moment, Lin Yufei was engulfed in social embarrassment, unable to fathom how others might perceive him. Pretending to be dead, paralyzed by fear, if word of this reached their hometown, how could he ever face anyone again? Xiao Shiyan pushed aside Du Shiling, who persisted in her entanglement, and coldly addressed Du Jianyang. "If you wish to apprehend the thief and recover the money, you must restrain your deranged sister. You know, I simply chose not to intervene. I did not steal anything, thus I bear no responsibility." Upon recalling that their parents had given Du Shiling 500 yuan, Du Jianyang felt a surge of indignation. Although he harbored no fondness for Xiao Shiyan, he considered that Xiao Shiyan had seen the thief's face, which might lead to the recovery of his stolen funds. Consequently, he hastily grasped Du Shiling. "Don't pull me. Let me speak. Xiao Shiyan, you little brat. How dare you treat me this way? I will tell our parents when I get home," Du Shiling threatened. Xiao Shiyan, indifferent to her outburst, pondered how the desire for familial affection could lead one to be brainwashed, neglecting their own kin to fawn over the Du family. He was at a loss for words. Yet, if the roles were reversed, even if Xiao Wenrui and the others mistreated him, Xiao Shiyan would remain unfazed. Could Du Shiling truly threaten him with Du Jinqing and Chen Xuxia? Was he really so easily intimidated? In truth, Du Jianyang still harbored a glimmer of hope. But observing Xiao Shiyan stride forward without pause, he realized that Xiao Shiyan no longer seemed to care for Du Jinqing and Chen Xuxia as he once did. But why? The transformation appeared too profound. Had his return sparked this change in Xiao Shiyan? Yet in his previous life, upon his return, Xiao Shiyan had continued to treat the Du family with unwavering kindness. Could it be that the sunk cost is simply too great? Du Jianyang was perplexed, as a term he had encountered while watching videos in his previous life suddenly came to mind. Having invested so much, he found himself unwilling to turn back. Despite recognizing the errors of his ways, acknowledging past mistakes would render his investments futile, a devastating loss indeed. Du Jianyang was taken aback. Could it be that I am in such a dire predicament? I returned prematurely, which resulted in Xiao Shiyan not investing significantly, allowing him to mitigate his losses in time? Is this drastic change entirely my doing? Chapter 95, The Human Traffickers Are Captured, a reminder as Du Jianyang wallowed in self-pity. Seemingly grasping the root of the issue, Xiao Shiyan had already brought Lu Ziqiao to a location 2 train cars away. The commotion from that direction faintly reached them, but it had little impact on their situation. "How's it going?" Lu Ziqiao inquired indifferently. Trust is paramount. Since his uncle had come to assist and he had chosen to believe in Xiao Shiyan, he would not voice any doubts unless a significant change occurred. Xiao Shiyan had slowed his pace, and as Lu Ziqiao approached, he whispered, "The bag cutters have not yet noticed us. However, the human trafficking gang has already settled ahead. It seems they have increased in number. Did you see? In positions 359 and 1216, the children being held are all part of their group. Additionally, there are individuals accompanying them, and during our passage, we also noticed their associates in seats 37, 43, and 46, engaging in silent communication. Let us not expose ourselves. We should exit this train car and proceed further, then return." Lu Ziqiao refrained from hastily glancing at those individuals, instead quickly noting the numbers Xiao Shiyan had just mentioned. Rapid notation was one of his strengths. After a brief observation, Lu Ziqiao began to discern certain signs, further solidifying his faith in Xiao Shiyan's assessment. Yet, he remained cautious, aware that Xiao Shiyan, despite being perceptive, was merely human and could overlook critical details in such a short span of time. In making environmental judgments, Xiao Shiyan was an ordinary person. While his insights were valuable, they could not serve as the ultimate basis for decision-making. The responsibility lay with Lu Ziqiao. However, thanks to Xiao Shiyan's alert, Lu Ziqiao swiftly confirmed the veracity of Xiao Shiyan's observations. He approached slowly, feigning a trip to the restroom, and upon returning, he conducted another thorough observation. Instantly, Lu Ziqiao concluded that Xiao Shiyan's earlier assessments were entirely accurate. He quickly memorized the numbers and moved forward, discovering that his companions and the train police were already waiting ahead. Lu Ziqiao exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Shiyan, and the two advanced, with Xiao Shiyan standing watch outside to ensure they were not overheard. Lu Ziqiao swiftly summarized the situation. Everyone must disperse and prioritize rescuing the children at once, with their safety being our utmost concern. He quickly delegated tasks, omitting Xiao Shiyan from the arrangements as he was uncertain of Zhao's capabilities. Xiao, having overheard Lu's directives, refrained from questioning them, for their unfamiliarity with one another's strengths rendered any such inquiry unnecessary, as it would only consume precious time. Moreover, having provided valuable leads, Xiao felt he had already contributed adequately. He opted not to impede others' opportunities for merit, allowing himself to remain as a safety net, ready to assist should any complications arise. Before long, Lu Ziqiao had organized the personnel, and they commenced their operation. A mere glance from Lu was sufficient for Xiao Shiyan to acknowledge and stand by. Lu was pleased with Zhao's demeanor. In such urgent moments, heroics were ill-advised. Any quarrel over roles would be a regrettable waste of time. And Xiao's prudent withdrawal ultimately saved them considerable time. Xiao observed from the rear as Lu Ziqiao's team maneuvered towards the children, successfully retrieving them. "What are you doing? Why are you taking my children? Someone help. They are stealing my kids." The abductors vociferously protested, while onlookers, bewildered and distressed, momentarily believed a genuine child abduction was occurring. The crowd, eager to assist, was filled with innocent intentions, yet they lacked the understanding of the situation. Lu Ziqiao quickly asserted their identities. "We are soldiers. These individuals are traffickers." The train conductor arrived promptly, corroborating, "I am the conductor of this train. You all must recognize me. I can attest that they are soldiers here to rescue the abducted children." In that moment, a frantic cry pierced through the chaos. "Has anyone seen my child? Ergo, where are you?" Xiao Shiyan spotted a disheveled elderly woman racing towards them, as if in mourning for her lost child. It appeared she had just awakened to the absence of her grandchild. Swiftly, Xiao guided the woman. "Look, is this your grandson?" He further substantiated. "This is a grandmother from our carriage. This is her grandson, Ergo, who earlier today attempted to steal my dumplings, which I distinctly witnessed." Lu Ziqiao, momentarily speechless, couldn't believe Xiao was still fixated on the dumpling incident at such a critical juncture. Nonetheless, Zhao's testimony surprisingly garnered the belief of the crowd. Perhaps it was Zhao's striking appearance that suggested he could not be a villain, or perhaps the shared anecdote of Ergo's mischief lent credibility to Zhao's account. Regardless, the traffickers were apprehended, including several individuals who had not even been seated near them. "Don't arrest me, I'm not one of them." Although they shouted vehemently, none believed their words due to Lu Ziqiao and his companions revealing their identities, along with the train conductor providing proof. Xiao Shiyan promptly produced a cloth, instructing Lu Ziqiao to gag them. There was also a group of pickpockets, Though uncertain of the effectiveness, they decided to proceed with the gagging. After some contemplation, Lu Ziqiu acquiesced. Once they apprehended everyone, Xiao Shiyan discovered that there were a total of 9 individuals, indicating a considerable gang. Lu Ziqiu said, "You all should first detain these individuals and secure them. The children can be handed over to the train conductor to contact their parents. Comrade Xiao and I will investigate further ahead. There is still another gang to consider. Ensure that a few remain here to keep an eye on them, binding them securely, while the others come to provide support. By the way, can we have one of the train police assist? The attendants and the conductor should also monitor closely. And we need to contact the railway police at the next station to have them apprehended upon arrival. Is that agreeable, conductor?" Seeing the adeptness of his arrangements, Xiao Shiyan, however, noticed some oversights and quickly interjected, "It is imperative to verify the identities of the parents and additionally, to document their detailed contact information, along with reviewing their identification letters and recording their precise residential addresses. This is to prevent the possibility of other traffickers, however unlikely that may be." Lu Ziqiu paused, feeling that Xiao Shiyan might be overly cautious, yet he nodded in agreement. "Remember Comrade Zhao's physique, conductor? Could you assist in handling this matter?" The conductor readily agreed, showing no dissent. Although this operation stemmed from Xiao Shiyan's intelligence, Lu Ziqiu and his team were the primary force, and the conductor merely assisted. However, since the apprehension occurred on the train, they would also be accountable to the railway police, ensuring their contributions were not overlooked. This was not merely about guarding against traffickers, but also about safeguarding their own merits, albeit with an increased workload, which was inconsequential. The conductor readily affirmed, "Certainly, I will arrange everything. Please exercise caution. The pickpockets are far more vicious than traffickers, armed with blades and possessing formidable skills. Be exceedingly careful." Chapter 96, Xiao Shiyan's Proposal. New applications of abilities. It was still Xiao Shiyan and Lu Ziqiu who led the way. Lu Ziqiu, somewhat anxious, inquired, "Earlier, there was some conflict here. Moving forward, there are only a few carriages left. The pickpockets might have heard some commotion, which could have repercussions, so please be vigilant." Upon seeing Xiao Shiyan nod, Lu Ziqiu further asked, "By the way, can you still detect that scent? If we fail to capture the traffickers, I would not have such a concern. If this fragrance could be utilized in our mission, many tasks would become significantly more manageable. Moreover, if the fragrance could be enhanced, it would confer numerous advantages upon us." Xiao Shiyan, contemplating this notion, quickly grasped Lu Ziqiu's intentions. This matter had indeed been a subject of study by future scientists. Alas, the authorities within the base city would inevitably seek to control certain aspects. Although they were reluctant to expose such information, some degree of oversight was necessary. Xiao Shiyan nodded, acknowledging the existence of such phenomena, noting that he had conducted some personal research on the matter. Within it lay a plethora of spices, and a keenly trained nose was requisite. The average person might find it insurmountable. However, certain breeds of dogs possess the potential for such capabilities. Special training? Lu Ziqiu nodded, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Yet, this was not the moment for deliberation, as Xiao Shiyan's expression had grown increasingly solemn. The scent must be drawing near, prompting Xiao Shiyan to seek assistance. Only 3 compartments remained ahead, indicating that the individuals in question were likely within this vicinity. The likelihood of them jumping from the train was minimal. Even with enhanced physical attributes from training, such an act could result in injury. Nevertheless, should they feel cornered, the possibility of them leaping from the train could not be entirely dismissed. Xiao Shiyan refrained from approaching directly, instead standing at a distance, gazing towards the connection point. "Brother Lu, we likely heard some commotion just now. They may have grown wary. I fear that if you advance, it could easily lead to a hostage situation. If they do take a hostage and you cannot resolve it swiftly, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, you are tasked with a covert mission, and your identities must remain concealed from prying eyes." This created a palpable sense of hesitation among them. Xiao Shiyan possessed a solution, yet he hesitated to voice it. His water-based abilities could generate a vapor that rendered individuals weak and incapacitated. If sustained for a period, those in the adjacent compartment would succumb to lethargy. This discovery emerged from his recent enhancements to the Happiness Town, which also benefited his powers. Previously, his water abilities had not enabled such effects, necessitating the use of carbon dioxide to induce unconsciousness. Now, he merely needed to introduce some vapor. It could be considered a form of toxin. Xiao Shiyan was reluctant to reveal this capability, especially since those individuals were strangers to him. If something was stolen, he would assist if able. If not, he would remain uninvolved without reproach. Lu Ziqiu was evidently aware of this reality, yet it was implausible to expect him to regret his prior actions against the traffickers. The lives and freedoms of children would always outweigh material possessions. As for the belongings stolen from the educated youth, Lu Ziqiu could only express his apologies. He was not obstinate and felt no guilt over the matter. Xiao Shiyan found himself in a dilemma. Lu Ziqiu was growing anxious, aware that he could not linger too long in the sleeper car. Should any unforeseen incident arise, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Xiao Shiyan proposed, "We could send one person over at intervals, gradually closing in. Once the time is right, we must strike decisively to subdue them. Caution is paramount." He cast a glance at Lu Ziqiu, his gaze fixed upon Lu Ziqiu's feet. Lu Ziqiu initially failed to comprehend, but upon realizing the focus of Xiao Shiyan's attention, he quickly understood. Xiao Shiyan was alerting them that their footsteps were too precise, making it easy for others to suspect their true identities. Not only during this task, but in future endeavors as well, attention must be paid to these matters. "Thank you," Lu Ziqiu murmured. This was not solely for the case at hand, but also to ensure that future missions would proceed without incident. They could not afford to rush in. They had to wait for a while, allowing the pickpockets to lower their guard. However, the train conductor brought some unfortunate news. There was still half an hour until they arrived at their destination. They could not avoid stopping, so if they were to take action, they needed to hasten their pace. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Shiyan. His abilities had significantly intensified, and his mental acuity had also increased somewhat. Perhaps he had found a solution. What if he leveraged the earlier incident involving the human traffickers? He could approach and draw everyone's attention, allowing his companions to move in closer and observe the situation. The pickpockets would undoubtedly become alert, their demeanor markedly different from that of the others. I can point out a few individuals. Those are the ones I have seen before. Xiao Shiyan swiftly identified 5 individuals and indicated 2 others with whom they had exchanged glances. The remaining individuals were either too distant or displayed unremarkable behavior. I cannot dismiss the possibility of others. That is for you to discern. As Lu Ziqiu's team members arrived one after another, he pondered for a moment before accepting Xiao Shiyan's proposal. Xiao Shiyan instructed them to remain concealed for the time being while he approached. Feigning to be one of the passengers in the carriage, he raised his voice, proclaiming, "Did you know?" The adjacent carriage was quite alarming. There were actually human traffickers. They were apprehended by the undercover officers who had been lying in wait. As he spoke, Xiao Shiyan projected his mental energy, capturing the attention of all present. Lu Ziqiu noted that nearly everyone still awake turned to listen, abandoning their slumber. However, the pickpockets remained highly vigilant, although they were watching Xiao Shiyan. They also scanned their surroundings cautiously. Lu Ziqiu managed to identify individuals whom Xiao Shiyan had not noticed. Be cautious. Once Comrade Xiao reaches the other end of the carriage and diverts everyone's attention, quickly blend into the crowd. I will coordinate the operation. Xiao Rong, you go to point 1. Lu Ziqiu swiftly organized the team and saw Xiao Shiyan gradually making his way across. Listening to Xiao Shiyan's rhythmic voice, Lu Ziqiu thought to himself, truly a talented individual, exceptionally suited for storytelling. If he had been available to tutor me during my university entrance exams, perhaps I would have succeeded. Lost in thought, he nonetheless signaled, prompting immediate action from the team. Xiao Shiyan observed from a distance, waiting until all eyes were upon him before Lu Ziqiu seized the opportunity to finalize the arrangements. At last, Xiao Shiyan declared, "Now, action." The voice of Lu Ziqiu resonated. With that command, all present sprang into action. Most of them were well prepared, equipped with silver bracelets. They swiftly secured the hands of their targets. Only the individual beside Xiao Shiyan seemed to possess superior skills compared to others. Despite the abruptness of the situation, his vigilance was unparalleled. The little soldier assigned to assist was unable to restrain him, and surprisingly, the pickpocket managed to skillfully snatch the silver bracelet, nearly handcuffing the little soldier in the process. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Shiyan swiftly intervened, grasping the assailant by the neck and applying pressure, which instantly rendered the man's strength ineffective. Although it was the little soldier's first time participating in such an operation, and he might not have matched the prowess of veterans like Lu Ziqiu, he was nonetheless among the elite of warriors. In truth, it was Lu Ziqiu who failed to recognize the potential of the young man before him, mistakenly assuming his skills were lacking due to his youthful appearance. In reality, the young man might have possessed the finest abilities among them. Xiao Shiyan, sensing the physique of the opponent, speculated that despite the youthful visage, He could very well be the eldest in their ranks, serving as the leader hidden behind the others. With Xiao Shiyan's assistance, the little soldier seized the silver bracelet and handcuffed the man. Lu Ziqiao's command came as a shock, startling everyone present. As they witnessed the commotion, they were momentarily taken aback. Lu Ziqiu quickly declared, "We are the police, and they are the pickpockets. Please check if any of you have lost belongings, and come to the conductor to report them. Once we tally everything, we will return the stolen items." Turning to the little soldier, Lu Ziqiao inquired, "What happened? How could you falter?" The little soldier felt a sense of grievance but acknowledged his mistake, biting his lip as he admitted, "It is my fault. I failed to complete the task." Xiao Shiyan cautioned, "Brother Lu, be wary. This individual may appear youthful, but he could very well be a significant player among them." Having given his necessary warning, Xiao Shiyan intended to depart when Lu Ziqiao suddenly paused, spotting someone acting suspiciously, and shouted, "Halt." Lu Ziqiu pursued the suspect, while Xiao Shiyan turned to see an individual sprinting away. This person was likely an accomplice of the pickpockets, though Xiao Shiyan could not confirm. Regardless, the fleeing individual, upon noticing the unfolding situation and hearing Lu Ziqiao's shout, had chosen to flee, indicating guilt. With Lu Ziqiao already in pursuit, Xiao Shiyan had no intention of following. His presence would offer little assistance. The little soldier expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Without your help, I would never have realized that this person was indeed a significant catch." Xiao Shiyan smiled, dismissing the praise. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ziqiao returned, visibly frustrated. Xiao Shiyan, puzzled, asked, "What happened?" Lu Ziqiu replied, "He entered the restroom and then jumped out the window to escape." Xiao Shiyan had not heard the details. The noise of the train was too loud, possibly muffling the sounds of the escape. The darkness outside obscured any visibility. Lu Ziqiao's expression was grim. The operation had not been entirely successful. While most of the culprits were apprehended, the remaining one would eventually be caught. "I suggest you take a closer look at that large fish." The individual appeared youthful, yet exuded an air of calm composure, though he seemed somewhat flustered. There was no trace of panic in his eyes as observed by Xiao Shiyan. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao reminded, "Be cautious, he might escape from the silver bracelet." For some seasoned individuals in this line of work, such a feat is not insurmountable. Isn't there a certain death not in the military? Let us secure him properly first. Xiao Shiyan noticed a flicker of unease in the man's gaze as he spoke. He attempted to move, but several young soldiers restrained him firmly. Lu Ziqiao, evidently aware of the situation, nodded promptly and made the necessary arrangements. After a brief pause, Xiao Shiyan addressed Lu Ziqiao. "The lady seated across from me is a comrade. She has 150 yuan marked with the character Lin. Could you assist me in retrieving that money so I can discreetly return it to her?" Previously, Xiao Shiyan had claimed she had lost no money, a fact that Lu Ziqiao had overheard. At this moment, he speculated she might be concerned about being accused of theft. This was a minor issue, and through the events of the day, Lu Ziqiao had come to trust Xiao Shiyan's character. He approached the train conductor, sifted through the recently confiscated belongings, and successfully located the 150 yuan. "Here you go," he said, "but be careful not to let anyone see you." He continued, "How did you know about the markings?" "I happened to catch sight of it," Xiao Shiyan replied. It turns out Lin Yufei and Chu Zhaojiao had surreptitiously taken her household registration book and claimed her subsidy funds without her knowledge. I wonder if she will feel any pangs of conscience. After uttering these words, Xiao Shiyan turned and walked away. Lu Ziqiu shook his head, pondering, "This lad. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? Xiao Shu is indeed beautiful, but initially, I thought he might lack intelligence. However, upon further reflection, perhaps there is more to him than meets the eye, likely some unspoken troubles." Unaware of Lu Ziqiao's musings, Xiao Shiyan returned with the 150 yuan. Upon his arrival, Du Shirling immediately inquired, "Where's my money?" Xiao Shiyan shrugged. "How would I know?" Du Shirling was ready to erupt, while Du Jinyang's expression darkened. "Xiao Shiyan, we trusted you enough to allow you to go out. Is this how you repay our faith?" Xiao Shiyan scoffed. "You let me go out? By what right do you confine my freedom? You were raised in a capitalist household, and it shows in your every word. I am a free man, living in a socialist society. How can you still attempt to restrict my liberty?" Du Jinyang's countenance soured, and Du Shirling was nearly hysterical. Lin Yufei averted his gaze from Xiao Shiyan, his eyes filled with venom. It was all Xiao Shiyan's doing, had it not been for him. The incident regarding his wedding himself would not have come to light. Moreover, he still had 20 yuan unreturned. Upon his return, Xiao Shiyan cast a fierce glance back at Chu Zhaojiao and Lin Yufei, instilling fear in them. Turning back, He discreetly slid the 150 yuan into Xiao Shu's hands, hidden from the view of others. Xiao Shu, taken aback, looked down and recognized her own money. Having recovered her funds, she wondered why Xiao Shiyan still lingered. However, before she could inquire, the moment passed. Xiao Shiyan exclaimed loudly, moreover, I assisted the train police in identifying those individuals. Subsequently, the matter of apprehending them bears no relation to me, an ordinary youth. My skills cannot compare to those of the train officers, and I would not interfere with their duties, would I? The passengers in the carriage found merit in his words, albeit their sentiments were tainted with frustration over their lost money. Xiao Shiyan then judiciously remarked, however, upon my return, I believe I observed them apprehending someone. They should now be counting, and perhaps in due course, you may retrieve your belongings. Chapter 98. Confirmation. Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing are also present, injured. It was at this moment that Chu Jiaojiao realized Xiao Shiyan had merely been deceiving them. How can you be so deceitful? They have clearly captured someone. Yet you mislead us. Xiao Shiyan remained speechless. He had no intention of retaliating against her, yet Chu Jiaojiao persistently sought to ensnare him. Thus, he could not be held accountable for his lack of compassion. With a sweep of his spatial ability, he swiftly confiscated the hidden money within Chu Jiaojiao's belongings. Heaven's misfortune can still be remedied, but self-inflicted suffering is irrevocable. Since Chu Jiaojiao had repeatedly provoked him, she should not lament his minor punishment. Upon reaching their destination, devoid of funds, it would be intriguing to witness her demeanor. Xiao Shiyan could not spare her a glance. He stifled a yawn and stated, after a tumultuous episode, we have finally resolved the matter. I shall take a brief respite. Tomorrow, upon our arrival, I shall have more to attend to. With that, he returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and appeared to drift into slumber. Chu Jiaojiu longed to voice her grievances, yet Xiao Shiyan ignored her, leaving her at a loss for words. Brother Fei. Lin Yufei had also lost interest in Chu Jiaojiao, for he too had lost his money, as had Xiao Shu. When Xiao Shiyan exited moments ago, he recognized Xiao Shu's distracted demeanor, which was all too familiar. It was evident that her funds were also gone. How would they navigate the ensuing days? Xiao Shiyan was indifferent to their plight. Should they provoke him, he was not one to shy away from confronting women. At this moment, his mind replayed the recent events. A nagging sense of peculiarity lingering. What precisely was it? Xiao Shiyan began to retrace the occurrences, each scene flashing vividly in his mind. Upon his first attempt, he uncovered nothing amiss. However, during his second reflection, a revelation dawned upon him. One individual from the human trafficker's carriage exhibited unusual traits, although his hands appeared unremarkable. There were signs of calluses, likely formed from years of handling firearms. Indeed, that was the case. He had deliberately marred that area, but had not completely obliterated it, allowing me to discern it, and his action to damage the callus was itself a flaw. In these times, the allure of delicate beauty was not in vogue. No man would intentionally destroy calluses, nor could one restore a hand to its pristine, smooth state. Furthermore, calluses serve as a protective barrier during work. How could a laborer ever engage in such folly? Xiao Shiyan hastily rose to his feet. If someone were to act at this moment, what would become of Lu Ziqiao's endeavors? Xiao Shiyan was almost certain that Lu Ziqiao had a mission. Otherwise, he would not have appeared here in plain clothes. What are you doing? Lin Yufei instinctively shouted. Xiao Shiyan turned, glaring fiercely at him. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs and stop coveting what belongs to others, always enviously watching them. With that, Xiao Shiyan hurried towards the sleeper car. Upon his return, Xiao Shiyan did not pay much attention at first, but upon reflection, it seemed that the man he had previously encountered was indeed missing. As for the possibility of him visiting the restroom, Xiao Shiyan deemed that highly unlikely. When he approached, he encountered one of Lu Ziqiao's subordinates. The train attendants had gathered at the front to account for valuables. Comrade Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Shiyan whispered urgently. When I previously led you to confront the traffickers and pickpockets, I passed by a man who struck me as peculiar. The area around his mouth was calloused and had been disturbed. Upon hearing this, the subordinate's expression changed immediately. Are you sure? Xiao Shiyan nodded emphatically. I am certain. Upon my return, I realized I did not see him. Initially, I thought he might have gone to the restroom, but reflecting on it, the restrooms in the cars I passed should have been locked, with no one using them. Without hesitation, the subordinate turned to seek out Lu Ziqiao. Xiao Shiyan followed closely behind. When they located Lu Ziqiao and reported the situation, Lu Ziqiao's face paled significantly as he sprinted towards the sleeper car. If this were merely a case of pickpockets, Xiao Shiyan would have refrained from intervening. However, at this juncture, it appeared to involve espionage. Xiao Shiyan decided to accompany him. After all, he might be of assistance. Upon reaching the sleeper car, Lu Ziqiao inquired of the attendant, "Has anyone purchased a ticket for the sleeper during this time?" The attendant, taken aback, nodded and replied, "Yes." One person presented an introduction letter from a cadre, claiming they had not been able to buy a ticket earlier, and asked if there were any available. "Quick, open the door," Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, startled. He had initially thought sleeper tickets would be difficult to procure. Perhaps there was nothing amiss. Little did he expect that the individual was well prepared. When the person opened the door, Lu Ziqiao dashed inside, with Xiao Shiyan close behind. As they traversed 2 train cars, Xiao Shiyan noted that Lu Ziqiao was heading with purpose. Upon arrival, Xiao Shiyan discovered that a scuffle was already underway. There was not just one assailant, but multiple. When had they boarded? He even contemplated whether the traffickers and pickpockets had been deliberately sent aboard. However, this thought was quickly suppressed. Without evidence, it was unwise to speculate. Lu Ziqiao promptly joined the fray. Although Xiao Shiyan did not possess mental abilities, his mental fortitude surpassed that of the average person. Coupled with his water-based powers, he directed streams of water towards the nostrils of the unsavory individuals. Xiao Shiyan stepped forward to assist, and together they swiftly subdued their adversaries. Lu Ziqiao sighed in relief upon observing that only 2 team members had sustained injuries. Was the target unharmed? The target, an esteemed expert, was a matter of utmost confidentiality and paramount importance. Their safety was non-negotiable, even at the cost of their own lives. The team members were resolute in ensuring the expert's protection. Such personnel were abundant across the nation, yet the cultivation of formidable scientists remained a formidable challenge. Although the status of these individuals had recently diminished, a protective network surrounded them, allowing many experts to feign death and escape peril. Xiao Shiyan sensed the presence of 2 familiar figures. Without allowing Lu Ziqiao to speak further, he stepped back and peered through the crack of the door, spotting Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. Their pallid faces revealed signs of fright, and it appeared they had sustained some injuries. Xiao Shiyan hastily retrieved 2 bottles of premium wound ointment, discreetly tossing them inside while whispering, "This is my specially crafted ointment, and here is some anti-inflammatory medicine as well." "Who is there?" Chai Jing inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety, while Xiao Wenrui managed to maintain his composure. Turning, he was surprised to see Xiao Shiyan. "Shiyan, what brings you here?" Though Xiao Wenrui was aware that Xiao Shiyan was headed to the countryside that day, he anticipated their paths would cross on the same vehicle. "I came to assist Brother Lu. No time for idle chatter. Tend to your wounds with my medicine. It is the finest available." Chapter 99. The return of property at the transit station. Xiao Shiyan refrained from further elaboration. After Lu Ziqiao had resolved the situation and apprehended the individuals involved, he turned back to find Xiao Shiyan standing outside the compartment of Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. With a knowing nod, he remarked, "We owe our thanks to Professor Xiao and their bodyguards for averting disaster." Although they were colleagues, the delicate nature of Xiao Wenrui and his companions' identities made it difficult to disclose this fact. Xiao Shiyan nodded in understanding. "I shall take my leave, reach out if necessary." He chose not to mention the ointment, as producing it recklessly would be inappropriate. Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing were akin to his own parents. Although he had not been raised alongside them, their sacrifices for him were undeniable. Upon his departure, they had bestowed upon him a considerable inheritance, albeit a mere fraction of the wealth belonging to the Xiao and Chai families. Nonetheless, it was ample. The inheritance from one's parents does not inherently belong to the children, especially when one is merely one among several offspring. Lu Ziqiao remained taciturn, and once Xiao Shiyan had departed, he entered to check on Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing. By this time, they had attended to their wounds, and Chai Jing felt a notable reduction in pain. Who could have foreseen encountering such an ordeal? The protectors had left their posts to safeguard others. Xiao Wenrui and Chai Jing held no grievances. After all, had the assailants succeeded in their malicious intent, they too would have faced dire consequences. After offering some words of comfort and gratitude, Lu Ziqiao reflected on the vulnerabilities present in his earlier arrangements. Meanwhile, doubts began to stir within Lu Ziqiao's mind. Were the previous human traffickers and organ harvesters merely a coincidence? Or were they a common occurrence on this train? Perhaps they had been meticulously orchestrated for the assassination that was to follow? Despite his uncertainties, Lu Ziqiao chose to remain silent. Fortunately, all was calm for the moment. Allowing him to set aside the investigation for now, there was no need to incite panic. As for Xiao Shiyan, he had dismissed such concerns entirely. After engaging in various activities throughout the evening, he felt a pang of hunger. Contemplating briefly, he slipped into a restroom and then made his way to the blissful town. Xiao Shiyan quickly spent his coins on several savory pastries known as family happiness. These pastries contained no fewer than 10 different fillings, and it took 5 of them for him to feel satiated. With the enhancement of his abilities, his appetite had certainly increased. Energy is conserved, and after utilizing his powers, replenishing that energy was essential. Apart from meditating, nourishment was the only means of restoration. The more he exerted himself, the more he needed to consume. Afterward, Xiao Shiyan took a bath, luxuriating in the tub for about half an hour. Once dried and having styled his hair, he emerged from the blissful town. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an individual poised to knock. Xiao Shiyan hastened out, only to hear the person exclaim, "Have you been in there eating feces? What took you so long?" Infuriated yet composed, Xiao Shiyan decided not to stoop to the individual's level, dismissing the matter. With so many restrooms available, why must one linger in this particular one? Upon returning to his seat, he found that the atmosphere had settled, though it was evident that everyone was still lacking in spirit. Who could sleep soundly without reclaiming their lost wealth? Xiao Shiyan, uninterested in their plight, simply returned to his seat and prepared for sleep. Xiao Yishu silently mouthed a thank you, to which Xiao Shiyan responded with a smile before donning his hat and drifting off. As for the tear in his clothing, he had taken a shower and changed into a fresh outfit, rendering the tear non-existent. He had purchased several similar garments from the supply store, all durable and in practical colors. During the black market sweep, he had also acquired a fair amount, sufficient for his needs. Lin Yufei felt a surge of indignation, cursing inwardly. Despicable couple. At the same time, he experienced a twinge of anxiety. What would he do if Xiao Yishu ceased to assist him? While he could manage some household chores at home, his skills were lacking. Chu Jiaojiao was notoriously crafty and also did not perform well. Both of them were the least favored in their families, making them prime candidates for rural exile. With no money to speak of, how would they endure life in the countryside? Xiao Shiyan, unfazed by these concerns, spent a quiet night. By dawn, the train conductor had begun to tally the belongings lost by the young intellectuals and started returning items marked with identifiers. Du Jianyang and Du Shiling sought to reclaim their possessions, but Du Jianyang's lack of markings led to their inability to retrieve them. Xiao Shiyan, however, merely chuckled. The wealth of Du Jianyang had offended him, and thus it had been taken. It is unlikely that he will retrieve it. Du Shiling's wealth is similarly elusive. Of course, a portion of it was pilfered by the pickpockets, but perhaps he might reclaim a fraction. Xiao Shiyan, however, remained indifferent, taking out a box of oil cakes left from yesterday and beginning to eat. While he could have purchased freshly made sesame cakes, the thought of attracting attention deterred him. After all, he would be disembarking the train around noon. Subsequently, he would need to transfer to another train bound for Hulu City. This journey would not conclude swiftly. Previously, Lu Xiaowei had informed him of the route. It would take at least until tomorrow to reach the commune. During this time, the train conductor inquired about Xiao Shiyan's rural destination. Du Jianyang and Lin Yufei were consumed by envy, aware of Xiao Shiyan's efforts the previous night, which could be deemed commendable. Du Jianyang gritted his teeth, imagining the accolades Xiao Shiyan might receive. He himself did not come from a capitalist background, so the notion of Xiao Shiyan's affluent origins would no longer hold sway over him. Although he had struggled to grasp Xiao Shiyan before, it would become even more challenging from this point onward. Chu Jiaojiao also reported her lost money, but in truth, she was merely hedging her bets. Upon his return, Xiao Shiyan looked at her with disdain, yet she pretended not to notice. "Did you not claim you had not lost any money?" Chu Jiaojia replied. "I simply did not realize it at first. Many others lost money, and so did I." At that moment, she was unbothered by embarrassment, oblivious to the fact that her own modest sum had been entirely lost. 200, along with her hidden stash, ensured she was wealthier than Lin Yufei. However, she soon felt disheartened. Life in the countryside is challenging without funds. Nevertheless, starvation was not a concern, and Xiao Shiyan felt no pity for her. Fortunately, no further incidents occurred. The old woman ceased her fixation on Du Shiling, seemingly fearful of losing her grandson again, clinging tightly to him and nearly suffocating the mischievous child. Ergo, when Ergo was taken away, he was rendered unconscious and felt nothing. Upon being rescued, he experienced little discomfort, only awakening after a considerable time. The old woman, however, was pitiful, yet reflecting on her previous despicable behavior, one might wonder if the pitiable are often deserving of some disdain. Thankfully, she did not extort him, and Xiao Shiyan was disinclined to dwell on it. At 11:30, Xiao Shiyan and his companions prepared to disembark and transfer. Du Jianyang, Du Shiling, and others, including Xiao Ishu, formed a group of over 40 individuals, all heading to the commune. Xiao Shiyan was taken aback when Lu Zichu called out to him, saying, "I need to speak with you." Chapter 100. Did you eat something foul? Your breath is terrible. Sneaking snacks for lunch. Lin Yufei took the initiative to ask, "What shall we do about the money we lost yesterday?" Lu Zichu replied, perplexed, "What does that have to do with me? I merely intervened to help. You ought to consult the train police." Lu Ziqiao, wishing to conceal his identity, certainly would not admit to anything. Fortunately, the train police arrived promptly and informed Du Jianyang and Lin Yufei that the belongings they had reported missing were nowhere to be found. Either they had been discarded by the pickpocket during the train journey, or, simply put, they were lying. Nothing had truly been lost. Du Jianyang and the others were agitated, swearing fervently that their possessions had indeed vanished. However, since none of the confiscated items matched their descriptions, they were unable to reclaim anything. Du Shiling, in a fit of anger, questioned whether the belongings had been taken by Xiao Shiyan. However, the latter's gaze silenced her further remark. The train police, exasperated, clarified that throughout the ordeal, Comrade Xiao had not touched any of those belongings. He merely assisted in identifying the culprits. Unfortunately, one of the pickpockets had slipped away to the restroom, thus evading capture. How can we blame Comrade Xiao for that? Du Shiling muttered under her breath. Xiao Shiyan paid her no mind. Lu Zichu pulled him aside, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your warning last night. Our team confirmed the identities of the parents of the child abducted by traffickers and subsequently apprehended a couple of human traffickers." Xiao Shiyan was taken aback. "Is that true? I merely thought that if we inadvertently did something good, it could lead to complications if what I mentioned came to pass. I didn't anticipate it would actually happen." Lu Ziqiao chuckled, his words laced with implication. Not only did it happen, but the child's identity is rather significant. Xiao Shiyan inferred that the child might belong to someone of considerable stature. Yet, he remained indifferent to the matter. Endowed with supernatural abilities and residing in a blissful little town, his life was far too comfortable to be affected by the power and influence of others. "All right, I must disembark now. I need to transfer quickly. Hopefully, the next train hasn't departed. Otherwise, we'll have to purchase tickets ourselves." At that moment, the train was moving at a leisurely pace, and delays had become commonplace. Observing Xiao Shiyan's lack of curiosity as he bid farewell and departed with his belongings, Lu Ziqi was left pondering the depths of Xiao Shiyan's thoughts. His background as a capitalist posed a challenge. If only Xiao Shiyan could seize this opportunity and leverage the identity of the child's grandfather, he might return to the city and secure employment, ensuring a more stable future. Yet, without even inquiring, Xiao Shiyan simply exited the train, unperturbed by Lu Ziqiao's confusion. Xiao Shiyan met up with Xiao Ishu and proceeded toward the station's exit. Xiao Ishu inquired, "What did he just tell you?" Xiao Shiyan cast her a humorous glance. In short, it was a secret. Xiao Ishu refrained from pressing further. After the events of the previous night, their relationship had naturally grown closer. She believed Xiao Shiyan to be a good person, someone worthy of trust. Xiao Shiyan offered a hint, "Just consider your money lost, with only a little remaining. Once we arrive, buy a traditional instrument, and keep your private matters well concealed. It would be prudent to live a bit more discreetly in the future, preferably using it in secret to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives." The two exited the station, walking toward the ticket-checking area alongside the crowd. Neither too close nor too far from others. They possess a set of tickets. Henceforth, they need only present the tickets provided by the youth point to board the train. Xiao Ishu smiled and remarked, "Do you think I am foolish? Those two kept trying to deceive me, and yet I fell for it?" Xiao Shiyan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent for a moment before sharing his own experiences. Everyone harbors unspoken tales. It is not a matter of intelligence, but rather an inner yearning. Once we discern the truth, we will understand what we ought to strive for. Xiao Ishu was taken aback to find a kindred spirit, someone who shared a similar past. She nearly blurted out, "A laying hen?" Xiao Shiyan smiled but refrained from elaborating further. He suspected that Xiao Ishu might also be a reincarnate. He pondered the oddity of encountering so many reborn individuals, even in a parallel universe. Fortunately, another train was delayed, allowing them to board without haste. They managed to secure seats on the subsequent train. Due to the time constraints, they could not indulge in a meal at the state-run restaurant, nor did everyone seem willing to do so. Once aboard, their only option was to purchase food from the dining car. Xiao Shiyan, Disinterested in the boxed meals offered on the train, suggested to Xiao Ishu, "Why don't you save our seats here while I go to the dining car for a meal? I can bring something back for you." Xiao Ishu, having been exhausted from the previous day and not having slept well, nodded in agreement. "Sure, I will hold our seats. Just bring me something back." Du Shiling scoffed. "You two seem to have gotten quite cozy. Is there a spark between you?" Xiao Shiyan shot a sharp glare at Du Shiling, retorting, "With a mouth like that, did you consume something foul? Our good-natured youth are here to help each other. What business is it of yours?" Du Shiling, vexed but at a loss for words, could only fume silently as Xiao Shiyan turned away, disregarding them entirely. With no one following him, Xiao Shiyan seized the opportunity to slip into the restroom, then entered the happy town to devour 5 baked buns. He mused, "Though these buns are delectable, consuming them daily will inevitably lead to monotony. I do hope to progress to the next level soon. It would be delightful to have a variety of foods. Alas, I can only level up once a week, though utilizing the big yellow fish could potentially grant an additional boost. I hope to complete my upgrade swiftly." Upon finishing his meal and brushing his teeth, Xiao Shiyan made his way to the dining car, where he encountered the youth from earlier. He paid them no mind. Glancing at the 1 yuan flash sale and discovering a remarkable offer, 5 pounds of roasted sea duck eggs paired with 20 pounds of brown sugar. Such treasures. The roasted sea duck eggs were exquisite, surpassing even salted eggs in flavor, making them a perfect accompaniment for meals. Brown sugar, a coveted commodity, would serve him well in future dealings, especially with Lu Xiaowei's connections. In these times, brown sugar is a valuable nutritional resource, beneficial for pregnant women, the elderly, and children alike. Xiao Shiyan had no intention of settling for mediocrity at the youth point, even if he were to venture into the countryside elsewhere. He would prefer private accommodations. With his unique advantages, he could lead a joyful life without the need to squeeze into shared quarters. A little expenditure for a comfortable stay would suffice. Upon reaching the dining car, Xiao Shiyan paused momentarily until his acquaintances had departed. Only then did he approach, spending 6 dimes to purchase a box meal of braised pork. He emptied his own container, returning it to the vendor, thus waiving the deposit and sparing himself the trouble of a return. Upon his return, when he presented the box to Xiao Ishu, she smacked her forehead in realization. "I left my container in the large bag. I completely forgot. I'll wash it for you later. By the way, how much was it?" 6 dimes.